Will Yannick draw the giant cobra as we quest that Dumbo, getting us to the magic lucky number 13 for Tyler? Yannick, show me what you got. Did you get the cobra? No, I think it was a Dumbo.
Card draw, it's the Iago. Oh, man.
Oh, that's not what he wanted to see.
But let's see if you need to be in survival mode. These characters are all above the air, so you can't really reach up there and grab these evasive threats. You'll play 2 characters to the board, get your quest in for 18, pass it back on over. Now that's 3, 4,
19.
5, 6.
That takes Tyler to 19, so we might still have a chance.
It's not over.
It's not over.
We got another one, and there's no reach in this strategy either.
And it's not only is it not over, but now that Yannick has a Dumbo and an Iago, that represents 2 more cards that he can see, potentially getting him to that giant cobra next turn.
And you're at 18, so you have to clear the 2 ready characters. You have to clear at least one of those ready characters as well. And I don't think, well, actually you can. You got a line. You can go for the Elsa into, support the Elsa, take down the Palace Guard, and then Bell into the Dumbo. And then you clear the Black Heron with the Ursula Whisper Vanessa.
Yes.
And that is a line. And then you now are presenting back to your opponent. But like you said, Dumbo's got to go. And then you need to fade another top deck Cobra. And you are on your way back. Or, you can even go after the Black Heron with the Ursula and then heal the Ursula into the Dumbo. But I think I like to support Basil
I like
into
that
the Palace Guard, gain a lore, and then send that damage off the Elsa over to the Dumbo. Quest, gain some more lore while you can.
Yes.
And this is a game. Insane. This is an insane game to start this stream off with.
This is a game. And this is just game 1 of this thing. This is crazy. Will we be able to do it? Yannick, of course, needs just 2 characters exerted.
Wait. What happened?
What do we miss?
He goes Elsa into the Black Heron.
Yes.
Now you got no damage to send.
He's got no damage to send.
You got no damage to send. No, not like this.
No, he lost.
Not like this. No.
Yeah.
No, you got the bell in hand. No, and he's just realizing.
He just
he realized it too late.
Yeah.
Wow, that is a sad way to bring this game to a conclusion. Gabe, that was a tight, well played game, and you got to bend, but you cannot break. And I think you got a little bit of a break point there from Tyler. He wants that one back.
Yeah, that was tough, and you could see it on Tyler's face. You got to remember again, folks. We've said it before. 3 days of Lorcana, just pure Lorcana action. It weighs on you. Both of these players, as Liam mentioned earlier, first time on not only first time in the top 8, first time on stream. There's a lot of pressure there as well. So give them a little bit of grace, because I promise you, if it was you, you'd likely have done something similar. Even though sitting from the comfort of your beautiful chair at home, from the chair of which you quarterback from. It can be very easy to see.
Absolutely. And taking another away from Yannick, I think, did everything he could. I think Yannick maintained. He kept presenting. He kept playing. He kept presenting. But Tyler, for sure, had a line to keep playing. And there could have been a Cobra off the top, and it all could have been for naught. But you always have to give yourself a chance to finish the drill.
Yes.
And I think Tyler had that bell on that Elsa, and we're playing on. And I think you're going to want that one back when you go back and realize it. But Tyler, I think he realized, he looked at that bell, and he's like,
knew.
Oh, man. I knew it.
Yeah.
And that does sting. But hopefully you dump it, okay? You got to have a short-term memory in these situations, especially in these high-impact games like that. That game took a lot. That took a toll on your mental tax. Everything is a tax, and you had to pay 100%. A heavy tax there. So you have to quickly dump that, recalibrate, get back in, and you almost got there. I think you were on the draw. You needed that one to turn this corner. Winning a game on the draw, have that all-important game number 3 in your back pocket. So shake it off, and I think you can do it again here.
I would agree with you. And it's, I think short-term memory is another skill that people do not have very well. Very often, I hear stories of players who go on what we call tilt. It's a term that generally comes from poker. The idea that you made a mistake and it drags you down and it just weighs on you, and you start to spiral. And so we got to see, will Tyler spiral? Will Tyler be making the right choices? Hopefully he can shake this after this altar and just start new. This is a brand new game. You've got your shot of taking it. Does Yannick have one story told? Yes, a story has been told one time for Yannick, but we've got 2 more to go if Tyler can help it.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about that bell, man, because you had it, that Elsa or even that Earth Vanessa, he'll pop the Dumbo, and you are super duper back. I'm a big fan of Bell the Accomplished Mystic. I think a lot of people are Cheshire Cat gamers, which they should be. I think the card is absolutely phenomenal. It's repeatable. It's inkable. It is too legit to quit. 3 costs, high static. But this Bell the Accomplished Mystic, she's OG. She's new to this.
So
She's true to this, not new to this, man. And I think going back to her, you had her there. You got to send her, man. You got to look. You got to get her to work. You got to. I don't know how to. I think some top player need to start making videos like that, or maybe some information like that. Like, hey, reevaluate my cards. How do I do it when I'm going through these decisions? Maybe look at every single card in your hand and say, how can I get the most out of you? Okay, next, how can I get the most out of you? Just literally make a physical eyeball contact bond with your cards in your hand, and maybe say, how can I get the most out of you right now? And I think if Tyler had done that, like, how can I get the most out of this Bell right now in this spot? Well, I could put 3 damage onto this ready Dumbo. Oh, that's a great play. I'm winning this game.
I got this. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, I love seeing, and thank you to the chat. I will say there's a lot of grace in the chat. A lot of people identifying that be the case. And yeah, there was a lot of great lessons learned there. And yeah, we're going to go into game 2, taking those lessons and learning from them as we see a Basil and a Tipo, a boy and his mouse, hanging out in the streets.
Nice little tag team combo right there. Giving that Tipo 3 strength to take out some damaged character or some 3 willpowered character. Stings the nostrils every single time when it comes up. It doesn't come up as much as you would think, but it does come up enough, as we are going to get that mighty Black Heron in on 2. Palace Guard feeling free and clear to quest. Love this 31 cost character as we are on our way to a turn 4 play. We have that Cheshire Cat, but we have this Madam Mim Elephant, which is another tanky card in this matchup.
It is, yeah. It is so strong. When especially if you're playing this against an Amethyst Steel strategy, as we mentioned in the last game, Monstro being such a problem for a deck like this. Well, for the same reasons, the Madam M Elephant presents those problems. It has 7 willpower, very difficult to deal with. It forces Yannick into a place where if we're going to deal with that, we have to put a lot of resources to it. And especially if we can't deal with it, it can deal with a lot of our stuff. So the Elephant, a great card to play into the Amethyst Steel strategy, especially from the purple player's point of view.
Yeah, and we are going to get that bad boy down right now. Madam M Elephant bouncing our Tipo Growing Sun back to the hand, and now you have this 3/7 willpower character on play. Oh, and by the way, she can heal herself at the start of your turn. That's 2 damage being flinged and or dinged across the board into your opposition characters, and that's just one of the Amethyst Steel's weaker points. It just cannot deal with high willpower. If you want to beat Amethyst Steel, put some chunky dudes in your deck and just have a big willpower fiesta, and they're going to have a hard time dealing with it more often than not, as we're going to double Tipo up now. 5 turn. Are we looking for a deal?
I believe the deal. No. The 5th Spirit says turn yourself and be frozen by my words. Crystallize, if you will.
And we are going to support the Basil to take out the Fast Flyer. And just like that, your Singer is going to be removed and only 1 damage in the process. Basil now representing a nice little decoy as well for the Madam Mimiphant to be able to crack back as well. So this is looking all roses for Tyler Chan. Again, you got a nice optimal start. You're on the play. You're ramping. You are accelerating vigorously. And now here we are. Yannick now, who is pretty resilient as well, not giving up after that previous round. This is kind of falling apart for you, as this is the start that you just do not want to face.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we see the ramp. We were able to move forward on this. We got the Tipo down. We got the ramp that we wanted. Tyler having the start that he needs. Playing a character on 3 that costs 4. Playing a character on 4 that costs 5. That's a pretty good start for a global player. Exactly what he wanted to get. Yannick, of course, is moving towards the 1, 2, 3, except we don't see a Strength of a Raging Fire now twice. 2 games now back-to-back, strength not being a factor here. So that's going to be real tough for him. That's not what you want to see when you're the Amethyst Steel player. You want to see strength. That is the most unfair thing that this popularly very fair deck does. And we're not doing it, which means we're just a very fair deck at this point.
And we're looking for a deal, and Yannick is in a conundrum. You can't give your opponent 2 more cards, but you kind of want to, and you have to, and you did it anyway. As the monstrous one, will reveal another. After looking for a deal, Hades. That's another super high impact Hades there in that spot. Just giving yourself 2 more cards, and another Hades, and another Elsa, and another very problematic Monstro the Monstrous well, and also just ink to keep accelerating your winning condition. So Hades looking great. I'm up on Hades.
Hades. Like I said, even if Hades just said, "Hey, draw 2 cards," I'm all in. I'm playing that card. That's a great card.
Or at worst, you get rid of the Iago, the Spectral Parrot, which is pretty much anchoring your entire position there on Yannick's side. So I don't hate that at all, as now you're free and clear not to exert the Madam Mim Elephant in any way, as the Elsa will do it for you. Elsa now getting banished by this very chunky, tanky Iago, the Spectral Parrot, 2 damage responding back. So here it is. This is a good way to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, we see this Iago doing things. We talked about the trading up, the 2-for-1s, the 3-for-1s. We're dealing with characters, and as we see another Hades in hand.
I'm looking for another deal.
Yeah,
I'm looking for a deal.
Listen,
dude.
we're going to the dealership. We're going to the car. We're gonna get ourselves a used car from Hades. He's gonna make us a deal.
I'm looking for a deal, dude. I'm looking for a deal. Please give me a deal. All right, can I get a deal? I'm going for the Iago again, and we're gonna give it up this time. Okay, Iago did what you wanted him to do. He put down under the deck so quick.
Yeah,
and getting both of those effects happen in one turn or one game is very interesting.
Yeah, wait till he realizes that he has 3. He's gonna be real upset.
I'm looking for another deal. Okay, you gave me a good deal last time. I'll take another deal if I can. As the monstrous one is going to find his way down into the inkwell. The hand is Hades and another Elsa. So you got some hit after hit after hit. Checking the hand there, Genie and the Cheshire one are on the hand. So we get another free and clear quest with the Madam Mim and the first Hades looking fast talker.
Yeah, we're gonna see next turn if Tyler's gonna play some 3-card Monty with this 3rd Hades. But before we get there, Yannick has a chance to respond as he draws for his turn.
I'd crash out if my opponent goes Hades. If my opponent curves Madam Mim, Elephant, Hades, I'm losing it. I'm like, come on, man, give me a break with the deals already.
That's almost an instantaneous door. That's a table flip right there.
Come on, dude. Cut it out with the Hades. No more deals, man. No more deals. I can't take any more deals.
Yeah.
As we are looking at that ink, surveying the game board, seeing what we want to do, and the Genie. That Genie's looking like he's looking real tempting. I'm making a deal.
My man loves a good deal. He loves a good Hades.
I'm a bargain shopper, man. I'm always I'm clipping my coupons.
Well,
I am on the internet, Cyber Monday, Cyber Tuesday. I am looking for the best deal I can, and this Hades is going to agree with me.
Yeah, you're not kidding. As we're gonna make an offer that cannot be refused, or are we? We do see magical maneuvers entering the hand.
Is that a potential fourth deal is coming in?
You are loving this. You're all in on this multi-deal. We're starting a real estate company here. We're going crazy with a 3rd Hades looking for a deal.
And look at Yannick's face. He had a great he's had great composure this entire time. Shout out to Yannick for great table presence. But there is no way you can be cool with that.
You cannot be. Yannick's like, yo, can I get a coupon for all these deals or what, bro? Come on now.
Goodness, man. And we are going to send that Elsa, and you have the removal anyway. And if you want it, you could potentially magically remove this Palace Guard. It does seem a bit low impact and bounce one of these Hades back to your hand and just continue this obnoxious deal-making process as you elect to just add another character to the board in the form of Rafiki.
Yeah, I'm envisioning I walk into a dealership and there's just 3 Hades waiting for me at the door trying to sell me a car.
I'm walking out.
That's terrible.
Let me tell you right now. Shout out to all the salesmen out there. If you are a salesman, shout out to you.
It's a tough gig.
You're a salesman? Car salesman?
I respect. I
respect it.
I did it or two, once or twice before my life here in Lorcana. It's a tough gig.
If someone's a salesman, if someone's trying to sell to me, I'm walking out of there. I can't do it, man.
I respect them.
I respect the end. I just can't. I just keep it real with me. I'm like, hey, do you want this or not? If you say, hey, man, I got this thing I'm trying to sell. Do you want it or don't you? I'm like, I want it. Give it to me.
Right.
But if you try to sell me, man, I don't want it. Okay?
But how about this, though? Let me go talk to my finance manager, and we're going to figure this out together.
I hate that. I'm pre-approved, man. Just give me the car. I wish you can buy a car like you're buying groceries, man.
Yeah.
I want to walk in there. Here's my money. Take my money. Give me the car, and that's it. Okay. We don't need all the rigmarole, man. Cut it out, dude. No more deals. No more fast talking, Hades. You car salesman, get away from me, man. And we could do it here if you want. I think you should do it just for the vibes, as you have been making some great deals. But you're making all these deals, but at the same time, Yannick is completing the process. And this board is bulky and somewhat evasive here, as we are going to go ahead and probably send this Elsa on in on a little bit of a journey getting after the Calhoun.
Yeah, as we see that Elsa doing its thing, that Calhoun is now sideways, choosing to ink that magical maneuvers. But hey, we've got a pachyderm, a wizard pachyderm, who is taking damage, and that damage represents potentially sending it away to other characters that could be a problem for Yannick if we are not dealing with it, because now Yannick needs to go into his turn figuring out, how do I deal with this elephant? I've got 3 Hades trying to sell me this car. I've got an Elsa that just won't leave me alone. This is getting real annoying, folks. What are we going to do here? How do we solve these problems?
We are going to put, now that's an interesting decision, putting 2 hits onto the Genie. That does roll right into a potential Bell or Cheshire Cat, and there it is, right on time. The Cheshire Cat coming in, using your 2 damage against you with a nice timely boost. And you probably can put some hits on this Madam Mim elephant and then send in another challenge into this elephant and clear it right now. Just get it off the game board, and I don't hate that line at all. So that's an instant punish there coming in from that Elsa challenge.
No, yeah, that 3 damage on that elephant would have been really annoying coming into this next turn. So you have to, you just have to deal with it.
I concur with that, mind. I like the way you finished it. I guess you could have just Cheshired your own guy anyway and sent the damage over, so it really didn't matter as much. But that was another very powerful turn from Yannick now, and this board is looking really nice. And notably, we have not seen a single copy of Strength of Raging Fire or Dock the Bold Knight from Yannick. Do we need to document that? Because usually that's what you want to do. He hasn't done his most powerful thing, and he's still having great games here on the draw in this game number 2.
Yeah, this is, I mean, like I said, it is the most unfair thing that Amethyst Steel does, and we have not seen it. But we do see Demona entering the battlefield as we are drawing cards.
Yeah. Drawing 3 here, you get a Hades, Elsa, and Cheshire there, and still no Doc, no strength from Yannick. And he is cool as a cucumber. I would be losing my mind in this situation. Yeah. But that's why I'm bad, because I do tilt regularly. Not gonna lie.
You're easy on tilt, my friend.
Oh, yeah. Call me pinball machine, dude, because I'm tilt. Just the slightest of nudge, dude, the minorest of inconveniences, and I'm just absolutely in a bad mood. But Hades now trying to start to clear this board. Timothy Mouse goes down. Cheshire Cat needs to go. You need to clear everything that you possibly can in this turn.
Yeah, these genies are a huge problem right now. The only answer to a genie is an Elsa who can't clear the genies. So we got to take care of everything else. But those 2 genies are going to give Yannick 4 more lore, rather, if we're able to get both of those, if we don't have an answer to them. We see that we are dealing with all the characters except for the evasive characters. So 2 genies that have fulfilled a wish are floating around in the sky there as Yannick is looking back at a very, very hefty board on his opposing side. Yeah,
so this is a conundrum there as the board is continuing to get bulky. You are flooding, and the typical Amethyst Steel fashion. Double Olaf there is going to be a part of that flood, as you are fine with, I think you're fine to get that 4 here, get up to 12, and just keep questing it out. I think maybe you might be worried about some challenges here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough spot to be in, but of course Yannick deciding, hey, we're going to take advantage of these characters that are evasive, since Elsa cannot really take care of it, at least not by herself. So questing to 12, leaving some characters up, because of course he just played those. You can't do anything with characters that are still wet. So there you go.
And this is game in play. If you do nothing, granted you do have plays to kind of clear some characters, and you do have some Cheshire stuff, but I think your tempo right now is not going to allow you to do Cheshire activations and Hades. But I believe you should be able to do Elsa and Cheshire in the same turn. If you have the ink, you have 2 uninkable Hades. If you're sitting on 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think never mind. You got plenty of ink.
He's got plenty. Yeah, okay. He can deploy one of those. So Yannick will not be on able to tell this story, at least not this next turn. But it's still going to be a very precarious spot to be in. Tyler can certainly swing this around, put himself in the position to be having the story on the board versus Yannick, and then force Yannick into a position to answer him. Yeah.
So at least right now. He had 1 damage, and now should be going back up to 3 due to the Cheshire ability. It only can remove 2. Now we can also send the Hades in, probably after that other evasive genie, and now you only have 4 units of lore to deal with, getting up to 16 while questing yourself, putting your own story in play, going after all of your own lore stars there, climbing up the chain to nearing 20.
Yes. And so we've turned this around. So Tyler is now in the position that Yannick found himself in last turn, being the one who is telling his opponent, you deal with me now.
Yeah.
And it looks like the deal has been made more than Hades at this point, because we're locking this one in. We're saying, Tyler, you go ahead and you take this one. We're going to game 3.
That is an all-important game number 3 of the top 8. But now Yannick is going to be back on the play again this time, and we still have not seen. And I don't want to keep jinxing people, but we still have not seen Yannick do what his deck is designed to do. We have not seen one
No.
copy of Doc the Bold Knight, and I know some players have been cutting some copies of Doc in favor of some of the Olaf synergy, some of the Demona stuff, some of your own Hades stuff. So maybe you feel like the card is a bit superfluous at times, so maybe you don't need as many. But I know you're playing some, maybe at least one or two. Let's see one, and we have not seen any copies of Strength of Raging Fire, and that is just a critical thing. So I would like to see Tyler, or no, excuse me, I would like to see Yannick get at least the opportunity to demonstrate what his deck is trying to do at its highest capable level here in the all-important game number 3. And Tyler, I just want to see you keep doing well. Your deck is drawing the way it should. You are operating on all cylinders, so hopefully that continues to maintain, because I like to see when two players are doing the thing that they want to do, and it comes down to the decisions that you make or don't make that determines the outcome. I hate that. I like when I say, "Hey man, I played bad. That's why I lost." Those stories make me feel good, because it feels like you did everything. Everything, it wasn't out of your hands. You had some input, and it just didn't work out for you.
Yeah,
that's the way I want to see this thing go.
I mean, and don't get me wrong, I agree with you, especially from this side of the table. But if I was on their side of the table, I'm wishing for my opponent to draw a 4 dogs.
Oh yeah,
and 3 genies.
Yeah. This is as a viewer, as a spectator, as a player. I need my I so much so, Gabe. I stopped saying good luck. Okay, I don't say it. I say, hey, let's have some fun. I need you to have all the bad luck. Okay, I need you to draw all the bad cards, because I want a nice, free, easy victory. I'm kidding. By the way, I'm kidding, but not kidding. We are so serious here.
This is so serious.
I need you to have all the bad luck, man. I need that Dublinsky, and I need you to have the worst possible luck. But here in the observatory, okay, when I'm looking in, I just want to see players playing at their best with their best, and then someone has got to win, someone has got to lose, and I want it to be because of something. I mean, if you look at your opponent and say, "Hey, man, you beat me because you were the better player today," I'll get better and I'll get you next time. Those are the stories I want to hear. Not, oh, my deck failed. I missed this. I had that.
It was a non-game.
I don't, because it just feels bad. Now you got to go home with that on your conscience, like, oh man, my deck just failed me, and woe is me. But hey, I came out there. I made a couple mistakes. My opponent played better. They deserved it. They worked harder. I'll get them next time. And that gives you the inspiration required to put in more work and put in more grind, and then get better and move on. I think that is just a very good thing for me.
I agree with you. And while our players are altering, I think talking to the players out there in TV land as you're listening in, if you're thinking about tournaments to go to, if you're planning on going to Richmond, if you're planning on coming to a Pro Play Summit or any other large tournament where you may want to travel in, you certainly want to think about your deck choices, because oftentimes, we choose these decks. So, when you're playing a Blurple strategy, you go into that knowing that there may be a high roll element, and you're trying not to high roll. Maybe you want to play something a little bit more consistent, as we see a Calhoun come down on turn 2 for Yannick.
Yeah, so the curve is building. Ink the inkable, play the uninkable. That's an absolute vibe. Calhoun, probably not the greatest and best card in this matchup. However, it does have a high impact thing in other matchups, so you have to include it. Even though it is an uninkable card, it's still a vibe coming in on 2. And she can gain some lore. She can pick up some Basils. She can pick up some T-Pos from time to time, as we are going to favor the T-Po over the Celia's Right C in this situation. Thoughts?
I think there's a number of reasons why you may want to do that. If you're choosing to ink an uninkable, would be the most common reason why you would do that with a TPO. Sometimes you just want to have a character on the board to be able to say, hey, like, I see you. I'm not gonna let you go too wide. I got one too. Look at me. I've got TPO, and to be scared of my little kid.
Of my little guy. I'm a big Sail gamer, but like you said, Tipo is going to be he's got stats. He can quest. He can challenge. I mean, he can get armed by a Basil, maybe a little Elsa Basil, maybe put a little extra over the top blow to finish someone off. I don't hate it, but right now Tipo is not doing anything versus this board, versus that other card that Sail the Azrael C does provide. And your hand seems like you have the ability to afford to be able to go for a Sail the Azrael C there, or maybe even both for the rare and indigenous double ramp scenario, as it did not work out for you. We're going to go Cheshire Cat, a little down tempo. You hate to see that. You didn't get that powerful 4-turn play, and this Elsa looks a little bit more compromised there.
I would agree, yeah. So we did take a down tempo turn there. I mean, we do have a Cheshire Cat, which can be powerful, except right now it's not doing a whole lot for us. We are about to enter into a turn where Elsa is going to be coming down, and that Elsa is going to be pretty powerful here into something like a Captain Hook. It has the evasives. We have a genie on the board on Yannick's side. So unless Yannick has a Elsa in return, which right now does not look like is the case, but Tyler doesn't know that, this Elsa is going to just come in here and wreak havoc.
Yeah, you can go Elsa into. We ink one copy of Elsa, and you could go Elsa into a Cheshire Cat and take out the Calhoun or the Captain Hook if you would like.
I do believe
but would put the you would make your Cheshire vulnerable.
I do believe we see an Into the Unknown in hand as well. So there's also the ability to maybe choose a character that's very high impact, and then you are putting your Cheshire Cat at risk, but you might be able to sing that Into the Unknown with the Cheshire Cat as well.
Very true. I think that is a line, and I think one hand on palm covering right eye might be an indicator that that is something that Tyler is thinking. Reading their body language of what these decisions could be. As drawing that Unthinkable Hades was tough, but we'll just take the road less traveled or the road more traveled. Robert Frost, shout out to you.
Yeah.
Just take down that Captain Hook there and get an easy pick up a plus, and probably just move on.
I would agree. Yeah, that Into the Unknown could be way more powerful later on with a much more powerful character. Maybe identifying that we could use this at a later point when the board state is a little bit scarier. As we go ahead and we turn that genie sideways, we're going to exert that thing, choosing to challenge.
We're swinging boosting.
Yeah, exactly, because we got boosties. I love boosties. Cheshire Cat loves boosties. Let's say goodbye to our friend the Fifth Spirit.
And you don't even lose that much tempo because you can still just ink and play a 3-cost character here. That was a ferocious turn from Yannick, and it is going to be that Lexington who's holding down the board too, holding damage. That could be a almost game-breaking winning play.
Yes.
As you're going to set Tyler back a few turns now.
Yeah, that small in stature Lexington, very strong. It's a 4 strength, 4 willpower character. I mean, that's a pretty big deal on that with that 3 in cost. Lexington with the alert feature will allow him to challenge anybody who has evasive. And oh my goodness, the car salesmen are back, folks. We're dealing with deals once again.
Looking for a deal? Hey man, I'm looking for a deal.
What do you say?
2 cards. What do you say to your genie or 2 cards? Genie, 2 cards. Come on. I mean, it's just a genie. I mean, come on. It's just, look at it. It's just a genie. I mean, 2 cards. You're gonna give me 2 cards with a genie? Come on, dude. What are you doing? Really, genie?
You're crazy, man. Just do it.
Just do it. I mean, look for a deal. Hey,
You're not right.
But then they can just sing Into the Unknown on the genie. That feels horrible. Okay,
if you
could. But you're giving up your Cheshire Cat if you want to do that.
Yeah, that's tough because the Cheshire Cat can be so powerful, especially in these matchups. Moving around 2 damage here and there. For example, that Calhoun easily cleaned up with that Cheshire Cat if we had damage to move around to it. But we just don't right now. We just do not because we're playing a very careful game. We're playing a very conservative game. We don't want too many characters exerted right now. We're trying to maintain that board state. Again, I have to assume at this point, 3 games in, Yannick's not packing or playing that Strength of a Raging Fire. I'm just going to assume it.
Yeah,
because mathematically, it's improbable that we have not seen one.
This doesn't make any sense.
No,
at this point,
at least no scientific or mathical sense.
And everyone's like, "Oh, if you play 1 jump ahead, you have 95.8% of missing ramp." Bro, you play 4 Strength of Raging Fire in your deck, and you haven't seen it in 15 games. You draw in 18 billion cards. Cut it out, okay?
Right.
Math is an illusion, okay? It is not real. You never convinced me. It's fake, okay? But maybe I think we can get one here soon, as we are going to boost the Cheshire Cat, bouncing the Tipo into the discard pile, so he was not able to come to his complete fruition as another one. And we do have a strength and dock in hand, so it is real.
They're real. It's real, folks. The unicorn is here.
It does exist. It is real, and the board is completely well-groomed, maintained, and clean, and this is looking all roses for Yannick, who did get a chance to really demonstrate what this strategy is trying to do. You have the Dr. Pole Knight in hand to continue to accelerate.
This is a strong state of the board for Yannick. Look at that. We've got 4 characters down. Was able to clear Tyler's side of the board. Tyler now needing to figure out, how do I recoup? I need to come back. We've got Yannick, not only with 4 characters on board, also has 4 lore. Not a lot of lore if you think about it in the grand scheme of things. But for a deck that really crawls to that 20, 1 and 2 at a time, with cards like Giant Cobra, questing with characters that generally do 1, 4 is actually kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
4 is more like 12. That's like a 9. Like, every other deck's 4 is like an Amethyst Steel 9.
Yeah, and that is a very, very good point. As you send the Hades now, getting rid of 1 copy of that Cheshire Cat, giving a bit more ink to this very brutal dock play that is going to be inbound, as you can probably expunge your entire hand into a dock off,
Ooh.
and this could be a victory. If you get another dock here, you
Hey!
are rocking and rolling. Holy
Do we get
moly.
it? No, but is that a strength?
Is that another strength? Oh, we're really rocking now. But you're thinking about maybe slamming that strength, playing the genie.
Oh my goodness!
And
we're
there
singing
it is. And you can potentially.
And are we flinging and dinging? No,
we can boost. Yeah, we are
Boosties.
boosting the one off of the Lexington to finish off the Hades. What a turn.
What a turn! My goodness, who says that small numbers don't add up? They really do. Strength of a Raging Fire. Couldn't see it for 2 games. Now we see it twice, back to back, in back-to-back turns even on this game 3.
And I guess when you need them, they're going to be there for you. Okay,
Yeah.
trust in your deck. Listen to your cards. Become connected with your build, and it will bail you out. We haven't seen a dock or a strength, and we just saw 2 of the most powerful Strength of Raging Fire and one of the best docks you could have ever asked for
Yes.
in rapid succession. Now,
Oh.
as we are just going to play the genie and pass. This is looking grim as the Demona is coming through. We talked about Demona.
Yes.
This is a pretty
This
good Demona.
is bad
right?
for Tyler.
Oh my god, you're talking about a bad Demona. We've seen her the worst.
Right. This is
her
the
and her
best.
friends right
Yeah.
here.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. And Tyler, this is a tale of 2 cities.
Yeah.
Turn that genie sideways.
And there it is, the Lexington able to scream in and screech. He will be stoned by day unless you can ink a card.
I don't think Yannick cares.
Yeah, all right, at this point.
I think Yannick's fine with that.
Yeah,
at
you
this
see
point.
that Elsa get jammed down into the inkwell, and we
Yeah.
are going to just boost just for the vibe here, just to get a little vibrational boost, and we are questing aggressively, and this is looking roses for Yannick now, as Tyler here is holding those 3 cards in hand. Demona gave you no value, and you lost your whole play from the previous turn.
Yes.
As the Dumbo 9th wonder of everything is going to be added to the hand, and I think this one might be
Yeah.
heading a direct ticket to Joverville, bypassing Scoopville, headed over to Pack It Up Station and get on into the next one. But what a great match that we had here.
By the way, just as if what's on the board is not enough, I believe I saw a giant cobra in hand as well.
Oh, I didn't even count. I'm just 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6. I'm not gonna do it.
No.
We're not gonna do
Don't.
it.
I was about
won't.
to stop. I was about to grab you by your tie. I was going to grab you by your bow tie. Don't you dare.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. I almost
That's
did
okay.
it. I almost did it. As we are going to always play it through, finish the drill, run through the finish line. But what an amazing game. And we saw there was some very decisive turns. The docks came at the right time.
Yes,
the Strength
they
of Raging Fire came at the right time. And it's going to go back to that game number 1. You're going to want that one back if you're Tyler. And like I said, it's a bend but don't break thing. You have to play precise and perfect every single time. You make the slightest mistake, you fall off that treadmill one time, you stumble, you'll never get back up, especially against an Amethyst Steel strategy.
No, you're 100% right. I mean, granted, we think about this as a series of games that 3 games equal a match. 2 if one person is really, really lucky. And, you know, we talk about the fact that Tyler had that issue happen in that game 1. That one little issue, you think, oh, whatever, I'll make up for it in games 2 and 3.
Yeah.
You sometimes don't get that opportunity, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's just how it goes, man. So you shake it off. Again, taking nothing away from Tyler, I thought he obviously did very well in this event to make it to this point.
Yep.
But he is going
Round
to
of
fall
applause.
here. Round of applause for getting to your top 8. But congratulations to our winner, Yannick, on Amethyst and Steel, getting it done, getting active, going against your worst matchup, coming out and pushing on through. And looking at this bracket, I believe that was one of the last remaining Amethyst Steel players, or excuse me, Sapphire Amethyst players that you may have to engage with. So I think he got a pretty favorable run in the remainder of the top 4. So potentially could go on to the finals if you continue to get lucky. Yeah,
I mean, what a fantastic series of games. All three of those games, very high impact. We got to see both players showcase what their decks could do. We thought for a moment that we might have had a really cool spicy build without Strength of Raging Fires and Docks for just a second. But thankfully, turns out they were just hanging out at the bottom of the deck. That's all it was.
And just staying true to your game plan and trusting your deck to bail you out, because it's on Amethyst Steel, it's very easy to do that surface level thing. It's very easy to play the curve, sing the stream, play the dock, refill, flood the board, play the Demona, blah. It's very easy to do that. But what do you do when the chips are down? What do you do when your curve is raggedy and you don't have your strength and you have to fight against a bad matchup? How do you compose yourself, and how do you lock in and finish it? That is what's going to separate the good from the great. and the great from the best, okay?
Yes.
And Yannick played extremely well there, and he's on his way to be the best. So, great game. I enjoyed that match, and that game number 1 was so good. It was a lot of swings there. I love me a nice swingy Amethyst match.
I do too, and man, there's been a few of them throughout the weekend, and I've enjoyed every single one of them. I say it a lot. If you're new to the game and you want to learn the game, you want to move beyond just kind of playing with your friends, and you want to be more competitive, the best deck to start playing with if you want to be better at this game is Amethyst Steel. It teaches you the fundamentals of what it means to control the board. It teaches you the fundamentals of value, of trading, of controlling resources, of the 2-for-1s, the 1-for-1. If you want to learn the game, that's the one to do it with. And I love that we get to see that deck because I think that it is such an important piece of helping other people get into this game and be very good at it.
Right. Those Amethyst Steel mirror matches are high impact. Amethyst Steel versus Sapphire Amethyst, those are some great matches because you have to alternate between. Sometimes if you're playing the aggro deck, you're trying to just be in the beatdown role, catch me if you can role. If you're playing control deck, okay, I need to control and then win. So you really don't have to fluctuate between both of those roles. When you're playing those Amethyst decks, Amethyst Steel, Amethyst Sapphire, sometimes you need to start trying to win. Sometimes you need to recognize your position. Okay, I need to make those adjustments, and now I need to stop you from trying to win. And then I need to re-engage and try to win it. And then sometimes the best games are when those back and forth. Hey, I'm in the role. You catch me. Okay, now you caught me. I need to catch you. And you just try to drag it to the finish. And it's just a lot of, a lot of games, a lot of decisions. Players that I've spoken to, some of the best players, they enjoy making decisions and putting the more opportunities you give yourself to make those critical decisions are the more opportunities you give yourself to quote unquote outplay, outskill your opponent. So when the games are just curve and there's no influence that you have, you're just kind of riding you're riding your strategy all the way through to the finish line. Those ones might feel like, okay, I really didn't have to do anything, or they didn't have to do anything. You take your own self-evaluation out of it, where Amethyst decks usually tend to offer you a little bit of those decisions.
They do, and I'm seeing it in the chat. Interestingly enough, it's a point that I was just about to make is that some people have different feelings about the Amethyst Steel mirror. It is those are the matchups that I actually enjoy watching. It feels like I'm watching a game of chess when I'm watching an Amethyst Steel deck. It feels like two decks of equal power going against each other. Neither of them doing anything particularly unfair. I personally like it, but I also like playing chess, and that's just me.
So speaking of Amethyst Steel, we have our winner of the top 8 match. Yannick is there with Willow Bees in the interview booth. We're going to throw it over there and hear what Yannick has to say. Take it away.
I'll let him know.
I'm just kidding.
Amazing. Well, we are here with Yannick.
Yannick.
It is Yannick. Okay, we're going to get it right. And we want to say congratulations.
Thank you.
To over 200 players. You are here now in the top 8. You just won. You're going on to top 4, right? What an accomplishment. And little birdie floating around is telling me this is your first TCG. Is that true?
Yeah, that's right. It's my first TCG.
Oh, my goodness.
So, started in set 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Started in set 3. Now you're here. Top 4 of a 200-person event. It's got to feel good. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. The tournament was really good yesterday. A lot of went 6-0 in my rounds, and I faced a different deck each round.
Wow.
So it was a lot of variety, and it was really fun.
Yeah, well, speaking of, hearing that you faced a different deck every single round, that speaks to what the meta is. And in terms of meta, you have to be imagining that you're practicing against multiple different decks, but then you sit down in this all-important top 8 match, and you're against Sapphire and Amethyst, a matchup that traditionally is maybe not Amethyst Steel's favorite to go into. How were you feeling when you saw that that's what you were paired into? Were you nervous, or did you practice against it and you're ready to play your game?
Yeah, I played against Blurple a lot last set too. So I was definitely ready for it. We got more tools this set to deal with it, with the Demona and some of the higher end and the Hades, so we can kind of keep up with her when we draw. Lexington's pretty good in that matchup too, and Cheshire's good for both sides though. But yeah, I was just thankful that I was on the play because it's very important in that matchup.
Absolutely makes a world of difference. Yeah. So one thing I want to ask you about as well, you navigated it beautifully. I think you made expert plays. You really, really piloted the deck very well. and it wasn't easy for you, because one thing that the casters were pointing out was you really didn't see some of these key pieces that are keystones to this deck in the form of strength or even Doc for those first 2 matches. Obviously, came in game 3, but when you're playing in those first 2 games and you're not seeing it, how did you kind of navigate through not getting tilted and staying the course and finding other play lines that you wouldn't typically play?
Just you just still stick to your curve, and you hope you draw the strength like off Genie. You don't see it. It makes the game a lot easier and smoother, but there are ways with all the top end we have now in Purple Steel. There are ways to get through it without it. And I only run 2 Docs, so at the end of the day, it's fine if I don't see them. It's kind of expected. So yeah, you just try to play around it, and when you have strength, it is good, and you keep playing to where if you're going to draw strength, how good would it be this turn?
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. You navigated it beautifully. You made it look really, really fun. Congratulations again, moving on to top 4. Before we let you go, are there any shout-outs that you want to give? Are you local? Where are you based in? Who helped you get here? We want to know.
We're out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. We got the ABQ BBQ team. Came with my team here. We traveled to most of the DLCs and stuff, and then shout out to the Albuquerque and Rio Rancho group. That's the other town that we play in. We play League. We do set champs. There's pretty good turnout. So shout out to everybody that helps and keeps the community alive.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations again. Thank you for joining us here. We're going to go ahead and send it back to the booth before we continue on with more Lorcana.
Thank you.
Oh, and big congratulations to Yannick. I was saying it wrong this entire time. I gotta apologize. I gotta start asking these players how do I do their Gabe, fun fact, I can't read. Okay, so there it is. I thought it was Yannick, and it's actually Yannick. And I love what they had to say in that interview because only playing 2 Docs, you're probably not going to expect it as much. And the Strength of Raging Fire thing, like you said, keep your options open. Be able to play it when you need it, and if you don't have it, just keep riding the wave without it.
You got to play to your outs. That's the key. You got to play to your outs. If it's not there, that means it's coming soon, and you got to find it. Yeah, but fantastic work by both players. Congratulations again to both players for showcasing what their decks can do. Thanks for letting us stream it. I always love going out there and telling the players, thanks for letting us watch that match, because it can be very stressful to do that. But you want to relieve some stress. Here's something that can calm you down. This nice soothing cloth play mat.
Let's get it. Let's get it. I love these mats, man. And you can only get these here at the Pro Play Game Summit or over on the website. Make sure you guys check out the website if you want to get one of these mats. This is every time you have one of the Pro Play Game Summits, they are going, they're doing the work, and they're making a nice new custom mat every single time. I like the one in Denver. I also enjoy this one here. So if you guys want it, there is a QR code available. Make sure you get over to the QR code on the website here on your screen right now. If you want one while supplies last, please get over there and check it out.
Right.
Add it to your cart. Makes a great holiday gift, Christmas gift. Put it under the tree for your Illuminator or your Illuminator at wherever they may be. So,
in honor of the great John Cena, who just retired last night, if you want some, come get some.
Did he really?
He did. Last night was his last match.
Oh man.
Yeah. For my wrestling fans out there, he will be missed, even though we haven't seen him for years.
Did you cry a little bit?
I cried like a baby.
Okay. Understood.
I am not afraid to admit that.
That's fair.
There's nothing wrong with crying. And for everybody out there, please cry if you need to.
I'm with it. I like a little bit of John Cena myself. I didn't know, but I would have whipped one for the real one. You can't see me. You can't. Okay, here it is. Speaking of you can't see me, Gabe, I think we might have to take a quick break. Keep it locked. We got the top 4 coming your way after this. Don't touch that dial. 10K, and then we're going to get right on into some Infinity action shortly thereafter. So keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. Be back soon.
Great job, brother.
Great
job. That was good. That was fun.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it.
I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast, it have to be so strategic all the time. It's like, it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh! I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one.
My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event, so I guess I enjoy that. I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes and good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping. At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also don't top 8.
Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
3, we haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. And so when I heard that both Cage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to this? Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code PROPLAY10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. we've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the booth here on Sunday morning at the Pro Play Summit in Orlando. I'm in the booth this morning with Willoughby's.
Willoughby's, hello, Liam. It's great to be back with you this morning.
I'm so excited to be here. I mean, any day that we get to watch Lorcana is great. Any day that we get to commentate Lorcana is amazing. And any day I get to commentate Lorcana with another fantastic commentator and Lorcana player and personality, it's wonderful.
Yeah, we are having a great time. We started out with a banger this morning, bright and early. We love a little upset, Liam. And, you know, seeing Amethyst Steel take down a Blurple, it's incredible. And we're going to keep that fire rolling today because we have a really great top 4 match for the players in store. So we're going to be seeing Jonathan Williams, our bounty player, has navigated his way all the way to top 4, and he is also going to be up against David Nunes, somebody who is familiar with PPG. He won he was top 8 in Denver. He's also a Golden Mickey winner, just like our bounty player. So this is 2 Golden Mickey players at one table right here outside of Disney World.
Yeah, these first 2 rounds show one of the things I love, or demonstrate the 2 things that I love about this tournament. It's players experiencing Lorcana as their first TCG, and that's what we got in the first round. And now we're switching. We're going big. It's 2 players who are some of the best in the business. David and Jonathan Williams, Golden Mickey on Golden Mickey winner. The second place Toronto finisher versus a 2-time Golden Mickey winner. This is going to be some of the best Lorcana you'll ever see. I can't wait to watch it.
And you know what's exciting about this is potentially the battle of 2 second-place players who could now get a chance to make that first-place spot. Because we see it in Jonathan Williams.
Jonathan, we're going to talk about that.
That story, he's always coming in second, which is a great place to finish. I have to tell you, that second place is an amazing place to be. You are talented enough, you are getting to the top cut, and just falling short, and it could be anything, right? And same thing with David Nunes. You mentioned when he won that Golden Mickey, he was also that finalist as well. So both of these players, no stranger to being in this top cut, but I guarantee whoever makes it onto that finals is going to be wanting to get that top spot.
Absolutely. And with that, let's head down to the table and watch this shuffle here. These players are seated. We are getting ready to go. So this is going to be Jonathan Williams on Amethyst Steel. We've seen him plenty today, and David Nunes on Amethyst Steel as well. So this is an Amethyst Steel mirror. I have not been shy about the fact that I think Amethyst Steel is the best deck in the format. Maybe not the most powerful, but the most consistent, I think. And it stands a really good chance navigating out of Swiss rounds. It's a very good deck, and so I'm not surprised to see both these players on it and a mirror here into the semifinals. The winner, of course, will go on to play either Amber Emerald Dogs or the winner of that last match, another Amethyst Steel. So there's 1 Dogs left.
Okay.
Dogs are still barking a little bit, but it's Amethyst Steel, Amethyst Steel, Amethyst Steel in the top top 4.
So definitely showing its dominance in this meta. And oh wow, it looks like we've already done our altar, so we're off to the races. We have a Black Heron going into the Inkwell playing a Captain Hook Forceful Duelist. So that Black Heron is going to be a notable decision there. We also have Fast Flyer hitting the Inkwell on the other side for Dragon John Z, I'm being told it is. And look at the speed and the precision in which these players play. This is something that they are familiar with. They know their game plan, and they are off to the races here, Liam.
Yeah, they're both very confident players, and really the game plan in these Amethyst Steel decks is pretty straightforward for the first few turns. There are a couple different lines you can pursue depending on what you draw, whether you play a draw, but essentially it's 1, 2, 3, 4 drop into Strength of Raging Fire. The play definitely has a bit of an edge here, able to sing that strength first and reduce your opponent's board, reducing their effectiveness of their strength. And that's really the play line that you're looking for. So both players on script here. That Calhoun, though, feels pretty good, able to shut down any big questioning. And that Lexington, though, also feels very good, very strong in this matchup. That 4-4, able to shut down some early lore from David.
Absolutely. Well, one thing I want to mention is you mentioned that we're trying to do that 1, 2, 3 strength, and David Nunes actually was not able to get a 3-drop character here. That Black Heron is only a 2-drop. So because of that, we are not going to be able to play out a character and sing strength onto something like that Lexington or that Timothy Q mouse. So it is going to end up being a little bit of an inopportune start for David Nunes here, and hopefully Dragon John Z is going to be taking full advantage of that, as he did find that 1, 2, 3 and potentially that strength in hand. So how Nunes is going to navigate through this in order to overcome not being able to sing on turn 4, we're going to have to see.
Yeah, that's really fun. It's great observation. It's really, really fascinating tempo swing. So here we're just going to have to play it.
Okay.
You have to play it here to maintain that momentum. So that's what you do. You drop the 1 drop here. That, you know, it feels pretty bad not to have that 3 and then that 4 drop. That 4 drop is huge, but getting that hook, having that 1 cost to sneak out a card on 4, as well as playing that strength feels decent, and you can see how that really swings the board states and why that's so important. But the other thing that's important in this deck is a card draw in the mid-game. You have to refuel your hand, because unfortunately for David, especially being on the play, he's had to dump a lot of resources on the board here to play this line, and now he's down to 1 card in hand. Unless he manages to find a Genie or a Dumbo or something to refuel here, he could stall out while Jonathan starts to keep that, or gets that card draw going in the mid-game, and that's going to be really important. So let's see if David manages to find something to get cards in his hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, the benefit of still being able to play strength and play a body to the board is you do get to get that Lexington off of the board. However, now, just as you've identified, he's only got 1 card in hand, and I may be mistaken, but I believe it was a Demona, so we're still not even quite there to playing it. Obviously, once we can play that Demona, seeing how many cards in hand Jonathan Williams has, that Demona will feel good once we can get to play it, but if we rip an Uninkable off the top, it's not going to feel great, and we might end up being a little bit bricked here. But Jonathan Williams having plenty of cards in hand, plenty of options. We're going to see what he elects to do here, starting by exerting 2 of his ink. Okay, he's thinking about it. And this is good, because what this tells me is that both of these players, we see they're high-end Golden Mickey winner players, they want to take their time and make the most optimum plays. So why not? Sure. Take your time, figure out what is the best thing that I can do. Even if I'm feeling good by being the player that has the most cards in hand, anything can happen and the game can swing at any moment in time.
Yeah, this turn 5 is you know, these Amethyst play lines are pretty formulaic. We're all used to them by this point. Turn 4 into the Genie or the Dumbo. Turn 5, you know, it's really where you're unleashing the Bell or the Elsa. That would be a great card here. I used to play Bells. Even a cat is something that we often see, and they're on right on cue. There comes the cat. So we're gonna see some shifty cat shenanigans. But so yeah, but thinking about the optimal play. Oh, okay, and we're gonna sing Strength after establishing that 4th. Get that Calhoun off the board. All right, so there's that Strength.
This is interesting.
Double challenge into the Heron. The Olaf, of course, could bounce something. We're not going to do it. Instead, boosting and shifting the damage. Look at that. Look at that play line.
Wow, excellent play coming out from a two-time Golden Mickey winner, Dragon Johns. And there we have it. We have that Demona coming down. I don't believe Dragon Johns was able to draw a card, or maybe he only got to draw 1 off of it. But it was an incredible play there, being able to clean up this board so effectively. Yes, this Demona has now come down in response, and she is a tank. She is stone for a reason. Definitely going to be hard to get through that. But he has given himself his best chance here with some amazing board clears.
Yeah, absolutely huge play. We talked about how critical the card draw is, and sometimes you do it one at a time. Sometimes you drop a genie, you drop a Dumbo, you pick up extra cards here and there and refuel that way. And sometimes you draw 3. Now he needed an Inkable off the top deck to make that work, holding his breath, making sure to pull it. Did pull the Inkable, slam that down, and now with 3 cards in hand, it feels like he's back in this game after stalling out and having his board cleared. Jonathan doing a little clearing of his own. But now David with a ton of options on his next turn.
Yeah, this is a very interesting board state, and the way that it's swinging back and forth here. It looks like we're going to have a judge call. We'll have somebody there for the players. We're going to figure it out. But this gives us time to break down what we're seeing, and I really do believe this is expert level play coming down on the table because it has been so back and forth for just such a quick beginning of this game. You think it's going to be simple. You think it's going to be 1, 2, 3, sing strength. But I believe what both players are doing by slowing this down and making sure they realize every card in their hand is, if I want to win, because both my opponent and I are familiar with each other's strategy, I might have to change things up. And so slowing things down, saying, what can I do that potentially breaks the mold, but ultimately reaps better results, is what is going to put us above here. Because these players are matched in skill. So we got to find somewhere to find the leg up. And I think taking a different strategy, taking a different approach is what it may need to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to diagnose what this judge call is, and I can't see any play line that was confusing. So we are going to watch as they resolve this. We actually like bringing you the judge calls and showing you all, in the chat what this looks like, the confidence that some players have to call judges, how it gets resolved. Calling a judge in a tournament can be intimidating, but it's something. Really, the judges are there to make sure that both players are confident in the game state and comfortable with the way things are moving forward. And so anytime you're uncertain about a play line or something that happened, or even perhaps you have a dexterity error and knock a card off the top of your deck, the best thing to do is to immediately call a judge and make sure it is resolved in a way that it feels fair and that both players can move on comfortable that it's been addressed by somebody. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we have judges coming over right away. And I think one of the things that's also great about judge calls is, sometimes they're for the big stuff, but also sometimes they're for the little stuff. And sometimes you just want to get clarification. You just want to ask a question. And that's what our judges are there for. It's just there to get clarification. I always make a joke with my opponents. Whenever I like, for example, I used to be really bad at shuffling my cards. So I would be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to have the judge shuffle my cards because otherwise I just doesn't feel good. And I would look at my opponent, I would joke, and I would go, hey, I'm going to call a judge over. Everybody's going to look at us and think something really bad is happening, but I just want him to shuffle. Sometimes you just got to kind of make light of it because they can seem intense, but judge calls are also for any reason at all. Maybe you got to use the bathroom. Maybe you just want to ask a clarifying question. And it looks like that's what we're doing here. It looks like we may just be asking a little bit about that boost ability, trying to figure out where and what the cards and the ifs and the mays and the have tos must mean. So we're getting some clarification, but it looks like we are right back onto the races. And that's what I'm saying. Judge calls are not always these mean, ugly things. Sometimes we're just trying to get some clarification here to figure out what are our cards supposed to do and what do those words mean.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're right back into the play. Players talking it through. They were able to talk to the judge. And now it is off to David Nunes to see what does he want to do on his turn. I see a couple of impactful cards like this Elsa, the Fifth Spirit, and he is going to elect to put that down. He's going to use that Demona to swing into that Cheshire Cat. And that Demona is going to stay healthy. We're going to see another Demona, and I believe it was a Smee, go from under that Cheshire Cat, inking this Palace Guard, and now what are we doing with this Elsa? This is interesting.
Yeah. Stack up a little damage on that genie.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting play because he does have that Jafar to follow it up with later. What he's opened himself up to, though, is he's opened himself up to another Bell or potentially a Cheshire Cat punish onto moving that 2 damage from that Elsa or his own Genie onto that Demona to finish it off there. So luckily did not get that punish, but it was an interesting play. Maybe after seeing that cat go into the discard pile, didn't feel like Dragon John Z had another one.
Yeah, I'm interested to... Well, it's one that I'm trying to diagnose, but yeah, trying to stack that up for later, and there we go.
Sometimes it doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's okay. Sometimes you're rewarded. Nevertheless, that Demona is going to go off to the discard pile, and it's back over to David Nunes. He has, again, a couple of impactful cards in hand, more card draw with that Dumbo. Satisfied Dragon, a card that I'm interested to see play in this tournament. I do want to talk about Satisfied Dragon in David's hand because it's a card that was popular for a while and disappeared from a lot of decks in favor of some other 3-drops. But I think the thing pulling it back in is the presence of the fast flyers in the mirror. It's a card that shuts down that aggressive line, and I think that's why we're seeing it played more here. This is a 3/4 that gains evasive on your turn. It also pairs well with Dumbo, but not a card that's appearing in the majority of Amethyst lists.
Very
and
nice
talk
to
about
see
card
this
draw.
Duck coming down for Dragon John Z. It looks like he drew into a 5th Spirit. I didn't see the second card there, but regardless, it's just a very impactful play to be drawing 2 more cards.
Well, and the Iago is also incredibly powerful in this mirror. Now, it's really powerful when you play it on curve, but even here, it is a big board presence. It shuts down challenging with a Genie. It can answer numerous things, and while sticking around with those with that 6 stat line. And we just answered the question what the other card was, Willoughby's. It was that he hurled his Thunderbolt coming down
his Thunderbolt
to clean off that Dumbo, rather. Man, it's early.
It is early.
And then
Good morning, Lorcana.
And here's the payoff for stacking up that damage, because now that Elsa managing to sneak in and clear that off by herself. So there is that play to its conclusion.
Absolutely. So it's great to see that it did end up paying off. He did not get punished there. We are going to see this Elsa the 5th Spirit come down. It's going to tap that Dumbo, but I'm curious here. We have a lot of options. So this is kind of a battle in the skies right now because both players have plenty of evasives, and it's just going to be about how do we win this evasive battle. So right now, Dragon John Z is cleaning up beautifully. Okay, he is using that Iago to get rid of that Dumbo, using that Elsa to finish off the other Elsa, and still maintaining 3 evasive characters to now David Nunes is, well, I guess also 3, but at least we're a little bit more even. And some of his characters are a lot more fragile than ours. So that Jafar, if it wants to challenge in and finish something like our Iago, it is going to be banished in that challenge.
Yeah, I really love a wide board state. I'm gonna segue off that to really kind of awkwardly. Like ever since we lost Be Prepared, we have these board states where things kind of stack up and you have characters staring at each other across the board. Jonathan Williams, look at him now. Look at him. The cat off the top deck there, able to clear off that Genie. We're going to see some damage slide around, boosting, damaging. Genie go to the discard pile. Really impactful play. And Jonathan throwing up his arm saying, you had the cat. But I really love these wide board states because it introduces a lot of variance where you have a lot of different cards and characters that can be used for a variety of things. And watching these players figure out how to navigate the optimal challenges, the optimal lines, along with the cards they have available in hand for removal is always a lot of fun. And you learn a lot by watching how players solve the problem in front of them, the puzzle that they're presented with. So, I don't know. It's one of the things I really enjoy about this meta, and this game is a perfect example as we watch these players, using all the tools at their disposal in the way that they think is best.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see that Calhoun clean up that Genie Satisfied Dragon. And what was once, like you said, wide board states on both sides has now kind of sputtered out, and we only have 2 characters, and I don't believe any cards in hand for David Nunes. Meanwhile, Dragon John Z is continuing to build up this board, and again, we cannot understate the more evasives on the board he can get. So we do see a Cobra off the top, but with no cards in hand, we're not even going to be able to utilize its ability to gain 2 lore. So this mysterious advantage is not so mysterious because we are not able to take advantage of it. So what are we going to do here? This has been very swingy, but I do feel that if Dragon John Z is the one that is going to have cards in hand, he is ultimately going to come out on top, unless David Nunes, which we've seen time and time again in these Amethyst Steel decks, can top deck something like a Doc, like a Dumbo to get him some card draw and bring him back into this game. But it's a lot of hoping.
Yeah, this is just a top deck battle at this point. The player that's going to win is the one that pulls the Doc, pulls the Demona, something to refuel. Even a Genie at this point to establish board presence and draw. Let's see what this... It's just holding our breath now to see what he draws every single turn. He doesn't look miserable. It isn't Elsa. That's not terrible. That's not terrible.
That is a great draw, I will say, because we are going to be able to exert some things, challenge some things, and clear off this board. But we are going to have to do it in a way that we are able to maintain our own characters. So, yes, we can swing something like this Palace Guard or this Doc alongside our Captain Hook to get rid of that Cheshire Cat, but we're going to lose all of those things in that challenge. This Elsa is going to be able to stick around, but we're now not cleaning off that Genie clearly. So this is it's messy.
It's but an incredibly impactful play. Getting that Cheshire Cat off the board because it threatens card draw if the elephant's being run or some sort of bounce. that Giant Cobra is a big board presence, and oh, what a great draw there. That Genie is going to be used immediately to draw a card. This is what we were talking about. A card that enables you to establish a board presence while singing a song, always good. We get the Cobra to boot. Again, nothing to be discarded, but that's fine. It's a 4/4 body on the board. It's big. It's difficult to remove with damage-based removal. And now we're drawing, and it's just, what did we draw? The first person to draw like a hook off the top deck, it's going to be pretty
It
bad.
might have been a one-drop Palace card, but I'm not entirely sure. It was definitely an Amethyst card, though.
It is. That feels bad. When your opponent's drawing Dumbos and you're drawing Palace cards, it doesn't feel good. And that's another great draw here. Establishing board into a Hades. You're not going to be able to do it here, but
you have it for next turn and continuing to establish some of this card draw with this Dumbo.
This Dumbo is doing work.
I mean, you're right. You don't want to be playing the Giant Cobras without the discard. But in this case, when it is just a battle of top decks, and now we're just trying to push that lore advantage, absolutely. The more that you can get on board that are harder to clear, the better. But here we go.
It's a dock into another dock.
Into a dock.
It's the dock string.
It's not necessarily what he wants to see, but maybe we could find strength off of that dock. Does he have another strength in hand? I didn't quite see the other card.
I didn't. If it's a Genie you can drop here, that would be great. If you can drop a card, have the dock as insurance. Again, to your point, you'd love to find the strength. Sometimes these mirrors are about who finds the most strength.
Absolutely.
That's really what it comes down to. So you'd love to find some more removal there. Now, Jonathan, trying to figure out how to navigate this.
I wish we could see that other card, but
I want to know.
Clearly,
can you show me? I want to know what's in Dragon John's hand.
He feels like what is in his hand is not impactful enough that he needs to take these challenges first. So it doesn't look like he's trying to play out that card or ink out that card and play another dock, which he may end up doing. He's thinking through his options. He's thumbing through his discard pile, and you have to do that because, like we say all the time, you have to draw first. You want that information in order to get all the information possible to then make your best play. So I'm curious to see, maybe he knows playing this dock out, seeing that card draw is not what needs to happen, or maybe he's going to come around. It might have been a Dumbo. I might see
I think it is a Dumbo.
An ear over there. Yeah,
I think it is a Dumbo, which is fine. You won't get to use it this turn. And the bummer is if this was an inkable, you could immediately draw with it. But now that Dumbo is super threatening. I was going to say, tempted to double challenge, and you kind of have to. You cannot be giving David extra cards every single turn. Establishing the Dumbo feels good. It'd be nice to have other evasives to use with it. That's the downside. But now this Hades is going to come down, and I really don't know. What an awful choice. You have two terrible choices.
This is a very, very tough spot, especially considering that David Nunes is going to be able to quest to 16 here. The only insurance that Dragon John Z has is that he knows that he has two Cobras on the board. There might even be one in the discard pile or the inkwell or something like that. So maybe that gives us some hope that we're not going to see any more Cobras off the top. But regardless of instant lore gain or not, having Amethyst Steel across from you at 16 lore, it's a dangerous place to be, Liam.
Yeah, it is. And there's just very few ways out of this, if any. There's so much willpower on David's side of the board. There's that dock. There's the Genie. You're going to discard it, looking for some removal. There's a Strength. There's a Hades. You would have loved to find those earlier. Happy to see the Strength, so we're going to do a little bit of clearing, but I don't know that it's
have to hard cast that Strength.
enough.
Yeah, it may not be enough.
We'll buy a turn.
Yeah, we can buy ourselves one turn by getting rid of that Captain Hook. Those docks are going to stick around, but it's not the cleanest. It doesn't feel great, and you have to imagine that you're only buying yourself one turn because we can just continue to deploy threats down. So let's see what David Nunes does here. Playing that Cheshire Cat, playing that Dumbo. He could, if he wanted to draw, if he had an evasive, but he doesn't even need to. And Dragon Johns is shaking his head and laughing because it was the battle of the top decks, and it looks like David Nunes might just come out on top here because of it.
Yeah, sometimes the cards are with you, sometimes the cards are not. He's going to offer a deal here. David's going to say, draw two cards, it's fine. I'm winning either way. Taking a look at the discard pile here, Jonathan going to scoop. I appreciate Jonathan playing this out, but that's it. David Nunes, the first seed, is going to take game one on the play. And yeah, this really comes down to... So it was an awkward opening for David. He didn't have his ideal line. Yep. As you pointed out, he missed that 3-drop. The Sing wasn't available, navigated that. But finding the card draw at the right moments. And to me, it comes down to a couple plays. One is when he found the Dumbo.
Yep.
But the really big one was having the Demona and then finding that Inkable at the right moment to be able to play it and refilling his hand with 3 cards. There was no looking back from that point on. Without the Demona, this game is very different. But...
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where, and that's what makes this games so exciting, and all games really, but in Lorcana particularly, what I hear from card game players is that every card in your hand is live in Lorcana. Every card that you draw off the top, because of this inkable and uninkable ability, potentially makes it playable, and that's what we saw. I mean, every single card, you just got to get one card deeper sometimes, and that's also why Amethyst is such a strong strategy, because being able to continue to draw and draw and draw, even when you find those Palace cards and you're like, man, I wish this was something else, but getting that Palace card now means that later you are not going to draw it in your deck when you don't need it. And I think David Nunes, yeah, he navigated it great. In Dragon John Z as well, tried his best. But you know what? He wasn't on the play, right? He was on the draw. Now he gets to make something on the play. And really, it's we see whoever goes first sometimes can get the way of it because of this 1-2-3 strength in particular. So we might have to change up our strategy here for David Nunes on the draw. We can't just go for that reliable 1-2-3 strength because Dragon John Z is gonna get there before us. So what can we do instead? Things like that Satisfied Dragon might be more impactful here because it's saying you're going to have to find that perfect curve in order to take me out. Otherwise, I can return in kind to something like your Fast Flyer.
Yeah. The strength on the play is it's you strength the singer. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And so that on the play it's really good. But these players, no stranger to these mirrors. Amethyst Steel is a deck that's been around. And that play line's been around for several sets now. So this is a mirror that they're really used to. I'm trying to watch Dragon John's Altar here. Now, he did keep the Fast Flyer in his hand, which is a card that you can use for a really aggressive early game if you want to pursue that route. So interesting to see that there. I didn't see what else he drew.
Yeah, I actually, he might have thrown it back. I did see the Fast Flyer, but he actually might have put it back, which might be strange. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's interesting. I know he drew a Cheshire Cat off of that, so he did get another 3-drop either way, but it's interesting to see if he is going to pursue that aggressive strategy, and when you have something like a Genie Satisfied Dragon on the other side, how successful that is going to be able to be. Sure, maybe we can do a 1-drop into Timothy Q. Mouse, into Fast Flyer, but not if you're going to be...
It's not the right that isn't in here for this deck. That's in here for the Blurple matchup. Right. Yeah. So it's the aggressive line, which is why I was interested to see him potentially keeping it. But maybe I missed the. It's always a fun game. It's like which is the throw pile, which is the key pile.
Right.
But nevertheless, we see Palace guards across from each other. 1 ink, 1 on the board. Captain Hook out on David's side. That's the kind of the classic response, getting that strong challenger up on the board. And a Calhoun here, a card that's usually used on the draw to shut down questing, but nevertheless, it's a 2-drop uninkable that you get on the board, again, to fuel your strength. And back over to David now for his turn, too.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing both of these players come out of the gate with Calhouns. Sometimes it's not necessarily the 2-drop, like you said, on the play that you want, but you have to play the hand that you are dealt. So we are going to see a Magical Maneuvers come down. We're going to go for the White Rose on turn 3. This is interesting to have on turn 3. Nothing wrong with it. We've gained a lore. We have a singer, but it's not something as fast as that Fast Flyer, but it is going to be probably for a reason to be more resilient against things like this Calhoun and this Captain Hook, saying if you're going to swing a Calhoun into this White Rose, at the very least, you are going to be banished in that challenge.
It's really there to sing. It's not the ideal turn 3 play, but you need a turn 3 play. You need a singer, and that's what it's going to do. And to your point, resilient against the challenge, or at least it'll crack back a little bit.
Right.
David here on his turn 3. I see Satisfied Dragon there. It's going to go straight into the Inkwell, but we have another. Instead, though, it's the Cobra.
Interesting.
So down.
It did look like, and I see now that he has another Satisfied Dragon. At first, it looked like he was going to ink that Cobra, but instead he opted to play it. This could potentially get punished because it is a little bit more fragile with that Vanish keyword, but maybe David Nunes is saying, he might target something else if he is going to do strength after all. We are going to exert these characters. We do have to use both of them because of that 4 willpower. So we're going to do it in the correct sequence to gain our 2 lore. But now our board is a little bit vulnerable here.
Yeah, and it shuts down. So the Cobra is interesting. This is a really interesting line here. We did take 1 off the board. It gets rid of that strength. Jonathan now thinking, or it takes away the strength fuel.
Right.
Jonathan can still sink for 3, banish the Calhoun, but it doesn't feel as impactful as banishing the Cobra. Of course, with Vanish, you don't need it to be super strong. So now that something's been removed, the White Rose is going to crack into the Hook. And it's an early board control battle here.
Yeah.
And as Jonathan he's going to trade the Calhouns, and he's going to get 2 off the challenge there.
This has been very interesting. I think what we're seeing here is a case of Dragon John Z not having that strength in hand, and so saying, you know what? I got to make some plays. They might have to be a little unconventional, a little bit different, but this is what I have to do in order to win this game. And so he does have, I believe, the card advantage right now. Yeah, 3 cards to, or it might be 3 and 3. It's tough.
Did David get lore off that Calhoun banish?
I believe so. I don't know.
Calhoun isn't only during your turn effect. Interesting. I'd have to go back and watch.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how he
see.
diagnosed that play there. Okay.
This Iago feels great, though. It does look like David has the strength in his hand. The thing that Dragon Johns is really missing right now, and what has been enabling him to take these maybe more unconventional plays, and why he's having to trade things into them, because we don't necessarily need the bodies on board right now because we're not seeing that strength in hand. So we have to play to our outs. Yes, we can continue to keep this wide board, hoping we draw that strength off of the top, but if we don't see it, it's all for naught.
And that giant, and in this type of game where you're swinging back and forth, that giant Spectral Parrot is huge. It's really in here to counter the Amethyst, for the Amethyst Mirror. It's a really big body. It's a 4/6. It does have Vanish, but it is super oppressive and shuts down early questing, extending the game. It shuts down, it eats genies. It can challenge into Elsa. There's so much work it can do. It's also a Dumbo Vanisher, and this is I'm loving this battle so far.
We're going so back and forth, and this makes sense here. We're gonna boost that cat so that way we can have some damage on our Iago and also still have enough to banish it with that Calhoun. Unconventional is the big word for this match, but sometimes you have to. None of these players are really seeing the perfect play lines, so they are making use of the hand that they have.
Oh, and here we have a sneaky Cheshire Cat coming out, sliding to damage over it, and then Strength of Raging Fire, just a little bit extra to finish it off. And all of a sudden, John's board is empty, and he has just a few cards in hand, but I see a card in hand that is a really powerful board presence, which could draw him a couple cards. And in that Demona, that is available there, so really excited to see that.
Yeah, it may come down, but the problem with putting that Demona down is now his opponent is also going to be able to draw up to 3 as well. So it's kind of a gamble here, but sometimes you have to do it. So yes, we're going to have this exertability that's not really we're going to be able to take advantage of, but now we've refilled our hand. We've unfortunately refilled our opponent's hand, and we're finding another strength. This is the risk, but what could he do, Liam? He had no other cards in hand.
You have to play to your outs. It is the outs. You hope your opponent top decks 3 Spectral Guards. Instead, there's another Gargoyle. It's Lexington coming down, this 4/4 with Alert. There is a strength in hand as well. There is an Elsa in David's hand. And now we're going to send it back over to Dragon John to see what he picked up. And there's another Demona. There's a Genie. Nothing impactful for removal, though. It's the problem. There's no rush there. There's no targeted removal.
This is getting tough, and it's getting tough quick. I mean, the lore is still a little low for David Nunes, but we are seeing how quickly this board state is spiraling out of control, especially when we don't have that much ink, Liam. And the cards that we are playing, when we play a Genie Wish Fulfilled, we don't then have a lot of ink left to continue playing out other things. So yes, maybe we can get a Smee on board. Maybe we can, build up our board a little bit. But it's just not enough because David Nunes has 4 to our 3, and when we pass it back over, he's probably going to continue to deploy more threats.
And he also has a Strength of a Raging Fire, which is going to deal with one of these, and it's starting to snowball here. There are still outs. You can run a Dock Chain. You've got a lot of ink, but David, now he's going to remove something with that Strength. He does get the Cat on board as well, but nothing super impactful. But the lane is getting really, really narrow now. That Strength is enough to remove that Demona, doing a little count there. And
yeah, absolutely. That Demona is going to be banished with that Strength, which feels great because it leaves, only these 2 characters on board for Dragon Johns. I think what's saving Dragon John Z here is he does have time, like you said, to chain some docks and do some other things because David Nunes is only at 6, or rather it looks like 8 now. But if we don't do something and do something quick, that lore is then going to double and spiral out of control.
Yeah, and let's see. We're exerting a lot of ink here. It looks like Genie's going to come down and offer a deal. Would you like to banish or send your...
Which one does he pick? Is he going to pick this 2 quester in the Genie? Is there maybe some other higher priority targets for other reasons, like this Iago Spectral Parrot? Doesn't seem like he has anything that he can use to deal with it. And David Nunes saying, no thanks. You can draw some cards.
No, and it just speaks to the power of the Parrot in this matchup. Look at those other juicy targets out there. Cat is a menace. Genie's questing for 2, and the Parrot being the one that Dragon John chose to target, and David protecting it by allowing Dragon John to draw 2 cards. So it just that giant Spectral Parrot is so oppressive, and we're seeing why here.
It looks like Dragon Johnsy did find a strength, so he's exerting that Genie. He wants to sing that strength. What is he going to choose? Because you just spoke to the power of that Spectral Parrot, but this strength is going to hit for 4, so we can also get some of those other high-impact characters like that Cheshire Cat off the board, or something like that Genie. So he is thinking right now because there are multiple different lines, and it is hard to tell which one is going to end up being correct.
Yeah.
What are you taking here?
Oh, I don't know.
It's
I mean,
so tough.
This is tough. I mean, the lore becomes a challenge at this point. And so with only 4, I mean, your options are limited. The Cat is a menace, but I do think you have to take that Genie.
Yeah.
It is the biggest threat right now in terms of the lore race, and it's also evasive. You can challenge into the Cat, as Dragon Johns is showing here.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, the board state feels a lot better. And with David with 1 card in hand, that removal was fairly effective. And it feels like we have some breathing space.
The resource game here is shifting a little bit, right? So you're absolutely right. We have 1 card in hand. We're going to draw up to 2. But depending on how impactful those cards are, which this Cheshire Cat could potentially be very impactful here. See, this is the struggle with keeping that Iago on board. I don't blame him for choosing the Genie. But now.
Yeah, the problem is the Iago, the alert, when the Lexington is available anyway, so either one of those is cracking into that Genie. I thought the same thing. I was like, "Why? That's why you removed the Iago." But then Lexington eats it anyway. So
thank you.
But we talked about the top deck importance last game. David drawing a Captain Hook last turn, so not impactful at all. Let's see. We're in the top deck wars again. David with an edge based on board state and lore, but a Genie coming down is not terrible. You get a card out of it, but again, you need to find something to apply a board presence. You need something for the board.
It might be a little too slow, Liam. It does have some board presence in terms of lore, but I think what we're trying to do is is go in and do some challenging. And so this Lexington, a lot more stronger. But looking over at the lore here, so I think we're going to go to 16 again on David Nunez's side, and we have identified 16 is sort of this key turning point for Amethyst Steel. It's a dangerous number.
Oh, this Olaf is such a menace. Here's the problem. You challenge into it. The Olaf gets banished, and you couldn't pick up the Cat, but choosing not to, valuing that lore.
Potentially, yeah, he's going to choose not to. It's juicy to get that card that's underneath it.
This is a fascinating choice. Usually, I like snap grab the card, but yeah, choosing that lore pressure, that board presence. Let's see what's off the top deck. It's a strength. It's a strength.
Potentially being rewarded for not dropping that Cat, or actually maybe not, because that Cat.
No, that
would
Cat
have given us another card.
Yeah, and now that strength feels good, but it's only 3. You can't target the Genie. You can't choose the Lexington. You'll stack up 3. The Cat could shift some damage over, though. So actually, that strength with the Cat allows you to do some shenanigans.
Okay.
We're going to see that here. Probably onto the
damage, onto something that we're going to want to take out for sure.
The Lexington, yeah. It's like the Genie's usually the bigger threat, but the Lexington cracks into the Cat.
Yeah,
it's the problem.
Just a little strong right now, so we want to stop that. And yeah, now just a lone Genie on the board, going up to 14 lore. It got a little dicey there, right, with not picking up that Cat, but ultimately it did end up working out. So now Dragon Johns is in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, a pickle for sure. He drew into an Olaf. It's not super impactful at the moment. What else? There's a Smee. Is that?
I think what's saving him here is that David Nunez, while he is questing up to 17, he only is questing 1 lore on each of these characters. So if he had something like a Genie, it might be a little bit faster. But
and here's another example. David Nunez is empty hand. He's going to draw 3 cards as well. Like that's the problem with Demona. You draw some stuff, and what makes it even worse is one of the reasons that Steel Song was so popular is it allows you to sing a song, refill your hand, or back in the day with a whole new world, and you're the one with the ink to be able to respond immediately.
Yeah.
With Demona in this scenario, you're spending all of your resources to do it, and then David gets 3 cards, but importantly, he gets to play them first.
Absolutely.
And so he can respond to your board, do some damage, reduce your resources, and then, yes, you have more options, but your opponent has gained the momentum off those cards. He drew a Genie, he drew an Elsa, he drew a Cobra.
We tried to ready that Lexington, but I think we caught it. We had too many cards in hand, so we weren't able to. That Stone by Day ability coming into effect, and honestly, helping Dragon John Z out a little bit here because we kind of didn't account for that. He wasn't able to ready that Lexington, so he wasn't able to challenge into that Genie like he wanted to do. Now, if he wants to get rid of this Genie, it's going to be a lot more complicated to do so. So we play down this Genie, we draw another card. We do see that giant Cobra in hand, Liam. So we now know that we only have to get to 18 and then we can win this game.
Yeah, feeling pretty good right now, and not even going to wait for it. We're going to discard that
just gonna do
Elsa right away, go up to 16, and we'll be able to quest for 2. It sure is a tough spot. And
do we give up this cat? No, we're going to value it, keeping it straight up. We are not going to exert it. What do you think he's valuing there?
you know, so it does allow you to crack in with the Olaf to lift something,
Sure.
To bounce something. So there is that. But yeah, now we're gonna draw into the dock again. This is what you want to see in these decks, but maybe a little too late.
Little too late.
And the problem,
Absolutely.
there's plenty of removal in these Amethyst Steel decks. The problem is, just like most decks in this meta, there's no wide removal. The Emerald decks are able to run the Malicious, Mean, and Scary to do some shenanigans of them. But here in these wide board states, and that's one of the reasons Amethyst Steel is so good in this meta right now, is it just builds these wide boards, and there's you can remove 1 or 2 at a time. You can Hades something, you can Strength something, you can Thunderbolt something, but when you have to remove 3, 4, or 5 characters in a turn, there just aren't a lot of good options.
Yeah, not a lot of good options indeed, especially when you consider that what you're going to need to remove these readied characters are either exerting them down, which we've used all our ink, so we can no longer play an Elsa, or something like a Strength in order to do it. Otherwise, when we pass this back, David Nunes here has exactly enough to quest for game. And there you have it. The 2-0 for David Nunes, that Golden Mickey versus Golden Mickey matchup. That was very close. It was definitely well fought games, even though it ended up being a 2-0.
Yeah, really, really good matches. And I really enjoyed watching these players navigate the mid-game with those wide board states. And I also really, really liked the early game we got in Game 2 with this tit-for-tat, these back-and-forth control. Usually you don't see that. Players are valuing the characters on the board in order to fuel the strength. But here, Calhoun going into Calhoun and all sorts of shenanigans. So it was a lot of fun. 2 Golden Mickey winners going at it. You're not going to see any better Lorcana than 2 Golden Mickey winners, going head-to-head in the semifinals, quarterfinals, semifinals. Semifinals. I get the top 8, top 4, semi-quarter.
We're here.
And yeah, I do think. I mean, it's also why we play TCGs, and I say that because both games we ran into the scenario where it is the battle of the top deck. It's who finds the Dumbo first, who finds the card draw, who finds the removal. And in both games, it did seem like the edge went to David, especially when the primary card draw for Dragon John was that Demona. But to David's credit, probably recognizing that that's one of Jonathan's routes back in, so that if I can get my hand down very low, perhaps I'm rewarded off a Demona card draw. And
Absolutely.
he was twice.
He was rewarded multiple times. I want to say that David Nunes drew more cards off of Dragon John Z's Demonas than Johns did himself.
Yeah, and certainly was able to play them first.
And then like you said, being able to play those cards first. So Demona, it's sort of that blessing and that curse. It's that Hades. It's the what are you gonna do? You're looking for a deal. This could help you. This could hurt you. Same thing on that Demona side, right? Like, yes, I'm exerting all your characters. I'm drawing my own hand back up, but you are also drawing as well. So I think when Demona thrives is when you have a pre-established board to then take advantage of that exert ability, and now I can challenge in. But unfortunately, Dragon John Z was being put in these scenarios where he did not have the characters, and he was not being able to utilize Demona for that exert ability, which is, I think, almost her best, and just get the draw as a cherry on top. Instead, he was having to play for that draw first, and you're absolutely right. David Nunes recognizing that, seeing it, and continuously whittling his hand down. I mean, absolutely incredible. Both of these players well fought, but it's incredible to see how these Golden Mickey winners think, and you can really see the difference in the elevated play here.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of fun. We are getting ready for an interview. Oh, no, we're not. We're doing another interview over there, so we're going to wait. We're going to wait.
We got more to talk about.
There's more stuff. Yeah, so the other thing, so let's take a look. Let's zoom back a little bit. We did get to see some high-level gameplay. We had the story of that match, but the story of the tournament, to me, is Amethyst Steel.
Absolutely.
As you looked at the field, I think we saw the same 4 decks in the top 4 that we've seen in the last few tournaments. You had Amethyst Steel, you have Blurple, you have Emerald Sapphire, and then the dogs. Emerald.
Yeah.
And so those are generally the top 4 that we've seen. But I think we're seeing a similar trend that we've seen the last few tournaments, and that is Blurple actually has had a pretty bad conversion rate recently. And in this tournament as well, only converting one deck into the top cut, despite the fact that it was all over the top tables all throughout the day. Dogs also are Emerald Amber, and I say dogs, but it could be the Circle of Life variant, but the Emerald Amber, Lemon Lime, if you want, also showing up very, very well and converting only one deck into the top cut. Amethyst Steel, though, converting 3 out of the 8 into the top 8. Very, very, very good. And then the Ruby, so just it's Amethyst Steel. It's an Amethyst Steel meta right now, I feel like, these last couple tournaments. And it shows through conversion rates. It shows through the top cut. And although we see some surprises, I don't know. That's one of the stories of the day for me.
Absolutely.
I don't know. What do you think about the tournament so far as we get ready for the finals?
It sounds like there's a very, very good possibility that we could have another Amethyst mirror or Amethyst Steel mirror in this finals. And so that is the story of the day, right? Like, Amethyst Steel is the top dog. And sometimes we have it where, because it's the top dog, it ends up everybody is now trying to beat it, right? You see the best deck, everybody's trying to beat it. And so we have decks like Blurple on the rise. But to your point, Liam, it was doing well, but it's not converting in this top 8. There's only one. And so, I mean, and we're seeing the upset. We saw the upset live on stream. I think what this shows me is that this meta is not as cut and dry as we thought it was going to be, because Amethyst Steel is the talk of the town in this event, but even last week, right, we did not see it perform to the same way that it is now. So is it week-by-week changes? Is it going to be Amethyst Steel all in Richmond? Or is there still room to innovate?
Well, yeah. I mean, but you say that last week, like, Jonathan Williams navigated Amethyst Steel all the way to the top, and they got schwacked by, got beat over the head by that combo deck, which nobody saw coming, which one person saw, 3 people saw coming, and they were all playing it. But yeah, it's I don't know, it's just the most consistent deck. I think it navigates very well through Swiss, and clearly navigates well through head-to-head matchups in or through single elimination brackets. Yeah, I think what are the surprises from? The other surprise for me is Emerald Sapphire. A lot of very, very good players brought it in. A lot of players played it. It did not convert terribly well.
No,
and
yeah.
we only had one into the top 8. So another very, very good deck. We saw some shenanigans during Swiss rounds. But again, in a Swiss, when you're playing Swiss, and in 8 or 9 rounds, or even in like 10 rounds at a DLC or 12 rounds, you can't afford to lose more than 2 games at most. And so
maybe you're rewarded for choosing those hyper consistent decks in that case.
Yeah, the ones that have the best chance and the widest spread, the best, no terrible matchups. And yeah, I think it's Amethyst Steel is just good.
It's just good.
It's just good.
If you don't know, now you know. Amethyst Steel is just good.
I have one other thought.
Sure.
The Amethyst Steel decks obviously have to navigate a lot of mirrors, and the ones that have done well are the ones that have teched heavily for the Amethyst, or teched pretty well for the Amethyst mirror. I think that's to be expected. But cards like Giant Spectral Parrot having an incredible impact on turn 4, and people that have worked those in or running a significant amount of them are doing well. And then the Genie Satisfied Dragon
has
is the other
really
one.
Been a big one this weekend, coming out in incredible ways. It has overperformed in a way where we have really seen it fall out of favor compared to how well it is doing, particularly in this tournament. Just like you said, the decks that we are seeing push through are the ones that have those tech choices. And I think it's such a smart decision. That is how you fine-tune your deck and your deck building to really give yourself an edge. You can't just do what everybody else is doing. If Lexington is working, great, but maybe saying, you know what, we have things like Dumbo. We weren't taking Dumbo out, so why not get rid of an alert and keep that evasive when we have this Cheshire Cat available to us? It's being able to look back on the past that can help us shape our future, and it really has in this case with that Genie Satisfied Dragon making a comeback here.
Yeah, and benefiting from, Alert a sneaky way to not have characters benefit from Dumbo. As soon as Dumbo is printed and everything, we need a character that can challenge evasive characters, but it doesn't draw you cards off Dumbo. And so Lexington doesn't synchronize with that as well. But also, that means that we have a very exciting finals for you, because we're going to see one of 2 things. So we might see the Amethyst Steel Mirror. But if we do, it's going to be an Amethyst Steel Mirror where you have an established player. You have David, a Golden Mickey winner, against Jonathan, out of Arizona, who is a first-time TCG player with Lorcana. So it is a true David and Goliath It's going to be really fascinating to watch the Titan versus, the newcomer, and that's going to be really fun. Or, depending on how that other match goes, you're going to get to see dogs. You're going to get to see Amber Emerald Dogs navigate its way to the finals, going up against Amethyst Steel. Not a matchup it particularly loves, I don't think. But what a fun game and what a fun story there as well. So
Absolutely.
the finals are going to be fantastic. I can't wait for us all to see it.
I can't wait for the finals either. And before we get to the finals, because we're almost done with format today, right? Then we're going into Infinity. I know we're having so much fun, but that does not mean that we are done, because coming up soon, we want to show you one more time this PPG roadmap. Okay, so Liam, let them know where they can go and play some more Lorcana next year.
Right here on the screen. Just announced this weekend, you have Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, March 14th through 15th. We're going to go to Dallas, July 4th through 5th. That's a venue that PPG has been to several times. We did see a summit there this year, so if you like that, you can go back again. Then we have Orlando, Florida, right back here, September 26th and 27th next year. That's a couple days after my birthday, so maybe we'll have a birthday party in the Magic Kingdom.
Come on down.
And then stay tuned.
Because there
to be
will
announced
be more
in December 2026.
Absolutely.
So you can accumulate those pro play points. You can be here on stream battling it out with some awesome people commentating over you, or a slightly average person if I'm doing it, commentating over your match. But yeah, add these dates to your calendar. There's a lot of great Lorcana going on, a lot of great third parties throwing on events, and then of course you have the challenges. So if competitive Lorcana is your thing, or if just hanging out with cool people is your thing, get these on your radar.
Yeah,
come on out.
Absolutely. This Pro Play Summit Orlando has been such a blast. It has been so much fun. And the games that we have seen, going all the way back to the first round of Swiss yesterday, Liam, with you and I, seeing that Ink Geyser explosion.
Man, go watch
stream.
that game. Go watch game 1 yesterday. Yeah.
It was incredible. It was incredible.
Just watch game 1.
This tournament has truly been one to watch. It was so much fun. I was convinced. I was sold on that deck. It was going to be here in the top cut. So
right? Like, me too. I was like, oh man, Ink Geyser's back.
It's back, but it wasn't. But it was close. And so, but that is to say, all the way from round 1 of Swiss, all the way now to a Golden Mickey semifinal. Yes, we figured it out.
Yeah.
Right, like head to head. It has been nothing but jam packed, full of nothing but the best players. So the PPG Pro Play Summit is the place to be. And if you don't know, now you know. We want to see you here next year, looking ahead at that roadmap. So this has been a treat. I am so thankful that we get to watch this Lorcana today. We are so excited to bring you the finals very, very soon.
Very soon.
Very soon. But before we do, we also want to talk to David Nunes. We're almost ready for that interview. We want to hear what he has to say about his win, and we want to hear how he's going to prep for this finals, a place that he is no stranger to being in the finals. So I want to know what he's got to say.
Me too. Let's find out.
Let's find out.
Welcome back, and hey, we have David here, who you just saw win his matchup against Dragon John Z, Jonathan Williams, that Amethyst Steel Mirror. That, I mean, very masterfully done. I gotta say, I was watching that match from out here. Talk to me a little bit about some of the decisions throughout that game that you felt added up, because we've been talking about on stream it being a very tempo game, and you having to control that mid game. What were some of the decisions that you felt were the difference that helped you to get to that win?
So game 1 going first was very weird in that I drew a lot of very low-cost characters, and I chose to just not play anything on turn 5 and keep the Demona in my hand so I could draw an Ink and play Demona on 6 and have that be the way that I refilled my hand. I think that's the first time I've ever skipped 5. There was a match yesterday against my hotel roommate, Jorge, who was also in top 16. We're on turn 4. I just, inked and passed.
Yeah.
I think that's the first time I've ever just chosen to not spend 5 ink.
Playing against your roommate in the top cut must have been made for a very awkward drive back to the hotel.
I played him round 6 of Swiss. So from round 6, I was able to double draw into top cut. And it was like, okay, you need to win one of the next 2. If you win round 7, you can definitely draw. And then if you win round 8, you're probably in. You'll have the best breakers of the 6-2s. But I actually... So Jorge is from Puerto Rico, and I flew to Puerto Rico last December and played a tournament there and played him in the Swiss and the top cut of that tournament.
Okay.
So I'm kind of his nemesis.
You're like the Gary of the situation.
Yeah,
okay. We love to see it. We love to
call
see
me
it.
Gary, for sure.
That's too funny. Now, so interestingly enough, we were just talking to Jonathan as well, your opponent, and something that he pointed out that I thought was very interesting. He had a Demona in hand, and he was even asking. He was like, "Hey, so did you know I had the Demona?" And you said something that I thought was very interesting in that conversation. You said that you have to assume, like you were on the draw, you have to assume that he had it. So when you saw that he was forced to play that Demona, what were some of your thoughts going through your head? Like, what does it feel like to know that you were right, you made the right call?
I mean, so the matchup is about flipping the board a lot of the time. If you're the person who gets to quest, you are progressing the game towards winning. There's risks involved with doing it. Like Cheshire Cat is really a card that can punish you for giving your opponent the onus for challenging. But like I like to be in the driver's seat and be getting to turn my card sideways to gain lore. So the fact that like, okay, you've got a 6-source character, but I've got 2 characters and I get to spend my 6ing first, it's just like we're off to the races.
Yeah, and I know I played against you at CCS, and you went to the races on me too, so I'm still mad at you for that, by the way. I just want you to know I'm still upset with you about that.
It's okay.
But we'll figure that out later.
Yeah, we're still friends.
We're still friends. But again, congratulations. You're going to be moving on now to the finals. We're still waiting on that top 4 matchup. We don't have the results of that yet. We will shortly. You'll find out before I do, I'm sure. You'll be looking out for that.
I'm probably going to go over and try to watch them.
Yeah. I'm going to let you go so you can run and do that real quick. But friends.
Birds putting together thing.
After that, we're going to have some fun, Liam. We're going to go back to some vintage Lorcana.
Vintage Lorcana.
Vintage Lorcana.
You're going to get to see set 3 cards again.
Whoa.
It's great. Ruby Sapphire's alive. No, it's, Infinity.
It's going to be so fun. We're going to have an Infinity event. It's going to be great. I am all adorned in my Moana gear because I believe, okay, you see, what can I say but you're welcome? I know that Sapphire Steel Tamatoa builds are going to be making a comeback here in Infinity. I'm locking it in now.
Tamatoa builds. We'll see some Tamatoa. Hey, what is your favorite? What do you think's going to take? If you got a prediction, color prediction for the finals in the Infinity event.
Okay, let's go Sapphire Steel, because I do believe people love their item builds. We got access to Hiram. We got access to Popsicle.
You know who you are.
So we're going to have Sapphire Steel, and then let's go crazy, okay? We're going to have Amber Steel.
Yeah.
Princesses.
Wait, princesses.
Princesses. Well, there will be princesses in the deck, so we'll call it
yes.
princesses.
Princesses Jason. Yeah, Amber Steel. Like Amber Steel's fast.
Yeah.
Steel's fast.
So I think it's going to be a banger. We're going to have so much fun this Infinity weekend as well.
Celebrate Infinity weekend with us here.
Absolutely. So yeah, it's going to be a good time. The players are going to have some fun, and we can't wait to see it. But before we get to go play that vintage Lorcana, we've got a really great finals. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have that finals for you very, very soon.
Yeah, we're going to go out. We're going to check out. We're going to go scout and see how that other match is going, so we can come back and let you know. Don't go. It will be very fast. It will be very fast.
Very quick.
So don't go anywhere. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you all for this constructed event. I will see you back in the Infinity event. And thanks for hanging out with us this morning. We'll see you in a moment.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it.
I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like, to make your brain think that fast and have to be so strategic all the time. It's like, it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh! I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one.
My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event, so I guess I enjoy that I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick. I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also don't top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
3, we haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. And so when I heard that both Cage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to this? Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code ProPlay10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Can't seem to win a game? Opponents got you down? Can't even hand shuffle right? I promise you, it's not a skill issue. It can't be you, so it's gotta be a chair issue. So throw out that old nasty chair, and it's time to sit where the pros sit. The eWin Gaming Racer Chair, Champion Edition. Let's be plus. With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrests, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin Gaming Chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chair's using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin and the affiliate link below, where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
And we are back, my fellow Illuminaires. It is time. It is time. It is time. It all comes down to this. All of the Illuminaires have loaded themselves into Orlando for the PPG 10K, and now we have two finalists who are going to see who is going to be the winner of this event. But as always, I'm not alone. We have Color is Law, who is here to bring you guys this final.
Cookie Run is popping off as we are here in the finals. They finally let me in the booth. They told me that you have to calm down, be chill. And I said, no, let me do the finals. And they were like, just you were going to do the finals. I did none of that. They're all sweet. Everything's wonderful. I'm here. JDZ loves when I'm here because my goal is to make sure he says the wrong thing right on screen.
No. But we have two great players, and it is going to be the Amethyst and Steel Mirror that is happening now. So seat backs up, engaged, and locked in. It is time to blast off the finals. We have David Nunes versus Yannick. I think I said it wrong last time. It's not Yannick, it is Yannick, and Amethyst Steel versus Amethyst Steel. We saw the resiliency demonstrated by Yannick in his top 8 matchup, and we just saw David go ahead and take down the Dragon John Z in the Final 4 matchup on stream. So both of these players are very comfortable playing in these feature match situations. They seem cool as a cucumber, and it is time to quest. Amethyst Steel Mirror Color. Have you had a lot of experience playing this matchup yourself?
Playing this matchup? Absolutely not.
Okay.
Not even a little bit. I've watched a ton of it because, this is a very popular, very consistent deck. And again, we did see it make it all the way to the finals here today. But no, because you know what? Dumbos are Dumbos. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, they are a bit expensive to grab those cards, but I think in this mirror match it can be a bit volatile, as we saw in the last round. But there are some skill expressive turns that you can have, and I'd like to see when these Illuminators do not get their high impact plays, their high impact turns. What are they going to be able to do? Like we saw from Yannick in that previous round, he was able to negotiate through some turns without the Strength of Raging Fire, without the Docs, without the Demonas, and he was still able to put together a solid game plan. As David Nunez is able to do that as well. So this looks like it's going to be a great matchup. It's going to see, obviously there's going to be some play draw. David will be on the play due to his higher seeding, coming in at that #1 seed. So that is going to give a slight advantage to the right side player. But still, I think Yannick will, depending on how the cards flow, you might be able to turn that corner relatively quickly. If you can win this game, probably you can take the whole thing down.
If you can win, the game on the play?
Game
Is
number
it,
one.
I was like,
Yannick been on the draw.
Oh, being on the draw, yes. I was like, if you win this game, he'll probably win the match. I was like, oh, right, yes, okay. So basically, we're sitting here watching these two players, and they've been here all weekend playing and battling it out, and then you sit down, and you're just like, oh, sick, it's the mirror. And again, a lot of players are like, oh, no, thank you. And then a lot of other players, they enjoy this because the mirror is where these decks kind of spread out and it, depending on the builds of it and depending on how they like constructed their deck, it's basically, I know how you're going to beat me and you know how I'm going to beat me. So let's try to get the first right few lines and go from there.
And it sometimes, to your point, Color, sometimes it does. That's why I mentioned the volatility of what this matchup can be, because sometimes it does come down to who gets the most Elsas, who gets the most strength, who gets the most timely Docs, who gets the big Demona play on the other, and that's just how it goes. But there are some opportunities for you to play around certain things and play into certain things and roll the risk and do your threat management assessment, and maybe you can do a little risk management and come out on top as we get that Timothy Q mouse down to the Inkwell. Both players electing to go with the Palace Guard on turn number 1. Curve is a little slow. Olaf on 2. You know what to do. Get a little quest in with the Palace Guard.
Yeah, and I do love seeing that Olaf come down. It is going to help us, but again, it's not really going to help us just yet. But he will have a helping hand that will come in a little bit later for Nunez as we decide what our turn 2 play is. Now, ideally, it would be a Calhoun here, but do we have a Calhoun? And that is the question, as our helping hand goes in there, and we play a Black Heron,
No Calhoun,
which is a notable 3/3.
No Calhoun, but Black Heron is a nice turn to play as the spectral giant cobra, the ghastly serpent, is going to come on to the field of play now. You're building that curve 1, 2, 3. Maybe you got the Strength of Raging Fire that you can deploy next turn. Olaf being a nice body there, using that helping hand just to be a person to help your Strength of Raging Fire hand, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just being a person is a great thing for Olaf to do and does make that Strength of a Raging Fire a little bit better. And again, we do know that that's typically what you want to do. So we got the Lexington, which the Lexington is great because that is going to be able to answer, at least trade with the Cobra in that aspect. But then it will have... There we go. There's the Genie. I was about to mention the Genie because that is a perfect thing for the Lexington if it were around, if you didn't sing the Strength of a Raging Fire straight onto that Lexington and into the discard.
So the curve has built nicely for Nunez. You could have had a better 2-turn play there, but being able to take down that Lexington and your Genie now free and clear to quest away, you will respond with your own Genie. Another Strength of Raging Fire here, and you could almost say that is going to be the end of the game here, but it looks like Nunez does not have it, but you have 2 Genies, which is also super powerful. Genie and Strength are the 2 best cards in this deck, in my opinion, and the board is massive, Color.
Ooh, yeah, and we are turning sideways. We're getting active, getting busy, and we're getting that lore because, again, Genie has 2 lore, Cobra has 1, but we did not discard to the Cobra, so we didn't get that little boost from that. So now we're just working with a 4-1 lead on Nunez's side, and being on the draw is going to be a hard thing. When they had strength, you didn't, and this board needs a bit about a be prepared.
You need to find a way to start generating some plus value. And right now, Nunez, being a very technical player, not allowing that to happen. You still have a ton of resources available in your hand right now. How many threats can you potentially deploy to maybe try to gain some type of footing back into this matchup? The only trade you have available is a Ghastly Serpent 2-for-1 with the Black Heron and the Palace Guard, and that just seems very, very inefficient as the Elsa is going to be deployed here. That is a great card to be in the
There
strength.
it
Look at
is.
that. Great turn.
Yeah, we definitely had it, and we are going to go ahead and get rid of that Olaf. So that does give Nunez a chance to bounce something back to their hand with that Olaf trigger as we kind of sit here and maybe sit there and decide, I think it's the Cobra, give me that thing back. And we are not opting to take the Olaf trigger. It is a May ability, and there is something to that. So, I mean, you know, making you challenge into it to get rid of the Cobra will go ahead and get rid of the board, and a 4-4 is just too much to deal with.
Yeah, and you see that Yannick was contemplating taking that 2-for-1 there in that scenario and electing not to do so. Just keeping your characters around and just getting another quest in and seeing if Nunez is going to want to do something in response. But we are not just another Strength of Raging Fire coming through, being able to remove that Genie as well. The Ghastly Serpent is gearing up for a challenge, maybe trying to put some damage counters onto the Ghastly Serpent there.
Waiting in for that inexplicable Cheshire Cat, which is an amazing card in this matchup, in this game, and through this set. Another card that is just out of the world. Like, you just use it, you get excited about it. Next turn, you can use it again. And I do think, you know, putting that damage on that Cobra, again, the Palace Guard and the Elsa coming in, trying to finish off that Cobra, will go ahead and finish off both of them, unless Yannick has a Cheshire Cat of their own.
And looking at Yannick's hand, Yannick, just based on the way that they're playing these cards, they haven't done the patent-pending Amethyst Steel board flood, so you probably got a lot of high-cost characters. I believe you might have some Dumbos, maybe more Genies, maybe more Demonas are there, kind of just clogging up your early game.
There
and there
he
he is. The Genie Wish Fulfilled is going to come on through. You need to be, they call it, you know, putting multiple characters down a turn to help slow down this board of Yannick here, as the Genie is not going to be able to do enough by himself.
Yeah, we do see Nunez at 6, notably. We have done a lot of controlling in here, and a Calhoun is a great thing for us to do as we find our second Strength of a Raging Fire. So we are keeping up. This is a very interesting situation where a lot of times, you know, like, oh, if they get double strength, they win, or if this, that, and the other thing. Right now, we both found our Genies. We have both found 2 Strengths and Raging Fire. We both, I mean, at this point, I think the Elsas as well. So we're both keeping up on par and finding everything that we need. So it's allowing a lot of back and forth in this game, to where the Demona was huge, but being 1 Lord to 6 Lord, that's not that much of a gain for the board state that we're looking at right here.
Oh, absolutely. That is not the end of the world. And Yannick is not bereft of resources anyway. We see David still has a ton of cards in hand as well. So we have a pretty decent game that is left. And the cards that have transpired have been fairly well for David, as Yannick still has not seen that Strength of Raging Fire all day long. Those cards have been avoiding the left side player here, who is looking for a nice turn. Like I said, you just need to find a way to install more characters to the board at once. Each turn that goes by, you're able to increase your inkwell, or you're able to ink once per turn, and maybe you can get to the point where you can do that as the Hypnotic Strength is going to come on through.
Yeah, Hypnotic Strength going through and drawing a card, it seems. Not really. Oh, he did get the Palace Guard. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, why would you do that, sir? But yes, the Palace Guard is in to the discard. It does have that vanish ability, which says whenever it is chosen by an action by your opponent, it does poof out of existence. Do not perceive me, which is kind of how I feel in the mornings. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when you're...
I have vanish before noon.
I get whenever I'm targeted by anything that's annoying, I just want to vanish there. And that's how it is. As it looks like we are gearing up for another pretty sizable ink play, separating another 4. I believe there is that Dumbo. You can go for a Dumbo turn here.
Oh, that is so good here, because we do have the 2 ink available, so we can do 2 activations of the Dumbo trigger now. That will give us -1 lore from the Genie at that point. And also, and notably, David Nunez does not have any evasive characters. So we can take the Elsa trigger, maybe conserve our ability to get that 2 lore to get us a little bit closer, or we might have to get our own Hypnotic Strength and buff some things up and get active, but I don't want to do that. That's not what I want to do.
Yeah, but at this point in the game, this is kind of where you need to really start getting into what's going to be happening with the board as well. So I like the decision from Yannick going through and just getting a challenge in on this Palace Guard, just trying to put the pressure in, because each turn that goes by, this Demon is questing for 2. The Palace Guard is questing for 2. The Cobra there, and then every card off the top of the deck can be Cobra from here on out, and you just extend the reach a little bit more. Maybe you're playing cards like White Rose in your strategy still, and you can just win the game in an instant here with these Amethyst cards. The reach, they call it.
The reach is plentiful, and it does come quickly. And that's another thing, too, is even if we did have an Olaf helping hand, we do see a Cheshire Cat in hand, so we are going to be able to play the Cheshire Cat, for 3 and then boost for 2 and move some of the damage off of ours in there and be able to kind of stack some more damage onto, I would say, let's get the Genie on out of there. But then the punish would be a Bell from Yannick. But at the same time, I don't know if Amethyst Steel is running Bell anymore. I think that's like a Blurple thing to do these days.
Yeah, we have seen Blurple playing Bell, the Accomplished Mystic, but I think that'd be a nice little surprise attack as you can throw a Bell into your Amethyst Steel deck and just catch somebody slipping if they think that you're going to be
Get
doing
after it. I got
Cheshire
enough ink
tactics.
for it, yeah.
But I think Cheshire Cat has kind of just pretty much Buzz Lightyear that Bell, the Accomplished Mystic, and Bell being Woody in this analogy. Cheshire Cat being Buzz for everyone who's keeping score at home.
That's typically what I like to do with the Cheshire Cat and
Yeah.
everything. I like to take them and imagine a world as where they were in Toy Story.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
I mean that makes
kinda-
complete sense to me.
That's kind of what's happening in the metaphor I was trying to create. You know, painting that picture for everyone.
Painting a picture for
gets the
sure.
vibes, you know, as it may be. As
Oh,
we
I don't
are
get the
going to
vibes. No, I'm
still
just kidding.
breaking some records here is the Dumbo. I believe. I can't quite tell. I see that ink is off to the side, so I'm assuming that you are going to use Dumbo's ability on himself to draw another card, gain a lore. Looking for some more resources, you got to do a pretty significant clear here in this spot. I believe game is imminent on David's side.
We are looking at 15 lore. We have a fast flyer that comes in. She's not going to be flying too fast. We do have a Cobra now, and we're just going to go ahead and double challenge into that Palace Guard, which, again, is crazy because it is a 1/4. It's not hitting for too hard. But, again, if we don't have an answer for it, we have to do it the old-fashioned way. We have to challenge. And then we have our Demona, that is a lot of lore, and we're at 15. You got a Cobra in hand. There ain't no way you don't have a Cobra.
You might have it, or you may not.
You're
We're just
gonna draw it.
dig one deeper. Notice you're just gonna. You could put that hypnotic. He played a hypnotic strength. You could target the Cobra to vanish that character as well.
Yes, you could have.
And then you draw a card first and then choose. So you still have the opportunity to do that. And there's a Cobra getting sent to the discard pile. And then you're going to boost here. You can clear off any problematic threat you have. It's going to be that Dumbo, ninth wonder of the universe. And you're free and clear to quest for 4 here, putting a game on board for yourself for that follow-on turn. Or, yeah, I think that's a pretty heads-up play.
Yeah, that turn went really well for Nunez in that aspect, especially being able to pull exactly what he needed off the top of his deck. And then he was able to just go ahead, filter through. And notably, the only good thing is the Calhoun can't crash into evasives at this point, but you are going to have to be able to, never mind the 3rd strength of a Raging Fire, straight off of where he needed it to be. And here we go. This is going to be a difficult thing for Yannick to do unless we just go on to game 2.
Yeah, I think this one might be a game 2 scenario as Yannick agrees, and we're going to scoop those cards up and get on in to that game number 3. You were on the draw, and winning on the draw is a very difficult thing to do. So now you're going to be on the play. Now you have to figure out a way to maintain your initiative when you're on the play games and worry about your on the draw game in the following. Whenever it comes up. So taking it play by play, game by game is the way as Yannick now is going to be on the approach. What does Yannick need, Color, to make this thing work out?
Oh, he definitely needs more strengths than Nunez, I would say. Probably a little bit more genies. That would probably be a nice recipe for a win as well. And we did see the fast flyer on Yannick's side, so that is a way to go a little bit faster and get a little bit more lore and maybe also kind of take advantage of those Dumbo triggers as well. It's really, again, I know I hate to boil it down to like you need more strengths and you need more genies, but like, hey, come on, we're all adults here. We know. And basically, we got to curve out. We got to hit what we need, and when we hit what we need, we're going to open up the game, and that's when those micro decisions really start to count.
Yeah, that is a very, very fair and solid point. As this is, it all comes down. It's a game of inches. It's a game of, I think it's it's one of those things you just got to get your curve, play your curve, and hope that it all works out for you. As the players are mixing up their decks and getting ready for this game to get underway.
Yep. Shuffle up and play. It's time. I don't know, man. Orange and purple, though, together. That is a vibe.
Is that orange and purple? Is that blue? I think that looks like a little blue, if I didn't say so myself. It looks a little bit blue to me.
Is that purple? That's purple.
That's purple?
Yeah.
I think that looks like a blue. I wouldn't say that looks like a deep royal blue. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. It looks like the Florida Gator colors. We are pretty close to Gainesville and the Florida Gators colors are blue and orange. So that might be a vibe there.
Huh. Now I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, really?
That looks a little blue. I don't
That's
know.
purple.
I am blue. If I were green, Bob would die. Bob would eat. I would die. There you go.
Oh, JDZ colorblind confirmed. Thank you, chat.
Take that with you in your travels. I think I'm pretty sure that's blue. I don't know.
I was going to say, I feel like that's purple, but then again, it's not a, okay.
We are under some really warm lights here, so maybe that's one of those things that you just can't quite see all the time. As blue, orange. Some people call that orange a little bit of what is that? Burnt sienna. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Bro, you've been painting. You was going to say you've been painting walls too much recently, but yeah.
I can't argue. Your name is Color is Law.
Well,
so
I was about to say, I was like, color is
you're-
part of my job, and like, so if that's actually blue, I think I'm cooked and I need a new profession. So that's why I was like, yo, wait a minute, is it? I feel like it's purple.
It looks like I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's gonna be a royal blue. I'm giving royal blue. Maybe not royal
blue.
It's an indigo. That's the color I'm looking for.
Indigo is purple.
Indigo is purple?
Yes, that's why it's the last color on the rainbow.
Roy G. Biv.
Yes.
This violet is the last color on the rainbow. Checkmate color. I'm right. Oh,
Just because I was wrong for a second doesn't make
for me. 0 for color is law. As I am now color is JDZ. How's that?
JDZ is law.
JDZ is color and law.
Oh.
Law and law couldn't. I don't know. I lost it. We had it there. We had it for a moment.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dang. So we are still going on as the cutting and shuffling is taking place, and let's see how this game goes for Yannick here, who looking at that hand, I'm not seeing the strength of rating fire. I'm not seeing you'd have a 1-cost character, so that's good. You'd have a 2-cost character, you have a 3-cost character, you have a doc, you have the Cheshire Cat, you have double doc.
You have too many docs in your hand, my dude, as we do see a Captain Hook comes down, which is a decent person to come in and challenge that. Now, there's no way on Disney Lorcana's Green Earth that you are going to improvise that Captain Hook or the vanish thing there. So that's a safe quest. That's a safe quest.
Which is kind of wild because after speaking with Yannick after that top 8 victory, he told the world, "Hey, I'm only playing 2 docs in my deck."
Yeah, I did notice that. That was he told the world. Yeah, but he does have the Olaf helping hand, which I kind of understand that.
No, they're both in the hand right now.
Yeah, that sucks. Okay.
I'd slam it on 2 and just say and see what it is, dude. As
do you
Yannick
not have
is a
another?
little stressed to see that.
Yeah, I'm saving that. Maybe going doc on 4 ink just to kind of like have that vibe. But unless it's the only 2-drop I have, of course it's not. It's Calhoun. Thank goodness. I don't want you to know that I have 2 docs in hand already.
Yeah, that's.
But you know what? There's 2 docs in the deck. It's in your hand. That's fine. It's not going to be 3 or 4 docs because you didn't build your deck that way. So you're pretty safe in terms of drawing 4 docs or 3, as we saw yesterday on a stream match. So it's terrible.
And on the bright side, you also have this Ghastly Serpent in hand, this Giant Cobra. You can go ahead and play the Giant Cobra now, and then you can discard
what did he do to
one
you?
of those docs. And I don't hate it gaining that lore.
Ooh, that is a wonderful thing to do. And again, why is he Ghastly? Why do you keep calling him that?
Is it not Ghastly Serpent?
It's Ghostly Serpent.
This whole time. Color, I just learned that literally right now. I've been calling this guy Ghastly Serpent the entire time.
Why are you? He's not that
okay.
bad.
Okay, my bad. My bad. He's been Color is right. JDZ is wrong.
It's okay.
My
I
bad.
read Pluto for the first time this weekend.
I've been calling this guy. Literally, there is hours of tape of me calling this guy Ghastly Serpent. No one's ever said anything.
Nobody likes you enough to tell you.
I guess, man.
That's
They've probably
great.
been laughing at me behind my back this entire time. He's the
That's Ghastly Serpent.
I mean,
JDZ
because there
as
is a ghost, in another game or film or TV show that is a ghastly ghost. You know what I'm talking about. His name is Ghastly, and maybe that made that.
Why are we
running?
I was like, we were like alluding to it, and then you just said it. But we do see Elsa go into the inkwell, which is not a great thing to have to ink at this point. But we do know we still have that doc stuck in hand as a genie did draw a card, but our board is wider than yours, and ours is, 25% more evasive than yours as well.
This is looking like a good situation, and you know that your opponent understands that you have the dock for sure coming in that next turn as the Spectral Parrot now
Why
is
is he
going
have
to be
so
deployed.
many strengths in hand?
And there it is, Strength taking down the Genie right on time, just the way you drew it up. As we are continuing to build here, you need to find a way to continue to flood, set yourself up. You have a Singer. That's one good thing you have going for you. This Haunting Serpent, this Gingerish Serpent on the board being able to sing as the Helping Hand Olaf.
Okay,
is gonna
that's
come on
amazing.
through.
So we Olaf Doc. I think this is my new favorite line. Olaf Doc, draw 2 cards.
Draw Strength, you're
pass.
goated? Draw Strength, be goated?
Okay,
You're not
Timothy,
goated.
You're not goated, but you still got a Timothy Q mouth. So even though we know that Nunez has his 67th strength in hand, you can only choose the Serpent at this point. And now we don't have any Singers, but you know what? We'll get a strength, and we don't care. We're questing. Go ahead, Yannick. Get more lore. You're at 6.
I mean, this board is it's pretty massive, though. Now, what do? What is the anchoring piece that's holding this board together? It is that Serpent. Okay, it's Ghostly Serpent holding it down. So can you quest if you lose this Ghostly Serpent, you could potentially lose your entire existence. So it might be worth just going to a standoff mode. Your opponent is still a few ink away from a Demona, but you're going into this Elsa play, and it still could crumble your entire operation here as well.
I mean, even at this point, like we're building a board, I think we are looking for strength because Iago is so menacing. So we're looking for our own as we play the Cheshire Cat. That's not great for us. We're playing the Cheshire Cat, and then we are going to go ahead and strength of a Raging Fire. And that's the thing, is you can only get one. Now, Yannick's saying, basically, I'm leaving everything standing, so you're going to have to use the removal on something. So you're going to pop the dock because now, with that Olaf Helping Hand, that was going to be your way to draw cards. That was an excellent target for Nunez to choose just because that was the second dock, and we told the world and everybody that was the only 2 docks in the deck, so that Olaf is basically probably going to be able to bounce the Cobra at some point and maybe get us over the line, which I think would be a beautiful play from Yannick.
Oh, for sure. But now we're getting into that phase of the game where it gets into Demona Wars. And we spoke about the Elsa Wars. We spoke about the Genie Wars. We spoke about the Ursula Wars. We spoke about all the different mini wars we've had in Disney Lorcana. But the Demona Wars, I think, are taking over. The Hades looking for a deal wars are also really pretty fun little skirmishes. But these Demona Wars in this Amethyst Steel are some of the most back-breaking exchanges we can have, as both of these Lumineers are going to start building these massive boards, and then somebody's going to eventually draw a Demona. They're going to exert your entire side, and then they're going to try to take down everything you have. So Demona Wars are waging and waiting to see who has one first.
I know. And in this instance, I'm wondering, is it good to quest with the Timothy Q Mouse and the Palace Guard and the Cobra? And then you take Olaf into the Giant Cobra, or Ghostly. It's the Cobra. We're putting it into the Ghastly, and then we're challenging with the Calhoun to finish off the Cobra. So then you bounce my Cobra back to hand, and then the Calhoun does perish but give us 2 lore. So I'm wondering if that's kind of a line, if that's insane. I don't know. You're losing 2 cards to get rid of 1 card, but you're putting the Cobra back into your hand to get 2 lore the next turn. I'm kind of digging it. I don't know. That's what I'm feeling.
Yeah, I do like this approach. Instead of trying to engage in fisticuffs, you're trying to maintain your initiative. You're leading in the Lord lead. You have a nice wide board. Let's try to get some quests in and force your opponent into that takedown role, into the control role, and let me stay in my aggressive bag and just try to accumulate some more lore. This Iago Spectral Parrot there is representing a nice 1-2 punch with these Cheshire Cats. So that is going to be a problem for Yannick as this game goes along, and I'm certain that they are recognizing this. So they're trying to string together a way to win this. I think you may have to exert this Calhoun in fear of a Elsa retribution off the top.
That's what I was like. If
Can't be Elsa. It's Genie.
It's Genie. That's what I was saying. I was like, but basically what we could do is just take out the thing and put the Cobra back into our hand. But maybe we value the Genie now, putting it back in our hand for the card draw to kind of get us over that last little bit of a hump, because now, of course, both of our docks are into the discard. So we knew we were going to be losing our board here and there and the other way. But at the same time, like you said, making sure we didn't turn anything sideways enough to where you'd be able to get the 2 damage to go ahead and put onto it. And see, now we just did that, and you're not going to bounce anything, and I wish you would have taken my play.
That now, I think just clearing that board up, that was a pretty significant punish. As you could have taken your play, you would have lost those 2 cards anyway, but at least you would have got at least 1 card back from your opponent. So getting 2 for 1 for nothing, or 2 for 1 for
And we would be at 11 lore.
Yeah.
No, 12, because you challenge him with the Calhoun, and you would have quested with the Cobra, and then you put the Cobra back in your hand. So then
But you would have lost that Calhoun as well, and then
Right,
you had
yeah,
more damage to be flung around.
2 from the Calhoun, and then 1 from questing the Cobra before you pick it up, and then you play the Cobra. So that's 5 lore.
But you only had to discard another card too. So I don't know. I mean, these are tough spots, man. And these players are in the finals. We gotta trust their instinct that got them there. And this board is looking pretty good for David here in this spot as you're staring down a Cheshire Cat and a Black Heron in your own hand, possibly thinking about inking one for the other. And that is a conundrum that that Yannick is working through. Hand on head, scratching left temple is another way to think about it. I haven't seen that think technique before.
Yeah, I mean, it does take us a second to figure out what we're going to do. And again, I feel like the board is getting wide on Nunes' side, so we're going to have to start responding as opposed to, making our game plan go a little bit forward. But again, it's more or less like, how are we going to be able to draw cards? Because unfortunately, the 2 docks, and we did find Strength of a Raging Fire to go ahead and get rid of that Iago, which that was a huge menacing problem. And we are going to play the Black Heron, and now we're just sending all caution to the wind and questing our ghastly Cobra over here.
Ghastly Serpent.
Yeah, and he is purple, so gosh.
It got me, man.
Yeah,
I really and again, I can't read. Okay, this is something that we all know at this point. My reading. Oh, there he is. Oh no, not like this. It is the Demona who's going to come through.
Oh, and there's
right
a Thunderbolt in
time.
hand with another Olaf. So great cards for Nunes and Yannick. We don't know. We're not looking at him. It's not our turn.
Yeah, and this could be a devastating maneuver. We spoke about how strong this Demona is, and it seems as if Nunez is winning the Demona war. You can go free and clear and do a tremendous amount of swapping in this board. Captain Hook, and also free and clear to quest, it seems, as we're just kind of stacking our characters on who we want to go trade these with, and this seems like a pretty high-impact trade. Maybe we hold back our Calhoun and send that Captain Hook in.
Yeah, so we'll sing the Thunderbolt. Yep. Sing he hurled his Thunderbolt. Cheshire Cat into the Black Heron. Trade our Cobras. Trade our Calhouns. But now you have nothing. And I have a Demona, a cat with 3 damage. Captain Hook's going to go for a quest.
Yeah, that is going to that seems like an absolute back-breaking endeavor as the Olaf comes through with a Cheshire Cat in play. Seems like a really, really cool way to use a one-cost character to give yourself a +2 situation. Even adding the healed Cheshire Cat back to the hand.
I was about to say the Olaf is to get the Cheshire Cat right back to hand.
Yeah, or even a Demona too if you want to get real crazy. But I don't know if I don't know if you're built like that. As Lexington and Calhoun are going to be the response, and with an active Cheshire Cat with 2 damage,
That
Calhoun
Calhoun's looking bad.
Yeah, it's out of here.
Oh man, this is unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, even in another world, basically, and we're just drawing cards and playing cards. We're going wide. We're boosting. We're taking this out, and it does seem as though Yannick has seen the writing on the wall. We are at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It is like a crazy swing. Like we were kind of like leading in there, and now we are just looking down the barrel of a quest out for game on board.
Yeah, and Olong Lexington, he is a solid and robust card coming in at 3 with the 4/4, but staring down this type of onslaught, you just do not have a way to get it done. As Yannick now, hand fully pressed on left cheek, staring down Oblivion, and it just feels bad.
Is that
here
all?
in this
Just
spot.
Oblivion. That's it, though. Just the void and what is calls beyond, as we do see an Elsa Spirit of Winter, or Elsa Spirit of the 5th kind.
Yeah, and that might not be enough. I guess you could quest it out. I mean, you're at 10. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 coming back your way. And I think you can clear 2 lore off and give yourself an additional turn. Cheshire Cat pop something else and hope, but I think this one just might be a sad situation here for Yannick. All looking very positive for David here.
Yeah, it does look like we're going to be able to just kind of, this is the point of the game where I like to sit here, tap on the table, and think about it. And really what I'm doing is I'm processing myself through this 5, 6, 7 stages of grief.
Any spots when you're staring, when you're looking?
Because I'm like, I have this.
Yeah.
I have this. I have that. What if I look down and I had to be prepared in my hand? Like, one of the things like, just kind of trying to figure out if maybe these cards would basically materialize into some Ruby cards.
Yeah. Now, be prepared. I mean, slide me. Even if you have Be Prepared, you can't even play it. Oh, my goodness. I do need more ink to be able to get that play to happen, as we are going to just try to give ourselves as many turns as possible. Clearing that Cheshire Cat has to be the utmost priority, as we are going to go ahead and boost to take out
Captain Hook
Captain
now.
Hook goes. So that's still 2, 4, 6, 8 lore being represented, getting up to 19. You definitely
And it's a dock. It was a
Cobra.
dock off the top into it doesn't matter.
Yeah, this one is going to be GG's all around, as another Demona is going to come on through. The hits keep on coming. Hades looking for a deal coming in off top of the deck.
My goodness. And then it's more or less at this point, why don't you just quest out, you know?
You can, just trying to do a little bit of board maintenance, making sure your opponent can't rebuttal you, and the quest goes through. And just like that, Yannick here can't ready the Lexington. He is stoned.
Yeah, he's like...
And the fist bump goes across the table, and David gets it done, winning the Pro Play Games Summit 10K event. Congratulations to that Luminaire, taking nothing away from Yannick, getting it done, coming all the way in, getting a second place finish, but you did go down to the Golden Mickey winner, showing some resilience. The deck was absolutely humming on all cylinders. I mean, it was popping. It was doing everything you wanted it to do in a correct, timely, and orderly sequence. So you love to see that for him. And congratulations. Good players are going to do well, and the deck definitely gave you the support you needed to get it done.
Yeah, the deck really did exactly what Nunez needed it to do in the times that it needed to do it. And then that's kind of how it is. And playing it was outs and everything else like that. And again, we saw some things here and some maybe some decisions made back and forth that you're like, oh, you know, you always watch these games back and you're like, what if? And then a lot of times there are situations where you're like, oh, I could have played this, but I did this. But inherently, it wasn't the wrong decision in the moment. It was just the path that you took, and the cards didn't land that way. But at the same time, you know, no slouch, no taking away from our winner here, David Nunez, at our PPG Orlando Summit.
And that's a very, very great point, Cole. Because sometimes you get the good cards and you feel like you just have everything, and those are the games you can kind of throw away the most because you feel like I need to win. You get a little bit of pressure on yourself. So being out front and having these these type of situations, so you still have to take the good cards and still have to drive it all the way to the finish line. But still, I thought it was an incredible match, incredible games that we've had all weekend. I'm talking Friday, Saturday, and into Sunday. And it's just been a wonderful, wonderful weekend of Core Constructed Disney Lorcana. But guess what? You're in luck. We have more Lorcana coming your way. The Infinity event has begun. So if you want to dust off some of the history books and bring in some of your favorite cards from all throughout the entire game of Disney Lorcana, stay tuned. We're going to bring you that action shortly after this. But we're going to get the interview. We're going to get our winner, who's going to be over in the interview room here very soon, to see what they have to say about it.
Yeah, we're doing that. And I am so excited about Infinity because I know everybody, what you guys have been doing, you've been ignoring this format, and Indianapolis is coming. More cards are coming. And I'll go out on a limb and I'll say that I think that one day Infinity is going to be more popular than Core.
You think so?
I do.
It depends. It's going to be an uphill climb for the game design team because they have the unfortunate duty and the very
That's why we need to get there and break it. Get in there and break it. See what we can do.
That's what I'm saying because
get in there.
I believe there are 2 more sets that are going to be coming out in between the time of now and the Infinity DLC that we have in Indianapolis. So there's going to be They're going to be Winterspell and Into the not Into the Unknown. What is it? Somewhere unknown. Places unknown.
Into the wild.
Into the wild. What am I talking about? Unknown. Is it wild? Wild's unknown.
Wild doesn't know. Yes, we got there. Yeah.
You know what, Color? With your brain and my brain, we got
one whole brain.
One fully working brain. Okay, it's gonna be Wild's unknown. And I think they have the incredibly difficult
and that's the Pixar stuff. But yeah, okay.
Job to do of making the Core Constructed cards good, but also you're gonna have to make some cards for this Infinity DLC that is coming up.
They absolutely are.
And
y'all don't keep. Y'all are not reading all of them.
Not destroying both of those formats at the same time because it takes 2 mess ups. Both of these formats can absolutely be destroyed with the cards that you print in these following sets. So I'm looking for some very, very powerful cards coming out, but not too powerful.
No, I want to
just powerful enough.
Break it.
Oh, you're trying to break
Break
it. Okay.
it.
You're
Get
full
in
chaos
there.
theory.
I'm a chaos goblin. I love it. I want you to go in there and do as much as you can and get as many things banned as you can, and then like come out the other side and then be like, oh, they're animals.
No.
Ooh, I want the game devs to be like, ah.
But we do. Okay, so we do have our winner over in the interview booth with Liam. So take it away, Liam and David.
Thank you so much, JDZ. I am here in the interview booth with David, your winner of the PPG Summit Orlando. David, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm going to Disney World.
You're going to Disney. You're literally.
I'm literally going to Disney World.
He's like, I want to get this interview over with because I'm going to Epcot.
I'm going to Epcot.
Why Epcot over the other options?
Other people picked. I haven't gone to Disney World since I was 11, so I basically know nothing, but I'm very excited. I've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday PTO to go to Disney World.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Well, I think Epcot's a great place to start. Well, let's talk about history first before we get into this tournament. We were chatting a bit before this, and you said you have a bit of history with Amethyst Steel. It's a deck that you're familiar with for over a year now, or just about a year.
Just about a
Almost
year.
exactly a year. What's your history with these colors?
So I gone to Puerto Rico last December on a family vacation, and I played a small tournament in Puerto Rico. I played the person I roomed with this weekend twice in that tournament. But we believed that Amethyst Steel was going to be a good pick for Continentals. So that was like the first tournament I played Amethyst Steel in. I went back and looked at that deck list, and the only cards that overlap now is 3 Calhoun, 4 Genie, 4 Elsa, and 3 Strength, which is crazy. Like registering 3 Strength right now would be a heinous crime.
Right? Just 3 strength?
Just 3 Strength.
Well, you had let the storm, but yeah, you know.
I had 2 bolts. So
That's fair.
At
That's
that time,
fair.
because Ruby Sapphire was such a good deck, he really needed to be able to banish a shark. And so it was like, okay, we're not always going to have enough characters for the strength to work. We have to deal with the uninkability of being able to deal 5.
Amazing. It was like it's just a year ago, but it feels like ancient history in some ways because we're living in a completely different world, a whole new world, if you will. So fast forwarding to today, you have a lot of history of this deck. Why choose Amethyst Steel into the current meta?
So in the 5K yesterday, I actually played the Monstro combo deck.
You did. I think you were the only one.
I think I was the only one, and it was pretty fun, but I did not have a lot of success. I think Zen. So part of the beauty of tournaments as opposed to a ladder is on a ladder you play a couple games and people figure out the deck and it's not special anymore. Whereas you can bring it to a tournament and surprise that tournament and win a tournament with a totally different deck. So now people know about it. Like I don't think I had the same matchups as Zan. Like Hades being 7 cost Sapphire Hades being reprinted is like the worst. Monster going into the Inkwell and just permanently being in the Inkwell, not being able to be Circle of Life
It's like
back or anything like that.
I needed that whale.
Yeah, I want that guy. Give me the whale back. So
Aw.
I had played Amethyst Steel last week at the CCS, CCQ, and in the 5K on Sunday. I've changed about 6 cards between last week and this week, but I had finished in the top 8 of the Sunday 5K in Stone Mountain, Georgia last week. So I sort of just was like, all right, well, this has been working. I'm going to keep doing the same thing.
Yeah, it's clicking. What'd you change?
So the list that I had played had 1 Timothy Q Mouse, 2 Tinkerbell Fast Flyer, the second he hurled his Thunderbolts, and then 2 more Iago. And this week I have 2 Hypnotic Strength. I'm going to forget it. I have 2 of the Evasive on your turn, 2 cost Jafar.
Okay.
And I'm going to forget exactly what else changed. But
Yeah, and you're running Satisfied Dragons, aren't you?
Yes, 2 Satisfied Dragons, yes.
Yeah, there's another interesting one we saw worked in. Are those like fast flyer counters?
Yeah, so because I've played a lot of tournaments, one of the big challenges in Lorcana is figuring out how to win when you're going second.
Mhm.
So playing my finals match just now, my opponent, like in the mirror, you don't really want Timothy Q and Tinkerbell.
Right.
They're fine on the play because when you're on the play, you have the advantage to get to 20 lore, and they're cards that you want in other matchups like Emerald Sapphire, where you're not really challenging, you're just trying to gain lore. Whereas like if your opponent plays a Tinkerbell and then they quest with it and you played a Genie and you get to eat it, like, okay, they gain 2 lore, but you permanently have, or like still have your now 3/3 character in play that can gain lore every turn.
So what cards, so you worked those in, what cards of this tournament do you think overperformed and what cards underperformed for you? What did you, now that you've navigated it, is there anything you would change? What cards impressed you?
So I think I would probably play the first copy of Magical Maneuvers over the second copy of Hypnotic Strength.
Okay.
I very much am of the Frank Carson school of thought that if you play like multiple different cards, you can ink them when it's not the time for them and play them when it is the time for them.
So you're a one-of fan.
Yeah, so amusingly in Magic the Gathering, I was very much a like 4-4-4-4 guy, and in this game, I think it's like much more defendable to play like a bunch of different things.
Okay. So I interrupted your question. So you're saying magic maneuvers is something you'd work in?
Yeah, so you still want something that's going to target Iago and other illusions, and like you do have docks and other things like that that you can bounce to gain benefit, but you don't always like. Sometimes the the hypnotic strength, banishing the character right away and drawing the card is better than the magical maneuvers, which is why I think like splitting them is potentially right. Like I know some other people play 2 magical maneuvers and no hypnotic strength, and I think like 1/1 could be very good.
That's awesome. So, okay. Is Amethyst Steel the best deck in the meta?
I mean, it's certainly the best deck for me. I don't know if that's true for everyone or true for the metagame at large. And part of the beauty of this format is that the metagame has been evolving from week to week.
Every
There's like
week.
a new best deck every week, and you can choose to play the next level deck that's good against the deck that was great last week, which is what you love to see in tournaments. Amethyst Steel as a deck very much plays to my skills. I really love drafting and playing sealed. And I've like talked with people about like, okay, if you go 1-cost character, 2-cost character, 3-cost character, and your 4-cost is a genie, you can afford to sing a song and then play another card on turn 5, and then ink on turn 6 and play Demona. And just like having the raw value of cardboard, like each card matters, and like challenging and questing and trying to gain advantage in that way is like very much to my skill set.
That's awesome. Well, thanks so much for the tidbits. Thanks so much for talking with us, and congratulations again on the win. I'm excited for you to go enjoy Disney World.
Disney World.
He's going to Disney World, and we're going back to the booth. Take it away, JDZ in color.
Hey.
Winning the event, going to Disney World, that seems like an absolute vibe. And I'm telling you, Color, it was an amazing weekend so far that we've had. It's been a blast.
I still have stuff to do. So I have loved this weekend so much. We did so much Disney Lorcana. We have a lot of other games here at PPG. I was looking into the Riftbound because I do like the way the game plays. I'm not going to lie. But then the Cookie Run people were like, hey, come here for a second. And I was like, yo, what are these cookies? They're adorable. So we have so much here at PPG. It's been a great time. But now we are on to our next format, and a format that is near and dear to my heart. And I need you people to get in there. I need you to get in there. And we're going to see some today. What are we watching today?
It's time for Infinity. So wake up all of your friends, pals, and associates and tell them to lock in, because we are switching. Diablo's back. Sisu is back. Be Prepared is back. Rapunzel is back.
Okay, you better stop.
Everything is open.
They're going to stop watching. If you keep...
Okay. None of that's back. It's all an illusion.
It's there.
But speaking of back, we're going to take a quick break, and then we are going to be back, and we're going to bring you guys some Infinity action. So keep it locked. Do not touch that dial. Be right back here as PPG rages on.
Rages.
We're not in break. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad.
We jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh community. And so when I heard that both Gage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to this? Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Go ahead.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplegames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymod.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code ProPlay10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you? The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Can't seem to win a game? Opponents got you down? Can't even hand shuffle right? I promise you, it's not a skill issue. It can't be you, so it's gotta be a chair issue. So throw out that old nasty chair, and it's time to sit where the pros sit. The eWin Gaming Racer Chair, Champion Edition. Let's be plus. With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrest, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin Gaming Chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chairs using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin in the affiliate link below, where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad. Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like, to make your brain think that fast, it'd have to be so strategic all the time. It's like, it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh! I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one. My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event, so I guess I enjoy that. I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick. I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also know top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
We haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now, so the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. And so when I heard that both Gage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to this?
Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customize designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code ProPlay10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you? The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Can't seem to win a game? Opponents got you down? Can't even hand shuffle right? I promise you, it's not a skill issue. It can't be you. So it's gotta be a chair issue. So throw out that old nasty chair and it's time to sit where the pros sit. The eWin Gaming Racer Chair Champion Edition. Let's be plus. With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrest, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin Gaming Chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chair's using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin and the affiliate link below, where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad. Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast, it have to be so strategic all the time. It's like it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh. I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one. My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event, so I guess I enjoy that. I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also don't top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
We haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh community, and so when I heard that both Cage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to most?
Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like.
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code PROPLAY10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you? The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. we've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Can't seem to win a game? Opponents got you down? Can't even hand shuffle right? I promise you, it's not a skill issue. It can't be you. So it's gotta be a chair issue. So throw out that old nasty chair and it's time to sit where the pros sit. The eWin Gaming Racer Chair Champion Edition. Let's be plus. With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrest, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin Gaming Chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chairs using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin and the affiliate link below, where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@propagames.com and we will discuss running your ad. Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Rock and roll.
Welcome back,
Rock and roll.
Illumineers! So, very, very cool what we saw last time, finishing out that core constructed format. And listen, that's all the rage. We've already talked to you all about it.
That's cute.
But now, okay, now the fun really gets to begin, Gabe, because tell these Illumineers what we are jumping into.
Oh, you're going to see a bunch of Prince Johns. You're going to see a bunch of Diablos. Hey, Hiram's back, folks. Remember Hiram? He is back.
He is back.
Yeah, the ban list, what is that?
Never heard of it, because we're playing Infinity!
Sundays is for quarter zips and Infinity.
And Infinity.
Let's go.
So let's do this. We're going to jump right into those players. They are already sat. They are ready to get going. And we're actually not going to be starting on round 1. We are going to be kicking it over, I believe, to round 3. Yes, so we see both of these players are going to be 1-1. Now we're going to see Wesley. We're going to see Dragon John Z, excuse me.
Thank you.
You corrected me on this.
And just to even get more clarification, I want to be clear. I actually walked up to Jonathan Williams just now and I said, Jonathan, please remind me what it is, because people don't believe me. The chat even called me out for it yesterday. Dragon John Z is the appropriate pronunciation of what you're seeing on screen.
Absolutely.
If you follow his content, he says it at the beginning of every video. That's his opening, folks. Listen to the man. He tells you what his name is. It is Dragon John Z. Jonathan Williams, our bounty player, and he is here playing Infinity. Did I just see a goat?
Oh, yeah, bro. This is what I like to call
Here we go.
vintage Lorcana, okay? Because both of these players, Amethyst Steel, we're going to be seeing things like GOAT. We're going to be seeing things like Chernobox followers, folks. Remember Broom? We've got Broom Boys sitting here on the screen, okay? So this is going to be truly such a treat for this Sunday 5K. We are going to be having a great time because we get to play with cards of old. I'm excited.
I miss my Fox. I miss Madam M. Fox. I can't wait to see her. This is going to be great.
It really is going to be so much fun. I mean, if you can't get enough Amethyst Steel in Core Constructed, it's still good in Infinity, folks. You heard it here first. Now, for me, I was expecting to see a lot of strategies like Sapphire Steel, things like the item builds, Tamatoa bringing things back, right? That Popsicle, that Hiram. So it's cool to see that Amethyst, we forget, has always been powerful in the form of these instant lore game, these bounce characters, Gabe. I missed it, and I am so excited to be going back to the past to see what vintage Lorcana has in store for us.
But there is so much more of a story here because, granted, I'm excited to see goats. I'm excited to see foxes. But here's the story, my friends, and I'm seeing in the chat flopping, I see you, and I recognize you. Why is Jonathan Williams not playing the colors that put him on the map? Ruby, Sapphire, getting crazy with that. Like, that is what he was known for.
Absolutely.
When those colors disappeared from rotation, he verbally said to the world how upset he was, and yet here he is with the ability to do it, and he said, nah, I'm going to go ahead and play with Amethyst Steel.
Yeah, he is, and maybe it's one of those things where he's just already familiar with the strategy in Core, bringing it over here. You're right, this is very interesting to see the deck choices that we are being brought. It looks like these may be a more aggressive strategy because we did see Wesley playing that Maleficent on turn 1 and following it up again, even though we had the Fire the Cannons to respond. Says, I don't care. I've got my own. So not necessarily the line that we're looking for. I still think a 1-2-3 Sing Strength could be good for these players. Only playing a Chernobox followers on 2 for Dragon John Z, it's not really what you want to be doing to follow up looking at this Maleficent and this Chernobox followers.
Absolutely not. I mean, we see the Maleficent as well coming down here, the characters that we don't normally get to see. You mentioned the song. We know that the strategy in Core is that 1-2-3-4 strength, but there's so many more things waiting for you. You've got Let the Storm Rage On, a classic card that we forget. We've got, and then along came Zeus. You might know the other part of that song, Thunderbolt, more recently, but Zeus. Oh boy, have we missed those songs. As we see the Madam Mim Fox hit the inkwell. That's the wrong place for that card. That card should be on the table, but instead we see a Pete. a familiar face in Core Constructed, but even more important in the Infinity strategy because you've got the entire barrage of songs. Literally any song that you could possibly want to sing or play otherwise can be played. So Pete is so powerful in Infinity.
Absolutely. You're bringing up a great point. I mean, we have been so used to core that you're right. 1, 2, 3 sync strength is no longer the only thing that's possible. We have plenty of strategies, like you mentioned, that let the Storm Rage on, dealing 2 damage, allowing us to draw a card. Oh, I miss it. We're going to see a Pete respond in kind of our own. And that is because, just like you were saying, this Pete can now sing onto our Chernobog, which we have elected not to quest and draw a card here. So I'm interested to see what is this strategy from both of these players. I think Wesley's going to have the upper hand with some of this early game aggression, but anything can change in the blink of an eye here. So we're going on a quest, we're getting our 2, and we are going to be there.
Hey,
it is,
I've
folks.
missed you.
I've missed you so. So we're not going to be able to do that challenging ability because she does have rush. We're not going to be able to challenge into anything because nothing's exerted, but it's still a well-statted card, and we got to replay that Maleficent to protect her.
Absolutely. I mean, goodness gracious, I feel my heart is warm with all these friends who've come back to see me as we see the library, a place that we still see in Core Constructed, but still a very powerful card, proving its value very much. So it is back as we play the Genie, another friend we know very well from Core.
Absolutely. I think what's so fun about playing in Infinity is getting to use some of these new school cards, as I want to call them, things like Genie, Wish Fulfilled, but then combining it with some of these cards of old, like the Chernobog's Followers, and it really just makes the decks so much more powerful. The power level in Infinity is absolutely insane, and it's infinite, one might say, and that's why we have this infinite card pool here. Everything is legal, folks. Everything is on the table. So, like to see that Strength of a Raging Fire banishing that card there.
Even Bucky, although still eroded, but hey, listen, folks, let's not talk about that right now. We'll deal with that another time as we take a look and see. Currently, we've got our players in what we call the tank thinking through what it is that needs to be done in order to advance the state. Because you got to imagine these, unless they've got some serious testing in with these, there's going to be some cobwebs that we might need to shake off a little bit.
That is a great point. Both of these players that we see on stream did participate in, I believe, both the Friday and the Saturday Core Constructed. And so because of that, they weren't really practicing these Infinity decks. So you're right. Shaking off the cobwebs, indeed, figuring out what is the best play lines, because we're playing a whole new format of Lorcana, even if the cards are old. They're familiar to us, but the strategies are brand new. So we're thinking here, if we're going to go ahead, discard any cards to gain 2 lore off of that giant Cobra. It really is. It's a brand new strategy. Both of these players coming off of playing, I believe, the same color pairing too. Yeah. So you have to rethink. You're seeing the giant Cobra thinking it's your old deck, and then you realize, wait, it's a new deck, and I've got new cards, and it's so hard to keep up with.
Yeah, I've got new shoes, but these pants sure are old. As we see the Strength of a Raging Fire dealing with that Pete, that referee Pete.
This is so interesting to me to see this Amethyst Steel mirror match here. It's really not what I was expecting to see in Infinity. I haven't been too up to date on what the meta is, but it's great to see. Amethyst is always going to prove to be powerful, right? Like these staple cards, Genies, Chernobogs. I saw a Broom in hand. I saw a Goat in hand. It's so much card draw, and if it's not card draw, it's lore gain. And so you can't go wrong with an Amethyst strategy. It does make sense to me why it's popular, but because it's been so long, I almost forgot how strong this color combination can be.
Yes, and Dragon John Z currently winning what we like to call the evasive wars. You've got, while they both have 3 characters down, 3 glimmers on the table, Dragon John Z has 2 characters that, at least at this current stage of the game, cannot be interacted with in any ways without things like songs. As we see Diablo come to the table, we know this Diablo as well, the Obedient Raven.
Yep.
We know it, we love it, and it's still here. It's still a good card, even in Infinity.
Absolutely. So what I'm interested about Dragon John Z, what he's doing here is this Chernobog is not going on a quest at all. We're seeing strengths back and forth in kind. So far, we haven't seen any of the other removal in the forms of those songs that we mentioned. So I'm curious to see if those are going to end up coming up or not. You know what else we haven't seen here?
What's that?
We haven't seen Rabbit. And that is a testament to how, yes, we have access to these old cards, but the new things, the new cards that have been printed in Core, yes, thank you, this Merlin Rabbit, are not necessarily, it's not going back to the old decks. It's still new innovations here. And so
Yeah.
Rabbit might have been good enough before, but when we have a Genie, maybe it's just not anymore.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. You know, you think about, if people talk about the bounce, the ability to bounce. You know, the Amethyst Steel deck doesn't bounce anywhere near as much anymore. It does through things like the Elephant, like Madam M Elephant, but you do that very strategically, very specifically, and in many cases in the core constructed format, it's actually bad. You losing the ability to control the board or have the same number of characters on the board could be a problem in some of these matchups. But you're giving up that board state in this matchup if you're playing it in order to do things like, you know, draw 2 cards, as we see the Fox, a great rush character. We miss you, Fox.
This is so great here
Yes.
because having that 4-3 stat line, it feels it's gone. It
Yes.
really feels vintage, right?
Yeah.
Because being able to take down that Cobra is so impactful there because we do have access to this bounce now that we're talking about. So things like Pete, bounce, replay Pete, shut down any actions, but also Cobra, gain 2 lore, bounce the Cobra, gain 2 lore again is something that we have to be aware of here. And
Ooh,
Wesley,
yes.
getting to 10, he is slowly getting there. So we want to get that Cobra off the board, correctly identifying we cannot continue to bounce this and gain lore.
Do you know who misses the Madam M Fox more than anybody else?
Who?
Daisy Duck. She misses her. Like, where'd she go?
Well, yeah.
And I miss the Fox too because Daisy Duck, she's been trying to find that date for the longest time. That Donald date, Daisy Duck.
Yep.
Go
We're
on the
there.
date already. Like, go to the movies or something because we're tired of you.
Yeah, absolutely. I do see Dragon John Z is navigating this masterfully, though, tying it up, keeping his board presence stable. Like you said, I think this evasive threat of this Genie is really making the difference here because Wesley, sure, has a couple more characters on board, but even something powerful like that Fox or even those Pete's with that 3-3 stat line can't swing into this Genie as long as it is evasive. So it's really allowing us to get back into this game. Seeing this Helga Sinclair comes down. You know, I know the girl who revealed that card. She's really, really cool.
Who is it?
It's me.
Oh, you are pretty cool. Yes, you are.
That's one of my favorite jokes, and my locals are so tired of hearing it. But this Helga Sinclair coming down, and she is, I believe, a 0-4, but she is going to have Challenger +3. So as we see on Dragon John Z's side, he is ready for evasives, and he doesn't even need to be.
Oh my goodness! As we see another card that we missed, Madam M coming in so many forms, just cheating against Merlin in that battle of the wits. As we see the Snake, another great bounce card from the previous rotation or pre-rotation, I guess we're calling it. Yeah, we love that Snake. We love that Fox. My goodness, this is a great game so far.
And I'm seeing in the chat that is very funny to say, well, yeah, you know, you wouldn't know it, but we are still seeing Amethyst Steel mirrors. But actually, depending on how the rest of this day goes, this might end up being a very unique thing that we've seen here. I've heard, and you can let me know in chat what kinds of decks you've heard of Infinity, but I really thought Sapphire Steel was a very dominant strategy, maybe even Ruby and Sapphire. So you have to imagine those Titans are out there, which is actually going to be a bad matchup for both of the players that we're seeing on stream. If I remember correctly. It's been a while, folks.
Yeah.
So we're thumbing up our cards here if we're Wesley. We're trying to figure out, okay, we both have equally wide boards, but the key point here that is allowing Dragon John Z to take over this game is that evasive quester. So it looks like we're going to go ahead, quest on our own.
Yeah.
This is dangerous.
It is. Wesley's kind of saying, I dare you, you know, deal with my board. And let's fight it out. Wesley is putting a lot more trust into the top of his deck than he's putting into the top of Dragon John Z's the deck there. So we got to figure out if he's going to be rewarded for that or if he's going to be punished for that. This can be a punish. So that's something that we will learn as Wesley goes to 13 lore.
It is a pretty good lore count, especially, again, we have things like Goat, Bounce, Goat nowadays, so we can see it where if we get close enough, things like this Cobra, but we're not able to discard a card. Things like this Cobra are what we want to be doing to get that instant lore gain. I wonder, because we presumably don't have any discard effects in Dragon John Z's hand, if it was worth it to just wait instead to play that Cobra.
It's tough because, you know, like as we've been talking about, some things, the more things change, the more things stay the same. And something that is still true is that for the Amethyst Steel matchup, the winner of the game is the one who gets the most characters onto the table ultimately. Did we lose out on 2 lore with that Giant Cobra by not waiting? Yes. But would he have lost anyway because Dragon John Z would be one more turn ahead, one more glimmer ahead, one more character away from getting to the magic number 20, and that's something you got to consider too. So it's a tough balance to certainly cater.
Absolutely. And looking at the ink counts as well, one thing to note is I believe Wesley only has 4 ink. So
Yeah.
you kind of are hoping that what you get off the top is playable a lot. Like it's got to be a 1 drop that you can drop alongside it. Or actually, no, because you'd just be discarding it. Never mind.
Sure.
I'm back. It's early and
It's
we're
Infinity.
playing a new format and
Yeah.
I'm gone and disregard everything that
No
I'm saying.
worries.
But that being said, John Z is doing great. He's pushing through. He feels good, and he's really turned this corner here, right? Looking at this lore, we got 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. He's showing 20 if we pass back and do absolutely nothing. And right now, absolutely nothing is all we can do because
Yeah.
the only thing that's exerted is a genie, and we have no evasive threats on our board.
And so Wesley, interestingly, it looks like he is just questing. And I think deciding on what to do. I don't know if it will matter though.
Don't think it's gonna be enough because
it looks like he's just making sure. He's just confirming.
yeah,
He's
and you always
confirming.
got to check. You always got to check.
Yeah, confirming.
Jonathan Williams showing us I had this, which is disrespectful. Okay, that is
Yeah,
BM, but
BM,
no,
my
it's
friends.
it's
Bad
all
manners.
in good fun. These players play each other all the time. Wesley is a local here, so shout out
No.
to the Orlando scene coming through at PPG Orlando. That was actually kind of a quick one and
That was.
way less chaotic. Everything I hear about Infinity Game is that it's all these crazy tricks and things of old and things we forgot and it should be broken. This looked like a pretty fair and balanced game to me. What did you think about what we saw there?
I feel like this will be the least chaotic of the matches that we find. And funny enough, I was on the floor talking to the players. One of the phrases that I've heard used is the term permanency. It's the idea that there's a certain number of cards that should always be live, that once they hit the table, they stay on the table. And there's this vibe with the Infinity format that there's too much permanency. Cards come down, and it's very difficult to get rid of them. You start to create a lot of items. You can play multiple locations even. In the previous format, there were very viable location decks that used things like the Steel John Silver, and just like half the decks were locations. So the permanence can be a problem, can create a really awkward board state, some really weird games. But what we saw here felt very much like Core, with a little bit of splash of some of our old friends like Madam M. Fox, the Snake, and the Goat. And, the Rabbit, inconspicuous by its absence, but I'm sure it's there somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you love to see all of these cards back from set to Rise of the Floodborn coming back into play, like you said, in the form of that Goat, in the form of the Madam Mim characters, and it's just been a treat to watch. I'm curious to see now with Wesley being on the play, kind of getting a little familiar with, hey, this is the exact same strategy that I've got, but now that I know that, what can I do to try and upset it? So I do think going on the play, this is obviously going to give Wesley a little bit of an advantage. But as we can see, it's just about drawing the right cards at the right time because both of these players were kind of consistent, kind of back and forth.
I just saw my favorite card in Amethyst of all time. Can you guess what it is?
What is it?
It's Merlin Mim Crab.
Ooh.
I love the crab. The crab created such weird math. It was always relevant. It was so powerful. In the chat, much love to Madam M. Crab. For those of you that have used it, please tell me how many of you love the crab.
Yeah,
I'd love to hear it.
The crab is great, especially when you consider that you can pair it with things, and both of these players do have this strategy available to them in their deck with the Diablo, right? So having that 0 strength character, but then you play that crab, allowing it to punch up into things like a Calhoun and draw us a card. So there's so many things in Infinity that you kind of have to remember to think about, to remember to play around, right? And it's so fun seeing, well, really, who can remember all of those things, because now you have the whole card pool to be aware of.
Yeah, all the card pool plus the last 2 sets that you probably don't have a whole lot of practice in, as we see another Maleficent biding her time, if I'm correct, hitting the table.
Yeah, absolutely. We're identifying. Oh wow, look at you biding our time. There we go.
I know my cards, folks. I know my cards.
Best caster in the game.
Thank you.
So 2 games in a row, we opened for Wesley with that Maleficent, and then Dragon John Z responding with the Fire the Cannon. I wonder if that's something he's altering for, or if he's just getting lucky and finding it.
Oh, this is another guy. I'm going to cry. All my friends are coming back to see me. It's Mr. Smee, the bumbling maid. He's just stumbling around everywhere, and that's why at the end of every turn, while he's exerted, you got to put a damage on him. We miss him, but we've got new friends now. And so, listen, Mr. Smee, we still love you, but we have friends that are a little bit better than you, but that's fine.
I have to say, it's good to see some steel cards here. Okay, we've been seeing a lot of amethyst back and forth and back and forth, and steel is very much a part of this deck. And Smee, for a very long time, many people believed was the best 2-drop in the game. So it is good to see him here. He is a well-statted character. Yes, when you turn him sideways, you know, he is going to take a damage, but a lot of the time, especially if you're swinging into something like that Diablo, it's not gonna matter. So it's great to see, but I think what's interesting here is Dragon John Z playing 2 characters on turn 2 to Wesley's 1. Yes, the Smee quest for 2, the Smee has a 3/3 stat line, but ultimately, you can't deal with both of these characters at once, and they can kind of swing back into you.
That's correct. Now, I will tell you, so for those of you who follow more competitive players, very well-known player, Tiago, has said, if you've ever watched the Illumineers, shout out to Liam, who's here with us, of course, did a video with Tiago where he talked about the strategy, the current core constructed strategy of Amethyst Steel. And in Amethyst Steel, in core constructed, if you play a 1-drop on 1 and then 2 1-drops on 2, that's a very bad play in core constructed. That is not the case in Infinity, specifically because you have 3 different 1-drops. You've got the Chernobog Followers, you've got the Diablo, and then what was the last one? There was one more. The Broom.
The Magic
The
Broom.
Magic Broom, which allows you, all 3 of these cards, initiating a way for you to draw. So because you put these characters down, still able to gate or replace those cards, allowed you to keep those resources going. So it's interesting to see how things that were normal to do pre-rotation, post-rotation became a bad thing to do, and the cards on the table right now showing how powerful Infinity really is.
Absolutely. That is a great point. I love the way that you speak about Infinity. It's something that I admittedly have not had the most time with, and so it's so fun seeing the change in these strategies. I hope it's fun for the chat as well to just be seeing, like you said, the differences in these characters. So we're looking at Wesley. He's here. He's thinking, I put this Giant Cobra into my Inkwell. What am I going to do on turn 3? Wesley here wants to be the aggressor, but not really being able to. It's interesting. Even something like a Chernobog's Follower is kind of keeping him a little bit of choice paralysis here. So we're going to go ahead, quest that's me for 2, but I don't know that he feels like he has an optimum line that he loves. Otherwise, he would have slammed something down.
Yeah, I mean, we're losing a little bit of tempo by bringing that Smee back. However, you know what? If you lose tempo by questing for 2, that's not the worst thing you could do. I do want to do a quick shout out to our friends in the chat. Ferrante, I see you. I want to call out, if you have a memory, a fond memory of your times with Infinity, I'd love to hear it. And boy, oh boy, ain't nothing better than a Minnie Mouse Surfer. That was the card of the century when it came out. We love that card, Ferrante. I do too. So love it. Let us know in the chat. The moments in Infinity that you've had, that you miss, that you love, that you want to see back. Maybe we can get a reprint. Maybe we can convince Ravensburger, hey, bring that friend back.
Yeah.
Let us know in the chat.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you, Gabe. That is beautiful. It's great to see everybody sharing those stories. It's fun. It's fun to reminisce on the origins, what started it all, and see these cards that we fell in love with time and time again be back again on our screens and in our hands and in our decks. It's just fun. It's great to play. It's like playing with an old friend, like you said. So now Wesley is coming back a little bit. He's able to go a little bit wide. You wish maybe you would be able to sing strength, but I guess you don't really want to sing strength on anything right now if you're only able to put 3 characters down. Even that Giant Cobra getting it off the board, how impactful is it, right? Because if you're going to turn that Madam Mim sideways, the Cobra's just going to trade into it anyways, right? You don't want to give the card draw on the Diablo. It's good that we're able to establish this wide board. I don't think we're too mad about not being able to sing on anything right now.
Yeah, I mean, there is such a thing as using something too soon. You want to be smart about when you use your resources. You don't want to just immediately start dealing with things that are on the table. There's always likely to be something way worse than what's currently out there. Something like a Mr. Smee and a Calhoun all at the same time while tapping. Yes, that's a problem for sure.
Yeah, it definitely is a problem. It's good to see this board developing because originally the Giant Cobra and the Diablo, both of these things are very fragile in different ways, right? The Diablo doesn't really have a lot of willpower. Meanwhile, that Giant Cobra, you even look at it with an action, and it is going to go to that banish pile. So putting things down, they're a little bit more resilient. This Calhoun with that resist, this Mr. Smee with that better stat line, and now we are going to respond with a Mr. Smee of our own and a Doc.
No.
This is so fun. It is so fun to see cards like Madam Mim, like Smee, and then see a Doc come down as well.
No, the more things change, the more things stay the same, Willow. I don't know. Doc is the bold knight.
Absolutely.
We love to see it, but also kind of not.
not if you're one side of the table, you're over the moon, and if you're other side of the table,
Yeah.
not so much. So we did go ahead and quest that Churnabox Followers does have that ability where you can banish it to gain a lore on quest. This enabled us to draw a card and play a Diablo here. So we are maximizing our ink. We are ink efficient in Infinity right now.
I wish I was as good with my money as Wesley is with his ink. This is fantastic.
Absolutely. He's making every moment count. He's deciding here, do I want to swing into that Diablo? I mean, on the one hand, if you turn into it, I mean, I guess you're gonna get to 2 for 1, right? Because
It's a thing you can do.
anything that's gonna swing back, so technically it's a 2 for 1, but then you're giving up some lore,
Right.
and I think what you said was perfect. You don't want to do anything too early, right? So playing the patient game here and recognizing, you know what, I have the board presence. I'm not gonna swing. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah, you're not kidding. There is such a thing as too early patience. It's like skipping rope. You don't want to. If you jump in too soon, you're going to get whipped by a rope, and that can hurt really, really badly. We do see the play. Hey, another familiar face that we've seen all weekend long.
Oh, yeah.
The fifth spirit, Elsa.
Yeah, absolutely. She's going to come down thinking about what to exert here, and he's thumbing it up. He's got a lot of options. To be fair, there's plenty of good options. He's like, if I tap this, then I can use the Calhoun, gain the 2 lore there. While we're thinking about it, shouting out some of these other memories I'm seeing in the chat. Someone saying, double singing Sudden Chill with Ursula 3 while Prince John is on the board. Yes, that's what we're talking about. I want to see some of that today.
Yeah, you're toxic. This is a toxic relationship I'm involved in, and I'm done with it. Y'all are crazy. I'm kidding. It's my favorite. I love Prince John, by the way.
No, yeah, we have to imagine we're going to see a Prince John here today in Infinity. Again, I'm shocked to see an Amethyst Steel Mirror, but it's so fun because that just goes to show that in Infinity anything is possible, and I would imagine any deck is viable, right?
I would agree.
Moving on along here, we did decide to exert that Dock. We're going to challenge in with our Calhoun, take no damage back because of that resist ability, and gain 2 lore all the while.
No, Strength of a Raging Fire on that Madam M Fox, sending it into a banished world, banishing it from whence it came, as we see Dragon John Z deciding, okay, is this the moment? And it is the moment. We are going to go on that quest. We're going to collect some of those items, and we're going to get some lore as Dragon John Z goes to 7. Thank you for correctly placing 1 damage.
Remembering the Smee trigger, best of all time. There we go.
What a hero.
Yeah, this is amazing. This is great. No, I mean, it's definitely a turning point here, being able to find that strength, being able to exert that character. I mean, Wesley's not going to be happy to see it. And you got to imagine, do you want to draw first here? Do you want to just give up this Diablo to see what else you can get? Because I don't know what he's got in hand. I don't know. Maybe the cards aren't good enough. Or is that just too much negative tempo? You want to keep pushing the lore race.
Or do you wait until you get the Madam M Crab so that you can boost that Diablo up to 3 Challenger and to deal with the thing? There's just so many options here. That is one of the things about Infinity here is that there's so many things, so many outs. We talk about playing to your outs all weekend. There's way more outs, a lot of outs that could potentially be waiting for you in your deck.
Absolutely. I think this format is so much fun, and we are seeing why, because you have to think so much more about all of the different options. This card pool is massive, Gabe.
Yeah.
This card pool, it might even be 1,000 cards or more. It's pretty
way
big.
More than that.
It's pretty big.
It's
You're like, I
deal.
can tell you, it's a lot of cards.
It's a lot. It's a lot of cards.
So because of that, if you're Wesley, that is something you have to be thinking about. It's like, well, will I draw into a crab next turn? Then maybe I can buff up the Diablo, draw a card, and do that really cool thing. But also, it's right now. I don't have the crab. Maybe I do need to just see what else I draw if the cards in hand aren't good enough. Or, yeah, maybe we have cards in hand that we want to play. So we're thinking it through. You're so right, Gabe. There are so many more outs. I believe these players can only be rewarded for slowing things down, taking their time, and really figuring out what is actually the best strategy here. So Wesley's in the think tank, man.
Yeah.
He is 100 meters down. He is figuring it out. He is trying to think about what is this best option.
It's tough because, I mean, one of the options that he's been debating is that goat, that Madam M goat. I mean, generally speaking, the consensus is that you ink it early, and then as you get later in the game, you use it later. But yeah, choosing to use it as a resource to pay for other things, that goat goes into the inkwell. You're going to see an attempt at some efficient trades where possible. I recognizing that the Diablo has collected way too much lore at this point. Just saying, hey, you know what? Maybe I'm going to go ahead and let you draw. We do see the bounce of the Sentry here with a Fox, bringing back the Pete to stop any kind of a return fire on that from a spell of some kind or from a song of some kind. So yeah, so I think this is a very good turn. We're able to reduce 3 characters, if I'm correct, on Dragon John Z's side, bringing the board back to equal to Wesley. However, Dragon John Z, no slouch, saying, I got a wish to fulfill, and we're going to draw some cards.
No slouch indeed. Finding that dock there is amazing. Loving being able to play that. I think Wesley did a great job being able to clean up this board.
Yeah.
But like you said, with an answer back like that, it's just a little bit tough because now what that means is our board is left with only a Pete and a Diablo. We do not have a lot of challenge power here or anything to really get up into the skies to fight those evasives in the form of Elsa and Genie. So let's see what we can do. We're exerting for maybe we have a Genie of our own, but is it too little too late? Not even. It's a goat, which is great. It's fun. I missed it. It's great to see it, gain a lore every time it enters and leaves play. But that goat is not evasive. That goat cannot get in there and take down that Genie wish fulfilled, which you wish it could with that 4 strength.
You should have wished for something else, it sounds like, is what happened there. But you're right, though. I mean, the goat does represent 4 strength. It is still a pretty big, it could still present its own set of problems. You might be able to force Dragon John Z into dealing with it, but right now, choosing to send a Strength of Urging Fire into the Mr. Smee, with the 3 damage, that is an interesting choice, but it is the most effective way to deal with a character versus letting it linger.
You have to get the lore down, and we do still have access to cards like Bell, even now Cheshire Cat, where we could then move that damage off of the Smee. People used to do it with Rapunzel, which obviously is not in this color pairing, but it's to show that there are ways to heal the damage off of that character. And so, at first I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, interesting to do that, but I mean, you got to do what you got to do, and you got to identify, hey, this is the most lore. So we're going to see, speaking of lore, the lore is coming down on the board. We were able to play out that Magic Broom, play another card to draw a card. I mean, gain the lore, turn the evasive sideways. We're doing everything we want to do, and this is very dangerous territory for Wesley here.
Yes, it is. I mean, we're at 15 with as many characters on the board and lore to go to that magical number 20 to finish the story of Game 2. For Dragon John Z, if he finishes that story going to 20, he's not only going to finish that chapter, the whole entire book will be sealed because that is a 2-0, and that would conclude this matchup.
We have, we had the Madam Rush in hand, but the Rush didn't matter. We elected instead to ink it to play this dock. We found 2 cards, but it's just not going to be enough, I think, here. We're going to find a strength, which is nice, getting rid of that Genie. Okay, Pete can take this. So you know what? It's enough. It's just a little too close when you remember the goat bounce goat shenanigans here.
Yes, it is. Yeah, the goat, once it comes down and you're at 19, the game's over. Because the way it's worded, it says when it leaves play, Hades will not stop it. You can't send it into your inkwell. It does not matter. Leaves play, it means leaves play. It does not mean banished. Those are different.
Right.
Dragon John Z identifying correctly, it's time to run for the gate, putting down 2 more characters, potentially locking the game up. Wesley's going to take a look at the cards, see if it matters. I can't imagine that it does.
Yeah, it's one of those things where seeing this goat with 18 lore, putting the Smee down, this goat at 18 lore really means you are at 19 lore.
Yeah,
and so then you have to remove that plus everything else. Nothing can survive on this board, and it was just a little too much for Wesley to deal with. So we do see Dragon John Z continuing to pilot Amethyst Steel, but in a completely new form here in Infinity, and to great success. He was able to get it 2-0. We're seeing the smiles on both of the players' faces. Like I said, these are players that know each other. They play together locally. So well fought to Wesley. He's a great guy. I know him personally, so it's good to see him up there on stream. But Dragon John Z able to take it down. No matter the format, man, this guy is able to do it.
Yeah, he's always getting second place in everything he does. He's so good at it. He's so fantastic. I love this guy.
Except for right now, okay? Except for right now when he is number 1 in this round, okay?
Well,
at least he's number 1.
More important than being number 2, he is number 1. Number 1 in my heart.
Oh,
I love Dragon John Z.
There you have it. There you have it. So that was fun. That was fun.
Yeah.
We saw Amethyst Steel, right? But we saw it in a new way than we had been seeing it for all of Core Constructed. We see Infinity. We see these old friends that we know, we love, and we miss them. Listen, I'm going to say something controversial, chat.
What's new?
Reprint the Madam Mim Fox. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? If we're getting these crazy high statted characters, come on, she could get a reprint. Now that 5/5 is the new standard stat line, who's with me? Okay, who's with me?
Who's with me? Daisy Duck is not with you. Daisy Duck's like, no. I'm gonna stop this date with Donald. There's no way you're bringing that fox back. Forget about it. That is not happening.
Bring back the 4 strength characters.
That's
okay,
a movement.
4-3 nowadays.
Yeah, that's
when in a world
chump
of
change.
5-6 Demonas,
It's
come
chump
on,
change.
guys. In a world of 3-4 characters, come on. She was looking good before, but now she's just okay.
She's fine.
Now
She's
okay.
just fine. She's
All right,
okay.
All right. I'll get off my soapbox.
No, don't get off your here. Jay with the right idea here. Jay, I have to tell everybody. I was very, very explicitly told that I was not allowed. 20 Lore Pro told me that if I brought pickled eggs into the booth, that I would be canceled. So I'm not allowed because it smells. There's equipment in here. So folks, please, I know you want to see the pickled eggs. I will bring one to Willoughby. She will eat one day. It just can't. There's just too much equipment here. You will eat it. You will. I've said it. Now you must do it.
See, anything goes on Infinity Weekend, including. What do we say? Pickled eggs?
Pickled eggs.
Including pickled eggs. So we're getting ready to do that interview. We'll throw it over there whenever we have it. But I'm excited for the rest of the day. If we want to do some quick predictions, I want to do it with you. I want to do it with chat.
Okay.
If you're in the chat right now, okay, what do you think is the best deck in Infinity? Because that is a completely different format. Oh, easy.
Easy.
Let's hear what's
Easy.
going to win this tournament right now.
It's called Ember Steel Songs. We're talking about Ariel. We're talking about Wheel. What are you talking about? This is a question that we're really asking, folks. Folks, in the chat, you know the answer is Amber Steel Song. Come on, let's stop pretending.
I heard Sapphire Steel was great. They also have access to Wheel.
It's too
okay?
slow. It's too slow. It's too slow.
Oh, there you have it. So a little bit of Princess Aggro or specifically songs?
It's got to be songs. It's got to be songs. It's got to be a whole new world. You got to be flinging those Zeuses. You need the Ariel to find the songs. Listen, all that other stuff is your Hieroms. They're cute. Okay, Prince John, he's cute. Ariel. All right, that is who we need to see here. That's what's going to win this tournament.
Well, there you have it. We got our predictions. We are locking them in. And speaking of locking in, we are about to throw it to the lock-in master himself, JDZ, to give us this interview with Dragon John Z. Let's hear from him.
And we are back here at the interview. I have Dragon John Z. We're here with me now after round number 3 of the Infinity event. And you saw him playing Amethyst Steel in the Core Constructed event. And now he's back at it again on Amethyst Steel in the Infinity event. Dragon John, I got to ask, why are you on Amethyst Steel for this tournament?
Because I was going to play Blue-Red, but I didn't have enough testing. I didn't test a lot. And to beat the aggro matchups, you had to, make sure you prep for it, maybe some Power Slides or something like that, because I know everybody's playing aggro right now.
Uh-huh.
And then the last few tournaments that I looked online, it's all Amethyst Steel, not Amethyst Steel, but Amber Steel,
right.
Aggro. So I'm like, if everybody bring Amber Aggro, and then I have to play against turn 1 Nala, or turn 1 Daisy, turn 2 Nala, it's gonna be a really rough time. So I was like, all right, let's counter that deck and play Purple Steel.
Okay, that's crazy. I didn't think you would give up the Sisu, give up the Hiram, give up the Popsicle, a chance to go back to your roots. You did win a Golden Mickey with that strategy, but you also won one with Amethyst Steel. So just tell us about your deck. What are some of those tools that you have to combat the aggressive matchup in your strategy that you have created?
So we got Fire to Cannons, we got Strength, we got low to the ground creatures to help out. So you can go Calhoun is really good until the Amber Steel you can kill, and they can't really Storm Rage on to kill your guy. So other than that, it's pretty good. We got Elsa's in the deck, tap them down to help Calhoun trade more, play Peace to stop them from singing songs, and we just got a lot of extra burning.
So you still it seems like you're still playing more of the Core Constructed version. You're still just curving out, playing a normal +1, -1 values type deck, a nice balanced strat. But do you have any? Have any of the new Whispers in the Well cards made it into your strat? Or any of the new Fable cards? Are you playing Dumbo? Are you playing Hades? Looking for a deal?
No, in Infinity, I think those cards are really slow.
Yeah.
We do turn 5 Hades, and then your opponent be like, okay, draw 2, you just dead on board.
You're right.
And then he's like, okay, well, go to next. So Dumbo's a little slow too, because you can't there's not really many evasives that we play on there. Hellgood be one, but you really don't want to tap her. You want to be challenging. So Dumbo's not going to make the cut. And you just play all the good cards that's low to the ground to help you curve out, challenge the opposing characters. And then versus control decks, you just go 1/1 drop until I got Snake, go all the things that gain lore.
So you're on no new Fable, no new Whisper Well card. You're keeping it all OG, triple OG with the 1 through pre-rotation cards.
I think so.
Dang, that's
There's
crazy.
some Cobras in there, but I don't think it's Whispers and
That's a Return to Jafar, I believe.
Yeah, so other than that, pretty much no.
Okay.
Bounce. playing against Fox Bounce again, and it feels pretty good.
Nice.
Okay, Bounce Doc, played it Doc again.
Right on.
Bounce Goats. Pretty
Okay,
good.
so what are your overarching thoughts on the Infinity format versus Core Constructed? I know there are a lot of people who love, a lot of people who hate, or whatever. What are some of your thoughts as a double Golden Mickey winner on Core Constructed versus Infinity, the pros and cons? Are you having a good time with it, at least?
Yeah, I'm having a good time bouncing stuff. I think both of them are fine formats.
Yeah.
Just that Affinity format right now is like hyper aggro. If you look at it, like you can die really fast on turn like 5 through 6, and the game can just end. So other than that, both of them is good. And Blue-Red still can play, but you got to figure out what you're going to build. Like I think about playing the 1-drop Tinkerbell, the 3-1 to help kill Nalas.
Hey, John, I got to let you know, man. We don't kill in Lorcana. We only banish, okay? We challenge and we banish, man.
I'm playing Magic all my life.
It's okay. It's okay. We don't have creatures. We got characters, too. Clean it up, man. You're a double Golden Mickey winner. All right. Hey, figure it out. Okay, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm joking. But seriously, though, man, I think you're a great player. I think you'll have great success. You're on your way to another top placement here in the Infinity event. But before we let you go, one more time on some shout-outs, man. Anything you want to say to anyone out there who might be watching about Infinity or anything at all?
Thanks for all my friends for watching and everybody that's watched me play these tournaments. And I will be our #1 hero one day.
Let's go.
Right now, 2nd and 4th. All right.
Let's get it. Well, all right, Dragon John. Thank you so much. Dragon John Z. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know everybody says the same thing.
Hey, you know what? You gotta put a space in there. Give me a space.
I know. It's too late now. Already, every account got no space in it. So.
All right, right on. Well, we're gonna get back to the booth with Willow Bees and Gabe is in there, I believe. Willow Bees and Gabe, and we'll take it back to you guys.
Put some respect.
Yeah, put some respect on my name, JDZ. How dare you? This guy, can you believe this? He forgot me. He forgot me. Well, here, speaking. So we had Dragon John Z out there. We had JDZ. So if you take the acronyms for both of them, you got DJZ and JDZ. I hope both of you suffer for that. And for that, I say thank you.
Absolutely. So we are off to the races here. Like we said, you joined us in the middle of this Infinity event. It had already started because we wanted to bring you that Core Constructed final so that way you could see it. But now we are off to the races. We got a couple rounds left here. But once this weekend is over, Gabe, it's not really over, is it? We've had so much fun. It's never really over. And the reason why is because we want to show you one more time so you can remember that PPG roadmap. Just because it ends today doesn't mean it ends forever. Tell us where we're going, Gabe.
We are headed to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, coming March 14th and 15th. We then have a stop in Dallas, Texas for the 4th of July weekend. We're coming back here to the mothership, to Spaceship Earth, in fact, for my Epcot fans.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, that was easy. I like that, huh? Back to Orlando here on September 26th to the 27th. And then we've got another stop coming up in December. We don't have that location quite just yet. We will be announcing that shortly. But 2026 is gearing up to be a fantastic time to play, yes, Lorcana, which is why you're here, but also every other game that's available in the Pro Play Summit.
Absolutely. So shout out to PPG Pro Play Games. This summit here in Orlando, the other ones that we have done, it has been nothing but phenomenal. It has been such a gift. And speaking of nothing but phenomenal, we have something else we want to share with you in the form. You got it right there, Gabe.
It's my blanket.
Playmat. This is where we're ending the tournament soon. It's the last day, okay? You gotta get it if you want this play. Thank you. We're gonna put it on screen now. If you want this playmat, but you're not here, listen. Don't have FOMO. Scan the QR code, okay? Let's get that playmat. Gabe, I'm taking one home. You're taking one home.
Yeah, I already got mine.
We could all be twinsies, chat.
Yeah.
Match with me and Gabe. Bring the playmats home. So we did want to show you that exclusive cloth playmat. I love a cloth playmat.
It's beautiful. If you have not had a chance to see it in detail, I just want to show you.
Yeah.
The mat, so, for those of you who play with these mats or something similar, maybe you've seen them, these are generally folded up mats. If your opponent doesn't like sharing, and I want to say sharing is in fact caring, but if your opponent does not like sharing, you can play it as a one-player mat.
Show them the Lorcana side.
And I'm going to flip. I'm going to show them all of it. So you might not play this game. This is I think it's called a Nexus or something.
Yeah, something like
It's a Riftbound thing, but who cares? This is what I want you to see.
Yeah, this is the
You
important
can flip
stuff.
it to this side, so you can reveal the game that you're playing. So if you do play other games, you can fold it in a way where it's just the game you're playing, and then you fold it in a different way, and you can play a different game.
Absolutely.
It's so cool.
There you go. The playmat is absolutely beautiful. We are so happy to have it. What? Oh, what?
Oh, that's
hey,
mine.
that's what?
Oh,
He's just taking. All right. Well, it's
Okay,
okay. We're
well,
gonna scan the QR code. We're gonna get
yeah,
another one.
we'll get
Okay.
another one.
So, but as you saw, we are joined by a thief, Liam, and he's not the only caster that we are joined by here because me and Gabe are in the booth, but we are also in the booth with some other amazing casters.
Yes, Liam, who has now used my blanket, but you know what? He can share. We can share that. We love Liam. I like to call him and his family the first family of Lorcana, the Illumineers. Liam, we have JDZ, who you just saw out there, hanging out with Dragon John Z. You've seen me. You've seen Willoughby's. We've got Color as well. Color is Law out there. All of us just having a great time. If you're in the area, come say hi, take pictures with us. We love to sign cards. We love to do all that kind of stuff. I'm a kind of a big deal, Willoughby's. I don't know if you know, but I'm kind of a big deal.
It's true.
That's not even close. Our players here are the big deal, though. We've got a lot of players here, a lot of people to learn from. It's been a great time. It's been such a fun weekend. I mean, just the camaraderie, the friendship. It's been great. I love
Absolutely. It's been nothing but great fun here. So once again, shout out to PPG. Thank you all as well in the chat for rocking with us. We are excited to kick off. May not be the first round, but it is the first round that we are watching on stream of this Infinity tournament. And we are almost through all of those matches. So we're going to have more Infinity very, very soon. And we will make sure to not put Amethyst Steel on there if we can help it, okay? We're here, and you guys, we want to see some other color combos, so we will do our best. But I think that's going to be it. We're going to throw it to maybe a quick break, unless there's anything else that we need to let these Illumineers know before we come back with even more Lorcana. Get your friends if they're not here. Get them here.
No, I think you've said it very well, Willoughby's. Again, we're wrapping up this weekend. But we're not at the end yet.
Absolutely.
Stay with us. Stay locked in. Folks, for those of you who think that this tournament, quote-unquote, doesn't matter, Indianapolis is not that far away. So I'm just kind of saying
it's sneaking up, folks. It's sneaking up. And if the first time you play Infinity is the month before Indianapolis,
you're cooked.
You are not going to be in a good spot.
Chat, you're
okay? So you got to lock in. You got to be following the meta because what you want to do, like these characters we saw with Amethyst Steel, you can just plug in updated cards as we go. But knowing those core strategies from jump, from months ago, it could be your time, okay? So, like you said, stay locked into us. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with some more Infinity Lorcana very soon.
Any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Can't seem to win a game? Opponents got you down? Can't even hand shuffle right? I promise you, it's not a skill issue. It can't be you, so it's gotta be a chair issue. So throw out that old nasty chair, and it's time to sit where the pros sit. The eWin Gaming Racer Chair, Champion Edition. Let's be plus. With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrest, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin Gaming Chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chairs using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin in the affiliate link below, where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad. Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG.
I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast and have to be so strategic all the time. It's like it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh. I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one. My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event, so I guess I enjoy that. I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes and good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also have a top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
We haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh community. And so when I heard that both Cage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to most?
Winning the event.
I like it. I like it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code PROPLAY10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to
All right. No, that's right. We are in. We are in. We're who needs the booth? We're
Hey,
in.
we're
at
in
the
booth.
table.
Right
Now
here.
we're in the booth.
We're in the booth.
We're gonna
At
go
the
to
table.
booth.
In the
We're going to the table. It's Infinity. It's happening.
It's infinitely
Lurkana.
confusing, but no, I'm
Infinitely
just kidding. We're
awesome.
here.
No, it's so glad to see you in the booth again here, Color. I feel like we just finished a tournament, and now here we are again.
I know. I'm excited to be here. And again, this is my. I don't want it like.
jam?
I feel like I'm the
It's your
only
thing?
one that wants to like because everybody's like Infinity, but I'm like I want to do it because again I play like that multiplayer format where I'm basically like looking at every card ever all the time, going, is this good? Is this good? Is this good? And now Infinity's like, you could use all those cards and they're all there and you can do whatever you want. And I promise you, you're going to see things here that you wouldn't normally see, except for like last round where we saw some Amethyst Steel. So I made a promise.
But it was bouncy steel.
It was
You know?
bouncy
It was like,
steel.
goats and foxes.
We were, yeah, goats and foxes and
things are down
things
there.
all my. But now we're not seeing that
This is
this
me
time.
bouncing.
We're not gonna have. Yeah, I was like, it's actually very
Cards come
like,
up. Yep.
like I was like, I can hear
I
it.
play the fox, I take the goat, I play the goat, I play the fox, I take the goat, the rabbit comes, I draw a card.
I protect the rabbit because I'm not a bad player.
rabbit.
So yeah,
All right.
I mean, that was Amethyst. So no more Amethyst, not this round.
Not this round.
Not
None.
this round.
Yeah, I walked over there to see what we would see this round, and I started swimming through a sea of blue steel. It's an ocean of items and flavishrams and fortispheres. So we selected one from the lot for you all to see, and it's going to pair it up against an interesting opponent, and we are going. Let's get into it.
Let's get going as we already have our Fortisphere. Here it is. It's on the table. It's not in the ban list.
What is this? Is this 8 months ago? No.
Oh my gosh.
This is Infinity.
Go into, okay, I'm seeing a lot of dogs, but that Mowgli is a new card to go ahead and throw in. This is the Robot Queen. That is the, okay, we're doing it. I knew it. It's the Robot Queen item. That one comes in again. It is another one. We love a good low cost item in Sapphire Steel. Let me tell you, as we ink a ink runner as well, going into it. This is Oops All Items. Oops All Items. I love it. As Lady goes into the inkwell. Just kidding. She's back.
Now, over on the other side, it is tea time. Chris here on this Amber Emerald deck. He's played dogs yesterday in Core Constructed, and I asked him, hey, why dogs again today? And he's like, oh, I've been playing dogs all weekend. They did well for me, so I'm just going to play dogs again. This Mowgli's going to come down here, going to take a peek. Look, we get to see, too. I need to put my sunglasses on because this is shiny there. That's like 3 enchanteds in the hand.
This is what you get in Infinity. This is where we put all our cards. We put all of our money into our enchanted Thunderbolt. I mean, that's not a Thunderbolt. It's a hero.
That's right.
Zeus. It's just Zeus.
He's thrown Thunderbolt, so he came along. He hurled his Thunderbolt.
Yep.
He's doing it here the old-fashioned way.
And then along came Zeus.
And along came Mowgli to snag that card and send it off to the discard pile. But no, it's really fun to see a lot of these cards back here again. Here's that Cinderella. We know it from Core Constructed, but she is good in Infinity too, especially when she's paired with other princesses, including ones that like items here in Sapphire, and you may see one later.
Do you think she has some who's its or what's its?
Galore. On the other side, though, tea time. This deck is really quick. It is really fast. We do see Ursula and stuff. So missing that 1-drop, though, this is a really slow start for him. No 1-drop. The Mowgli on 2. It's great to snag a card, but it is slower tempo. But this will help out a little bit. This lady coming down, sneaking in that Ursula. We saw what was in there.
He's like, bro, you got it, man. And that is why Emerald and Amber are so powerful now, because you have that Amber Mowgli and you have the Emerald Ursula. So it's like, hey, I'm gonna go take a non-character. That's sick. Anyway, I want your songs. And being able to put those two together is incredible, especially with some of the cards that we will be able to, because I bet you we're gonna see a Piglet. I bet you. She's here. And that's
I bet you're probably right.
full-cost Bell Apprentice Inventor. We didn't want to pop the Fortisphere.
But you know what? Getting her in play, you usually see her in turn 1. Getting her in play now synergizes really nicely with that Cinderella that you played another turn earlier. So
Absolutely.
digging and inking and drawing and doing all the things. Cinderella's good on her own, but she's extra good when you have other princesses.
Oh my God. That was, we had all 4 lady family dogs, actually, because we inked 2, played 2.
But she's a family dog. They always
family
hang
dog.
out together. Lots of ladies, a group of ladies, a pack of ladies. 2 of them on the board now, sneaking that Lilo out. And I said it was a slow start, but then all of a sudden, bam, 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 bam.
And rapid fire 2 questers. Here he is, our mouse and savior, Hiram Flaversham coming in, our toy maker. He's going to go ahead and break that Fortisphere and then draw 2 cards, which I don't know if you know this, is pretty good.
Drawing cards is good. This card's so good in Core Constructed that Ravensburger said, you know what?
Yeah.
You need to go in timeout until we dust off Infinity. And then a popsicle for the popsicles are a lot more delicious than the Fortispheres I've heard.
Yeah.
So Flaversham probably excited to see this one come down. Still cleaning his teeth from that crunchy steel mess.
Like sphere of whatever that is.
Yeah.
Please shout out to the lore team. Tell us what that is. But yeah, again, and now notably there is nothing except for, let's see, oh no, we could sing Under the Sea. We could sing Under the Sea, and that would get rid of your Flaversham before he's able to get 2 more cards. However, is that really what you want to be doing?
I don't know.
But it's gone. Strength of a raging fire onto a lady.
The force of a great typhoon sending her off to the discard pile. Belle, an excellent singer. So look at what she's done so far here, not the anti-aggro tool. Look at what she's done. What have you done, Belle? You came in, you gave me ramp, and then you sung a song.
He's like,
yo,
can I read this, Robot Queen? What does this card do? Read.
Whenever you play a character, you may pay 1 and banish this item to deal 2 damage to chosen character. So it's like a fire the cannons on a body, and T-Time kind of shaking his head.
Like, yo, wait, that card's kind of good in this deck. Are you kidding me? And he's like, yes, it is. It's a 1-cost item. As we see our 1-cost Daisy Duck come on down with a 1-cost lady and a 1. Stop playing 1-cost. Man, this deck does what it wants. And it's trap. That ain't a 1-cost.
But it is when you have 6 other characters in play. And there he goes, digging 6, looking at 6, double checking. Like, I want to make sure I have the right amount here. We're going to look at 6. We're going to discard 6. Going to fill our discard pile. And that's extra good in this deck because those cards in the discard pile can be pulled back with things like Lady Decisive Dog, Family Dog, Decisive Dog?
Avenue.
Park Avenue. But also, in Infinity, there's another card which this deck used to run. It was the deck's namesake, and we may see that card here in this format. Who knows if he's lurking around out there.
Churn a Dogs, more like it.
Dogs is bad, but it's one of the reasons why you run this deck is to drop that 10-10 body. I don't know if he's in here, but it would be excited to see him back again after he was banished after rotation.
Is he a 10-10?
He was a 10-10.
No, he's not.
Pretty sure.
Huh.
It's a lot.
I thought Mickey was the first 10-10, but was Chernabog our lord?
A 9-9, I'm
he's
sorry.
He's a 9-9.
9-9.
He's
I
a
lied.
10 cost, but we
10
never,
cost,
ever,
9-9.
ever pay 10 for this character because look at what we have done. This tramp has made, and just like I said, I mean, if Chernabog is not in this deck, what are we doing? There's the Piglet. I knew it. Oh, he's back.
You're right. Now, did we draw another champ? Because at this point, you drew another champ. He is
Oh, yeah, you win the game.
free.
Yeah. Free tramp? No, of course not. We're not that lucky. We just have all of these 2 questions. And again, we're going to have to start doing stuff and things because this is a lot of stuff for Beefcake to get rid of. Now, I mean, this is Infinity. We have basically Grab Your Sword. We have Tinkerbell, which is our favorite little wombo combo typically to get rid of this type of board in Steel. But we also have a whole new world.
That's true.
So we can start singing with nothing on our board at this point in time because Whole New World does cost 5.
That is true. I'm sorry, I still have the tramp stuck in my head. This deck is so bonkers in Infinity because one of the things that made it so oppressive and so amazing was these crazy turns it could pull out where you go tramp, load your discard pile, play Chernabog for free all in one turn. And he
found it. It's there.
But
it was in his hand.
So let's see. So what did he keep? That's the question.
What's in your hand?
Like, what did you keep?
Right, what could have possibly...
Another Chernabog, maybe.
My goodness. Oh, I know, right? No, you only put 1 in the deck. Really?
Sometimes 1, sometimes 2, oftentimes 1. You're right.
Oftentimes 1. That's a mad lad behavior, throwing that. And I don't know. I mean, we could have a Circle of Life in this deck, but a spoiler.
Yep, because I talked to him on the way over.
Okay.
He runs 2.
Okay, he runs 2.
2 Chernabog.
Well, it did spoil it.
Yeah.
The suspense is gone. What if it is? It's just 2 Chernabogs in hand. Which one would I like to discard, the Chernabog or the Chernabog? As we decide to go for a quest with our Lilo escape artist, because she will be able to jippity jump right out of that discard next turn if you really choose to do that. And now we're having to do some math. What are we trying to do? What are the options? I don't know. There's 1,000 options. I'm going sideways. Forget it.
Yeah, there's one other card I think he may have preferred over the Chernabog, and that is another card that rotated out, but we get back in the dogs. It gives you some card draw, which is Rapunzel. There's some big will-powered bodies over here on his side of the board. And
Eh.
of course, that 3-cost bell there is a really nice
my God.
target to
For
set
that
up a full
daisy.
cost, for the daisy or the tramp to set up that Rapunzel. So I wonder if that's what he's valuing there. We'll probably find out next turn. But until then, after that incredibly long turn for dogs, it's Beefcake back up to see how he responds.
Yeah, and we start with a quest from here to go ahead and pop that popsicle, name a better duo to draw 2 cards, look and see what we have at this point, because yeah, we are going to have to figure out how to do something and get a little wide. Now we do know that the Robot Queen will be able to, when you play a character, you can pay 1 and banish the item to then get rid of the Mowgli or the Lilo or anything else like that. No, notably the 3/3 is still available to us. So we have a way to get rid of 3 characters, as I can tell on the board right now, as another ink runner goes into the inkwell. But what are we doing? What are we paying? It costs 6. It's gonna be big. It's gonna be, I would say, even giant, maybe?
I think I know. It might be.
It couldn't be. Is it?
Oh.
It's a crab. Does Beefcake have a crab?
He does have a crab.
He's got a crab.
He's sliding everything over. He's making crab space.
Crab space is like, you need it. Boom.
Boom.
Look at that enchanted there.
Tamatoa, he is happy as a clam. He's also pretty shiny, this enchanted version here.
Mhm.
All crab fans, Blue Steel fans rejoice. He is back in Infinity, able to scoop items out of the discard pile. I don't know. Did you miss Tamatoa in the meta?
Yes. I loved that. That was my absolute jam at some point. I was just like, I love Tamatoa because I'm able to get this back and put this back to hand. And then, no, you have Tamatoa 8 just lurking in the shadows because that's a big crab, but that's a bigger crab, as a strength of a raging fire goes ahead. And we're cleaning up this board. Cleaning up the board in a way that I really enjoy. I think that Belle has 1 damage on her, but it's great.
Yeah, mopping up a little bit. Clearing everything off. Did that bell went into the something? I don't know.
I think it went to the Lilo, so I think it does have 1 damage on it.
Okay. Yeah. So doing a little cleanup here. That board was getting a little out of control for Beefcake, but all of a sudden things looked pretty impressive last turn. But with the Tamatoa coming down, the Robot Queen doing a little work, and now it feels like things are okay.
There we go. The damage onto the Cinderella. We're keeping that one alive. We're going to go ahead and... She's a little hurty, but it's fine. Now, notably, everything on Tea Time's board is only cracking back for 1 to 2 each. So you'll have to start throwing a bunch of stuff in to try to make sure you get rid of that. Even if you wanted to get rid of the Cinderella with the 1 damage on it, you're still going to have to throw in maybe your Tramp, but... That's 2 lore, but then again, that's another character off the board. There's a lot of things here, and we're trying to figure out some plays. There's stuff. There's so many cards in this format. There's so many cards. There's so many lines. There's so many. We're just turning them sideways.
I kind of love it.
Oh, no,
there goes the
it's
dime
on the
to
bottom of the deck.
Bottom of the deck.
Sorry.
And then here's
I'm
the
sorry
thing.
for everybody's
Here's the
ears.
thing. Oftentimes you don't run that many of them.
Nope, there's usually 1 in the deck.
Because you can dig and find.
I'm
and
not
that
putting
1
2 in
is
the deck. I'm
sitting
not doing
at
it.
the bottom like a rock under the ocean. Tamatoa can't find it for quite a while now. That's a win con that you definitely want in the control matchup. It's not one that you necessarily need in
the
this
aggro,
matchup.
I know.
But still, like,
being able to close the game a little bit more quickly, especially with a wide board. We're looking at Tea Time at 12 lore, Beefcake at 1 from the lonely little Hiram quest. But we are able to play a popsicle and draw a card to play a Hades Infernal Schemer, going in and getting rid of that Tramp.
Yeah, big card, big body, lots of stats, quest for 2. It is now ink. And that beautiful shiny Hades. We are playing older cards here, but the newer version of the Hades. And this Beefcake's deck is like,
oh yeah, it's blinked. Absolutely, yeah. We are the
Maximum
Sapphire
bling.
Steel community here, and it is shiny up in here as we go for. And I think Hiram's going to have to do some challenging.
Hiram not known for his fighting, if I remember right.
Noodle Arms Toy Maker going to go in and bust some stuff up here on this board, and I think that we're going to have to go in. So that is only 3. No, I think we're going to have to get a little quest in here because I don't think that Noodle Arms is really going to be able to do much. So I like that quest. Because again, like I said, I mean, you're going to throw the bell into here and this and that and the other thing. But if you were to draw something that somebody can sing, maybe you don't have to challenge in as many things. But we did. We drew some cards that I don't know how much we loved them. But let's get rid of some things here. We are at 12. Now we only have 1 lore on the board.
Yeah, great sequence of challenges there. Damage spread out across the board, but there's no fling and ding, and there's nothing going on here. It doesn't matter so much.
Not in these colors. Nope, we don't have amethyst or ruby around here.
I'm just so like primed to like watch out for damage counters on the board
Yeah.
nowadays. I'm like, don't leave. But this is crazy.
And anything that cracks back, I mean, notably, Mowgli can maybe hit into the Hiram, and then you could draw one card off of the Rapunzel that you're kind of talking about there. And so it will survive a challenge from the Hiram. So that may have been a reason not. But I love drawing cards, so I'm going to go ahead and draw the cards and let you draw just the one. Because if Mowgli runs into Cinderella, Tamatoa, even, I mean, it could take out the bell, but it would take out itself. So you're not drawing cards that way. And now we're just shuffling through, making sure, do we want to throw the Chernabog? Because you got to have, it's a Bobby. It's a Bobby into the Inkwell, and we're going to go ahead and play Lady Park Avenue to get back some one drops here. But again, 12 is actually not very high to be kind of trying this strategy, I think.
No,
and a
but-
full value Lady hurts.
But it does hurt, but not a terrible card to play because at least you get 2 cards out of it. I do wonder if you just like go for broke and grab Daisy. There it is.
Yeah.
And try to, and now Beefcake knows what's coming next turn. He's got to find the removal. But at this point, let's assume that we get the quest off of the Miss Park Avenue up to 14. You stick the daisies. If there's no other removal, that's 18.
19.
So you gotta go.
Because Mowgli this turn potentially Park Avenue and then Daisy. But then again, kind of like say, you might want to hold that back on that quest and just kind of go all out there. But we're going to go ahead and say, forget it, take the Mowgli. We'll go up to 13 next turn. I'm going to throw 4 lore onto the board.
Yeah, so
And then still only get us to
15.
19 in a couple turns. So we're going to have to throw some more stuff.
It's the math. I mean, you just.
Oh, and we're going to draw cards.
Man, the drawing cards.
It's happening.
Oh,
It's
no.
beginning. We're doing it. The game has started for Sapphire Steel, and we're in it. You're at 13. You're not at 19. That's not 20. Here we go.
Yeah, this is the part of the game where these decks just build these Rube Goldberg machines and just start doing the thing. And I do this, I exert this, I draw the cards, I do this, I sing this, I sing this. And after like 20 minutes, it's like, hey, it's your turn. But Beefcake in that mode, plenty of chances to draw some removal.
But we might want to get rid of that Cinderella because it does have 2 damage on it. And we did see a Go-Go inked at the very beginning of the game. So that might get us very, very, very close to a victory. That blue Sapphire Steel is real upset. Whoa, oh my goodness, it's Ariel, treasure collector. She's here. Ward, and while you have more opponents than each opponent, this character gets +2. So she just casually quests for 5.
And in this matchup, more items than your opponent is 1.
Yeah.
It only takes 1.
Yeah.
But man, casually quest for 5 can close out the game in just a couple turns.
Tipo aggro, here we go. Let's go. Inking a card. And again, guess what? Treasure Collector actually triggers Bell. So we'll go ahead and strength your lady. She's not actually getting any questing. This is end up happening here. We're going for another quest, and this is it. This is the beginning and almost middle of Sapphire Steel's plan.
And it's all the things. It just feels mean at this
like,
point.
Yo, how much lore is that? Well, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
That's enough.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's enough.
He's like, yeah, man, I got like 13 lore. He's like, well, yeah, she's fine. And I actually got a chance to speak with Beefcake yesterday. And I was like, he's very lovely, Illuminator. Just like a really nice guy. Like,
yeah, and his daughter plays with him, and she's actually playing in the Infinity event as well, throwing down out there with some other Illuminators.
I love that. They're going and traveling together and coming here to PPG. And I know that they are able to go to Game 2, but they're going to Richmond as well. So be able to see this at the side events, crushing absolute. Wow, gosh. Yeah, and the thing is we are so scared of dogs, right? Like in core, like dogs is like the deck to beat, and Sapphire Steel is like, hey, look at all my toys. Look at all this stuff that I have. Yeah, isn't it neat?
Wouldn't you say my shiny deck's complete?
Max rarity. I don't know. We'll get there. But yeah, no, I know that Sapphire is very, very strong right now, right? And I don't really, I don't know. Every time I try to say this, I'm like, I don't know if it's Fortisphere really, or if it's Hyrule really. But again, I think that this format has the ability to just be the highest power level and the most broken of lines. And that's what we get. We get to do shenanigans here in Infinity.
Yes, all the nanigans. So many nanigans.
Yeah, the and the nanigans. So they are all here, and it's.
But this deck now, I love dogs. Dogs is one of my favorite decks, and one of the things that makes dogs great is it it can be super aggressive. It also has these lines which can do extremely busted things all in one turn. And the thing about it is too, so decks oftentimes when you are talking to players about their decks and you're like, how do you feel about this deck in the meta? You're like, oh, it's great on the play, it's okay on the draw in this matchup, or it's bad on the draw. The thing about Dogs is, and we're not gonna see this game because T-Time doesn't play, but Dogs has a line on the draw which is one of the probably stupidest openings in Lorcana.
Yeah.
You go 1, 2, 3, and then on turn 4 you can start stringing together tramps, like tramp, 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 Chernabog.
Yep.
And so you can do like 24's ink worth of things or more if you get another tramp in a single turn and just win the game on the draw. Now you can only do it on the draw because you need enough cards in hand to do it. We're not going to see that line this game, but it's one of the reasons that people I think like Dogs is because you have a great on the draw play, and on the play, I mean, it's just fast.
Fort of Seer is a really good on the draw thing. Into a Bell is an even better. This is still broken. Anyway, and we see the Rapunzel gifted with healing. There she is. I don't know how much she's going to be doing this game, but at the same time, yeah, that turn 1 Bell, my goodness.
You know that moment in Ratatouille where like the camera rushes at him and he remembers when he was a kid, and that's what everybody in the chat is feeling. All the Blue Steel players right now are feeling that right now. They're just like, whoosh, back to a happier time.
Bell on 1, yeah, and then you're like, oh, sick. Anyway, sing Storm, draw a card. I know we're gonna see it, and whatever you put down, that Piglet will not quest. So you gotta ink that
quest.
Oh, you throw it. You gotta throw the Mowgli. It's up. That was your only option. Yep. Oh no, not the ramp. Oh, but you get to choose. Wow. Would you like my popsicle?
Yeah.
Would you like my popsicle? He's like, I'm gonna throw this down because
I'm gonna throw this robot. But look at his hand though. Like it's ramp, popsicle. There's no characters.
Yeah.
No Flavisham.
All of those things draw cards though.
That is fair. That is fair.
So I'm stoked. He's like, yeah, sick. Anyway, cool. I'm gonna go ahead and take my turn. I'm gonna draw a card, whatever it is. I'm gonna ink it, play this sail, probably ink something else that I don't care about. Maybe the extra, yeah, exactly, extra Robot Queen, and then play a item that draws a card. How about that? How's that sound?
Oh, do you like this deck?
I love this deck so much. I love this deck so much. I don't know. I like doing broken things, and I like doing, and it's like. Sometimes you're like, oh, you know, obviously Tea Time, he is not having a good time. He's like, bro, I'm seeing you do the things, but at the same time, like, I think it's more, I don't know if I love this deck. I love game actions. And that was a double game action on turn 3. So, and we did not ink, notably. So go wide. That's actually a really good way to get out of this situation.
So it's not uncommon not to ink with this deck. Actually, the SSG Ghosty, like in the kind of the inventor of this deck, talks about lines that he uses to win the game with 2 ink. Notably, there's not a ton of card draw in this deck. You do have the Rapunzel, which you can hit, but other than that, the Decisive Dog or the Elegant Spaniel will get you some cards out of the discard pile. But there are plenty of ways to discount cards, and there's plenty of low-cost cards that if you ink 1 extra card per game, like 1 card too many, you can lose the game. So I'm not surprised to see him sitting here on 5 or on 2, while Beefcake's on 5. But Beefcake is
doing stuff and things. Ursula, yes. So that was a great draw here, but at the same time, because, yep, there it is. There's the strength of a raging fire. But you know what? There are a lot of other 3-cost songs in this deck that can go ahead and take care of some of your characters.
Yeah. It notably doesn't have the Hiram. Would love to have that here.
Would love it.
Is the Tamatoa, but Tea Time is going to have to start thinking about, getting that strength feels good, but he's going to have to start thinking about pushing his lore at some point. Otherwise,
yeah, the more space that you give this Sapphire Steel deck, the more trouble that you're about to have. And like you said, you could either just pop the Popsicle and then play a Tamatoa to get back the Popsicle to then play for free, and then you have a 4 or 5 challenger on the board from the giant shiny. So nope. Happy as a clam. As a Piglet goes into the inkwell, and I think that is awesome. I'm inking Piglet against Steel every single time.
Poor Piglet.
Poor Piglet is in that inkwell. Absolutely. Here we go. We're popping that and we're doing that. This was like what propelled this deck into insanity. And they were like, yo, we got to ban Hiram because we did this in the same set and we shouldn't have done that. We shouldn't have done that.
I've made a terrible decision.
Yeah.
With his crabs, he loves his items, pulling 2 back there, but no ink from Beefcake there, so no follow. Oh, he did ink for a turn, but no follow up. So back over to Tea Time. What do we have? Oh, okay. So this is a new card.
Scrooge McDuck. I do love this Shush Agent, and it does say, go ahead and read it. It says, whenever you play this character, you may draw a card and then choose and discard a card, which is great for Chernabog and that Lilo. And then when this character's challenge period, you return it to your hand.
no damage is dealt.
Nope.
Bounces right back.
Get him out of here because Scrooge is bobbing and weaving. You can't catch him. You can't get him. Ha, ha.
And now 6. With that Scrooge, there are 6 characters on board with 1 ink left over. It's enough to play that discard and tramp. So Tea Time, I'm going to dig for 6 again. I'm eyeballing. I doesn't get another tramp. I want to see tramp chain. That's
Just
what I want to see.
do the thing that Liam wants you to do. Man, that is like
Please.
so many cards, though.
Please. Sapphire's doing its thing. Oh, I don't see it. I don't see it. There's a Rapunzel in there, and so thinking about it, what are we going to keep? I didn't see how many cards in hand. There probably isn't many. It's probably
Yeah, you have to keep the 1, and so we're just going to discard we're going to discard
Oh.
almost all of the Rapunzels in our deck. Shout out to Rapunzel gifted you with healing. If I had you in core, my Amber Sapphire deck would be lit. But it's not, and you're here, you're Infinity, and this is where we get to play that. So we are going to go ahead, discard all of those cards, get rid of them, and move on to probably, hopefully, a Chernobog.
That would be nice. I mean, that's one of the things about this Sapphire Steel deck, though. It does have a lot of... most of its removal is damage base. In fact, I don't think you really run Let It Go in here. Maybe occasionally.
I think it depends on the... And that is another thing, too, is like, do I need that extra piece of removal? A lot of mirror situations, you might want to run Let It Go because you do want a lot of, like, Tamatoa outs, essentially. And, like, your outs do your big boys. And Let It Go is sometimes some of the best way that you can do that. But at the same time... I think with Thunderbolt being introduced, there's like some pretty decent amount of like removal going here. So you're like, I don't know, like I think it just depends really. Again, it is inkable versus like some of the more uninkable options. It really would depend on the meta. And at this point, I don't know how many people. I don't know if we know what the meta is yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
Except for Sapphire.
You do have like Hades often run at the top, or sometimes run at the top as well. So, but that's really your big answer. Otherwise, you're forced to string a bunch of stuff together to get rid of that Chernobog, or just run a bunch of stuff into him, which never feels good. But here's that Fortisphere back again. We saw them. We saw them eaten, and now they're back.
And a popsicle, because of course, yeah.
Popsicle.
So
popsicle. I want a T-shirt for blue Steel players that just says popsicle, popsicle, popsicle.
And just like, and you're like, please stop. I hate, mine is DYB in Divisions. That's the one I'm like, well, that was soul crushing. As we do go ahead and sing Let the Storm Rage On onto that Scrooge, which is not a challenge, and we'll put him into the discard and not your hand.
Discard, he is Chernobog food, but you'd rather have him on the board.
Oh, are we inking this Fortisphere? What are we playing?
Like
Huh. Now, we're sitting here, we're having to take some challenging. We're going in, we're doing some damage here and there. And that lady does have a damage, or that lady does have a little bit of going on. So we're going to go ahead and put 1 damage on each of there, getting rid of those 2 ladies. We did some decent amount of cleanup. Again, like you said, Tramp is a big boy. It's a big boy, but we're only at 7. Oh, dear.
Yeah, not enough to feel super comfortable, and not a lot of reach in this deck. You do have the Go-Go's, and Go-Go in this matchup is interesting, though, because the Sapphire Steel deck does play a lot of big will-powered characters, especially if you have, like, So Shiny in there. I've seen some crazy, like, 6
Throw
and
my
7.
whole board in there and then just...
Go-Go for the win. So, so that is something to keep an eye out for, but T-Time over there kind of pondering, how he's going to get out of this. Really curious. Anytime you dig for 7, you keep 1. I'm
like,
really
what is that
curious
one
to know
card?
what
It's
it is.
Chernobog. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's Chernobog. There's no way it's
9,
not.
10. And 11, you can keep the Lilo.
Oh,
So
he's
the
gonna.
Lilo comes back.
There we go. And then do we get to do all of it, or we are going to do the Lilo? Yep. I mean, at that point, that would be best case scenario. Just continuously flood the board, get your Chernobog out if you can, and if not, maybe we'll just tramp. Maybe we drew a tramp for turn, but we wouldn't be able to play it. But it would still be nice. You got to throw it down.
Let's see, it is looming. It is up there. What is it? Is it big? Is it ginormous? Or is it? Oh, it is. We're paying 1 though. Let's see.
It does seem like a tramp. Did we get a tramp off the top? We got that.
Get that tramp off the top. So we're gonna buff up one of our characters for 4.
And get rid of that Tamatoa. I think I would do the Lilo in my estimation. So it's 4. It's each other character.
Yep, 4.
So yeah, so you would go 4. So take that out. Oh, so you would have to use the Mowgli. No, you wouldn't. I don't know. Okay, never mind. There it is.
It's 1. It is 2.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which of these came off the top deck, but my goodness.
Oh my gosh, we love that. Cleaning up that big threat over there and then throwing the biggest of threats.
There it is. That tramp doing work, and that's one of the things about these dogs. So dogs is a tricky deck to play sometimes because people think about aggro decks as like you play a character, you turn it sideways, you gain the lore, but there's so many synergies that require a wide board. We're of course familiar with the Tramp that gets discounted for each character having in play. Of course, we're familiar with things like the Lady and the Tramp synergy, but another one is this Tramp, which gains extra strength for each character on the board. So you're rewarded for keeping things upright and conserving your characters to use at the right moment and not risking them needlessly on a quest until you need to.
Yes, and now here we go. All of a sudden, this board look is a little bit different. So now we are at 10 with a Chernobog on board. And like you said, there is not a lot of things that are going to be able to out this except for potentially Hades or the Let It Go, which, I mean, if we're looking at our hand, we got more popsicles, we have more chances, and we separated our ink in a very specific way. So we know that, like, we're planning. He's got a plan. He's not worried. It doesn't look worried to me.
Has a plan. He is stoic. Beefcake is a very stoic player. Best arms in Lorcana as well.
We're going to go ahead and start with a popsicle. Come on, you know you got it, because we do see the treasure collector in hand, but that's our win con. She's coming out later. We're looking for a hero. Where are you, mouse? Where are you, you rat? Is he a mouse or a rat? He's a mouse. He's a mouse. All right, Ariel, treasure collector, go ahead and put our win con on the board and maybe get some challenging in there to keep you off your lure this turn and start to kind of get to where we need to be. As we are going to get to Chernobog quest. My goodness.
Yeah, way far behind in lore, but that's one of the things about these amethyst or these sapphire decks, especially with the Lucky Dime and Tamatoas and things like that. You can quest up rather quickly, and this Ariel is a 4-turn clock. That Lilo will escape from the discard pile again, adding a little bit of extra board pressure, requiring a response. It's like, and I'm back.
Yeah.
Did I miss something?
Yeah. Anyway, here. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. So, yeah, we are going to go ahead and quest with the Chernobog. That's a 3 lore going straight up to 13 lore, which is pretty high. Now, I'm getting a little nervous if I'm Beefcake. You know, I'm just like a little upset about it. But it's fine.
It's fine. Everything's fine. We're fine.
It's fine. Because look, I have this Ariel and she quest for 5. It doesn't matter that you're now at, oh my goodness, the lore total is high.
Now, one thing to keep an eye on here is there's a high likelihood that your win con for this deck is, or your win condition for this game is a go-go. There are 2 damage sitting on the board on 2 different characters. The likelihood of Beefcake clearing them off himself, it's possible to avoid the go-go, but let's say those stay there. And let's say Beefcake manages to deal with everything somehow, with a Hades, a couple challenges, whatever. You have 3 ink. So at some point, if you're drawing for go-go off the top deck, you need to think about, is it worth, like, what are my outs here? You know, is it worth dropping a 1-drop character on the board to try to scoop up a lore? Now, of course, as we clear off the characters, that's not
Yeah,
something
we
that's
are
relevant,
not going with the go-go plan.
but that's something else to consider.
Webby.
A little Webby coming out here. Baby Webby. Mystery enthusiast, I believe.
A Bebby. Baby Webby is
Bebby Webby.
A Bebby Webby. Yeah, no, I mean, this is looking a little rough. I mean, that 9 willpower on its own, but Tramp being at a 6 willpower, Lilo going to keep jippity jumping back out of that discard. As here, Flaversham finally makes it. My goodness, my dude, you just had to get here. We had to look and see at the cards. And again, I don't know what's here. We could have Mob Song in this deck for all I know, but
If Mob Song comes out, I will do a lap around this.
just a lap around in 4 ink is another
there's
here.
Flaversham.
Oh, no.
Flavish's
This
Hiram's
is
Flaversham.
This is the Sapphire kind of like downhill. Like, let me just take a tour of my deck before I have to go to next game, because what outs do we have is the big so shiny into the inkwell.
I'm just gonna do a trip through my deck, and the Dogs player says, "You're drawing and discarding, right?" And he's like, "No, I'm keeping them."
Yeah,
that's not how I work.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna take a tour of my deck, go around, look around. I can't get rid of that Chernobog, so you're at least going to 18 next turn. And it's like, yeah, no, we're
Not
just gonna
enough.
go to the next game. But again, shout out again for that. Like, I'm gonna draw a few more cards.
Yeah.
Like, I just wanted to see.
There's
Was there a world where I had triple swords and we would have been good to go?
Yeah, Hades on the Chernobog or something else. I don't
Right.
know.
Yeah.
Certainly didn't have it, so we are going to go into Game 3. Really fun there watching. I mean, we got to see Beefcake's deck really click in Game 1.
Yeah.
A really close Game 2, actually. That Tramp, like, Chernobog turn was pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, that was just everybody's dreams come true right there. That's exactly what you want to be doing, and that's exactly what they did.
And even little things like there were just enough characters in the discard pile to allow him to bring back the Lilo at the start of turn. I think we got some insurance with the Tramp banishing itself But still, a really fun game there. Now, I always like to talk about that crazy line in the Chernobog's deck. You only hit it like a quarter of the time, maybe a little less, 20% of the time. But if you can go Tramp, Chernobog on the draw, it is a way for you to close things out really quickly. And I'm really excited to see what happens here. I missed old school dogs.
I know, it's kind of funny too, because you're like, oh, I know Kurt Spies was very, 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 very famous for playing this like Chernodogs deck and everything, and I was sitting here thinking immediately when I heard like, oh yeah, he's on dogs, I was like, why would you do that? And I'm like, oh my gosh, Chernodogs. The whole reason this deck was invented in the first place was to just basically build your board, get it blown out by Be Prepared, and throw a Chernobog and hope that they didn't have a Lady Tremaine. You know what I mean? Like,
That's right. Another card I forgot about.
no, never forget. She's there. I know. I remember when we actually had rotation, and I kept being like, "Hey, blink twice if you're reprinting Medusa or Lady Tremaine. Just give us a sign so I can know whether I can start building my decks in a manner that would surprise you." And yeah, I mean, again, that's actually something that I would like to see today. I would like to see a little bit of Ruby.
There's one Ruby Sapphire deck that I
What
saw
a
out there.
mad lad.
But I think that might have been it. This is the thing. All the Sapphire players saying, why
would I
go
play
with
Ruby?
Why
Yeah.
not do Steel?
Sisu is such a problem until she's not.
I got two 1-drops my Flavisham can eat.
I know. And it's like, well, if I'm just going more powerful than you, why would I need a board wipe? Be prepared who as we go to Tamatoa's into the Inkwell, because that's not what we're doing here. We are going fast, and we hopefully have some Flavishams in hand a little bit sooner than we did last game, as we see a triple lady into a Webby into a Quest.
Here we go, and that. Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go. These set 9, 10 cards doing their thing. Webby, of course, coming in, giving the lady +1, and then getting +1, and then 2 for the 2 characters play that turn, giving her a 3 strength and totaling and being able to quest for 3.
That's the second time I've done. Wait a second, 3. There's 2 characters coming here. Oh, the Webby.
The Webby.
Oh, the Webby.
That sneaky little ability that is just actually very, very good on the 1 cost that we usually play on turn 1. So we don't really get to see that ability pop off, except for right here in Dogs doing crazy things.
Absolutely. And here I'm really, oh man, I just love this Dogs build. I love the openings. I want to see.
Yeah, I think we really wanted to see a turn 1 item into a bell here, because we needed something to come down and contest the board. Because if even just a raw noodle old Hiram comes down, he's still a 1 strength. For Cinderella has 2 strength, and we're going to be able to filter. And it does look like our hand is probably real gunked up at this point. And that's kind of where I'm feeling with what's the body language on Beefcake, plus, you know, our first few turns. And not looking great.
Yeah, I mean, in this matchup, you hit the nail on the head. You really want the turn 1 into the bell, into the let the Storm Rage on if you can to keep things under control. But at the very least, getting that 3-cost body out prevents some free quests. And it does feel like Beefcake's a little bit on the back foot. But we'll see. Not a lot of high-lower questers out. It's not like we went into daisies or anything. So not so much pressure right now. But this is a big turn here.
I was about to say, we play 2 characters, and like a couple of them are Webby or Tramp or anything. We'll quest for 6, 7 next turn. So I was about to say, the ladies have the potential to be absolute powerhouse questers. So.
And speaking of mucked up hands, though, Tea Time did draw into one of his Chernobogs, though. It's not a card you want.
Oh, and we inked a Bobby.
Yeah, it's not a card you want in your hand at this point. It does gunk things up.
Whoop.
Speaking of Tramp, we do have a fun one here. This Tramp is going to pair
no,
well.
another one!
Oh
my gosh.
Another one!
We are actually questing for 6, 7 this turn. I was not joking. Here it is.
I was not prepared for that. I was not prepared at all. And here's the even better part. What this does is this unleashes the possibility of a pretty crazy Tramp next turn, because you have 5 characters on the board. That's going to be a 2-cost Tramp. Even if one's removed, you have another ink, so you can do some crazy shenanigans. This is Lady and Tramp. They go together. They're in the movie title, and here they are.
At 10.
Working in tandem.
We are at 2 ink and 10 lore. That's Beefcake's like, I'm just going to play my items that I missed playing, because what you have done is an actual magic fairy tale land situation. Yeah. We talk about it. We think about it. And that's what I was saying. I was like, well, we're not questing for a lot. I was like, well, we have the potential to quest for a lot if we can do literally that. That is what we were
Literally
going to
that
have to do.
move, yes.
That is insane. Having the 2 tramps and the 2 ladies in hand to be able to Scrooge McDuck it out, look at the top 4, trying to find the item. The item is always going to be there because we built our decks to be there.
There's so many.
And we saw a Tipo go on the bottom, which is a win-win-win, in my opinion, as we're going to ink that to play a popsicle, because you know what? Back in the day, the first popsicle is the problem. Like the first popsicle is the most important one. Your second one, that's nice because of the Tamatoa, but we have the Fortisphere. So it's like once you get 1 popsicle and 1 Fortisphere, you're kind of good to go on like the 1-drop draw items.
And Cinderella coming out, hurling a thunderbolt. Along came Zeus, blasting that lady off the board. And it seems like a pretty innocuous play, just getting that 1 character off the board. But again, this deck is built on synergies. And so now that tramp line is still open, if you ink again, you can play it for 3 if we have it. And that is the ideal. Like, that would be the ideal sequence for him. He's thinking about it, though, that Rapunzel does go into the inkwell. It's because we're inking to 3, it leads me to believe that tramp may be coming.
Yeah, the tramp may be coming. And then, no, it's double Daisy.
No.
My goodness. And Beefcake's like, can you just, slow down for a second? Now, that doesn't get our lady all the way up. That only gets her to 2 strength, which doesn't count for the 3 lore. However, we do have... And I like to see what Beefcake has done here. He's put the 3-3 on the board, and Scrooge is notably a 4-4. So when things start turning sideways, and boy, howdy did they, we're going to be able to crack back pretty decently to get rid of these more high-packed and impact characters. And, of course, Cinderella into Webby, get rid of the lady. I don't even care what goes into the lady. It just needs to get gone, and then we can get rid of a tramp now, and we might be able to sing or hard play something onto the other tramp or potentially the ladies. There's some stuff going on, and Beefcake is figuring it out as he goes. We're going to get there.
All the way up
Singer,
to 14, though. We are, she's off. Everybody's in the challenge mode except for Cinderella, who you've pointed out is in sing position over there.
What is happening here? It is so shiny. The Tamatoa, he's here. Beefcake's like, I'm going to keep you off of this, but I'm playing the big boy. He is here. And we are going to go ahead and sing Zeus.
And along came Zeus.
And the Enchanted is still one of my favorites. It is so good.
Shout out to Leonardo G. Michel for that Enchanted card. The most prolific artist in Lorcana.
My goodness, we're at 14, but we have a Tamatoa on the board, and we have a ton of items in the discard. So what is the item that we need to get to be there? What is the thing? What do we got to do? We got to get these items. We got to get these characters off the board. Bro, I'm at 0. No, I'm not winning next turn. Come on now. Dime math isn't that good.
Absolutely not. Tea time here with plenty of...
Oh, most of our items are in the inkwell.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, dear. Yeah, most of our items are in the inkwell. And was that this game or last game that Daisy bottomed that dime? I think that was last game.
That was
so, yeah, we're kind of...
several games ago.
Yeah, Tamatoa is a large crab, though. He does hit in for 5.
Yeah, and that's what he's going to be wanting to do here.
So we are 14. Wait, what? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, we just win.
Yep.
Oh, we just win.
Well, this is... I wonder what we're waiting on here.
I know, I'm like...
C-Time's been doing the math for a long time.
Oh, is Lilo supposed to be exerted? Oh, he just played the leader.
Yeah.
I was like, what in the... I'm used to seeing Lilo's exerted. You know what I mean? They
right.
jippity jump
That's how
right out
they
of
live.
there.
That's
So
how
we're
they
going
live
to
their life.
yeah. They live their life exerted. I was like, bro, that's the lure right there.
It's dig for answers time.
You know, we have enough answers on board to go ahead and answer the board, but that Lilo needs to get gone. And if we can't find it, we can't. There are so many ways to draw cards in here. You can play it. Oh, no, you have to find one more item to be able to play a Scrooge, which wouldn't really do anything. We need to find that Hiram so we can draw some more cards.
It doesn't need to be great removal. It just needs to be a little bit of removal. You
And
can
just
use
breathe,
a
like
robot queen with a bell or something. Like, you got to find more cards.
Oh, an Ink Runner draws a card. I forgot. What an insane little card. But we don't even have that much more removal in the deck. I mean, like in the discard, we just have 2 Zeus. Pop that, heal that. Please tell me you found something to take care of that Lilo. And I don't know if we did because our body language is here. And are we playing it out because we're here to play out?
Okay, we're gonna quest for a bunch.
Oh,
Pull back that
dear.
popsicle. I think it is digging time.
Oh, right. Yes, right. Pop play. Come on. Is it? Lee got to get there. No, man.
No.
Oh,
Oh,
we're getting,
wait. We're
no, but that's,
Scrooging.
we're going to Scrooge for an item. I hope that we're going to get there. So Scrooge, free Scrooge. Here, there's the dime. There's the, so we have to take the dime.
It's. I mean, what are you looking for here? You're looking for the Robot Queen.
Yes.
Because you can play a bell with it, which would have been an insanely awesome play.
We still have those 2 singers up, and we still have 2 challengers up. So like Webby, I mean, we have to find a removal song, and we're gonna sail it. Oh man! Oh man! Come on, boys, let's go. Where is that removal?
There's the bell into the.
My gosh!
Items. It's
I don't
an
think we
antique
don't.
shop
Yeah, I
out
was
there.
like, we don't have enough removal, even if we found it.
Yeah, it's just no
Yeah.
items, not enough.
And not enough singers, because you have to challenge in with the bell, you have to challenge in with the Cinderella, and then you wouldn't have enough to even. We don't even have it.
If
My
you find
goodness.
the strength,
No,
if you find the strength, you
no.
sing with the bell, you challenge in. There's one up, but not enough. There's the handshake, and
Bro,
dogs
my dude. Yeah, you didn't even have removal in your deck. I don't even know where it was.
are barking here in Infinity.
Did you see how many cards he drew in that turn, though?
All the cards.
The amount of options that he had, the amount of things
the
that he had. Sorry,
cards.
this was me watching this game. Like, I was like, how could I get any closer to it? Because, again, I know how that is. It's like,
I can vouch.
draw,
It's true.
Draw. And then you're like, please. And then he would play a free Scrooge at that. And it's like, I just need a gust of wind. It is a 1/2. I don't need a Zeus. I don't need a Thunderbolt. I just need something. And, but I would say, how many times have you seen a deck do that in core recently? Draw that many cards? Take that many game actions? Have that many options?
Nope.
Have that many places in the game where you could have, your agency was so much and you made so many decisions that it isn't he had it or he didn't have it. It was, I could have done this different. I could have done this different. I needed to play this different. And if I would have made a different micro decision, then the game could have gone completely different.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's kind of something, having that infinite card pool is giving us, is like the ability to make those kind of plays. So interesting game. It was a really interesting game.
I'm glad I got to broadcast this one with
Oh.
you, because your excitement watching that deck was a ton of fun. I really loved it. Blue Steel fans out there, yeah, you have to, like, Color was going nuts here in the booth. I wish we could have been on camera while we were watching. Ton of fun. But I agree with you. Like, this item build, this item synergy, these item engines that people have been playing for ages, and some people got sick of. It is fun to have in the game because it's something different.
Yeah.
You're not pursuing like a hard 20 lore like WinCon. You are, but what you're doing is you're building an engine, you're assembling it piece by piece, and then when you get to the end, you're able to do all of these things, and eventually, sometimes find the dime and just go bam, win in one turn. And the game to me is richer when you have these
alternative win
I'll call them like alt win cons.
Yeah.
And it's not like an alt win con sometimes is a card that says like win the game if you have 20 characters and players.
Or like, I
that.
decked you out,
Or I decked
nerd.
you out.
Ha.
I mean, it is getting to 20 lore, but it is doing it in an interesting, different way. And I like when there's that kind of game plan available to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of what it is too. And again, like, I think with the ability to draw that many cards and items, the utility on items and the fact that we don't really use a ton of them in core, I think is a tragedy. But at the same time, like, the utility on the items are so incredible. And even when I've been playing like in like multiplayer games, which is like, you're like looking down and you're like, what can I do? And like, you have so many items, you're like, I have so many options. And like, and that's the thing is like, okay, I can draw a card here, I could do that. So that dug you 1 card or 2 cards. But if you would have done this, you would have only been 3 cards down. But if you would have done this, you could have like actually been able to like draw, and you would the amount of agency that gives you feels better to me.
It
I
does.
don't know. I'm like, I love core, and I love like having the parameters to deck build, and I love that that's where our competitive scene is. But like, I love options. I want options. I want to do stuff.
Completely
and
agree.
Things.
Mark Rosewater of Magic fame, very famous designer, refers to this as variance. It's
that's the word.
Yeah, it's variance. It's having.
What's the word I just like described? Like, it's like, oh, I think the thing you're describing actually has 1 word, and it takes way less time to say.
But agency is the core of it, because
Yeah.
it feels like you control your destiny because you have so many things to do, and the right play isn't just right there.
Yeah.
Speaking of right there.
It could have been, but it's not. But this is.
That's true. Speaking of right there, we have JDZ and Chris in the interview booth. Let's go right there to hear from Chris about his win.
And we are here after round number 4. I'm joined with Tea Time, who let the dogs out. Churna Dogs are back here in the Infinity format. And I got to say, congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
But why are you on the dogs in this Infinity format?
I played it in the main event yesterday. I had most of it sleeved already. I thought about playing Blue Steel. I was like, I've already been playing this deck for 2 days.
Yeah.
Let's just keep the same brain moving and, dump a bunch of characters out and see how it goes.
So you do feel there is some overlap between the Core Constructed and the Infinity format,
Yeah.
or is there some stark differences?
No, I think in this deck, absolutely. Like, the game plan is the same. Dump a bunch of 1-drops onto the field, and, you get the bonus of, like, Piglet and Rapunzel as well for some extra draw. And obviously the Trinabog that you saw came down in that, I think it came down in game 2. But yeah, it's in this deck. I think some other decks feel a lot different.
Okay.
But that's probably a reason I'm not playing another deck.
For sure. And speaking of playing another, I just want to ask, I've been asking all the players in the interview room as well, are there any new cards? We're talking from Fabled, post-rotation, Fabled, Whispering the Well. Have you worked any of those cards into your strategy for this tournament today?
Yeah, I think I was playing Scrooge.
Okay.
The 2-drop uninkable that draws in discards. I think that I'm playing 2 of those. Just kind of helps if I want to play the big Trinabog, get some more characters in the discard, and just kind of filter through. But I think that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's it.
For the most part, are you still on the Emerald Chromacon? Is that a card you're working in as well, or no? Or are you just going back to the original Churna Dog strategy?
Back in 60 characters.
Right on. I like that approach. I like that approach a lot. So you are engaged. Sapphire Steel, which everyone kind of assumes is going to be one of the better strategies you can play in Infinity because you are playing both of the ban cards. Hiram and Fortisphere are going to be both in your deck. You're elected to go with a deck that can have some aggressive options. Is that the reason why? Are you trying to counterpick the meta?
Yeah, I like playing aggressive decks.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I don't like to sit there for 60 minutes and play with 20 ink. That's not the way I like to roll. So it was this or Amber Steel. I couldn't get the cards for Amber Steel, so I had this already sleeved up. I'm like, all right, here we go.
Yeah. And take us back to that game number 3. You got to ride the lightning a little bit, a little hope and a prayer. Just talk about some of that emotion roller coaster that you had to go through in those trying turns.
Yeah, kind of back to that point of, not liking to mess around too much. I sat there. I could have either held the board. I had lethal on board and, given him a chance to still draw an out, and I get a few more turns, or I quest. And honestly, I just didn't want to do the math. I didn't want to figure out. I'm like, here's 18.
Yeah.
Here's
Do
the
something.
Lilo. Do something about it. The other thing was questing out there too. I had the big Trinabog in my hand, so when he does clear all those characters, if he does find it out for the Lilo as well, I can bring Lilo back and then also play the 10-cost Trinabog for 1. So then he has 2 to deal with 2 more big, threats that he has to find more answers to. But you saw in that last turn, he saw a lot of cards.
Yeah.
So at the end there, I was just like, please, not anything I need.
Sometimes they have it, and sometimes they don't. And this time he just so happened to not have it. And that's the plays you got to make if you're going to be undefeated, which you are currently right now 4-0. You're in a very good position to continue to climb. There are 2 more rounds of Swiss that you have to get through before you can make it to that top portion of this event. So you are doing very well in this Infinity event. And you're letting all the Churna Dog players out there know that they can do it too. So as we let you go, we're going to. I know you have more rounds to prepare for and give you a quick break. But is there any special shout outs? Where are you from, by the way? Where are you coming in from? And any shout outs you want to have to the players out there for Infinity format?
From New Jersey.
Okay.
Came down. Shout out my local store, Luxury Gaming. And yeah.
Right
Thank
on.
you, PPG, for hosting 3 great days of Lorcana.
For sure, man. It's been a phenomenal weekend.
Yeah.
Well, tea time. I'll let you go ahead and get you some tea between your break, and then you can get back active and get ready for round number 5. And we'll do the same thing. So we're gonna kick it back to Liam and Colors Law in the booth. Good stuff, man.
Thanks so much, JD. That was such a fun interview. Chris, great player. Really fun to watch him cook with that dogs deck.
Absolutely. And again, it's good to see Chernabog all back again.
Yeah, Cherney. He's still
back.
around.
He's still back. He's
still
scarier than
around.
ever, honestly. And I like you were like, he's a 10-10. I'm like, he's freaking might as well be. Like, it's like, my goodness, he's a
9,
big
10.
boy.
I got run a lot into him, is all I know.
The whole board.
Zombie dogs, people used to call this deck.
I want zombie princesses. That's
zombie
where
princesses,
I'm at. Yeah, get them back. Get them in that cauldron. Get them back out of the cauldron and back at it again. But we are in our Infinity. That was round, I don't know, 4. Yeah, there we go. Round 4 and 4 of 6.
8. 6, yes, 4.
4 of 6.
4 of
and then
6.
we are going to a top 8 of our Infinity tournament here on at Sunday. It's beautiful
On this beautiful
Florida.
weekend here in Orlando, where it's very humid.
Yeah.
Boy,
Boy,
I have to say.
it is. Yeah, it's very
Even
humid. And like this morning, Liam
December.
was like, "It's like humid." I'm like, "We're in Florida, and not only Florida, we are in Central Florida, so we are like." It's kind of like, have you ever, I don't know,
it's like a
walked
swamp
into
out there.
a terrarium? You know what I mean?
Sort
or a greenhouse of
greenhouse,
sorts?
yes.
Yeah. That's Florida in December.
Yeah, and it is.
And that's
December.
us turned down.
It is swampy out there.
Yeah,
but,
it's good stuff.
But no, really fun day. We'll do 6 rounds. We will cut to the top 8, and it is really fun to watch Infinity. I think some people forget, some may not, but it's looming. That Indianapolis DLC, where players can earn invites to 2 Continentals, is looming. It is a little ways away. We have a set
Looming
or 2.
is such an ominous way to put it, but yeah, it's there.
It
It's
is.
coming on up.
It is coming. It's coming before you know it. It is
It's
going to be
looming.
here.
Get out
It is
your
looming.
harems. Yeah.
Richmond's right around the corner, and around the other corner, the next corner, around the other river bend, is that Indianapolis DLC. And so we're going to start to look for clues. You know, every single one of these Infinity events that we get, as to where that event is headed. And based on what I see out there,
I don't know if we do though.
You don't think so?
So next set comes out is Winterspell, and then the ominous, crazy, weird, dark times like a DLC that you just talked about.
The dark times.
The Infinity
No, Infinity's
DLC.
gonna be amazing.
Yeah, so that DLC actually comes out right when a second set is coming out. So like I said, that's actually like 600 plus new cards added to this card pool. So by the time that super secret DLC comes out, this meta might be completely different.
It might be. It's an interesting thought, too, because there are certain decks, because 2 things happen when you get the new cards. Either there are certain decks that are really, really good, like this blue steel deck, which just get even better. You know, you drop a card like Fortisphere that actually does something better than Fortisphere and draws you a card. Like, all of a sudden, you know, you're like, all right, this is just power creep. Or you unlock a completely new deck that outpowers or outraces some of the existing decks.
It's going to be Emerald Steel, calling it now.
Emerald.
It's going to come out Vegas like it did last time. Yeah.
Diablos.
Where you're like,
everybody.
oh, is it Ruby Sapphire? Is it Amber Steel? And then, Emerald Steel was like, sick, watch me do this. And you're like, no.
Okay. Try playing the game with no cards in your hand.
No, and I think, honestly, again, like, that's some really good counterplay too. Like, discard's always a good way to kind of counteract the egregious card draw when it happens. So, as toxic as it feels to discard, it is a good balance for situations like that. And I do, again, we've seen some of the cards coming up for Winterspell. They have some really great mechanics on them. And when you read these new cards, I don't know. I love to do this because I play multiplayer and it's like an Infinity format anyway. So when I see a new card, I immediately think like, what is that going to do with this card and how is it? So my brain kind of lives in Infinity anyway. And I think that that's why I get super excited about this in terms of that. But like, I know I'll talk to some players and I'm like, this card seems crazy. And they're like, no, it's not because it's in core. That's garbage. I'm like, yeah, but so I really think that we
yeah,
get
but I
more,
can use it with my Flavisham.
yeah, like yeah, but like when we get more eyes on this format, I think we're going to see some really, really cool innovations. We're going to see some really high power level decks, and I feel like Sapphire will probably still be on top, but at the same time, when we have the best players in the world focusing on this format because the DLC is coming up, we're going to see some stuff, and it's going to be very interesting because I bet you that people are not going to just bring what they brought 6 months ago. You know what I mean? Like that's a throw in my opinion. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair. I agree with you. I can't wait for people to start cooking. We see a little bit of cooking now, but I do, as we get more sets, to your point, the card pool increases and then we see some crazy stuff. I really hope that there are decks out there that are completely new archetypes that we have not experienced yet in Lorcana. And I'm here for it.
It's a Chief Bogo bodyguard flip deck. Watch out.
Let's
I'm
do
just
it.
kidding. Max Goof. That's it.
What?
I'm just gonna start throwing things out. I'm like, get out there. Build
Power
it.
line.
Yeah.
The power line deck's gonna be amazing. With that, we.
It's not Carolyn. I'm sorry.
This is amazing. No, that's okay. We're spiraling. It's been a really fun round.
Back to a break.
Yeah, we're gonna go a quick break, and we'll be right back with round 5.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast, it have to be so strategic all the time. It's like it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh. I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one. My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event, so I guess I enjoy that. I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick. I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also want a top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
3, we haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh community, and so when I heard that both Gage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to this? Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like.
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com.
Who needs a countdown when we're in the booth? We're locked in. I'm even more locked in than it was last round because I am with the man who is always locked in and leveling up, JD, from the interview booth into the booth here.
No.
How are you doing?
I'm loving it. I love my little break. Again, able to walk the floor and see the players and
What
see the
did you
games.
see?
It's been an absolute vibrational frequency. I saw a lot of sapphire and steel is what I saw. I saw a lot of items. I saw a lot of giant crabs, a lot of demigods. I saw a lot of cool things happening over there in the gaming realm. And I also saw a bit of dogs. The Chernabog is back. It felt good to say Chernadogs again.
I know. It rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, that's why one of the best deck name, fan-made colloquial deck names I think that we've had, Cherna Dogs. But we're not going to see any of that as we have more Sapphire coming your way. If you guys like Sapphire, well, guess what? You might love some Infinity, and you're going to love this tournament that we got happening here.
You know what sapphire is? You know what color that is, JD? It is blue. You know what else is blue?
What's that?
The sky.
Hey, that's good. You'll see what he did there in just a moment as we're getting to the game. The players are seated and they are ready to go as we are in round number 5 and we have Pro Play Games CCQ qualifying. Sky is going to be on the feature match for the next round. I believe they should be ready to go now, and we are getting in. Oh, my goodness.
You just powered through that. You just blunt forced your way through that.
My bad. And we are there, but Alpha J Bo is going to be there on some Sapphire as well, but you're going to add a little bit of Ruby as our secondary in color, while Sky is playing the patent-pending Sapphire and Steel strategy. You saw that in the last round as Beefcake was out there playing that deck as well. Both of these decks trying to do very similar things, but the Sapphire and Ruby has a little bit of additional removal in the form of that very powerful Ruby removal that we had.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this matchup. Alpha JBO, by the way, also known as the Jafar King or Jafar. He's a player here in Central Florida, a local, often played at Southside Games, and he's a player who's been around since the early days of Lorcana, known for Jafar. So these colors here are a little different for him, but and Sky, of course, is a player that we know. But it is interesting to see this matchup because as you go out there and you're like, why so much Sapphire Steel when Be Prepared is available, when this removal is available? And that's because of the item package that's in Sapphire, players are saying, well, why pair Ruby in it when Sapphire is just better? And all of the players out there pretty much making that choice, except for Alpha JBO and maybe one other who's running this Ruby package here. Now, this is doing something different. You can go the items route, or there's another card swimming around out there that's pretty popular in these colors.
A little bit of that Maui half shark. We've seen it, but I've also seen a nice amalgamation of both of those unique strategies being forced together as we got a quick read coming in here as we have that unconventional tool being added to the deck. So we are all in on the items as unconventional tool is a pretty new card coming in from that Reign of Jafar. Check that Arcadia's Island. I don't know, set 7 is going to be when that card comes through. When this item is banished, you may pay 2 less for the next item you play this turn, so it works quite nice with Bell, but it's going to be in the Inkwell here. And to your point, Sapphire Steel plays 2 banned cards in the core constructed format for Sphere and Hiram, so it's got to be the most powerful deck.
Right. Yes, card's so big that Ravensburger said, "Get him out of here," and people saying, "Well, I'm gonna use him again."
Now they're back. Do you think we need to re-engage with another potential ban list in this Infinity format?
Oh, man, I think it's too early to tell. It's possible. I think we keep our eyes on it. For sure, though, this deck is very, very powerful. And there's a reason that probably 75% of the field is playing it.
Just Hiram Flaversham. Hiram Flaversham is just one of those cards that is going to go down in history. When we look at this game in 15 years from now, 20 years from now, we're going to look back and say, what were they thinking when they printed this card? As we look back in other games and the cards that they had at the power level, it's just absolutely insane what it can do as both of these Illuminators are electing to ramp onto Steel, accelerating their Inkwell to get to that very powerful 4-cost mouse here.
And now the game can begin. Here we're past the ramp. Now we're going. Let's see who finds the Flavisham first. That's when the Flavisham sub game here is one of the things in these Sapphire mirrors. And JBO does he's on the play. He does play the Flavisham first. He gets those 2 cards. If Sky can answer, that feels pretty good. But the Flavisham sub game is one of the things that was always fun watching in these Sapphire mirrors because they unchecked Flavisham. If you can quest with it once or even twice, can win you the game.
Yeah, and I've seen this guy draw 8 to 10, sometimes 12 cards. It is repulsive sometimes. And I believe that the Ruby Sapphire deck does have the slightest edge because they have a very clean answer to the Hiram on their side in the form of Sisu, Daring Visitor. It can just come through and take it down with one fell swoop, while the Sapphire and Steel Steel player is going to need a little bit more time to get that Hiram off the board and a few more cards in the process. But Sky is electing to play a new Sapphire card. This is going to be that Cinderella Dreams Come True. I like to see that coming in on 4.
Yeah, I really like it. This double ramp is something that Sapphire loves to do. Oftentimes in Blurple, you're used to the one ramp and then you're cooking with Amethyst. But oftentimes Sapphire Steel and some other colors like to hit that double ramp. And so maybe it's the only option, but here I think this is a line that Sky is perfectly happy with. Getting that extra card and powering his ink advantage.
Oh, for sure, and just cycling another card. And this is also quite resilient to that Sisu Daring Visitor. It can have some of those tempo blasting plays, but it is gonna be able to get you a new card and get you more into your inkwell. As Scrooge is gonna find his way down into the inkwell, coming in on a 5-turn play, uses that a coil Sisu this turn, and you don't have it. We're brawling it up.
Yeah, and you wonder, so sometimes this card is run just for the single ramp. There are cards that you play where you get the enter playability, and then you're like, all right, it's done its job. But in this deck, you run the bell as well.
Yeah.
And with an item in play, a fun thing to do next turn would have been to play a free bell, and then you get that extra ink and that extra card draw.
For sure.
And so recognizing that, Alpha JBO chooses to get that Cinderella off the board.
And they also can take in a aerial, which we saw Beefcake was playing last round. The warded quest for 5 6-cost aerial, and that is a princess, and that could help you accelerate your inkwell, maybe find more items as well when you cycle those cards. So there is some princess synergies. There is also some evasive synergies as this ink runner is going to come on through. Not too many evasive
cards. This card is not in here for this matchup, but it does draw you a card.
And you can hit a Sisu and recycle it with a Tamatoa and keep that card draw engine going. So this is not the worst situation, but T-Post staring down a fully resolved Hiram is not where you want to be if you are Sky. You see 2 more cards could potentially be coming your way if you just banish that Sapphire Coil, which is not the most optimal banished target.
No, absolutely not. So 4 ink here. Does he find the He does not. He's going to hurl his Thunderbolt in. And
nice.
We talked about Tipo sharing down the Flavisham, not too great, but if you can follow it up with a Thunderbolt from
Look at
Zeus,
that.
feels pretty good. And that Flavisham getting off the board feels really good.
Oh, my goodness. I forgot how good Zeus was. Zeus is a great unit.
And then that Sapphire Coil getting eaten by the... What do you think that tastes like?
Probably high in calcium, maybe like a nice, rich, I don't know, mahogany. Like biting a table, I would think.
I like it.
like biting a table, I don't know.
We're just rolling with it.
I don't know.
So Flavisham here coming down, eating that Sapphire Coil, not strapping it to his leg, eating that Sapphire Coil, drawing a couple cards. And now I've gotten 4 cards off the Flavisham. So we're going to put another one in play. Apparently Flavisham likes him because he's ordered a second course.
Yeah, he got a nice little double dip on the Sapphire Coil. That seems like it's more important to be eating, and you rather eat a Fortisphere, which is basically a giant pearl, or is that a rock of sorts? He's eating that too. I think he needs to go see a physician because of all the things that he's consuming. And I love how we all assume that he's eating these things.
Because it started with the popsicle?
Yeah.
Because that was the OG, and then everything else is just eaten now.
Everything has been eaten.
He's a toy maker. He's not tinkering with it. He's eating it.
He's like, could it just be like deconstructing it or like creating it or working with it? No, he's literally eating everything. So that's kind of a nice little piece of lore because everyone says it. Hiram eats this, Hiram eats that. I'm like, he's not eating anything except for maybe a popsicle. Why would he eat a Fortisphere?
Why would he tinker with a popsicle?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. These are great questions. We're asking the real questions. That's why he got banned, I believe.
I think they printed, if I'm not mistaken, the popsicle Flavisham combo in the starter deck in Rise of the Floodboard. So everyone's like, okay, clearly these go together.
Gotcha. And it's very clean. And I think that popsicle if they just got rid of popsicle and left Hiram, I think we would have been okay. As crazy as that may sound, I still think the card is absolutely broken beyond repair. But I think just Popsicle was just doing too much, and I'm glad that they rectified that and got rid of both of these things. But Infinity, here we are. Both of those cards are very illegal to be played, and now Sky is going through the gauntlet of how he wants to break this down, and it's going to be Belle coming through. Popping that popsicle. Maybe she's eating it too.
She is.
Yeah, for sure.
She eats it as well. Eating the popsicle coming in play for free. That would have paired nicely with that Cinderella if that was still around, but not there.
Yeah.
And then we have the pass over to Alpha JBO again.
More princess energies, yeah. So maybe we can go all in on this princess maneuver as Alpha JBO is rubbing the forehead, showing little signs of stress potentially. You're thinking about these lines, but Sky has to be incredibly careful. You are going wide into a potential. Be prepared. That card is very legal and back like it never left. So these wide boards do have an ability to be punished. But Hiram now is going to be questing, eating the Vitalisphere as well. constant consuming.
Yeah, he's always hungry. He's always hungry. Going off for a quest, a couple more cards there. Alpha JBO's now got 6 cards, I think, off Flavershams, a combination of the two. So seeing plenty of cards. That third Sapphire Coil now into the Inkwell.
Yeah, and no, so that's the 3rd copy, I think, of the Sapphire Coil. And the Medusa as a second harem goes down. Hiram? Hiram, okay. Okay, I had to make sure. 'Cause sometimes I'll say it right, I'll say it wrong, and people will not
They
let
know.
you.
They
They'll
recognize.
let you know quick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you'll get a DM, Liam. They'll email you like, hey, just so you know.
By the way,
just so you
it's
know.
Flavisham.
It's
Hiram.
Flavisham.
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 I try to say it like Olivia, but I can't do it.
Flavisham.
I'm no baker.
Flavisham. We're going to get there. I
Yeah.
mean, we're going to get there at some point. You got to learn these Infinity cards as they are coming back. And I love the stories of walking through and seeing people who never played it when these cards were
that's
legal.
fair.
That's a cool thing that happens. Like, you guys have to understand that a lot of people who are fans of Infinity, they've been playing, they have like a pseudo nostalgia for these cards because that's the cards that they played when they first started playing, and they all got kind of taken away, and now you have the opportunity to do it again. But there are a significant amount of players who are playing Infinity that never had the opportunity to play these cards before, and they have to learn all of those heuristics again and how to do certain things. It's almost like digging through the ancient texts and watching these old film and trying to figure it all out. And I think that's a really cool point of that as well.
And speaking of cards that a lot of Sapphire players have some nostalgia for, it's this Tamatoa coming down and scooping up items out of the Inkwell. Happy as a clam. People are really excited to see him in Arcasia's Island. And he's back here, and Sky using him to refill his hand.
This is another high impact plussing engine. I remember when this card was first revealed, everyone was like, "What are you doing, bud? He's too powerful," and he kind of has been completely nerfed and relegated without that. A very powerful pop.
He needs his toys.
He needs something.
He needs his trinkets.
Give him a chance, man. Give him a chance. We need a nice high impact item strategy in the core constructed game. I've been crying for that for quite some time. I love playing with my items. However, there is no item first format deck right now, and that's kind of sad for us all.
Yeah, it is kind of a bummer. As well, another card coming down here. Sisu, incredibly impactful. Paired with that Sapphire Coil, going to wipe a bunch of cards off the board there. That Tamatoa not sticking around for long. But to your point, like I refer to this deck as an engine builder. That's the type, and you're really assembling the pieces of an engine on the board to do a bunch of things. And we are missing that. And it does feel, because this is a play style that some people really enjoy. And I do hope that we get to see something like that in core constructed again soon, because it does allow you a different style of play.
Right.
Yeah.
And just having more options is always going to be better than less. Because I remember during the traditional or more Infinity format, you had like dedicated song-based strategies, you had dedicated item-based strategies, you had your aggressive stuff, and it just gives you more of a Disney lore kind of identity, just more things to do, like and more ways to play and build the decks and still be generally competitive. But right now, that I think those are two aspects that I believe that we are missing, like a full all-in song deck and a full all-in item deck. I think would be really nice to have.
I agree with you. Speaking of competition, I have no clue which one of these players has the upper hand right now. I think the Flavisham on the board gives an edge to Alpha JBO in terms of card advantage, and a decent body on the board with Sisu. But we've seen the power of Ruby and why you choose to run it perhaps over other colors, because a lot of removal coming down. The Alpha JBO leveraging Madame Medusa, leveraging Brawl to get rid of cards. But speaking of removal, this is why you play Steel.
I'm telling. I like to go with the person that has the most items, because all it takes is one giant shiny bling bling crab come through, one lucky dime item, and then boom, this thing can get absolutely out of control, as you are going to get 2 more your items back and 2 more cards. But I do like Alpha JBO's position here, as he has that Hiram up and active and the ability to draw more cards, getting closer and closer to a lucky dime, into more of your own win conditions there, as you are evening the item score. That's the real
Taken up.
And you still got a quest here. Do with your Hiram.
And again, like I do think if I had to give the edge again, having the crab on board is great, but it's the Flavisham subgame again. Alpha JBO did lose one earlier, but he's had several Flavishams able to do their thing, and it gives you just such incredible card advantage. But to your point, Sky, certainly not out of it. The fun part about these decks is their ability to close the game in one turn with the lucky dime. So it's not over till it's over when you're playing against a Sapphire Items deck.
and we are getting those very powerful draws in. And just noticing, like Sky's Hirams just have not been able to draw a multitude of cards. As you see, the Madame Medusa came down, the Brawl came down, and his Hirams were just getting taken out so quickly. Whereas Alpha JBOs, he's had the opportunity to just get more resources from his. So that is a great identifier with that little Hiram sub game.
Yeah, now Sky, we'll see what his response is. Would love to get that Flavisham off the board. Also, would love to establish one of his own.
Yeah.
Instead, we're establishing more items, building up a regular thrift shop out there of trinkets and odds and ends.
Selling rocks and popsicles with a little motorcycle there on the side. Everything must go buy, says Belle, who is the apprentice inventor. She can work on some of these items herself from time to time. Maybe we'll just do something cool with her. Who knows? And this Madame Medusa also is a 4/4. That is another card, Liam, that I absolutely miss. I think we can work her back into the core constructed game. I think she can. She's uninkable. She costs 6. Ruby is just down Omega. I think Madame Medusa can come back. Bring her on back in, or at least Lady Tremaine.
She does check a lot of. So the thing about these cards and things like Madame Medusa is the fact that they have a presence in the meta distorts the metagame. It has ripple effects because players have to account for them, which changes the shape of decks, and every other deck benefits from players having to work things into account for certain other things.
Absolutely.
Another example is with these item decks, players had to account for them, and oftentimes did by running a little bit of item destruction, perhaps a Benja, to try to hit a lucky dime or something like that. And so, or an early popsicle, or hideaway. Hideaway's even better because you tuck it away. And what that does is it takes a slot in that deck, which other decks benefit from. And so when you have various archetypes within a meta, whether it's item synergies or whether you have powerful cards like Madame Medusa, everybody benefits from the ripple effects of those cards existing because you cannot ignore them.
Yeah. Format warping cards in there. Speaking of format warping, look at this guy.
He's so shiny.
He's down, and he is active, and this thing can get left fast if you allow it, as we are going to get that one little quest in with the bell. Going from, like, 2 is a lot here in this situation when that Tamatoa comes in. And if he can get a couple quests off, if he can get a lucky dime next turn, Sky is kind of risking it for that pejorative biscuit as it may be, as we got another quest in from Tamatoa. You need to clear this guy. He needs to be answered, as another Sapphire Coil can present more outs for you. Brawl in hand, he's gone.
Yeah, I mean, that's so shiny. Nobody loves collecting items more than Tamatoa. He does get an additional lore for every single item in play. So doing the quick math here with 5 on board and his 1 that comes with him, that's 6. He can quest for 6. He can pull items back, but he can't do that from the discard pile. To your point, JD, those Sapphire Coils doing work, shrinking him down, and that Sisu coming and wiping him off the board.
That feels so bad. Sapphire Coil, that's another card. I can remember when it was revealed. I remember where I was when that card came out, and everyone was, what are you doing?
No.
Cut it out with the Sapphire Coil. Multiple times per turn. There is no reason you could tell me that card shouldn't have been a hard once per turn or something like that. Knock it off. Actually insane, and it worked so nice with this deck. This deck was so powerful when it was at its peak. Man, it was just a mess. But we did get rid of that Tamatoa. That was a huge threat, as Scrooge is now going to come on through for free.
Yeah, exert 5 items, play him for free, allows you to dig to boot. So a great card here for a little bit of board presence, and the fact that you get to play him for free means it's effectively, you're not doing anything else with his items, and playing a 5-cost duck for free, or 4-cost duck for free rather, feels pretty good. Also, beautiful art here by Kenny Anderson, a Scottish artist from Glasgow, got to illustrate his favorite Disney character, the Scottish Scrooge McDuck, so a dream card for him.
That is really awesome.
Dream to find Flavisham here.
Yeah, look at that. That is a really awesome thing, being able to get one of your own dream cards from your own, based on your own native land. That's neat, Liam. I like that.
Yeah, it's a fun thing. Speaking of fun things, Flavisham, Sky finally finding another one here and getting a little bit of card draw going. One of the reasons I describe this deck as an engine builder is because it has several cards which work together, and when they're all clicking, this deck is on fire. And the pieces they're trying to assemble are that So Shiny, which is pulling items out of your discard pile, followed by the Flavisham, which is eating cards. And you even pair it with a Sapphire Coil, sometimes a Workshop if you want to get really nuts.
Yeah.
But when you get those 2 cards working in concert and the items like cycling, it's really, really fantastic. Neither one of these players has managed to string the 2 of them together just yet, but that's one of the things that they're going for.
Yeah, that is a very solid point, as Alpha JBO is doing the patent pending Death Tap method, you know there's going to be some shenanigans there as Lucky Dime is going to be involved. We see the Lucky Dime is in hand. You have the opportunity to quest this Tamatoa and put that Lucky Dime into play for free. Sisu now has a free and clear quest. So that's 6 lore plus the 2 from the Tamatoa. That'll get you up to 8. That'll get you up to 16. And then, so you can get up to 18 this turn with a very threatening Lucky Dime as well, if that's going to be good enough, as we are brawling up the Scrooge here. Interesting. Not the Hiram. I guess you're trying to put a clock on this thing.
Yeah, trying to keep your Tamatoa safe, I think, is the idea here. And we are going to do the Dime. We're going to play it for free. We're going to quest with the Sisu, Dime the Sisu, and you did the math. I'm going to trust you. Look at that.
Nailed it.
You nailed it. Right on. That's
that, Liam, that never happens. Okay, that's the
impressive.
First time for everything.
It's easy to miss one, yeah.
And Sky's just seen enough. We're going to go ahead and get up out of here.
That Sisu coming down and blasting Sky's entire board, everything getting scooped up. Oh, yeah, we're on to game 2.
This matchup, I do like Ruby Sapphire in this matchup. Sapphire Steel is, in my opinion, I believe it's going to be one of the best decks in the format. But I like this Ruby Sapphire deck, and even I was talking to Dragon John Z, and I was also talking to Tea Time during the breaks, and they were saying like, "Hey, aggro. I think aggro's the best. I think aggro's the best." I don't know, man. I think this Ruby Sapphire does have the tools to be able to slow down the aggressive strategies enough and then go long versus anyone else. And I think it still could have a place as the best deck in the format. I don't know. I could be mistaken. But small Sisu or Sisu Daring Visitor brawl into a potential shift Sisu. It's a line that can get you back in if that were to happen. So I'm liking Ruby Sapphire here.
It is an interesting point because I think the reason you run Steel against the aggro is you're looking for that turn 1 bell, which does give you a body, but then it's really the bell and the strength. But what that requires is like a 3-card combo. You have to find the item, you have to find the bell, and then you have to find the strength if you're going to run that. You do get the body with just the bell. Whereas, with Alpha, if you're running those baby Sisus and then you have the Brawl, like it's a card.
Yeah.
You're looking for Brawls, you're looking for Sisus, and you can shut down some of that early aggression. And so, to your point, it is a bit easier to find the early game answers that you need. And also, I also thought aggro was going to be everywhere. And I walked the floor, JD. And I don't know about you.
I didn't see it nearly as much.
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it nearly as much as I thought. And the Amber Steel deck, it sends shivers down my spine when I'm loaded up against that in this Affinity format. It is just a powerful, super fast, it's like ultra aggressive. It's one of the most aggressive strategies we've seen in the history of this game, as they've added some new tools from the new sets and just some of the old things that they've had. It's just become a very, very powerful and very consistent strat. But like I said, you have that small Sisu, you have the ability to play the Scrooge McDuck, you have Maui Hero to All, you have Madame Medusa, you have removal all up and down the curve. If you can just slow them down enough, they'll get to 19, and you can just continue to clear the board, add in big bodies, and just continue to quest. And I think that Ruby Sapphire has the tools. I really do.
Yeah, definitely good deck for sure. Also, I'm surprised Jonathan Williams is like the Ruby Sapphire. Like, what's he doing? He's not playing.
He said he had enough time to test. I was like, what do you mean you haven't had enough time to test?
You've been testing for years.
This is your whole thing, and he didn't do it.
Oh,
so I don't know. You got to do your thing every now and then. That would be that's my take of the day. As looking at Sky's hand, he has a bit of ramp. He also has that Cinderella, so you can get that patent pending double ramp, and you have a way to offload this spooky sight. So that's some of your anti-aggro technology you have in your deck. That spooky sight.
Yeah. So he does it the cartoons. I am interested to see, if he does find that Flavisham. I do think, the removal gives the Ruby an edge here, but I also think, at so many Flavishams, it's so much work. Sky not getting the same value out of his, and that card draw in the mid game really is necessary here. So we'll see which ramp option we're going with on turn 2.
We saw that Tipo go down to the Inkwell, so maybe we're sailing the Azurite Sea, or maybe we have a second copy of Tipo. Looking at Alpha's hand, I'm not seeing a ramp right now. Maybe you still have opportunity to get there. You do have that Fishbone Quill is a card that you are playing. A Fishbone Quill is your Hail Mary ramp condition if you need it. You don't want to play it more often than not because of that hand resource, especially if you don't have a Hiram waiting in the wing. So it's going to be an interesting event if you can't get to that turn 2 ramp. As we put a big crab down to the Inkwell, that must feel bad, and tells a story about Sky's hand.
Yep, absolutely does. Lucky we are going to get that that Cinderella down later on and allow you to look for other things that you need. We did establish the Fortisphere. We did ramp, so we are on plan. But this is not what you want to do on turn 2 at all. Now, lucky for him, we do have a Fishbone Quill in hand, so we will be able to accelerate a little bit. But you want to do it. You want to do it on curve, and not having that 2-drop feels not great.
And you know your next turn is just going to be another super sluggish play Quill, ink card, play Quill, use Quill. That feels like you need to catch up. But at the same time, this is more of a control mirror. You have time. And you saw your opponent ink a Tamatoa in their previous round. You inked a Tamatoa yourself. You could also just take a, there she goes.
Yep.
Little Sisu is going to come on through as you just going to ink the Fishbone Quill. Maybe you don't feel like you need to ramp at all and just keep accelerating here naturally. No curve required.
It is interesting. I mean, 'cause the reason you do that, I mean, you get rid of the Quester, but really it's to avoid that double ramp with the Bell if that's available, and that extra card drop. Perhaps Alpha JBO reading that Sky doesn't have an ideal hand. He's not doing the things he necessarily wants to do, so trying not to give him that cycle. But a choice there not to go with the ramp in favor of the removal, but you do establish the Sisu. It is a shift target, although that won't be available for several turns.
Yeah,
and another one.
Yeah, you had that very threatening double Cinderella line available. So yeah, getting that Sisu down was proven to be a heads-up maneuver. But you got a double Cinderella anyway. Better late than never, I suppose. As you get back at it with the unconventional tool. Let's see if it unconventionally finds its way down to the Inkwell one more time. I think you might have to take a turn off to get some of your acceleration because you could potentially just lose this through the Inkwell as Sky's just playing bigger, better cards faster and sooner, and that might be a path to victory for the PPG winner.
Yeah, you need ink to play cards, and the more you have, the better it is. There's that unconventional tool, JD, and not a tool you see too often.
It's unconventional for those reasons. And Hiram is going to eat the Fortis or the Sapphire Coil. He probably could have eaten that unconventional tool next turn. I don't think I've seen him eat that card just yet.
He has not. He has not. No idea what the taste is on that yet. Has not left the Yelp review on the unconventional tool yet.
Questing the Sisu in the face of an Ink Runner. Interesting decision. Let's see if Sky is going to elect to take the bait on this transaction. It might take you down a little bit of tempo, but at the same time, that's a plus. And I love getting pluses. Let's see if we go for it.
Yeah, I do. Interesting. I wonder what using the ink would shut down in terms of options. Because 5, we've used the 2. Yeah, it's interesting.
I'm taking it. I'm taking the bait. I don't think you got it. I think we're going to go for a Mulan to cycle another card. So Sky is digging and sculpting. And we have more Princess Synergy in the deck. You can get another ramp in. But the Scrooge McDuck play would be offline.
I did not think about that Princess Synergy. Like that's another great one. Yeah, I didn't account for the Mulan. That's great.
That's a lot of princesses that you have access to.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
And we are going to go full on Hiram getting the Fortisphere down. This game is looking much more lively for Sky here in this scenario. Cinderella and Hiram work very nicely together, fixing your hand and cycling more cards.
Yeah, Flavisham bypassing those delicious popsicles for the Fortisphere, so it leads me to believe it does taste extra good.
It might be the superior snack. The snack that smiles back, Fortisphere. How about that? I want to try one. I want to eat one myself. I bet it's delish.
Me too.
And probably nutritious. It does look almost like a vitamin.
Disney Lorcana recipe book. Where is it?
Oh, and we are going to go ahead and take the hit here as we clear up that Sisu. That one lore, I think you want it back as we ink that Strength to Raging Fire. I guess we could have got to it anyway, but Accelerator Inkwell getting a plus, and you could also heal this thing if you wanted to, which I don't think you need to.
Yeah, interesting to send the Strength. Strength is a card that obviously you're not building a super wide board state here, and when you're trying to remove things later in the game, like high willpower things like Flavisham and the crabs and all of that, I guess it makes sense that it's not as valuable here, but you don't often see at this point in the game when you have the ink available and singers available that song head to the discard pile. But
yeah, that's steel removal. It's always just been so bad versus this Ruby. Ruby just don't. Their removal is just so much more efficient. Yeah, everything is so bulky. And I guess you could have hit that Darren Visitor, but why not? We could just run it over with the Ink Runner. Maybe sometimes you can hit Sisu. That 4 willpower is accessible with a nice meaty Strength of Raging Fire, but more often than not, it's just so not what you need in those situations. As we have the Fishbone Quill established, you can consume a quill. This man's eating bones as well. I think he's calcium deficient for sure.
Yeah, this card was incredibly all around, or been around since set 1. Incredibly popular. It allows you to ramp. It allows you to get uninkables out of your hand. You don't have to show your opponent, and it also gives you ready ink. So, as a lot of cards that ramp, you have to wait until next turn for the benefit of that. The cost of this card is you send it out of your hand, but the benefit is you can use it immediately.
Yeah, and I miss Fishbone Quill. I think that's another card that for sure could make its way back into the core constructed. If you're talking about reprinting items, you could potentially reprint that card. I don't think it would be that big of a problem these days, simply because we don't have Hiram, you don't have Whole New World, you don't have the ability to refill your hand. It's going to come at a cost, but I still think that cost is going to be significantly valuable, as we might solving a mystery.
Solve a mystery.
Or rewrite history. DuckTales. And he's going to get an item and a character, and he hits both. Yikes. That's a +2.
That is +2.
We'll take it.
My goodness.
He gets both, and the pluses are going to continue to plus, as one is the Ink Runner, one is the Tamato, or at least replace themselves and keep their bodies on board. So it's a high value card. I'm glad to see this card make it into the Infinity format as well.
Me too. It's this deck is a lot of cards that are old, a couple that are new splashed in, and I love seeing this one giving some more consistency to this deck.
I like it. I think that card, and a lot of people speculated that it could be good, and this is one of the best Might Solver mysteries I think we have ever seen, as Popsicle is popping, Hiram is questing, and now you've gotten to the point where even if you do run into a Be Prepared or an Ink Sisu turn, lose your entire board, you're kind of fine because you have played so many resource replacing cards, and you're totally chill with that if that is going to be your fate, which it could very well be with the Sapphire Coil already established.
And yeah, and that almost everything you want here, you just want a so shiny. You have man, you got the world is your oyster at this point. And JBO looking over there, like a hand on his head, trying to figure out how he's going to get out of this. Now, there is one card in Ruby, which would be rather nice right now against a wide board of characters. I haven't seen it played. I do wonder that Be Prepared. I haven't seen one yet in JBO's deck.
Yeah. A lot of them have been kind of reducing the amount of Be Prepared.
In favor of the Sisus?
In favor of the Sisu, because Sisu shift is a little more consistent and faster, and Be Prepared is vulnerable to some Ursulas and things of that sort. But they might have one, and they have the colors and they have the ability to play it. So that is something that you have to look out for. But
I do like Be Prepared in the meta, especially from a viewer perspective, because it was always an out.
Yeah.
And so every turn when there was no other answer, you're like, if it's a top deck, Be Prepared.
You're
So
back.
it feels like the game is never over.
You're back. I love a good catch up mechanic.
Me too. But we'll see. Sky is about to. Well, we're doing the last couple things this turn. Going to go on a quest, sneak out a lore.
And just dragging it up. We're only at 2-2, so we have a lot of game left. Like I said, there is a board clear is due. I think Sky's doing everything that you can to prepare for it. Like if you could potentially get a Be Prepared this next turn, or maybe Ink and wait a couple more turns, and then you can get that Sisu to come to play, as Popsicle now is down. Hiram has one more quest. Scrooge, Tamatoa, all those characters can engage with Hiram and clear him now.
Yeah, and Alpha inking a Flavisham there. I thought that was the case. Playing the Popsicle, possibly. So interesting here. He inks the Flavisham, which I think you want to save this for later, but he uses it to play the Popsicle and then plays the Madame Medusa. Possibly looking at the card for turn to seeing what he got. Also, possibly top deck that there. I'm not sure if he did. A fantastic card off the top deck. The biggest threat being that Tamato, it's a big body and it pulls things, or you can play things for free, and so getting that off the board feels really good. Fortunately for Sky, though, that Flavisham is still there with plenty of items to eat, so just still so much he's able to do this turn.
Yeah, Sky is actually dominating the item war right now. Pop another one to draw, as this Hiram is looking super nice in this situation, drawing a ton of cards. I can't tell how many cards are in Sky's hand, but just based on the library, the biblioteca he has in his hand, I'm assuming it's between 10 to 12 cards are in hand. It's robust, to say the least.
I think his hands were about 5 inches apart as he was fanning them, which that's many cards.
Yeah, it's got to be double digits there. What if we just slam a Goliath? No, I'm kidding. Alpha JBO would love to have a Goliath. Just put it in play right now and see what happens.
This guy looking at his options, and Talking to Color last game, she made the point about these item decks too. One of the reasons she loves playing them is the variance that it offers. And by that I mean it's a term that Mark Rosewater uses for basically choice. And variance can refer to a specific card, like this card can do 1, 2, or 3 things, which gives the player choice and agency. Or it could be referred to like decks and wide board states where there's so many different things you can do that you feel like you have so much agency in a turn.
Right.
You could go left, you could go right, you could go down the middle, and do things in different sequences. And that is really empowering thing as a player. It's a rewarding thing because when you are playing a deck where the lines are so obvious, they're so clear that on this turn I play Genie, I sing this, and that's it. Like it almost feels bad because you're doing the thing that you're just supposed to do. And it's one of the reasons that I enjoy watching really, really good players pilot these item builds because, I mean, look at the board.
Yeah.
There's so many different options. There's so many different things. There's so many different cards. The choices are almost endless. And, well, not endless, but there's a lot of them.
Yeah, the games go long, they grind, and they're just so big. Like, there are a lot of high-cost characters you can play mixed with low-cost characters. And you got to manage tempo, manage hand resources, manage board position. Oh, and by the way, your opponent is doing very similar things. So to your point, I mean, maybe I'm not the best player, but I still like engaging in these situations where I have a full hand, my opponent has a full hand, they have a full inkwell, I have a full inkwell. We all can do everything that we want to do, and now it's time to play. What are we going to do? Who's going to come out on top? Those are the best games instead of like getting to these low-resource top deck wars, quest, challenge, whatever. I mean, no, that's cool too sometimes, but big is going to be better for me.
And to be clear, I don't love it when it's all the meta, but I do like its existence in the meta because it makes the more variety of games that you have, the more different ways you have to play. I just think it makes the game in a meta richer.
Yeah, and we are on our approach, and if you do have, you're due for it. Your Sisu is just being disrespectful at this point. Looking at the hand, we're not seeing any of those all-important, powerful board clears. You don't have any access to any of your drawing engine as well. You saw that Hiram go down to the Inkwell much earlier on in this game. We still have the ability to use that one Sapphire Coil we have up, and another Medusa is going to pick off that Hatamatoa again, really trying to keep that free Lucky Dime out of play. I don't hate it, but you really need to do something to clean up this board a little bit. Even a Vitalosphere there would have been fine to take down another character.
Yeah, and JBO has just been in react mode here over and over again, trying to take care of the biggest threat, leaving the others up. We are going to get rid of 2 this turn, getting rid of that Cinderella, but she's done her job, getting a couple cards now. And that Flavisham, again, just looming. The longer that Flavisham is on the board, again, and the unchecked Flavisham is often the deck that wins in this Sapphire Mirror. And Sky's Flavisham has been around for many, many, many turns. He's had like a 19-course meal at this point.
Yeah, he's probably got to be full.
Right, working his way through items.
Man is insatiable with
Takeout
his
boxes, yeah.
And we are going to go free Scrooge as well. So we're checking for 4 more, and this time you may not hit, and you're due. I mean, he played a ton of items so far. Your hand is just so insanely large. Even a board clear, like I said, Sky has the ability to completely rebuild this entire situation, and Sapphire still is firing on all cylinders.
I can't believe we've never done that before. Well done.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm sure somebody had to drop that one there.
First time I've heard it.
That's
Very
good.
good.
You can have it if
Very
you
good.
want it.
I might. I mean, tuck that away for later.
Have it.
Put it in my pocket.
We share it. I don't mind. You know what I'm saying? I do steal very often, so you can totally have that one. Sapphire on all cylinders is I mean, that's a layup. I don't know how we didn't hit that one.
Yeah.
That's a layup. I'm surprised no one hit that one so far.
Yeah, that's impressive. But now, So Shiny coming down is a card that you want to pull some items back and possibly cheat a dime into play. That's one of the things this guy's digging for here. He can do this the old-fashioned way with 19 Hiram Flavisham quests, or you can slam that dime and try to close things out really quickly. But he just, I mean, all the things, and Alpha JBO is in react mode.
My game plan in Infinity, what I've been trying to do, and it has not been working very well, I've been trying to go for deck out strats. I mean, I'm really fascinated with the idea of milling my opponents or making them run out of cards as a win condition. For all the games that I play, it's always been something I've been trying to do. In Infinity, it's quasi-semi-viable that you can do that with the Headless Horseman. You have Whole New World. You have all sorts of things. So the new Stitch Abomination is a card that I like to play. Sudden Scare is a card that I'm playing, and it's kind of fun when it works, but it's very rare that it does. So
send me the list.
I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot. It's a fun Infinity deck, and I'm having a good time with it because these Sapphire Steel players, they can't help themselves. Okay, they actually cannot not draw cards. They cannot not get the resources going. and then you can just play your Sapphire Steel game, and then next thing you know, Stitch is coming. They're ramping like crazy. Next thing you know, Headless Horseman comes, and then they're out of 3 cards. And you're holding the world, chain them together, and you're vibing out magnificently as we are going to be on our way. It looks like Scrooge here is going to get a challenge up into the Madame Medusa before we can get Sapphire Coil Tactics happening.
Little bit of control there and trade, and oh my goodness, this board state is absolutely out of control right now. Tipo is being dumped on the board. Mulans are out there. We've got Bell running around, getting some quests, and Sky just grinding it up slowly the old-fashioned way, up to 8 lore, a couple lore at a time. And JBO now trying to figure out how to deal with everything. A Sisu would feel pretty good right now. That was really one of the things you're digging for, but just has to try to keep a lid on this. And one other thing I'm going to mention, JD, there's another card that I haven't seen for a while. Look at this shiny Maui coming down. Hero to JBO right now. Finally getting that Flavisham off the board. I've had enough of you. And it's something. But again, it's going to go back over to Sky. He's going to have so many things available. Yeah. But the one thing I was going to say before that happened, I mean, we gotta keep an eye on in these Sapphire matchups.
Yeah.
Is the timer.
You have to hit the wrist and make sure that we are all playing as fast as we can. I think the players are playing at a pretty interesting pace, but I just don't think that there's enough time to finish these matches. And if I'm Alpha, I'm surveying this field, I'm looking at my hand, and I understand I still have outs. I know I have resources, but at a certain point, I'm looking at the clock and I'm making that decision, and I'm saying I'm getting out of here because I think this one might just have eluded you, and you have a game 3 that you're gonna have to get to. So I probably would just scoop and just to save a little bit of time because you'd hate to go in that situation as the Alice accidentally adrift is going to send one of those items down into the inkwell.
Fascinating.
That's a nice little tech. And it also, when it quests, I think it also reduces strength of one of your opponent's characters as well. So I like that card. It's another nice addition. I always love to see what the new cards are going to be added in, as Tamatoa Dime is going to come on through, and it does not matter. So Scoop not required. Tamatoa Dime with a jillion, million, trillion, billion ink. You can play both of those cards at the same time at their full effect, and the game will immediately come to a screeching halt. And wow. Sapphire, maybe too powerful. Thoughts?
Maybe. I mean,
too strong
when it gets clicking. And here's the fun thing: like, Sky had a pretty good line into the double ramp. I think that's one of the ways you go. I think the traditional line in Sapphire is the is the Flavisham on 4. You drop the popsicle, you draw the cards that powers you into the game. But and the reason you need to do that is because when you're using cards like Tipo or Fishbone Quill to ink out of your hand, you can run out of items very, very quickly, especially when you're playing against decks that are putting hand pressure on, which this one is not. And especially when you're on the play and you're down that card, you need to find that card draw in the mid game. But you got another option with this Cinderella. It does 2 things that you love to do: draw cards and ink.
Cycle.
Yeah. And so that's really interesting. And then the other interesting addition, I am not answering your question at all, but I'll get back to it.
No, you're good.
The other interesting addition I do like might solve a mystery. Sometimes when cards are worked, like new cards are worked into deck, they're worked in pairs.
Yeah.
And you see cards that exist in synergy. And one of the things we used to see in these Sapphire decks is the Grammatala paired with the How Far I'll Go.
Yeah.
Because the Grammatala comes down, and then the next turn, like on curve, you're singing the song, and you go bam, bam, 1, 2. And the Might Solve a Mystery is filling the same role with that Cinderella. If you're playing the 4-drop Flavisham, he's not singing, he's eating, usually, although he could sing. But in this case, when you drop the Cinderella down, you get the benefit from her, and why not have the follow-up of drawing 2 cards off the Might Solve a Mystery? So
for sure.
I really love to see these cards coming in and working together in tandem.
That is a very, very solid point, because you are not only, especially if you play another princess, can you imagine if you go Cinderella, and now she can sing Might Solve a Mystery, play another princess, you're inking 2, cycling 2 more cards, and you saw how Sky was just churning through that deck. The Hiram drew 40 cards, and then you have the Mulan was digging, the Tamatoa is getting back items you're drawing, and you're just going through your deck, and you can find your win conditions so consistently. That's why this deck is good. And when it's on all cylinders like that was in that previous round, you're not going to be winning more often than not. But I think he's going to be on Alpha JBO. If he's going to want to win this game, you need to secure an answer to a loose Hiram and hold on to it for dear life and do not play it. And you got to keep that Hiram down at 2 cards. I can't believe drawing 2 cards for, banishing one item, drawing 2 cards is a bad thing as we ink that brawl almost immediately. That's the best outcome. Having Hiram draw 2 cards is literally the best thing that you could ever ask for.
Yep. And when he draws 4, it's like bonus.
Okay.
You know? It's and when and so one thing to note too, Alpha JBO did miss ramp on turn 2 last game,
True.
and he chose to not use the Fishbone Quill in favor of brawling. And I do not think I see a turn 2 ramp here either.
No turn 2 play at all.
And
We're just
that
gonna ink
feels
past.
bad.
Gross. Yuck. Barf. I don't like that.
No.
Alpha JBO probably does not like that either. He's looking at the hand. That hand is terrible. I mean, that is a bad hand full of high-cost, uninkable cards. You are down amazing. You need to find that Fishbone Quill. You need to install it into the field of play immediately as you have Lucky Dime, Big Sisu, Maurice's Workshop. Hiram Flaversham is going to have to go down to the ink. You do not have a play unless you get this Lucky Dime or this Fishbone Quill up. And oh my goodness, that does feel bad. And it might be the Workshop getting down to the inkwell. No chance we throw this dime down here, and we do.
Yep.
Goodbye, Lucky Dime. Maybe you got another copy.
Yeah, maybe another copy, but at this point, knowing that that card's not going to be available for a while, and just might as well have it do something, trying to protect that Sisu, protecting that Workshop. So it's interesting to take note that one copy, it may be more, but that one of those copies is not available anymore. It is in the inkwell. Might solve a mystery there going into the inkwell. The Flaversham coming down here. We're not seeing the Princess line. It's the traditional Flaversham line, eating that Fortis Sphere, drawing 2 cards. Sky is kind of on curve here. But speaking of on curve, here comes that Flaversham.
We did have another Flaversham in hand after you inked that one, and this might be the break you need to get out of this precarious situation. As you're looking at your hand to start this thing off, it was not the greatest, but now you are finding your legs. Hiram just proving another reason why the card is actually just bonkers insane, and the Fishbone Quill being able to fuel yourself, and you'll ink 2 more cards. Now you're sitting at 6. Driving up your inkwell. Sky now needs to find more ways to gain some more advantage. I think you don't have any more items so far. Check that. Yes, you do.
There it is. Fortis Sphere coming down. Flaversham fuel, as it were. And we'll be able to do a little more card draw with the Flaversham. But again, this Flaversham subgame playing out here. Again, keep an eye on which player manages to get the best value out of it. Sky questing with this one, getting another 2 cards. The Flaversham also pairs very, very well with that Fishbone Quill. You know, because you need to ink extra cards out of your hand, and especially when you miss ramp, building up that giant ink advantage. An unchecked Flaversham can help you do that really, really well. And oh goodness gracious!
We're doing the whole item mambo. One more item for the 4 of a kind, if you can. Let's see it. Ink 1, play another item. Come on, do it. What are you waiting for? Oh no, it's gonna be Mulan.
I wanted to. What happens when 4 popsicles are in play at the same time?
I think you just win. Yeah,
that's true.
It's game over. Yeah, the game just ends right there. So immediate and fast in as we are going to go ahead and pass it back on over now. Hiram has a ton of munchies and crunchies that he can work through with the next following turn. So you need to find a way to get this guy off the board. I think you have that Madame Medusa. I'm lining it up with this Hiram Flaversham, and I'm taking him down, even though you know there's probably another one coming in next turn.
Yeah, JBO now thinking through his options. We do have some removal there. That Flaversham looks like a really tempting target for that Madame Medusa, perhaps. Just definitely wants to keep that. I mean, it'd be really great to keep that Flaversham from doing much more damage, and there it is. She comes down, sitting on not a chair, a desk, but I still call her a lady in chair.
Yeah.
And she's sending that Flaversham to the discard pile. Feels like a great play, and it does highlight one of the cards that, as you pointed out, sets these 2 ink combinations apart.
Yeah, and I think I say ladies in chairs as well. And there's a chair in the background. So
Yeah.
I think that does kind of count a little
And
bit.
functionally, if you're sitting on it, it's a chair.
Right.
That's
Yeah. Everything is a chair.
Everything's
okay?
a chair.
A hot dog is a sandwich. Thoughts?
Or a chair if you sit on it.
If you sit on a hot dog, it's a chair. Hey, yo. But here we go. We have the Hiram now. You are winning the Hiram Wars, but now Sky. Surveying the board. I think you have that Along Came Zeus is in hand. Stare Down commences another ink runner going down into the inkwell. Like you said, there's not too many evasive characters in the deck. I believe that Sisu Daring Visitor is the only one in favor of the Tamatoa, who's going to be able to get 2 more items back next turn, cycle those, and just keep this advantage engine train going. Tipo Mulan getting another quest in. Feels pretty good.
Creeping up a little bit at a time. It is one of those things. I focus so much on the end game in this deck of the players trying to assemble their engine, get the lucky dime. There are many games I broadcast where I've completely missed the 1 or 2 lure turn, and I look up at the top right and I'm like, oh my goodness, Sky's at 17. Like, how did he do that? And so it's something you definitely have to keep track of, because as you're focusing on like the board state and the engine build and trying to remove the key cogs of the machine, you can miss the fact that your opponent is slowly creeping towards victory.
Yeah. And even to that point, Liam, that's an amazing point. Even in these two matchups, sometimes what ends up happening is they get to this huge item, these huge Tamatoa plays, and you'll be at 19.
Yeah.
You'll lose 19 to 20. And it's like, oh man, if I'd have just quested one more time, if I had one more lore, turn two, if that Tipo would have gave me one more lore, I'd win. If that Mulan would have gave me one lore, I'd win. And I think that is just something that Sky has recognized, probably done a lot of testing, playing this Infinity format. I know he's played a ton of Infinity reps, probably more than the average Illuminaire. And just that now that that Tamatoa burst seems a lot more manageable with the additional lore that you've gained early on.
Yeah, Flavisham did eat that Fishbone Quill earlier. It's a card that Jalfa JBO likes to use, and he's going to get it back here with his So Shiny coming down, as well as that Popsicle. Going to play that there, draw a card, and the crabs are staring at each other. Well, they're not. They're looking away from each other, but they could be staring at each other across the field. Flavisham going to quest there, going to see a couple more cards. JBO doing the appropriate see all of my options before I play out the rest of my turn. Now he has a nice grip. And Lady Medusa going in and cleaning up that Tipo.
And here it is. We are getting a nice little plus. There should be some damage over there. I know Tipo is small, but he is still quite mighty as one damage. Unless we healed. Did we heal? No, I don't think we had any heals
I don't think
left.
so.
So there is one damage floating on that Madame Medusa. Just keep that in mind. I don't know if we can send someone over there to get that updated really quickly as another Mulan Disguised Soldier is going to come on through. Late stage Mulan. Not the worst, being able to fix your hand, maybe find the pieces that you need. Your next card is always going to be your best card.
Absolutely. Yeah, and cards like this, you know, that draw, discard, you have the Bobby, you have the Mulan. They're fun pieces because they're great in the early game to fix your hand a little bit, to dig one deeper, look for things, or discard a card that's kind of a rock in your hand. But you're never totally upset to see them. They're really... You know, even in the late game, it allows you to discard something perhaps that you wanted in your discard pile, to dig a little deeper, and at the cheap cost of one, like, it's a great card.
Yeah.
At any time in the game.
Speaking of dig a little deeper,
Not
maybe
a great card.
I think
A
that
good
card might be somewhat playable too here in Infinity format. People may not see it coming, and boom, you just dig through your deck, and we automatically win. That's four popsicles. GG, pass it up.
There it is. Yep.
Oh,
We've done it.
They don't honor the new rules. Okay, I see. So we're going to keep playing it through just to see who
They're
would
just
have
playing
won.
it out.
Yeah, they're just playing it out. They're just playing it out. We got 4 of a kind. On board. You are winning the item race as well. We got 4 popsicles, 1 Fortisphere, a partridge, and a pear tree. 2 Mulans akimbo with a double Tamatoa, but they are mirrored. 1 enemy, 1 friendly. You be the judge.
Sometimes when you find it, you man.
I love it too. Come on, no.
I'm
You've never seen. No, never mind.
No,
never mind.
you're my favorite.
Oh,
this is fantastic.
So,
Oh man,
stare down commences.
Sometimes you say things. Sometimes I'm like, how am I gonna top that? I just gotta I just gotta be quiet for a minute and let that settle, let that sink in, and then I'll, and then I'll.
You be the judge.
Talk again. You be the judge. You chat are the judge.
Oh man. So here we are. We are still in ponderance mode right now. We did find that 1 damage for that Madame Medusa onto the Tipo. We got the Cinderella coming in, a late game Cinderella. We are cycling, we are digging, and we are searching for a path to victory. Alpha has not hit one of the patent pending board clears in a really, really long time, as we didn't see one in that last game. We haven't seen one yet. Score 2-5. You still got a long way to go, but Sky is setting up for that victory style position, and Tamatoa will sing Zeus on your own Tamatoa.
Yeah, that's crab on crab violence there as that Thunderbolt comes down. Blast Alpha JBO's card off to the discard pile. We'd love to have kept that around, but at this point, it's back. It feels like it was last game where JBO just kind of on his heels, Sky developing a rather wide board state, and JBO just finding like 1 or 2 answers a turn. Really, really, really needs to find some sort of board clear, perhaps establishing a Sapphire Coil, looking for that Tamatoa, something to really swing the board state back in his favor. He would also love to have an item here to eat.
Yeah.
If possible, to dig a little more. But it does feel like he is kind of on his heels.
Yeah, we do have that Vitalosphere in hand, but play high Vitalosphere, quest Hiram seems like a super slow play, but we might be going for it as Sisu is down, but you don't have the coil to go along with her.
No, you would have loved to clear that Tamato off as well. Instead, we're just doing a little bit of a wipe there, but it does feel not terribly bad. Why you wipe it when you can just run that Mana Medusa into it? And Flavisham, known for his eating, not so much for his fighting, but running into the Crab's lair there and cleaning him up. I think he was the last one to challenge, so he did the finishing touch.
The finishing blow.
Exactly. These things are important to know who gets the trophy. And Flavisham there, the one doing the final move. But where there's one Crab, there's usually more. And Sky follows it up with another Happy as a Clam, happy to pull 2 items out of his discard pile. And he is once again just dumping his hand on the board.
And there it is. Just continue to recycle cards, and that's how you can beat these control decks. You can just outvalue them and outpace them with your very complex draw engine, because your removal isn't going to be as good, but your draw might appear to be a bit better since you have so many more one-cost items in hand. As the Sapphire Coil is going to come on through. Hiram can take a snack on that, but that usually feels a bit worse. Check that. We're going to do 2 here. And we can shift another Sisu to take this Tamatoa, but is that worth it? And we are going to go for it. Maybe we have a Brawl or a Daring Visitor, and there she is.
There she is. You kept highlighting this card, JD, as one of the big cards in Ruby that allow you to unconditionally clear some stuff. And by unconditionally, I mean not damage-based, but you do need to make it small enough. But 2 coils is enough to do it. So that's Sisu coming down and taking out that Clam. We have both Sisus on the board now. And the big Sisu is going to go for a quest, because not only did she clear the board, but she quests for 3.
Yeah. That is a wild design, that the Sisu quest for 3. I think that is just so wild, as we are going to do that late game end of phase ink ready. Thoughts on that? It does save a little bit of time, but I don't like it. Not a fan.
It doesn't save any time.
It doesn't? You don't think?
I don't think it saves any
time. It might save like a fraction. And maybe in this exact mirror match, we have 5 minutes left. This is the last round, or this is the last match of this round. So everyone is waiting on these 2 Illuminators to finish before we can get on to the next round. So you're not missing any action, because you got action on your screen right now, but just know that after this round, we have more rounds happening, and this one is the last game outstanding. But I like to just keep it exerted and do it on time, because that might encourage the game design team and the rules committee and everyone involved to maybe give us something that we can do on our opponent's turn at some point. I think it may happen, and you need to keep that ink ready and available to do that, so we can just tell the story of what happened. And I encourage everyone to do that, because sometimes there are judge calls that come up like, okay, what happened? Oh, I played this ink. Well, I readied it, and then now you put yourself at a disadvantage in that judge call. So it's just more information to help clear up potential situations. So you should not do that.
Yep, totally agree.
Yeah, as we are going to go for another Sisu here. Big board is clear, and we got a pretty significant quest as well. If you want another 4 from the other 2 Sisus, Hiram can also quest for 2 as well.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, like in 2 turns, just one bam, bam, everything is clear, and you have 8 lore on the board with those 2 Sisus there. And so sometimes you dig for the dime. Sometimes you just, again, you do it the old-fashioned way. And when you've got 3 lore questers, that's one of the lines that Ruby has, which Sky doesn't over there with the Sapphire Steel. These big late-game high lore questers allowing you to close things out without the dime.
And this is looking gruesome and grim for the Sapphire and Steel player. You don't have that, and it really comes down, just like you said, Liam. The removal, this removal is just so much better from what Ruby Sapphire is doing. Just getting your board wiped back-to-back times, and just that tempo loss. Even though you do have the resources, and sometimes you can't outvalue them, but if it's not lining up correctly, he also has an established Hiram Flaversham to be able to refresh cards and keep up with your resources that you have. You just kind of keep, getting your board cleared. It's going to be hard to establish the counterattack that you need to get back into this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's tough, too, because, one of the ways Sky clearly has the cards with, Zeus and Thunderbolt and all that to clear off, some of these. Sisu is a 3-lore quester, and at 4 willpower, that's a lot when you drop it on turn 1 when you drop it on the late game, and it's enough to be cleared off by Zeus. It's not a ton, so it does have answers. But the bummer is when your board gets wiped like that, you have to use ink to do it. You have to spend, if you have it, you have to spend your whole turn, blasting Sisus off the board rather than rebuilding your board state. And that's one of the reasons why it feels so brutal when your opponent manages to establish that Sisu, wipes your board, and then it's a struggle to respond sometimes.
And you're just going for a Hiram, draw 2 more cards, play another one, and then just keep keep that pressure going and forcing you to have it every single time. Sky does have approximately 700,000 cards in hand, but that is not going to be enough to get after this board. We have double Sisu, so right now you are pressuring 7, 8 lore in place, and that is going to drive you all the way up to 19. And the deck does play Lucky Dime as well. We saw one get sent down to the Inkwell earlier. Sky doesn't know that, but you can just play a Lucky Dime and then get all the way up out. I think that was this game.
It was, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And one, I do want to make one note on the timer. We do see it ticking down here, 150. Of course, we know when the time runs out, we will go to turns. We'll have 5 turns, starting with turn 0 being the active player. But one thing I do want to point out is, it is sometimes the broadcast time is different than the time on the table. It has happened before, so sometimes it's off by just a little bit. And so if that happens and the time goes to 0 and they keep playing, don't be surprised if it takes us a second or two to get to turns.
Okay, that is a very, very good point. But Sky appears to be in an all-in scenario. I think you're saying, hey, if you got it, you got it. If you don't, you don't. But I have to play my cards in hand to try to win. And I think you are putting together a potential winning condition. Tamatoa, a ton of items. If this guy can quest, if there is a Lucky Dime, Sky, I believe, will win this game immediately on the spot. So that's a lot of items in play. That's exactly what you want. You just need Alpha to not have it one time.
And he dug 4. We're getting another. We dig even more here. He wants to find that dime. As you pointed out, oftentimes you only run 1 because you can dig so much to find it. So Sky looking, he passes over. JBO did send 1 down. Does he run 2? Does he have it?
We had the shift.
Oh, he had the shift. You don't need the
shift.
dime when you have the sneaky shift. And oh my goodness, he sat there the whole time. I want to know, did Sky have the dime? Oh,
Did he
you see him smiling there.
And even in that situation, he didn't need the dime because he had 2 other characters in play.
Oh, that's
as
true.
well.
That's
He
true.
could've just
Questing for a
quested
bajillion.
everyone. Yeah.
Oh, and what a sneaky reach card. I can't. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Man, what a
game. What a game.
What a game.
But Liam, to their point, big kudos to Sky. Taking nothing away from him, I thought that was an incredibly well-played match as we get right into the thick of it, going all the time required, getting all the way down to 7 seconds on the game clock. I think that there's no way you can ever catch me playing one of these decks in one of these events. I don't think I have the brain power to do this.
I do
all
not.
day. Imagine doing this all Liam, we're sitting in the booth and we're watching. I'm just like, my brains are crackling right now. My brain cells my neurons are just absolutely fried in here trying to play this thing out. But these players are doing this all day long. Oh, and by the way, they played Friday, they played Saturday, they played all day Sunday, and now this is how you like to spend your Sunday afternoon. Couldn't be me, Liam. No.
I agree with you. That's why I'm a tempo player. I'm a mid-range player. I don't like going long. And then, because there's the thing, then you finish and you're like, all right, I'm going to go get pairings are up.
To the next game.
Pairings are up. I gotta go.
Break.
You know,
you pushed it all the way.
Can I get some water? Nope.
Next game.
Pairings
are out.
Next game. Pairings are out.
That is actually incredible.
And mentally draining. As we get ready for the interview, there's one funny story. I talk about the mental load, and there's a physical load, there's a mental load. And to highlight the fact that mental load is such a thing, there's an article that Frank wrote, Frank Karsten, about Amber Steel Song.
Yeah.
And he wrote that he doesn't like to run bare necessities often because he doesn't like to look at his opponent in hand because the mental load of having to remember what's in his opponent's hand just takes a little bit more mental energy.
Yeah.
And so it's a funny story because I'm sure that's not the same all the time. I'm sure it's the same in the scenario, but it's just a case in point how some of the best players think about how mentally strained that you can get throughout the day and trying to maintain that willpower and that energy.
Yeah, I could. There's no Liam can't do it. I think that's something, and that creating your deck and picking your deck, I think is gonna. You have to really calculate for that kind of thing, and I just don't know your strengths, know yourself, know your weaknesses. I know mine. Liam knows his. Can't do it, but you know who doesn't know theirs? It's going to be, oh my God, it's going to be Alpha JBO, who definitely knows his deck. We're going to get over to the interview room and see what they have to say with Willow Bees and Alpha JBO, who are there now. Nice.
Whew. All right, thank you so much. And we are here with our winner, Alpha. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It is no small feat to take down someone with a name like Sky Lorcana. We have seen him win events in the past. What was it like playing against a player like that? How do you navigate that mental, keeping it cool and not letting something like that, like Titan, bog you down?
First things first, shout out to Sky. It was a pleasure playing against a real skilled player as his caliber. He's actually really good. From first thing came to mind was my teammate Jonathan Williams telling you, do not make a mistake, stay focused. If you make a mistake, he's gonna make you pay for it. So playing at that level, not making a mistake, it was really tough. So
Yeah.
definitely shout out Sky, great player.
Yeah,
Great player.
absolutely. We love the sportsmanship. It was great to see. It was a well fought battle on both sides. Like you said, both of you were making excellent plays, and it was really back and forth. Going into that game 3, I want to talk about that there because, well, first of all, the shift for game off the top was
Yes.
amazing. What an
Yes.
incredible moment.
Yes.
How were you feeling when you had that shift in hand? Were you just hoping that Sky didn't have it on the other side of the board?
I ain't gonna lie, I know this sounds cheesy, but I feel like Dragon John for a minute when I shift that, The funny part is, this is deck, so he let me borrow it for Infinity.
Oh,
so,
wow, awesome.
Yeah, so I feel like a little Dragon John moment. So
Yeah.
good for my teammates. So.
Absolutely. Well, that's incredible. Yeah, sharing the deck, coming together. So before we talk about some of those things like your teammates, I want to ask you one last thing about the actual deck, right? So you chose Ruby Sapphire. Now, in Infinity, typically some players would say, from what I've heard, against Sapphire Steel, it's going to be at a little bit of an advantage. But you were telling me before we got into the interview, you actually don't feel like it was 100% in your favor. Can you tell me more about how you felt going into this matchup against Sapphire Steel?
So Sapphire Steel with Ruby and Sapphire is just, I play more removal. They play more skill based, and they can sing. Long came Zeus. So pretty much they can make the game go their tempo. Definitely with the new Cinderella that's came out, so they can get a little quicker than I can.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, like, it's just amazing how they can just pop out 2 different items that can draw and just keep drawing. And then with the new Ink Runner, it's like such a head of a game for more cards in his hands. So that's the reason why I fell back on the second game, because he had almost 20 cards in his hands.
Absolutely.
And like 20 items. So
Yeah.
it was like GG.
Yeah,
You
a lot of
so,
ink. It was crazy.
But it's definitely not a favor. Removal-wise, we both had to work hard for both ends. So
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
both take a skill pilot to understand what to remove and not what to remove. So
Yeah, absolutely. Well, skilled pilot indeed is what you are, because you managed to pull it out. Congratulations one more time. Before we throw it back to the booth, want to know, you mentioned a couple of people already.
Yeah.
Who do you want to shout out? Who do you want to
All
thank in this
right.
Orlando local here?
Listen, shout out to all my Jafar people. Appreciate all y'all with the support. Day one. And Alpha Nerd Gaming. Shout out to my teammate John Williams. And shout out to Dex and Dice, my local too as well, supporting me from day one. And shout out to everybody in the Lucana community. You guys are awesome. So
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you being here, giving us some great games. Congratulations on your win. Keep going. And we're going to go ahead and throw it back to the booth, because we got some more games of Lorcana ready to go.
Thank you.
Yeah, Alpha is one of the nicest players in the Lorcana space. Every event I see him at, he always takes the time to come over and say hello and ask me what's going on. I love seeing him, so great seeing him win there.
But he's always talking about this Jafar, and we have Infinity format. You're not playing Jafar, so I need you to cut it out with the Jafar talk, because I don't think you got what it takes.
Put
to
your
make
money
Jafar.
where your mouth
Yeah,
is.
but show up or show out or stop talking about it, okay? I don't want to hear things about I'm kidding, by the way. Congratulations on your victory, and I think you're going to be in a great spot to continue to make into the top cut. But we're looking back at some of the chat. We see that people are asking about this new Pro Play Games Summit mat that we have here. We're going to bring that information up on your screen. If you guys want this mat, limited quality, get it while supplies last. Its QR code is available on your screen right now. Scan it with your phone. Go ahead and check it out. It is going to be a PPG exclusive.
Yeah, a lot of people walking around with those. People have been picking them up and enjoying them, so I do think there's some left. We're going to show it to you here. It's cloth, it's 2-player, it has symbols from all of the different games that are available here at this summit, and it is limited edition tied solely to this summit. So if you want these colors, you got to get this one.
And speaking of colors, you got Colors Lock coming up next round. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break and keep it locked. Do not touch that dial. We're going into round number 6 of the Pro Play Game Summit Infinity event. Oh, he pulled the freeze frame. Oh, there we go. I like it.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you... Well, have I got the solution for you? The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Ready? Hello and
wow, that happened very-
welcome
Gabe!
back. Gabe, get on out of here. It is our time to shine, okay?
No, but like, let them in. Let them all in. Get 4
Everybody
people
get
in
on
the booth.
in here,
Get on
okay?
in here, yeah.
Listen, because you can have an infinite number of casters
Infinite
because
number-
we are back to infinity. So let's throw it over to the
Infinity.
table because the players are already there shuffling up. But we're going
Yes.
to tell you what we got at the table while we do that.
What is this,
So
though?
we have a player that you know and you love. His name is Beefcake. We are seeing him once again. And on the other side, we also have a player named Ikaika, and Ikaika is a local guy here. He's
Okay, I was
great.
like,
He's from-
I'm so glad he's local because I was like, I'm not saying that. You say it. You say it. You say
it's
it.
Ikaika, and he's a really talented player. He's here local. He's done some tops from other events. He goes to DLCs and does well there. So he is a really great player. And he's one thing about that I know about Ikaika is that he's always got some home brewed.
Oh, this is Emerald
spice,
Steel.
Okay,
Oh.
so you may be thinking, and I don't know, I haven't seen the deck list. I'm not spoiling anything, chat. But you may be thinking you're going to see a traditional Prince John, Diablo, all that stuff. I'm willing to bet it's going to be spicy color.
If it doesn't have Max Goof in it, I'm going over there and I'm kicking the table over. And we do know this is our win and in for basically infinity, or it's basically a win and in for basically infinity. I don't know. I want to throw a word in there. But we're singing muses. We're singing songs. Oh boy, I can't wait to sing these songs.
This is going to be good. I missed the muses.
Yeah, I mean, I
really
don't.
have.
It's one of those cards that has a lot of PTSD backed up in
Oh,
it, and it's like
wow.
I miss it, but I don't miss it, but I miss playing it because the play patterns and the amount of 2-strength characters these days, where you can bounce back and get that value over and over again. I saw Prince John. I'm not okay.
no.
I'm not okay.
Oh no!
It's there. He's there. Why did you put Ward and Ursula Deceiver? And then again, we're still in our altar phase, so we're trying to figure out what cards are good, what cards aren't. And again, the golden age of Emerald Steel was my 3-drops are all insane. So which one are you going to remove? Is it going to be Diablo? We haven't seen a Diablo yet, but we are seeing that Ursula singer. She's saying sing sing.
This is going to be a fun matchup for sure because and again, keep in mind this could be some spice on Ikaika's side of the board, so we don't know entirely, but. Looking at Beefcake's strategy, I'm assuming, I didn't get to see it earlier, is probably an item build, something
it's
akin to
very
it.
itemy.
Right, and so because of that, Beefcake is going to want to be all about that hand nutrition, want to be playing items to refill the hand of more cards, whereas Ikaika, in these Emerald strategies, back in my day, we want to do discard. We want to be getting rid of those cards. So it's the onus is going to be on Ikaika to see how low can I get Beefcake's hand, and Beefcake is
Not
going to
at
be
all.
saying, can I continue to play out these items before my hand can get discarded? But here's the thing, sometimes you don't see the things you want to, and so you do lose cards. So I'm excited to see how this goes. But
you're going to draw a popsicle right
starting
off
off
the
with the
gate.
classic line.
And
oh,
a bell, yeah.
and doing the bell.
And see, and that's really good on the. I mean, I like on the play in the blind. Yeah, get that bell on board. She's a great singer, and now you're seeing a Diablo, and he's like, "Oh, sick, you're playing that." He's like, "Go ahead, take a look. I have 2 answers to that Diablo sitting there. So if you shift that bird, I am not letting that sit there on the board as we do see the storm. We're just going to storm it. Bolt the bird. Bolt the bird.
Do you remember
always.
this card, chat? This is going to be Let the Storm Rage On. We're going to sing this song. We're going to draw a card, and we're going to deal 2 damage. So we've played one answer to that, Diablo, and then we're inking our second one, probably because we're suspecting that an Ursula is going to come down and try to rip a card out of our hand.
We see him. You drew him. You didn't have the shift, but now you do have the shift. And there is a max goof.
I did see a max goof.
I said it into a hidden cove. No, we were going to try to shift Diablo, put him on a cove, but instead what we're doing is he's like, bro, I see it. I see your play line, and we're playing Ursula Deceiver, and when you play her, we can go ahead and take a look and take a song, but we inked the song because we are ready and active and know this matchup really, really well. And again, these are the lines that we have so deeply ingrained in our systems that you slam that strength down, and a lot of players have gotten away from that heuristic, and so they've actually forgotten as we ink a popsicle to play of Hiram.
That's
the
against the
blasphemy.
rules. That is somebody get in there, get this guy. No, I'm just kidding. Sometimes you have to do it, and that's telling me that he does not have the other inkable cards that he wants to play. We saw that very beautiful, might I add, Enchanted Cinderella in his hand, but
Cindy the Brick
uninkable. So because of that, he had to ink that popsicle and play the Hiram instead. But with this Hiram down, you have to imagine there's a million items in his deck. He's probably betting he's going to find another one here.
Oops, all items as the Ursula Deceiver of all comes down. We immediately rip a popsicle off the top of the deck. It's down, and we're going to be able to quest with that Hiram and go ahead and pop the popsicle, drawing 2 cards and making sure that hopefully we can get another strength or a storm or something to get after that Ursula, because again, the only thing scarier than a Diablo on a cove is an Ursula with some songs that she can start singing.
Absolutely.
And double singing is bananas, and we're doing it. And we did see a goof in hand, so that synergy is in here, which he'll be able to get those songs out of the discard and play them for free on quest as we full value our Scrooge.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the thing with this Ursula being here, well, almost, we get the value out of the Scrooge, but we don't get to tap any items for it.
Value Scrooge is when you just pop that sucker out there for free, and that's when you're in a crazy amount. But we do go ahead and take the Ink Runner here because we know that the Diablo is in the deck.
Yes, this
so
is
we
an
need
evasive
an
threat,
answer
so we're
to
having
it.
that alert, being able to, on that Ink Runner, if we're able to play it down, having that alert ability to then get us into the skies with things like this bell. So then we don't have to top deck other songs. We don't have to be opening ourselves up to an Ursula Deceiver ripping it out of our hand. We're saying, hey, we've got the Ink Runner. We can deal with something that's evasive.
Now, this card is interesting. We did see the Headless Horseman, but it's not the big old gamble horse. It is the other horse with the bodyguard, but that's fine because we have some other tricks up our sleeve, and I will say there is nothing worse than having an Ursula that is dry and ready to sing with no songs in hand.
Yeah,
And,
it's a sad, sad story here. You got to imagine that Kaika is wanting to be able to sing some songs. At the very least, draw some cards. I mean, we're going to go ahead and put this Max Goof into the Inkwell because we can't play it right now. It just costs a little too much. We're going to instead set up, okay? This is a game of patience. We're setting up this
really
Prince
rough.
John, and if we see some double sing discard, we will be right back into this game. But because we're passing back to Beefcake, he's going to be able to do so much here. We've seen the things that this deck can do. Things like this, playing a popsicle, questing with Hiram, drawing some more cards, and that just might be too late for a Kaika to get back into attacking this hand. Maybe not on the lore race, but at the very least, in getting his hand down to 0, it's suddenly going to be much harder.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that point of it. And unfortunately, the situation is we have infinite amount of cards in it. We are sitting here and basically going, okay, I have so many ways that I can go ahead and remove this Ursula Deceiver of All, because Ursula Deceiver of All plus Strength of a Raging Fire is the only way you're going to be able to get after this Hiram. And this is kind of the age-old problem, and the tale is old as time, as you were, but Emerald Steel against Sapphire Steel is Hiram is eternal. Absolutely. It is very, very, very difficult for you to try to be able to get rid of that Hiram. And now, even though we are low on items, and there is 1 into the ink pile, there's still 3 in the discard, so you know where all of them are, and we just inked an Enchanted Tamatoa, so we have another one in hand that we're going to be able to get on back and get active and get busy to keep drawing cards. So this is actually looking pretty rough for our Emerald Steel hero.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, speaking of that Cindy brick, what was once a brick earlier is a brick no more. We were able to bail ourselves out of this initial situation, and now here we are. We're playing this card down. We're putting Enchanteds into the Inkwell, Enchanteds onto the board. It's a beautiful, expensive bunny board, but and that's beautiful for Beefcake. But what is not as beautiful as the Enchanteds on Beefcake's side of the board is the lack of songs in Ikaika's hands, and sometimes
and there's a Muses in his hand, so he could play Muses, double sing. He could go ahead and bounce the Tipo, bounce the Hero, and like maybe make you replay them to set you back a little bit. But if you don't have any songs, I don't know how many people have ever done this. I don't know, like raise your hand if you've ever been personally brutalized by having a board perfectly locked and ready for steel songs, and they just don't show up.
Oh, too many times to count. I can't tell you.
And then there's a bodyguard. Well, not even that, but there's a bodyguard horseman in his hand, to where when you do go ahead and play and double sing with the Ursula, you can play the bodyguard to protect the Ursula on the crackback, because normally when you sing turn her sideways, you get one good use out of her because she is a 2/3.
Right.
But that horseman is going to be able to come back and protect your Ursula.
Yeah, so this is clearly what this is showing me is that, like you said, pointing out, I think this horseman pointing this out is so critical here. Ikaika, this is showing me that this is a player that has built this deck with these new tools, right? We're not just going only to the old stuff. We're looking at all the way up to the newest set, Whispers in the Well, saying, I'm going to put something like the horseman in here to protect these cards, but it's just not enough if you can't find a song. Beefcake here doing everything that he wants to do, continuing to pull items back, gonna draw some more cards, and at this point, what can Ikaika do? He can sing twice in a double sing, but that's going to be it. You can only attack so many things with that song.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, and see, and this was the problem, too. I was sitting there thinking about it, and I was like, okay, well, we slammed a Tamatoa, Happy as a Clam, into the Inkwell so quickly last time that basically what we said was, hey, I got another one in hand, and I have 3 Popsicles into my discard, and now look at all these options. Look at all these options. I just got to have to figure out how I want to win. Is I'm going to play a Bell, which is another body on board, and we all know. We know it. You know it, I know it. When you get this many things this active and this busy onto the board, it's really hard for Emerald Steel to deal with going wide. And oh yeah, I forgot. Besides, anyway, here's a strength.
Just for good measure.
Sick. Anyway, here's Strength of a Raising Fire, as it does come down and get rid of your only hope.
All
to get rid
hopes
of
of double singing is now gone. If we could even draw the song off the top to do it, I mean, now we get a song,
Whoa,
and
hold
there's
up.
not even any items on the board anymore. This has to be.
Hold on. I will say though, heads up on the I find him a Platinum. Mad respect.
Oh,
mad
and
respect.
That's gonna come up, right? So now we know that he has it. He did not bother showing it to Beefcake. So
That's good.
Beefcake might be starting to disrespect this card. Okay, Ikaika is showing us with listen, chat. I get it. This game was over quick. Ikaika didn't see what he wanted to see, but there's still a chance here, and there's still a story because, like we said, the Horseman. That was a great point out, and now the Find 'em, I flatten 'em is going to directly counter what Beefcake is trying to do. So sometimes we build our deck, we set up, and we just don't see it. But we're in game 2 now. We can reset and we can try again to actually get the lines that we want to see to have a fighting chance here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. Basically, we're sitting here and Ikaika looking at this meta and going, hey, I think items are pretty good. Let me go ahead and throw one of the most bananas cards for items in the world sitting in my deck, and we didn't play it. And that is another reason, too. I think that was a testament to how good of a player they are, is they didn't sit there and try to play it out and ink it, blah, 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 blah. No, they said, hey, that's my tech card. I see it. Let's go next. I know it's in here. I'm not seeing the songs that I want to see. We need to just get on going because, again, in Infinity, we have an infinite amount of cards and ability and things that could be in our deck that I don't want to show you them. I want to scoop up and go next before you can see my entire game plan.
Absolutely. It is a tactical scoop, and in this case, I think you're so right. I think it's very smart. So in this case, we're going to send back forward. We're going to draw some more. I saw some more interesting cards there. I saw things. Well, I think we did see the Find 'em, I flatten 'em. We saw more. We saw the song that is a 7 cost, and it's the Lilo and Stitch song, and I'm forgetting the name, but it's
Beyond the Horizon.
Thank you. Oh my God, we're here. Beyond the Horizon. Been a long day, guys. It's Beyond the Horizon was there. So not what you want to see early. I think he might have drawn that off the top. Not what you want to see early, but it shows us
a very interesting add to this deck.
Exactly.
I will say. I mean, typically you're not really putting a whole new world or anything in your your Emerald Steel deck because again, like with a whole new world, you're like, oh, cool, that's a good way to draw cards. However, it is a like non-bow with your discard synergy, but beyond the horizon, actually, you get to choose your opponent as well if needed. But you could just choose yourself if you really, really wanted to. As we go ahead and look, and there's a lot of damage. We got a Robot Queen you can't get after. That's 2 damage. That's a Diablo. You're gonna need a Cove after that, and then a Strength of a Raging Fire. Which, hey, we could take that with Ursula, but you can't nab. Not in these colors. You can't get after my Robot Queen, so that is actually a perfect counter to a Diablo if it's not on a Cove. So, and we go ahead and throw that out immediately.
There is
it costs
the
1 and we
Robot
play
Queen. Let's take a look at this Robot Queen. Very interesting card here. Yeah, Kaika's leaning over the table.
He's like, yo, this card is an
read it.
actual counter to my deck.
But you know what? Yes. So it says, whenever you play a character, you may pay 1 and banish this item to deal 2 damage to chosen character. Is that a counter to Kaika's deck? Yes. But color, we did see in Ikaika's hand the But I Find 'em, I Flatten 'em. And that is also the counter to the counter.
Yeah,
it's
this thing
the
costs 4
reverse
though.
counter.
I was saying that I find my Flatten costs 4. I'm not gonna lie, and
Fair
he
enough.
just inked it.
Fair
so
enough. Fair
I
enough.
was like, that sucker is into the discard as we play the morph. And basically, what we're doing is I'm saying, hey, I got a Diablo I can shift onto, or I got a morph I can shift onto. And if you can get rid of both of them, which I know you can't, then you might not see the shift. But what Beefcake doesn't know is I don't think we have the bird in hand. The big bird.
It might have been the last card there. He might have drawn it. He might have drawn
All right.
it. I think you're right. I don't think he had it at first, but I think I did see it at the end. Beefcake also, like you said, he did go ahead and ink that, but I find in my Platinum because it's just too costly right now. Maybe he's saying I'll draw into another one. I don't want to save it for potentially later. But now Beefcake knows that he has that available to him. So he might start to pop these items a little bit more quickly rather than letting them sit there.
Yeah, and I mean, and there is a little bit to that, to where the Tamatoa, I find my Platinum might be better earlier, but that is not what I really want to be doing on 4 ink. But at the same time, with the So Shiny and the Happy as a Clam, there's so many ways of getting all of your items back that it would stop you from maybe playing a Scrooge. But if you see, we've only been able to use our items to pay for a Scrooge like once, I think, earlier in the game he was streaming before, and now here again, we are going with the Deceiver of all. But it's actually hard to get up to the 4 items until you get to that like late game. And by that time, you're almost like you have the ability to get them back. So I find my Platinum is like it might buy you a turn. And sometimes, depending on the situation, a turn is all you need. But we know historically, unless Ikaika has fixed and accounted for that, Emerald Steel doesn't quest quickly.
Absolutely. Well, it's trying its best to quest quickly right here because we're not seeing any characters before that Pete had come down. We are going to take advantage of that Mouse Queen ability to get rid of that morph. Now, that threat is now gone, okay? If Beefcake doesn't have a song to sing, we can now shift our Diablo because Ikaika being very patient, deciding not to shift, knowing that Mouse or Robot Queen is already there, right? So we're waiting. We're waiting, and now maybe it's the time to shift.
Oh, that would only be 6. I was like, bruh, if we could like double sing. I was like, if we could, because Beyond the Horizon is a sing together song.
Yes.
So I was like, oh, we could shift Diablo, and then we can't. But it does cost 7, but that would be hilarious. Double sing it, draw the 3 cards, see if you like the 3 cards, and then sing it again. But we're not. We're going to go ahead and discard the Strength of a Raging Fire because we're not going to be able to get active and get busy. But here we go. We shifted it. Diablo, the devoted herald, shifted down onto his little baby.
Chat?
You know what?
Did you
know
miss
what?
it?
If I'm Kaika, draw. I draw when you draw.
I draw when you draw.
I draw when you draw.
When you draw. And so you can play all the items you want, Beefcake, because I am going to draw with all of them unless you can play one more character and then sing with Pete.
It's going to be rough.
Okay, here we
Bop.
go.
Yeah, I was like, no, we had an answer for that. We had an answer for that, and then we went ahead and got and challenged in. It was basically, that is the unfortunate thing about this, and there was no way that Beefcake was not waiting in the wings with every single sort of answer.
And
but at the same time,
with the popsicle, just disrespectful. I mean,
It's
you
too
love to
good.
see it.
It's too good.
It is too good. We have another Ursula Deceiver, though. Hopefully, we have some more songs. You got to be wondering if shifting that Diablo was maybe too early. Maybe he could have double sung on the Pete, but why? Why not just shift? I mean, there's not much you can do. He's doing his best to play the song or play the hand that he's been given, and it's just not shaking out for him with only 2 cards in hand here.
yeah, the Diablo hopefully was going to draw us something really, really good. And Ink Runner coming down, drawing us a card, which another insane. Again, in Core, we're like, oh, this card is pretty good. But in Infinity, it is really, really big. And we just go ahead and hard play the other Zeus bolt out of our hand onto your thing as we draw into the Captain Hook and to another Ursula.
Ursula
Yep.
Deceiver. He's ready to sing. Akaika has pipes. You didn't know,
I know.
Color? He is a great singer, and
he's
he
like, bruh.
loves karaoke. But
Well,
he
went
just
ahead and
can't
discarded his
sing.
only strength. So we
Yeah.
are unfortunately sitting here waiting on this. He played the Pete. I think maybe playing the Pete kind of like sent us into a line that we're like, well, we'll play the Pete. Now I can't sing it. I might as well ink it. It's like you got to be a little bit more patient. But yeah, we had 3 Ursulas the entire time, so we're gonna go ahead and let you challenge into our 1 Ursula. Get rid of that, and now hey, sick. Here's another one, but
it's not over.
It's
not
over.
We've got 1 lore on Beefcake's side of the board. He does have a lot of ink. I think he has a couple more cards than Ikaika, but yes, Ikaika only's got 1 card in hand. Beefcake might have 2 or 3, but because Beefcake is not instantly slamming down Chain Popsicle into the draw, into the high room, we actually have a chance here, right? If he had lines that were very, very clean, very, very efficient, you would imagine he would take them right away. We're going to be playing this Ariel, the treasure collector. She has ward, and she says, while you have more items in play than each opponent, this character gets +2. So she's quested for how many?
5.
5.
Yeah, and
But-
notably in this matchup, when you have 1 item, it's still more than your
More
opponent.
than your opponent,
So
absolutely.
Ariel is questing for 5. Pete questing for 1, but that's still more than Akaika's board. And again, this Ariel is not challenging. And she's questing, but she still has ward. So basically, it is
This
you can sing
Deceiver
it, but you
does
can go
not
ahead and double sing it onto the Pete, which is fine, I guess. And that's
it's
not
been
even a
while,
storm.
So that strength, I'm assuming he double sang it. It is supposed to go to the bottom. It's been a minute.
You don't
chat.
have to.
You don't have to.
No, it is Ursula is a May ability because there is the max goof in the deck, and he will be able to get your songs out of your discard and sing them for free. So in this instance, it's probably a best bet not to do the over damage kill and leave that strength in there for a little bit later as a treat.
As a treat, and oh my goodness, you would think that this Ariel wants to go on a quest, but actually, she's
gotta
pretty
get that Ursula
darn
out of
powerful
there.
here. So she's saying, even though I
Hook off the
have
top is
ward,
brutal.
I am still going to show discipline. I am going to just get rid of that Deceiver, not give Ikaika any options to get back into this game. Very disciplined from Beefcake, and just making it worse. Color is having an aneurysm over there.
I'm like, my goodness. I don't know why I'm like rooting for Emerald Steel, but for some reason, I think this brutal beating and like basically, and they were saying that we were like loving the Sapphire Steel earlier is, wait a minute, hold up.
on.
We don't have enough to play it though.
It was our way back into this game. If you didn't see it, chat, what Color just saw there was another horseman, I believe.
Yep, it was the Cursed Rider, but again, we can't really do anything to that, and we chose not to ink this turn, but 4 ink and a Captain Hook is not going to be able to get us out of this game, as unfortunately for Ikaika, we are going to have to basically watch Beefcake do the thing.
Oh, goodness. You know, questing for 5 is one thing. Questing for 10, that's just
And
egregious.
That's a lot. It's a lot, but do it. Yes, as we quest for 5, 6, 7 in one go, and you said he was at 0, and now look at him, he's at 9.
Yeah, this is really, really tough. If we can, I want to pull up that horseman. That big horseman is a steel card. Has a really cool ability. We're gonna, if I'm getting it correctly, okay, you're gonna each player is gonna draw 3 cards, discard 3 cards at random, okay, and then you can deal 2 damage for each action discarded this way. So
Sick.
if Beefcake is discarding a lot of actions, you can deal 2 damage. But these aerials are warded, so our highest priority targets aren't even going to be able to get chosen here.
Hey, Ward's pretty good, but hey, look at that. He also cost 8, and we
Yes,
have
it costs 8.
So that sucker is going straight into the inkwell. As you go ahead and look and see, man, I gotta hire him, and I am probably going to go ahead and pop the Ink Runner because who cares? But I probably ripped a Fortisphere or a Popsicle off the top of the deck because that's how the wind goes with this one. But we are gonna quest for 5 because why wouldn't you? Why do you not need to? The only thing that can get after that aerial is probably a Maui. Hero to
This
all, but
is
like not
tough.
really. You know what I mean? He's
Yeah.
not here. He's not in this deck. But
Well, I was going to say we got rid of that Ink Runner, so at the very least,
Nope.
this aerial is only
Nope.
questing for 3.
Nope.
But
Well-
unfortunately, the Ink Runners are back, and they are running into this game.
Yeah, this is kind of wild. So basically, you're like, oh, we got rid of the hit. And I was like, just take a breath, Willow, because we're about to see 76 more items as you draw another 8-drop off the top of your deck to go with your second 8-drop and your 7-drop. Yes, the curve of this deck was quite high.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? To Ikaika's credit, his deck clearly did not
you looking
get
for,
to
Beefcake?
do.
Get
yeah,
outta
what
here.
do we do? And I still had these, and I still had these.
Yeah,
come on,
get
come
outta
on. No, but look, okay, to Ikaika's credit, he's a great player. He clearly had some interesting deck building decisions. It would have been fun to see that deck play out the way it wanted to. And it's just one of those times where it just didn't pan out. He just didn't see the cards that he wanted. He did his best in the altar. He drew into things like Beyond the Horizon. You know, that's a brick, right? There's nothing that we can do about that. Not seeing songs in game one, just a little bit unlucky, right? So that was a quick one. We got out of that early, but I would say that's one of those cases where Ikaika just didn't really see what he wanted to see.
Songs, yeah. Yeah. And again, like, really, like, shout out to Zenulus. There was actually a phenomenal player, and he was actually playing Emerald Steel in Seattle. I was like, where was I? Where Luke Wonderland actually ended up winning the DLC with Emerald Steel, and they were running essentially the same kind of deck. And then all of a sudden, it got to the point where I think out of the entire game, like, Zenulus drew maybe like 3 songs the entire day. Like, you know what I mean? Like, some days you just put the songs in your deck and they don't come up. But then Wonderland, same deck, few cards different. Bannable, shout out, was the one that helped him kind of build through that deck. Won the whole thing with that deck. So he saw his songs. Zenulus didn't. That's how you win. That's how you scrub out.
Yeah.
You got it. If you have a Diablo and an Ursula, and that Ursula lives on the board for that long without seeing a song, you want to eat the card. You want to eat the card because you're like, you have one job and you're supposed to double it, and you haven't done it. You've done it 0 times. You're supposed to do it twice as many times. You're doing it 0 times. And
it's
so
unprecedented levels of unlucky here on the stream. But you know what? I think what's important for that to happen is because at least the people at home can see this can happen to the best of us. Ikaika, like I said, you may not know him by name, but he is a rather decorated player. He's done well. He's got some accomplishments under his belt, whether it's at third-party events or even at the DLCs. And going against someone like Beefcake, who's similar story. You know his name a little bit, decorated player in some regards. It can happen to anyone. And just like Beefcake saw all the things he wanted to see and Ikaika didn't, it could have gone the other way. And so for me, this is my first TCG, it's humbling for me when I see these good guys that I look up to not be able to do what they're trying to do, because it could happen to anyone, okay?
Oh, yeah, sometimes you just don't got it.
You just don't have it. So, and in this case, Ikaika just didn't have it, but that's okay, because we did our best, we tried, and
you know what? He didn't eat his cards, but
he didn't eat his cards.
You know who did? Actually, I don't know. It's probably a Yu-Gi-Oh player somewhere doing something. But we are going to go to the interview, which is Gabe and Beefcake. Let's hear from our winner.
All right. Welcome back to the interview stage. This is not your first time here today. Nope. This is not your first time here ever. To be quite frank, we've seen you a lot, Beefcake. Thank you so much for coming out here. Thank you so much for playing these fantastic games. So talk to me a little bit about that matchup. So we saw Emerald Steel. A lot of people in the chat were talking about how dangerous, how scary it is, how annoying, how broken, all the things that we hear about it. But you, my friend, displaced that bird like it was no one's business. Talk to me about that matchup a little bit.
Yeah. So first off, pleasure to come and play in these events. PPG does a great job. And hats off to all the commentators and stuff for doing excellent work. But that matchup is a very interesting one. If you're the blue steel player, you really want to be discarding items as much as you can to bring back with Tamatoa. It's about managing your resources, knowing when to play a turn 1 Bell and when not to. On the draw, typically you don't want to on the play. Sometimes you will if you have an action to kill the Diablo. But yeah, it can be a really, really grindy match. A lot of top decking going on.
Yeah, for sure. Now, you were already on stream. You've already talked about your deck a little bit. I kind of want to take a different approach in terms of my question for you. I want to know, because one of the things that I know about you, one of the things that people know about you, is that your deck builds tend to be very spicy. They're very, very unique. So rather than talking about the deck itself, I feel like you've done that. I'm more curious about your process when you're building. Like, what are you going through in your mind? What are you looking for? How do you put together the pieces to build the things that you build?
Yeah, so I like being creative, and when I played Magic, I always thought I was a better deck builder than I was player. So I really look at the metagame as a whole and decide, hey, what deck is well positioned, but maybe isn't the boogeyman on top.
Oh, okay.
And how can I hedge to beat the deck I want to beat? You know what I mean? Or it's a bad match or whatever. So even for this deck, I expect a lot of really good blue steel players here. I know Sky was here and a few other guys. And so I played some aerial treasure collectors.
Yes.
It's a princess, so you can hit off of the new Cinderella card with it. And it's really good against red-blue. John Williams, I expect to play that.
Yeah.
Fooled everybody. Wasn't playing
tricked
it.
He tricked you.
Yeah, he got us all. He trolled us all. Yeah, and then it was very valuable in the match I had against Sky earlier. Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah, that's my. Whenever I'm watching one of these events, and thank you PPG for having me out here because I got to see it live in living color. Beefcake, it's always a pleasure to hang out with you, buddy.
Hey, my pleasure.
The pleasure is all mine, my friend. Let's flex on him one time before we send it back to the studio.
Yeah. That's great.
Okay, to the studio.
Yes. It definitely had to go for the second time.
We are back to the studio.
Yeah, we made it back. I just wanted to see Gabe just struggle
We just
there for a
wanted to
second.
look at
That
him.
is
We
my
just look, he's so pretty. We can't see you, but you're
It's
so pretty.
definitely my goal to make sure that you guys, as casters, really just kind of say the wrong thing at the wrong time. Oh my God, he's gone. Oh my God, he's a ghost. So basically, yeah,
we heard from Beefcake. We're watching this Infinity, and that was a potential win and in scenario there. Okay, so during this Infinity weekend, we are playing it out. We played, I believe it was 6 rounds, maybe. I don't know. Who knows how long this day has been? We're gonna go to Top Cut soon, right? So that's gonna be very exciting to see what the Top Cut is gonna be, who made it, and all of those things. So hopefully, Beefcake is gonna be there because of this win. Maybe it can be the all-important win and in Infinity. Come on, that was pretty good.
How long are you workshopping that?
That was pretty good, right? Come on, chat. Come on. I'm here all week. But before we continue on to the Top Cut, obviously we're going to be bringing you the coverage all day long. Don't go anywhere, and we're not going anywhere either. And you know who else isn't going anywhere, Color? PPG, because we want to tell you where PPG is going all next year. Let's take a look at it.
Oh, nice. We are going to be in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania through March 14th and 15th, which is fine. But then we're going to celebrate it again. It's another one. I was there last 4th of July. Why don't you be there with me this 4th of July in Dallas, Texas? It's warm. It's fine because right after that, we're coming back to Florida. It's here. Yeah.
Orlando.
Shout out, as JDZ, beautiful Orlando, Florida. And then we're going to have the PP Summit.
Freestyling.
Basically, it's to be determined, but where do you think you should be? Maybe everybody just send out a tweet right now. Tell
Let
PPG
us
where you think it should be in December. Should it be in Hawaii? Please don't do that. I can't afford it. But anyway.
All right. So that is our roadmap. So like we are saying, I have to say the chat comment, Willoughby's freestyling was hilarious. Thank you for that. But no, okay. So yeah, so we have this PPG roadmap. We want to let you know that there's going to be more PPG. Okay, it may be coming to an end today, but it is not an end forever. And this has
we have top 8 is coming up next. I was like, chill.
Excuse me. Coming to an end for the weekend. Okay, this last day of the tournament.
There will be no TCGs after this weekend.
Ever
period.
again, guys.
That's it. They're all done.
But nobody's doing it like PPG. Okay, so one thing. Speaking of PPG in this roadmap, we also want to bring up one more time.
You know what rhymes with map? Matt.
No,
just kidding.
That's literally does not.
Me and my 5-year-old both are gonna fail kindergarten. What's up? All right,
here
look at
we
this
have
thing.
it. Look at this beautiful play mat. Okay, this
wrong side.
is absolutely gorgeous. To me, this kind of gives Lord of the Rings vibes. You see with the green and the gold. Are you seeing it?
Gondor.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Come on. We're
here.
seeing the vibe. So we want to put that QR code up on the screen for you because if you don't have one, you need to get one.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see it. Scan it now. There's one chatter in particular who has missed it every single time.
Bro,
and if you miss it again, that's it, bro. We've given it to you too many times.
You're done.
You are done, okay?
You're done. You're
Somebody
outta
screenshot this for that guy in particular. That one guy needs it.
It's like,
okay?
Anybody got that QR code?
Listen, free QR code right here on the screen. But in all seriousness, this is an exclusive cloth playmat, so you definitely want to scan. Don't miss it. And definitely cop yourself one, okay? Because it's absolutely beautiful. And what else has been absolutely beautiful is it's just been such a great week, and we're having so much fun. Color,
Absolutely.
I want to talk to you particularly before, because we have some time, okay? We have some time before the next round.
Sure.
I want to talk to you specifically because you're somebody who we were talking backstage, very familiar with the Infinity format in some regards. If you had to, without seeing the standings,
Do you want me to drag my soapbox out of here?
Yeah,
just
come on. Tell us how great it is.
I mean, let me tell you about Infinity. No, I'm
if
just
you
kidding.
had to make a prediction blind, by the way, okay, I'm putting her on the spot here. We don't even know what's in top 8 or not. What do you think could take down this entire Infinity event in just a couple of rounds? Here.
Sapphire.
Sapphire
Yeah.
anything?
No, just Sapphire.
Just Sapphire.
No, okay. So I will see. I was unfortunate. Like the unfortunate thing is I walked back there and basically was like, Ruby, anybody? Ruby? And I was like,
Just one?
still, yeah. Please, sir, may I get some Ruby? But no, unfortunately there was none because at this point we have figured out and gone into, there's just a couple different builds of Sapphire Steel that you can go for. Like you can go for the Kiwi, you can go for the items, and we have been seeing the items dominating the stance over here as we are like, it's just too good. It's just too good at this point. And I think that if I want to say, like back in the day, you're like, oh, the only thing that's going to beat the deck is the deck beats itself. And it's like the consistency is out of this world. Popsicle, Hiram, Fortisphere. I mean, I've said it a billion times. It's good. I don't know. Drawing cards is good. Like drawing cards is good? Question mark? No, it's really, really good. But again, I love that people are putting their eyes on Infinity. And, and even though we have a situation where, like, you're like, all right, Hiram and Popsicle and Fortisphere is pretty good. That's pretty good. It's dominating. Ramping, I heard ramping is good. I heard being able to play multiple things a turn is good. But at the same time, it is good that we're out there. We have people like, our Emerald Steel hero at this point. And it's kind of funny because you're like I'm rooting for Emerald Steel. Like, why am I doing that? Like, what?
How far we've
like,
fallen.
yeah, like exactly. Like, why am I rooting for this? Because I see the Max Goof in there. I see the other things. I see all of these synergies and these possibilities. And I think that the Sapphire Steel is so strong that everybody's like, why would I bring anything else?
Right.
And there's a couple brave lads out there that are like, you know what, I'm going to bring this deck because I see the potential and I see what's there. And again, I shout out to PPG for holding this because I feel like at this point we're all sitting there going like, why would I play Infinity? Like, why? Like, oh, 5K? Okay, fine. I'll play
There
Infinity.
we go.
Fine.
There
Sick,
we
sick.
go.
I will play Infinity because I would love to be able to win 5K, but I'm going to bring the deck that I already know works really, really well. But at the same time, as we get more cards and as we get closer to that Indianapolis DLC, this is going to blow wide open. You're going to see Max Goof. You're going to see all this counterplay. And if Ravensburger, if you don't print something in Ruby that gets it back in here, I'm going to crash out. I'm going to crash out. And it's really not that hard.
We can't do any
for
more
me to
color
crash out.
outs. There's been a couple this weekend, guys. It's been a little bit too many. But no,
I was gonna say that was like hardly a threat. You're like, oh, okay, so you're just gonna like wake up and be yourself in the morning. That's crazy. Okay, but no, again, I do think that like it is really neat to see all these different strategies. I do think that Sapphire Steel is very, very dominant for a very good reason. But the discard synergy is the counterplay to that because you see draw cards. However, where was the discard? Like sudden chill, anything to make you discard a card would have just started to kind of pop off and flow free. And then being able to get rid of that Hiram, which again, I think the vanilla curve of our game has risen. Like they have already said like, okay, now 3 cost 4/4s that are inkable. That's just basically what we get now. So again, a 1/6 is devastating back in the day.
Yep.
Now with the vanilla curve, and especially with the introduction of these next 2 sets, it's 1/6 is like fine. It's fine.
Absolutely.
I throw Bronx down on turn 2, 3. It's fine.
Well,
but
one thing I want to mention, talking about Infinity, calling that prediction, I think it's going to be a Sapphire. It's going to be Sapphire Steel, anything Sapphire. I think what's important about this, and you mentioned Indianapolis, that is our 3rd DLC on our NA roadmap for Ravensburger. So we know that Richmond is coming up soon. We know that that's going to be core, but there's going to be a lot of people who are sleeping on this Infinity format that are not going to be ready when Indianapolis comes. Now, you may be thinking, there's plenty of sets between now and then. We're going to get a couple more cards, and that is true.
It's like 600.
We're
but
going to
like,
get a couple more cards.
It's like 2.
And that's true. However, I really do think the dedicated Illumineer, the Illumineer that said, I'm not going to trade in all my cards. I love these cards, and I'm only going to jam Infinity from now through Indianapolis. They're going to be ready.
I know
They're going to be ready, and they are going to take that whole thing with some spice that we have not seen. And players are going to be looking back on events like this to say, okay, it was Sapphire Steel dominant all the way back in December of 2025, but coming into Indianapolis, that's what people are going to be pulling from. They're going to be like, oh, sleep at the wheel. I'm just going to choose this because it did well 2 months ago. And then you're going to, or 3 or 4 or 5 months ago. Yeah, but But actually, players are going to do that. That's what they do sometimes. And the person who's been studying the craft, who's been updating their deck with each set, not just saying, I'll leave Infinity for later, and carefully going with it, is the one that's going to be rewarded.
Well, that's what I was saying, too. I think it was like, okay, well, do you think, like, basically in 6 months, we're going to be in that DLC situation. And it's like, okay, like making sure that you're paying attention to the card. And I think I even spoke to Liam earlier. It's like when you're looking at all the new spoilers that come out, you need to be thinking about, like, okay, this is how it fits into core. How does this fit into Infinity? And I think we've done that in a joking way. You were like, oh, sick, like this is a weird combo, or you can do this and you can do that. But like Sisu shuts this off and this, that's all theory. That is all theory, and it's all theory like done in just like joking and passing, but actually getting in there, there's so many cards. There's so many cards. We were like, this card's hysterically bad. And then you play it and you're like, oh, this card is like, oh man, this card has true implications on what's going on here. And I think that will happen. There's, like I said, there's 600 cards coming, so it'll happen even more, and that will mix up the card pool. And I think that Ravensburger is giving us this opportunity to kind of like hold our hand and be like, look at this format, look at it. And we're like, no. And they're like, but I need, if you just look at it, we have tuned it to be awesome. And they're going to give it to us and make, so like playing it now is good. Like you said, I like that. I like being able to identify and evaluate those cards in such a large card pool, I think is a skill in itself.
Absolutely.
And there are some people that already have that skill because they already played other TCGs and that's built and they understand how to do that. There are some of us that don't have that skill.
It's my first TCG, guys. I'm new here.
And basically being able to like look at a card and be like, oh, those are pre-rotation. I don't have to think about those cards in terms of these cards. Whatever. And we got to build those skills, or people like Zan and people like Sailor and people like Wonderland and people like, they are going to smush you when we get to that DLC. And this is your chance to not let that happen.
It is time, okay? So you're hearing it here from Color. We're getting another Crash Out live in the booth.
I did it. I'm sorry. I was like, it didn't.
But seriously, what Color is saying is true. Get out there and grind, okay? It is grind time for Infinity. Don't sleep on Infinity. During this Infinity weekend, this is Ravensburger saying, hey, remember that this is real and this is coming.
Which is also a card, by the way.
Remember me, okay? Yeah. So we're going to take a look.
You have forgotten me.
You
let that sucker get thrown on you.
Don't, okay? But
you have forgotten me in a deck and search for clues.
Don't give out the spot.
Okay,
Color.
what? I'm
Don't
just
give out
saying.
the sauce. Don't give out the sauce.
Y'all mad about drawing cards?
Listen,
take them away from us.
We're ready, okay? We're already ready for Infinity Weekend. So we're gonna go ahead and take a little bit of a break here because we have some top cut math to do. We want to figure out what it's
not
gonna
me.
be.
I don't do math.
No. We're gonna let the big guys figure that out, okay? but we are gonna figure out who's in our top cut. We're gonna bring it to you. We're gonna give those casters some time to let you know what we're gonna see, who's gonna go against one. So don't go anywhere, okay? We are almost ready for this top cut to happen. Get excited. It's about to happen.
I'm excited.
Don't touch that mouse. We'll be back.
Mouse? Isn't it Oh, wow. Oh, I'm old. Oh, God. Don't touch it.
Can't seem to win a game? Opponents got you down? Can't even hand shuffle right? I promise you, it's not a skill issue. It can't be you, so it's gotta be a chair issue. So throw out that old nasty chair, and it's time to sit where the pros sit. The eWin Gaming Racer Chair, Champion Edition. Let's be plus. With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrest, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin Gaming Chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chairs using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin and the affiliate link below where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad. Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast and have to be so strategic all the time. It's like, it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh! I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one. My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event. So I guess I enjoy that I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes and good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also have a top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
We haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. And so when I heard that both Cage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to most?
Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code ProPlay10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Can't seem to win a game? Opponents got you down? Can't even hand shuffle right? I promise you, it's not a skill issue. It can't be you, so it's gotta be a chair issue. So throw out that old nasty chair, and it's time to sit where the pros sit. The eWin Gaming Racer Chair, Champion Edition. Let's be plus. With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrest, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin Gaming Chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chairs using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin and the affiliate link below, where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad. Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast and have to be so strategic all the time. It's like it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh. I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one. My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event. So I guess I enjoy that. I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes and good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also hope top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
We haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh community. And so when I heard that both Cage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to most?
Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like.
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code ProPlay10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted...
Guess who's back? Back again. Gabe is back.
That's me.
He brought a friend.
I did.
And we're here with you at the Infinity event. We're getting ready for the top 8. They just had their players meeting. Players are sitting down.
Yes.
We will, they're shuffling right now. We'll go to the table in just a second. I don't have the official breakdown. I have what's in my head as I talk to players. And for those of you who are interested, we do have a dog mirror going on. I think 2 dogs made the top cut, so that's 2 of the top. There's 2 Ruby Sapphire that I'm aware of.
Yep.
There's a Green Steel. And I think the other 3 are Sapphire Steel. I think that's where we're at. But we'll get you official numbers in a little bit.
It's a sporting event, so if two dogs decks go against each other, that's obviously the dog bowl.
That's
the dog bowl.
This is the dog bowl.
Yeah, it's the dog bowl.
And there's a dog show today. I don't know what that's about. The dog folks were like, hey, out there's a dog show. I was like, I don't know. They're like, put us on stream. And I'm like, your match will last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
then we'll be talking to you. And you don't want to talk to us. You want to be watching some Lorcana. So instead, we're going to watch a Green Steel or Emerald Steel, Sapphire Steel match in this top cut. The last surviving Emerald Steel deck.
It is, and Emerald Steel, a favorite of mine, as I mentioned earlier. I sent out a little bit of a tweet about a week and a half ago when I knew that the Infinity event was happening. There was a bit of this trend going around, people posting their favorite characters from pre-rotation. Ariel, a very big favorite, and of course I had to just send a little bit of hate people's way, and I said, hey, I miss you, Sweet Prince. I miss you, Sweet Prince.
Oh, what a move! What a move!
If you want to get so for anybody who's never used social media, if you want to get a lot of engagement, just say things that people get really upset about. And apparently, people got really upset about Prince John.
I think you're describing the world today.
I am.
How the world works. No, Prince John. What a card. Most people love to hate Prince John, and I'm sure you felt that.
Yeah.
No, that's fantastic. Prince John, Diablo. I mean, you either loved them or you hated them. Even if you loved them, I feel like you hated yourself for loving them.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I feel like I fell in that camp. But nevertheless, let's head down to the table and see what these folks are doing. They are shuffling their decks. They're cutting. We're going to bring you down there. I think we're about to watch the altar. We're doing the altar right now. Fetty there, sending 2 back. Fetty on blue steel. Wink over there.
Yeah.
On Emerald Steel.
Yeah, Wink actually is. I guess we can call him a quasi-local. He is from Florida, a little bit more west than Orlando, over in the Tampa area. Took a short drive over here, about an hour away. But Wink, originally from South Florida, so I know him from down there. Nice guy, sick beard and great hair.
Yeah, really nice guy too. It's funny you mentioned the Tampa thing because I asked him where he's from, and he did that thing where he describes like a local town that nobody knows, and he's like, "I'm from like Barrysville," and I was like, "Where?" And he's like, "Sarasota," and I'm like, "I know that's in Florida," and he said Tampa. I'm like, "Now you got it. You just bracket me in."
Yeah. Yeah, I've learned. People ask me where I'm from, and I say Miami, and it's not really. But I'm not gonna get into the details. I just say Miami. It makes it easier. It just makes it easier.
Absolutely. Let's see where we go now. So the interesting thing with Green Steel in this meta, and I say in the Infinity meta, is even at the end of before rotation, these Green Steel decks can do different things. Most of them are like discard draw engines, but there's other ways to tech them with pirates and other things to do. So I'm excited to see which way we've decided to build this, or we've designed this deck. A Beast Tragic Hero card that I miss, heading into the Inkwell there, bringing out Diablo, taking a peek at Fetty's hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Tragic Hero is a card that I actually really connected with when it first came out. I really love the story. If you can't tell, being a caster, telling stories is kind of the thing that I do. So if you think about the story of Beauty and the Beast, if Belle is sad and tragic, that therefore must mean that the final petal has fallen off the rose, and it just makes you really sad to think about that, you know?
That does make you sad.
Doesn't it? Yeah, it is. But he is, and hence why he is tragic. Speaking of Belle, we see that apprentice inventor coming down after dismantling a popsicle.
Yeah, dismantling it, eating it. I mean, she is an inventor, probably tinkered with it.
Yeah.
And it blew up in the lab there, as we're seeing. On to turn 2, Wink coming out here with the Ursula. He knows what's in the hand.
Yeah.
He knows that storm is there, but he doesn't even
No.
show. Just throws it in the discard pile.
Yeah.
I don't know, a little spite maybe there. I don't know. But that Ursula check on 2, and that's going to keep that Diablo safe. So Diablo now online. Now these cards are the Emerald Steel, known often as a discard deck. There were heavy discard variants, and for sure this deck is going to make use of some discard, but really what they are value engines. These decks are ones that give you an incredible resource advantage through some card draw engines, which, if left unchecked, allow you to run away with the game. And there's really 3. One is Beast Tragic Hero, which is a passive one. It sits there, draws you a card every turn. 2 is an unchecked Diablo that draws you cards every time your opponent draws cards. And 3 is that Prince John, which you mentioned earlier. And any one of those, if left to their own devices, can win you the game.
Yes, it can. Boy, oh boy, can Prince John win you some games, and in the most evil, vile way possible.
Yes, he sits back there, he counts his gold, he's
Yes.
warded, and he just watches you suffer as you
So
give him cards.
And he's not just greedy, Liam. He's the greediest of them all.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, goodness.
Yep.
As we see a decision here for that vision of the future, what is it that we took, Fetty? Show us. Let's see. Oh, or maybe not. We will learn later what we find.
We have his surprise card. Somebody asking in the chat, do we know what decks made the top 8? I believe it is 2 Dogs, 1 Emerald Steel, 2 Ruby Sapphire, and then I think the Sapphire Steel rounds out the other 3.
Yeah, very nice. All right, and we see that Diablo just hanging out right now. You know, a good Diablo is one that is in the discard pile after perhaps a Fire the Cannons of some kind. Not seeing that. We do see Let the Storm Rage On in the discard pile, as we know, sent there by Ursula herself, the Deceiver. Can we find another one? Because Diablo tends to run away with the game with the card draw advantage for Wink if it's allowed to survive longer than it needs to.
And this is so mean here. Peak Games Referee, a card that was all the rage for a while, disappeared in the standard meta for a bit. A couple people worked him back in. We did see him in Amber Steel for a while, but coming down here really to protect that Diablo. And it's a really mean thing to do because not only does it prevent the actions from being drawn, but one of the things that Fetty wants to do is be doing things like dropping popsicles, drawing cards, and this Diablo punishes you for pursuing your win con.
Yeah.
So
Pete's pretty mean, but there's something else a little bit meaner than Pete, and that is a Space Pirate Pete. And let's see, I did see it in hand, something that we haven't seen really blow up into this core constructed meta, but in Infinity, it's very powerful to be able to limit songs, much like that Let the Storm Rage On that we just sent away into the discard pile.
Yeah. And this game right now, Ursula, Deceiver of all. Look at this. All the way back from, was it set 3 or was it set 4? It's set 3.
Yeah.
This
Into
art
the
by
plans.
Matthew Robert Davies. This card can double sing songs. It sings you song once, and then it sends it to the bottom of your deck to sing it again. And once you establish it, you just cross your fingers and hope it survives till the next turn because you've got some shenanigans in mind. And it's one of those that as soon as your opponent plays it, you say, oh man, I really want an answer for this. But what this deck does, too, is it gives you these impossible choices. If Fetty does find some removal, and in this case, Ursula is too much to remove with the strength or Let the Storm Rage On, but you're trying to pick which one is the more dangerous, and both of these cards really dangerous right now.
Yeah, I mean, just so many viable choices to be made here. What do you deal with? What do you handle? You've got Pete with an impending shift target on the way.
Oh
You-
no!
Oh, he's here,
no!
folks.
Oh
The
no!
prince has
Oh
arrived.
no!
The greediest of all. If you missed him, stop it because he's right here. He never left.
And let's look at what just happened here. We sang it once, we sang it again. Fetty discarding 2 cards, Wink drawing 2 cards. That Prince John going into action immediately. Then, just insult to injury, Diablo is going to sing one of the songs we just drew, Strength of Raging Fire, onto that card, clean it off the board, and now, again, insult to injury,
Yeah.
Fetty's going to go draw a card, and Wink's going to draw a card for turn because that Diablo is still online.
Oh, yeah. Wink is cheesing, folks. If you don't think he's grinning under that beard, I promise you he is. I know him well enough to know he is stoked. He's playing this because he knows it upsets people, but he also wants to win games. And, what better way to win than card advantage and the reduction of cards in Fetty's hand? Although, given that, Fetty is choosing some cards, looking at vision of the future, trying to make up that difference that we just lost with some cards. What are we going to do? We're going to ink a Hiram. We're going to play that Let the Storm Rage On. Wait, thinking, what's happening?
Yep, just double checking.
Oh, okay, so it looks like there may be, okay.
Yeah, quick judge call. I'm trying to think of what it might be. We did play the 3.
Oh, you know what it might be? the very infamous call here. Do you draw for the Let the Storm Rage On as a result of the Diablo? They may be trying to confirm that if I had to guess, but we're gonna double check.
Yeah, and I believe you do, right?
You do because the way it works is when you play an action, the game state check freezes. So Diablo does not leave the board. So when the Let the Storm Rage On is played, you deal 2 damage. 2 damage is placed on Diablo, but Diablo is not removed from the board until after the complete resolution of Let the Storm Rage On. Therefore, when Fetty draws that card, Diablo sees that. We draw the card, the action has been resolved, the game state check then turns back on and says, hey, Diablo, you've got some damage on you, just enough to send you into this.
By the way, the referee walks over, checks for paintball markers, and is like, yep, you got 2 on there.
You've been tagged.
Yeah, and so I think you're exactly right. That's what's happening here. And one thing to keep in mind, too, we are going to draw a card off the Let the Storm Rage On to refill the hand. Now, we've already inked for turn. We can't play anything else unless we want to play a Bell and discard the Fishbone Quill, which you probably don't want to do here. But anytime at this point that Prince John is on the board, you're leaving the option or the opportunity for your opponent to get a card off the discard. And so that Fishbone Quill actually could come in handy if Fetty wants to keep his hand empty to keep that Prince John from doing some work.
Yeah, as we see Judge Matt there just surveying it. And yeah, that's exactly what it was. There's a bit of a confirmation here. Identifying, yep, exactly. So identifying what it was that I just pointed out and confirming that Wink can in fact draw that card.
Yeah, and even though the last note on what I just said, sometimes you have to risk it. You keep the card in hand, and he does have 2, so at this point only able to put 1 into the inkwell.
Yes, the kids say you got to risk it for the biscuit. My
risk
friend.
it for the biscuit. That's true.
You got to do it. As we see, I mean, it's a very strong position for Wink here. Some of the finest characters in his deck just laid out there. The glimmers waiting to see what will Fetty do, but it's going to be very difficult as we ink and then we pass.
Yeah, oh man, that Prince John's so mean. The ward is really what, oh man. And to top it off, we have the ink to do it. We just draw into another one of our card engines. It's that Beast Tragic Hero. It looks like all 5 are swinging over. That's it. Off the top deck, Beast Tragic Hero coming into play. And this really is tragic for Fetty.
Yes.
2 of the card draw engines. We got the Diablo offline finally, but now we have the other 2 card draw engines with the Prince John and the Tragic Hero sitting there. And it's just a challenge. These Sapphire Steel decks, they have a lot of removal, but it's a lot of single target, sometimes damage-based removal.
Yeah.
Often, always damage-based removal.
Yeah.
Unless you're running Let It Goes or something. But,
sure.
But it's really difficult to deal with 2 or 3 threats when you have an empty board. And you really want to be pursuing your game plan and instead of spending all of your ink doing removal.
Yeah, and I can barely see them, but I see something in Wink's hand that I don't think we're allowed to talk about.
No.
We'll figure that out. So we will say nothing until we know more, but we do see a Fortisphere hitting the table, and we also see a Popsicle. 2 cards that do similar things, except they're different colors. They draw a card, and they each have a different effect. One will heal a character for up to 2 damage. The other one can choose a character to be a bodyguard for a turn.
And the importance of that Beast Tragic Hero is going to come into play here because that card, which we're not going to talk about until we see it played,
we're not allowed to.
Is a 4-cost song, not able to be sung by anything in the board before that Tragic Hero hits. So getting off that top deck there was absolutely huge.
Yeah.
And it's going to, it was sad. It's sad for Fetty here because that Hiram is not likely to be on the board much longer.
Absolutely. I mean, the walls, they seem to be. There's somebody I think living in the walls, Liam. I'm not sure who it is. There's somebody that we shouldn't be talking about. There's something that we shouldn't be saying, but Wink isn't saying it yet. Let's take a look as we see now. Wink deciding, looking at that Deceiver of All Ursula. Kind of fanning out the ink, doing a quick count, making sure that we're making the right choices, and it appears as though we are committing to turn. Oh, we don't talk about Bruno. No. There you go.
And discarding a card at random here, it's usually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 visions of the future here being targeted. That Prince John's going to see that. We're going to draw a card off that as well. We don't talk about Bruno. It's a little bit nicer when you have a little buffer in your hand. It always feels bad to have a card sent to the discard pile when he takes a trip to your hand and then it's immediately discarded when you have an empty hand. But Winker now playing that song for full cost instead of singing it so he can get the 2 lore off that beast and now starting the lore race and up to 15?
Yeah, and a morph just sitting, waiting for somebody to come and to learn how to be them because we may want to shift. Lots of shift targets in Wing's deck. We've seen the Space Pirate Pete in hand at some point, although I don't think we see it now. It might be in the Inkwell at this point. But lots of shift targets for Wing to target that morph with. But we're not going to see that shift target because Fetty said, you know what, let's go to game 2.
Yeah, enough. And so it's interesting in these green steel decks because you watch that line and you're like, oh my goodness, this deck is on fire. It's unbeatable.
Yeah.
And for sure, this deck is very, very similar. In fact, before I finish this thought, I can't think of a single card that we saw that wasn't present prior to rotation.
Let the Storm Rage on, technically? Prior to rotation.
Prior to rotation, yeah.
You're right.
This is a previously core constructed deck. I think that maybe a Heffalumps and Woozles. But yeah, nothing from Fabled or Whispers in there, I don't think, that I've seen. But so it's a super powerful deck. Like, why isn't everybody playing this? But over there, I think there were only 2 folks running this deck in this Infinity tournament. So clearly, a lot of really good players favoring blue steel.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons that people, this deck makes people miserable is it does have this opening line, which, especially on the play, will just allow you to win the game.
Yes, certainly can. I mean, you got to when you're making decisions around what you're bringing to a tournament, there's a lot of variables here. You got to think about what are you likely to see. It's what we often call the game before the game. It's this decision. Hey, so if I bring Emerald Steel, what is going to be out there that's going to target it? Now, I will say, just transparently so, there's not a lot of Infinity tournaments going on right now. I will say that will likely change as we approach closer and closer to DLC Indianapolis. There's going to be a lot of people who will be asking to play that more. I can tell you right now, I've already talked to those stores that support us down in South Florida, and I said, hey, once we're done with Richmond, hey, how about we do a little bit of Infinity? Like, can we get some Infinity going and get some practice there? I get the feeling that we're going to see a lot of that to be prepared for Indianapolis.
Yeah, to Infinity and then beyond.
And beyond.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yes, as we see an ultra decision being made here that.
Yeah, I mean, green steel only shifts 2.
No.
It's
no.
A little scary.
I don't like it.
And so
I don't like it one bit, Liam.
I don't either. So, I mean, you really are. In most cases, you are looking for that Diablo opening, but on the play, blue steel is insulated just a little bit because you can play the 1-turn bell and then do the strength or let the Storm Rage online to remove that Diablo, preventing that threat. So that opening feels you have a little bit of insulation for it. If you establish the first turn bell, which we did not here, unfortunately for Fetty, would have loved to see that card on the open.
Yeah.
And now we'll see if Wink has that first turn Diablo again. There's plenty of 1-drops in this deck. Oh, what is that?
That's a Heffalump. You summoned a Heffalumps and Woozles, and it is now in Wink's hand. So
they're very confusals.
Very, very confusals, yeah. As we are going to go ahead and play a very classic line for Emerald Steel, which is a ink a card to play a Diablo. Of note, the ink that was selected, a card from the Fabled set. It is Max Goof.
Well, there we go.
Yeah.
We seen your card.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and what a card, right? Grab a song, put it into your hand. It's hard to beat.
Yeah.
It's hard to beat when you're playing Ursula, Deceiver of All.
Yeah, plenty of 3-cross songs in here. There's the removal, there's the discard, there's all sorts of options. Over on Fetty's side, he does find that turn 2 ramp, so that Tipo being established on the board will prevent any free questing from that Diablo.
Yeah.
So on script here, except again, missing that bell does shut down that Diablo line, and I do see the Diablo in hand.
Yeah.
Plenty of actions to discard. So the question is, do we want to roll with it? Because the problem is you do commit a lot of resources to this line. You lose 2 characters potentially if it's removed. We are going to sing to Let the Storm Rage on to refill that, get that uninkable out of hand. We drew into more removal.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be something to see. You've got multiple songs. You've got so many strength 3 inches odds that you can ink one to play an Ursula. However, there are no songs of note.
Look at that spooky sight, though.
That's a pretty good card into this matchup. I mean, that could be good to deal with a Diablo. The drawing from Diablo is very, very problematic. So sending that card into the inkwell, not as much of a punish when the alternative is, hey, how about I just draw a bunch of cards?
Mm-hmm. That spooky sight could loom large here, but Tamatoa coming down into the inkwell. Scrooge McDuck coming down. I'm not very good at that. Looking for a card off the top deck. He finds the Fortisphere, and we're going to put it in the inkwell.
Liam, we've entered into the unhinged phase of this, I can tell, but I'm having a great time with it. I'm
for hours. This is just, we're going further down. Back over to Wink for the response. Let's see, we do have that Tragic Beast for later. The Muse is in there. That's another card that people love to hate.
I love the Muses. What a great card. What a sad thing to go away from rotation. But I understand it. That was a very, very powerful way to deal with the board. We talk about removal. You mentioned single target removal. There's also what I like to call tempo removal, something that sends something away temporarily. You take a card, put it back into your opponent's hand. It'll come back later, But oftentimes, especially in this game, especially in the game of Lorcana, one turn is often the difference between winning and losing the game.
Absolutely. Ink Runner, a new card coming down there. That is an anti-evasive card, which could come into play here, and it does immediately, allowing that Scrooge. What a fantastic play there. That Scrooge McDuck goes swinging into the Diablo, riding on an Ink Runner, shooting him down from the sky.
Yeah.
What an image.
Yeah, that poor bird thought it was floating free. Never seen an Ink Runner in its life. And all of a sudden, so long after it's just been around just terrorizing the skies, this Ink Runner coming out and saying, hey, come back here, bird. I got to catch you.
Yeah, sending both those cards down to the discard pile. What a great play.
Yep.
Yeah, oftentimes the Ink Runner not really, I mean, it's kind of in here for this matchup. It does want to get rid of the Diablos, but also really there to deal with the Genies and the Elsas and the Dumbos and all those Amethyst Menace cards. And but the occasional Diablo, a nice target for the Ink Runner.
Yeah, not a bad take. As we see, we are entering into the item play phase. We're drawing a bunch of cards, playing items, drawing cards, playing Fortispheres, playing Popsicles,
healing ducks,
healing the ducks. Just getting as much value as you can from the cards in your hand. We love value. This is all about value.
And now Wink here, not much on the board, but a pretty full grip, plenty of options. I am eyeballing that Beast Tragic Hero on turn 5, but we have to get there. We got to get through this turn. We do have those Muses, which we could establish on turn 4, and that'll allow us to do some bouncy shenanigans. Plenty of fun options.
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
Those Muses.
Yeah, and Muses is officially done. Muses is warded, which creates a whole level of problems for it. Ink Runner does not get around ward, unfortunately. It does get around evasive, doesn't get around ward. So as long as that Muses can stay around, can stay on this table, songs that are being played will allow Wink to select characters that'll get bounced back to hand, specifically characters with 2 strength or less.
Hiram Flavisham coming down now, munching on one of those Fortispheres, drawing a couple cards. That is critical for these Sapphire decks in the mid-game. You really need to establish some card draw as you burn through your hand, inking extra with the Tipo and the Fishbone Quills, perhaps. So this feels pretty good. Hopefully it sticks around until next turn.
Yeah, as we see, okay, we're going to continue to ramp. We're playing that Sail the Azurite Sea. We want to see if there's anything else. Do we choose to ink a second card? Are we going to lose a resource? We're opting to, is it quest? We are questing. We are going to 1, so we're tied up 1-1. But will we actually use cards in our hand to ink? That's a very important question. Or are those cards just too important right now in this very soft, sensitive part of this game where we've got 2 characters on the board on either side? We're trying to put our foot down into the ground, establish a footing, so we can accelerate ourselves into the next portion of this game and just win it.
Yeah, it is interesting because in these matchups, you do try to think about some insurance. If you have some lines that you need and you have the exact ink you need to get there and the cards that you need, all of that, sometimes you like to keep if you have the option to ink extra, sometimes you like to keep a buffer. So if you get hit by a sudden chill, or we don't talk about Bruno, you have a bit of insurance and you're not forced to lose a card that you'll need.
Absolutely, yeah. Insurance is the name of the game here. As we see that Wink, lots of cards in hand, as you mentioned, a lot of options. Looks like many songs. And so, the thing about this game that is unique to other games is the ability to sing songs, to play actions without having to turn cards sideways. So we're choosing to play a character in that Tragic Beast instead of a song, singing with Muses that... what's the name of that song again? I haven't heard of it in a long time. There's another one about Thunderbolts, though.
And then along came Zeus.
And then along came Zeus.
And the Muses singing it the flavor here is absolutely on point.
Absolutely, yeah. Isn't it beautiful? That's a great point. As we see now, Wink has dismantled Fetty's board, but can Fetty recover from this? That's gonna be important here.
Yeah, and getting the Flavisham back to hand is, feels okay. You can play him again and draw cards. You'd love to quest with him. Now, Happy as a Clam coming down, pulling that Fortisphere out of the discard pile. And Tipo coming down. We're going to play the Popsicle, so rebuilding the item engine. We have that Flavisham to play later on, so now another big threat. And Bell coming down now, eating that Fortisphere. So a couple characters on board, able to answer those questers next turn.
Yeah, I'd imagine eating a rock causes a lot of indigestion. I wouldn't recommend it. So, folks, if you're at home, do not eat Fortispheres.
We cannot recommend it.
No, cardboard or real. As we see, he's back,
man.
Folks.
He's
so back. We are so back. Prince John is so back.
Well, and we have a potential 1-2 combo here. I believe a Bruno in hand, so we could do some shenanigans, bouncing and returning, and it's going to be... yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, Liam, what does it say about me that I love Prince? John?
I have picked up that you are an Emerald apologist.
What? Yeah, you're absolutely right.
You are also wearing Emerald.
I am. Yes, I am.
Which I am somewhat uncomfortable with.
Yeah, you should be very scared. I don't blame you. But thank you for bearing with it and sitting next to me anyway. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you as well.
Yes, and so Wink, of course, in what we call the tank, thinking through, we've got Fetty fanning out the hand, showing Wink, here, these are the cards I have. You want to deal with that, or do you want to deal with the characters I've got? I've got Tamatoa, very scary character. Every time that thing quests, you get free items. So we're trying to make some decisions here. Can Wink find the line to get out of this and figure this out? They're both in a very low in lore count, very sensitive spot on the board. Wink is asking lots of questions about Ink Runner. Hey, so exactly how does this card work again? Give me a little bit of a run through. Give me a tutorial of what this card does.
Yeah. Also checking cards in hand. You can see them fanned out there. But yeah, several different options here.
Yes, there are some ways to go. Oof, which way do we go? What do you think?
These are the turns that try people's souls.
Yeah, tell me about it.
And Ursula going for a quest here. Muses will be singing.
Yeah. All right, and that's a Let the Storm Rage On, which will enable another card in hand. And boy, oh boy, yet another song. Oh, interesting choice here. So choosing to bring back that Ursula with the Muses, which will allow him to deploy that character later on. Will we be able to use the great effect?
What is he looking for? Let's see. Oh, there's that Max Goof.
Goof. We love to see it. Bringing back Let the Storm Rage On. We are going to keep singing these songs, keep bringing them back. This is pretty scary if we can keep bringing back songs like what we're seeing.
And then, boom, what a sequence.
Yes.
Max Goof using, and then bouncing it back to hand. It's a song loop. What a goofy combo.
Yeah. Boy, oh boy. Okay, so we're inking that larger Max Goof, the shift, to play the Ursula. And we found a song. Oh my gosh, so much value. Getting a song out of the hand. Dismantling characters off of the board with songs, bringing songs back. I have a headache from how much my head is spinning.
There's no wonder he was thinking through that turn so long.
Yes, and he found the line. He found a way through. The only character left on Fetty's side of the board was the Bell. And boy, oh boy, does she find another inventor that we all love so very, very much.
Yeah, when he brought back that Ursula, I was like, maybe we're saving that for a little bit later to check for something, but no, deployed right away. And that feels really, really. The only blessing is that Prince John wasn't on the board to make some use of it. But Fetty here, clearly, I mean, neither player out of this game. I do feel like the momentum a little bit is with Wink, just because he has some really interesting interactive cards on the board, and that Beast Tragic Hero is going to do some work every single turn. May consider crashing into it or something to.
Yeah. If he doesn't crash into it, he might crash out if he's not careful. So we got to figure that out too.
Maybe, but this Muse is also vulnerable here. And if it's a card that you're kind of annoyed with, you could forego questing with the Flavisham to clear those up with the Bell. So there's some options here if you want to either, ding the Beast a little bit or take care of those Muses. You could also use the card draw. So lots of variants this turn, lots of different options.
Yeah, Infinity really on full display here. We're getting to see how some of the cards that have recently come out interact with some of the cards that we love and know from our previous life with this Infinity format. People noting in the chat that Max Goof interaction is pretty spicy, pretty fun interaction.
I think the word they use is gross.
Sure, they did say
Depends
gross.
On, it is one person's spicy play is another man's gross play.
Yes.
But I loved it. I really loved that sequence because we haven't seen it really in Core Constructed. So getting to see it here with the Muses is super fun.
Yeah, I think so. And maybe it's only fun because we haven't seen it in so long. I'm sure if we were living back in an Infinity world, we might feel less fun about it.
That's true.
Oh, we've placed damage on that Tragic Beast, and that means that while it's not going to be able to draw, it is pretty scary. It's upset. It's mad. The Beast is raging.
It does get angry.
Yes, it does. As we see so many songs in hand.
Yeah, there's just a lot. And with those Muses on board, there's all sorts of shenanigans we can do. We can pull back the Ursula. We can bounce that Max Goof around. There is a Prince John in hand, and there he comes. Right. Now he's on the board. We're going to sing We Don't Talk About Bruno. Send that. Flavisham back to hand. And now we're going to do the random check to discard something, and that will draw a Wink a card. This is green steel, doing green steel thing.
Yeah, so much green steel things happening as we do the most popular way of determining which card is random, which is to roll a dice and to arbitrarily decide that one of these numbers is actually a re-roll, and then pointing at a card anyway when you probably should have just done that.
Yeah, my favorite method is just hold out my hand and be like, pick one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Let's just make it easier. Just point at the one you like.
Yep. That's how we did it back in the day.
Yeah, and let's just make it easy. As we see 2 Prince Johns. Oh no! In stereo, folks, we've got 2 Prince Johns. Oh man, this is gonna get sideways quick.
Yep.
Oh, what are we gonna do, Fetty? Fetty, help me. How are we gonna get out of here? We got to do this, bud. We can do this. Fetty's thinking through it. We see Hiram. Hiram is not to be disrespected. We saw it gone away. Bruno took it back through the walls, and Hiram said, no, I'm back. We're just kidding, folks. We're going to keep trying to draw some more cards.
Yep, looking for answers, trying to insulate it against that discard a little bit. The one nice thing is that Beast is offline, and Wink only has 2 cards in hand. One is a Storm, the other is the Max, so we can loop some of those around, but luckily there's not a lot of power there. Oh.
Might solve a mystery.
Or rewrite history.
DuckTales.
Ooh.
I saw you look at me and you're like, if you don't finish the song game, I swear I'm gonna get you. I saw the look in your eyes.
I was twitching a little bit.
I had to do it to you. I'm sorry, buddy.
That's okay. Spooky Side heading off to the discard pile there, a card which can help out. Well, it did help out. Sorry, I completely missed. I was singing stuff. I completely missed the Spooky Side play. There I did. It wiped the board. I was doing this thing where I was like, wait a second. 2 Prince Johns were there just a second ago.
Yes,
I was busy singing DuckTales.
Yes, distraction is hyper effective on Liam. As we play Strength
at the end of the day
here. Yes, we're in the unhinged phases. We're placing some damage on Hiram. We're bouncing back Max Goof.
And
we're playing Max Goof. We're bringing back Strength. This is terrible, folks. What is happening? Oh, my gosh.
No.
This is poison. This is terrible.
And Max Goof back to hand to do it all again next turn. But the whole turn spent doing that, though. But it does leave Wink free to quest a little bit more. And by the way, had I seen that Spooky Side play at the time, I would have been like, oh my goodness, what an incredible play. That Spooky Side in here just for this reason, sending those Prince Johns to this card pile, so I'm going to make up for it there. But now back over to Fetty. He's brought himself some time with that Spooky Side, and we're going to see what he manages to do here with his quite a few cards. So for a while, I thought Wink was just going to run away with this, but that Spooky Side really reset things.
It really did. I mean, granted, Wink still has some very strong cards to manage the board. We've still got that Beast. That Muses is still a problem, still very clearly a problem, even without the Prince Johns. I mean, just being able to do what he did without that, and we're not really in a phase to discard. I don't see many options to discard anyway. So Prince John presenting some lore potential, some growth in lore, could have been a very dangerous place because of the ward on that card as well. But in terms of the discard, at least right now, it doesn't feel like it might be useful. But we're going to see if we draw some more discard cards.
Yeah, and again, you really have to establish 2 bodies each turn here. The reason this is critically important is because Wink is going to be able to loop that strength or loop other cards there to remove something every single turn if he wants to. And you really, the way to stop that at this point is Wink has 2 singers now, enabling him to do a lot of things. So if we can punish him for exerting those muses, we want to do that. So great to get 2 bodies on the board.
Absolutely, as we see some more drawing. Now, I mentioned earlier that the discard might not be relevant here, but we are drawing. Fortisphere, draw a card. Popsicle, draw a card. Vision, look at the card, grab a card, put it in hand. So many ways for Fetty to just continue to fill the hand with resources. Let's see if Fetty found anything that can solve some problems here.
Yeah, and he's slowly accumulating his win condition here, piling up a lot of ink, drawing this game out, putting items on the board, accumulating items in his discard pile that he can pull back. And so always keep an eye on the item count, because there is a world in which we win this game in 1 turn, maybe 2. And so the longer this game goes on, the longer Fetty has to build up that pile of items.
Yes, just stockpiling, an inventory, if you will, of items, in fact. Yeah, and it's interesting here to see Wink make some decisions. We're filtering out our ink, looking at what we got to play, where we're going to play it. We are going to figure this out. Maybe Fetty is establishing his foothold though, and we're gonna see as Wink continues his turn.
There is that Max Goof. Here we go. We've seen this movie again. This is the sequel to the sequel. Strength of Raging Fire being pulled back. It will fire for 3.
Yep.
Plenty of ink to use with it here. So let's see which route we go.
All right. Okay, I was wondering if we were going to try to make that strength more effective, opting to go ahead and do what we did last time. Yes, this is the same combo that we've seen now a couple of times.
Oh,
okay.
It's time, instead of pulling it down, doing that again, we do the strength of, or the Storm Rage on, pull a card back, so we did get the crab off the board and didn't have to use the muses. But again, like, it does feel good to keep those big threats off the board. You don't want to let him deploy an item for free, but every single time Wink has done this, and this is the third time, you spend an entire turn devoting all of your resources to looping that around. Now, you do have an extra card you drew off the top deck that advances you just a little bit. You do have some more ink, but really, every time you do that, it gives Fetty space, another turn, a breather to dig and to establish more items and to do the things he wants to do. So, and a workshop coming down now. This card could do some work.
Literally.
I didn't put that line
Literally.
through.
No, you're good. You're good. You're 100% right, and it is quite literal. Whenever you play another item, whenever you play another item, you pay 1, you draw a card. This is a card that pre-rotation was a problem. Some variations of the Ruby Sapphire deck using it, variations of this deck using that as well to just continue to amass lots of characters, lots of items. Items, of course, in this deck allow you to play things like Scrooge McDuck for free. It allows you to play Bell for free, as we've already seen on the table. And the Tragic Beast is no longer on the table, has been banished away into the discard pile.
It took 3 Strength of Raging, or Let Storm Rage Ons over the course of like 5 turns to finish that off.
Yeah. It's resilient. It's resilient.
It is resilient. Beast of a card.
Yep. Tragedy makes people stronger.
It's true. What doesn't hurt you
makes you stronger? Sure.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Oh, no. I will not be singing that with you, but I love you just the same. As we see this trio of muses staring down at a Scrooge McDuck at a Bell saying, hey, what are we going to do? I mean, we got 3 of us. We can sing songs, but the songs aren't going to be really effective at this moment. Can Wink figure this out as we draw a card?
Not terrible off the top deck there.
Not the worst thing to see.
Yeah, we talked about how powerful Beast Tragic Hero is. What a shame it was. What a tragedy it was that Wink lost it last turn for him anyway. And here we have drew into another one. I think readying 5. I think we're going to see it here in short order.
Yeah, Misery loves company because there's a second Tragic Hero on the table, or replacing the first one at least.
Yeah, beastly top deck for Fetty there. That card is going to fuel Wink into the later game, and he's used quite a bit of his damage dealing actions already. At least 3 Strength of Raging Fires on that previous beast, so will be limited in ways to shut this down, but does have plenty of card draw available.
Yes, absolutely does. I mean, and more to boot. We see plenty of cards in Fetty's hand, recovering from kind of an early stage where there was some cards that were being taken away from him. Was able to recover that with a string of popsicles, a string of Fortis Spheres, a couple of Hirams here and there, and that's all it takes. That's all the doctor needed. It's all the prescription you need to solve your problems, to keep your hand at a healthy rate. Tamatoa, bringing back 2 more of those things that let you draw cards. Holy moly.
He loves his items, and those items, those 1-cost items draw a card on their own, but now paired with this workshop, isn't going to enable Fetty to pull extra cards off the top deck, and there we're going to see it there. 1 and 2.
Oh, my goodness.
And again, maybe?
And you all thought Strength of a Raging Fire 3 times in the same turn was gross. Yeah. This is crazy.
Here we go, Tamatoa effectively saying, I play this character and you draw 4 cards.
Yeah, wow. Wow.
We'll play a Scrooge McDuck for free, just in case. We're going to pull out,
Oh, my goodness.
What was that?
We all need to read that. Show it to all of us. Something
Chat.
device. Chat, yeah.
What is this?
Chat, we need your help right now, chat.
What is this?
Help us.
Oh, no.
I believe the second word in that card was device. If you look up the word device, we might see it that way.
Yeah.
I knew it. I knew my
ingenious device.
Ingenious
Thank
device.
you.
Thank you. Yes, you can exert this card. You pay 2 to banish this item. You draw a card, and then you choose and discard a card. Time grows short during your turn. When this item is banished, deal 3 damage to chosen character or location. That is pretty good.
What an ingenious inclusion for this deck, because, oh my goodness, this deck is one that loves to banish items. There's characters that love to eat it. There's all sorts of things you can do with it. Dealing 3 damage and cycling it is absolutely brutal. It is uninkable, so I can see why it would be a danger to include several of them in this deck, but having even one that you can cycle over and over and over again is pretty powerful.
Yes, it is. I mean,
wow.
That's a great inclusion. That one is from Whispers in the Well, so look at that. We're finding ways to use cards that are perfectly legal to use now, but we haven't. Infinity unlocks the ability to do that. This is crazy. Yeah, we are, in fact, non-blue steel announcers.
It's not non-blue steel. It's core constructed.
Yeah. yeah. There you go. There you go, Ocean Tempest.
It's core constructed. Yeah, all the blue steel community is like, we were salivating when this card is printed. Like we've been waiting for this card. We've been waiting for this moment.
Yes, this is our moment. You've brought it back. Thank you all, folks. But man, oh man.
Yeah.
Look at Fetty, look at Fetty's board. Look at all the permanence. I talked about this earlier actually with Willoughby. So I've talked about the concept of permanence. And one of the things that I've talked to with players who have different feelings about Infinity, the idea around Infinity is that there's a lot of permanence, meaning there's a lot of cards that you play that just sit around on the table. Tons of it. I mean, look at Fetty's board. You've got about 4 or 5 times as many items as you have characters on the table. It feels like, and probably as many in the discard pile. These cards are going to be sticking around for a long, long time, unless you play something like Finum or Flatinum, which is currently not really in a typical build that you would expect to see of Emerald Steel.
Yeah, and here's that Max Goof again. I think this is the 4th time he's been played, pulling back that Strength of Raging Fire, choosing that Tamatoa, sending it off the board, and then we're going to bounce Max Goof back to hand. He skates in, he skates out. What a rascal! What a goofy card! And watching this loop with his muses is just oppressive. But now Fetty's saying, I've got an ingenious card that I can loop as well. Although we already have seen, I think, 3 Happy as a Clams sent to the discard pile. At least those So Shinies are kicking around in there, I'm sure. I do think I saw one in hand a while ago. So another card that can pull that device back. Popsicle being deployed here. And Fetty getting close to digging through his whole deck at this point, I'm sure.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I can only imagine that if we were to hit something like a Beyond the Horizon, that could be very punishing in this moment.
Another Fortisphere coming out. And Beyond the, that is a card that Green Steel did run at the end there, a couple of those that, shudder. I shudder to think.
I loved it. It was a great card. Man, you want to really upset somebody? You thought that A Whole New World was bad? Holy moly. Just go ahead and lay down, turn some characters sideways and lay down a Beyond the Horizon and watch them just be really upset.
And there is that So Shiny we mentioned. It's going to pull a card back. It is the ingenious device getting looped back again and played again.
Yeah. Will Bell come into play? Will Bell make this useful? I guess we'll find out. There's so many bells already on the table. Will there be more? We'll hear him eat it, which I would recommend not. Anything that is explosive like that, I probably would not recommend eating it. Maybe we dismantle those.
Indigestion causes indigestion.
You have to have a pretty strong stomach.
Yeah, not ideal.
No, and you got to be pretty hungry to want to eat that too.
And we are going to ink and blow up.
No, we're using that first part where we're going to exert it. Oh, we are gonna. Yes, we are.
Because you banish it to draw a card.
Yep.
And discard a card.
You do
and blow it up right away, getting that Deceiver off the board.
Oh, no.
Yeah, great move there. We know there's plenty of, and just to boot, getting that Pete off the board. And this is really impactful too. Like was that 3 strengths, like back to back to back to back?
3 strengths. That's what happens when you draw 17,000 cards, Liam.
Just holding them all in the hand, waiting for the right moment to just blow everything up. So it's 3 strengths coming down. Strength of Raging Fire, Force of a Great Typhoon.
Yeah.
And the next line, blowing up 3 characters there. Really, really fantastic turn. And I was about to comment on the power of Pete being on the board to add to the strength, but I'm not even going to bother at this point.
There's no need, because there's Max Goof again.
There's Max Goof.
There he is.
Max Goof's going to pull back. Probably, I mean, at this point, to let the Storm rage on. Or we do have some bigger songs. No! All the way from turn 1, making its return from the opening hand. It's Heffalumps and Woozles here being pulled back.
Wow.
I forgot that card was down there. You know who didn't? Wink didn't.
He did not. And how relevant is that? We've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 items. That Tamatoa is representing 12 lore, but now it's not. Because, at least not for next turn, because that Heffalumps and Woozles will not allow it to quest.
Yeah, and that will huge play there, keeps that shut down. But there's
lucky
the dime.
Who needs to exert a Tamatoa when you can exert a lucky dime
10,
instead?
11, 12.
Oh,
13 man. Off that Tamatoa, or off that lucky dime.
That is devastating. Fetty just saying, fine, watch me. I won't quest. But this lucky dime will be, and Wink identifying that, saying, hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and let's go to game 3, bud. Let's go to game 3.
Let's go to game 3.
Yeah.
We got 28 minutes left. If we do that again, it's going to be rough.
If you gave me one more turn, I'd get you.
Yeah,
but we're going to game 3.
Oh, you had the dime, yeah. What a fun sequence there. So what did we learn? as the Taskmaster says. We learned that Max Goof cycling Strength of Raging Fire is mean and brutal, and especially when paired with Muses, is not something you like to see if you're across from it. We learned what Ingenious Device was and how cycling it in and out of the discard pile is its own version of that max loop, dealing 3 damage, drawing you and discarding you cards, pulling it back, all kinds of shenanigans. We also learned that when Green Steel doesn't get its opening and Blue Steel has a little bit of room to maneuver, it can get its game plan going, and we saw that there.
Yeah.
And you know, Wink, I don't know. Well,
You
I'm
know
really
what else we
excited. I'm
learned?
really. You know what I also know? I'm excited for Game 3. What
I
else
am
did we
too.
learn?
We learned that Lucky Dime is relevant and scary in and of itself. That not questing is fine, but Lucky Dime is pretty cool. I love Lucky Dime. Such a good card. I miss it. I miss it so much. Do you miss it?
I miss it too.
I
miss it. Like, what I miss about it is one of the reasons that I like Infinity right now, or it's a nice change of pace, is I'll call them alternate win cons.
Yes.
And usually when you talk about alternate win cons, you talk about cards that say, like, if you have 20 cards, or like, decking your opponent, or if you have 20 characters in play, you win the game, or things like that. But because any of these win cons are accumulating 20 lore. But Lucky Dime is not a card which you're, when you're pursuing that win con, you're not, like, trying to quest up slowly like these Amethyst Steel decks are, to, like, accumulate the lore the old-fashioned way with questing. You're doing it through the accumulation of this really wide board and then dropping the Lucky Dime and winning immediately. And the game, to me, is more fun when you have decks with different game plans, because it makes for a better variety of gameplay. And so I do miss Lucky Dime because it made for this. I mean, I don't know. Maybe some people hate playing against it. I hate playing against it, but I'm also glad that it exists. It makes these engine decks, I don't know, viable and fun.
It does. I think you're right. I think there's like a bit of a balance as well. You know, you want to be able to have these alternate win conditions, and that's really what creates these moments in tournaments, in the meta, where it's a little bit more unpredictable. You know, we talk about triangle metas. There's all these terms that we use in a very hyper-competitive environment around how a meta works, why it works the way it does. You know, we think about what people are going to bring. And so when you add these elements, it really changes the way you think about what you're going to bring to answer some of those things. And that is what creates some of these more diverse things. Because I'll tell you right now, a lot of people watching this stream might have had some assumptions around what are the kinds of decks we'll see. A bunch of Sapphire Steel. But I'll tell you that being out there, we've seen a nice, healthy amount of different color combinations. And even even with Sapphire Steel, we saw Beefcake last round. Completely different style of deck, a little bit different, while using things like Aerial, still has the same soul and has the same kind of eminence of what this deck does, still different. And I think that is really, really cool, and what makes this game just so awesome.
I agree. You know, one thing that was missing, I really thought that Amber Steel aggro would be prominent in the meta today, and a lot of people run it. There weren't really many. There were a couple, but not a lot. And those who wanted to do the aggro really went dogs, which I found interesting.
I did too. I mean, I thought for sure, and I called it this morning, I thought for sure we were going to see Amber Steel, whether it was the Steel Song variant, whether it was the aggro version. I thought for sure that would just be everywhere, and it wasn't actually as everywhere as I thought it was. There were some. They did play it, but yeah, it was just difficult for them to get under the game plan.
And now, speaking of game plan, both decks on their game plan, with the Bell being dropped on turn 1, that Diablo on turn 1 over for Wink. We saw this every game, and he does have the Diablo shift in hand. But now, a choice. That Bell representing a threat with Let the Storm Rage On. If you choose to use a good chunk of resources establishing that Diablo, and you do have the action there with Let the Storm Rage On, then you could be punished for it next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're still in a very, turn 1 for each of these players. 1 ink, 1 character.
Yeah, but these are like the ripple decisions. Like, do you take the gamble? I don't think you do. What you can do to make yourself a little easier is you can check and see what's in there. No, there is no storm. And so this is a really great turn 2 play when you can check, do you got it? You don't. And so now feeling great about throwing that Diablo there, establishing it back. And these are the moments where you top deck the storm.
Oh, did we?
Do you top deck it?
Oh, we're inking a Tipo. Oh, no, it's a vision, but we're going to maybe find it. We can still find it.
I think that was it.
I think we can find it. Oh, no. Debating. Okay, so we're debating. We're thinking through. Fetty's thinking about it, choosing a card. We could not see it, unfortunately, which I do love a good surprise. Don't get me wrong.
Did he find
the
storm?
Did we find it? Fetty, don't slow play us, my friend. Just lay it down. If you got it.
Oh.
No, he doesn't. Okay.
So many cards to find it if you include the altar. What a bummer there, because that's really what you wanted to shut this down. That Bell is the Diablo counter.
Yes.
It's almost like they gave it to us on a platter and said, "Hey, Diablo's been a problem. Here you go. How would you like to sing Storm on turn 2?" But unfortunately, not a line there. So that Diablo is going to have another turn to do some work. And now, even worse, if you have a strength, and I don't think Wink does, because I think he discarded it. If you had a strength, that Bell would be removed, and it would really shut down the way back into this. So
It absolutely would. Now, another card. One of my favorite cards. I made sure this was the first card that I got a full play set foiled, and that was Sudden Chill. Yes, Liam, I'm sorry. I was a discard player. Please don't be mad at me.
As you were saying that, I was looking at the hand. I was saying, surely he's not about to say Sudden Chill. Surely he's not about to say a discard card is his favorite card.
It really is. I'm sorry. I'm a terrible person. I need to go to a meeting and talk to people about how terrible I am. But we do see the Diablo. We see the Ursula exert for some lore.
Now I want to know if he has the Ink Runner. I have not managed to see. There it is.
Hey,
there it is.
There you go. Got him.
And there's the Ink Runner once again coming down. And we're going to see most likely an Ink, most likely Belle hop onto that Ink Runner. She is an inventor, maybe tuning up a bit and sliding over there, knocking that Diablo into the discard pile.
Yes.
That feels really good right now.
Yeah, I mean, Fetty didn't. It wasn't even. There wasn't a single blink in his eye. There was just the immediate placement of that card with that ink, saying, "Hey, maybe I didn't get that. Let the storm rage on. Maybe I didn't get a Strength of a Raging Fire, but I did get something pretty cool. Ink Runner is pretty cool, and the MVP now, having done this twice to this Diablo with an Ink Runner."
Yeah, now Wink taking his entire turn to establish the Muses, and that card we saw what shenanigans it can do. Taking a peek at the rest of the hand, though, he does have a Deceiver check. He does have a Diablo, both kind of innocuous, but that 5-turn Tragic Beast is pretty oppressive. Now, Fetty establishing his Scrooge McDuck will look for the top cards of his deck for an item, does find the Fortisphere, pulling it into hand. It does feel like there's a window here. Fetty will have to have some answers for the Tragic Beast, and Wink is establishing some tools, but it feels like things are, so far, they're well in hand.
Yeah. I mean, neither board too far ahead. Neither character has stolen any tempo necessarily, although Beast Tragic Hero does this really cool thing where you start drawing cards real quick and can change the complexion of the game dramatically.
And rule number 1 of TCGs is more cards is better.
Really? That's crazy. I don't know what you're talking about. I try to get rid of cards, specifically my opponent's cards. So I have the opposite thing. I'm trying to ruin your day. I don't want you to have any cards. That's my thing.
And it's more cards in your hand is better.
I'm
sorry. Yeah,
I got confused.
I should have clarified. Sudden Chill. I just slid my chair a little bit further away.
So we were friends and then we were enemies, but that's okay. I'll make up the difference. Once the Infinity's done and we go back to Core Constructed, you'll love me again.
That's fair. That's fair. So stepping into that beast here feels really good. It's one of the 3 primary draw engines in this deck that allow you to run away with the game. Fetty would love to do something to it here. And the other thing is having to spend an entire turn dealing with it. He does have a card, means he's not advancing his board state any. So you may be forced to just let it do its thing for a turn or two.
Yeah, and speaking of doing things, there's 2 Ursulas in hand. We've got a Deceiver and we have a Deceiver of All. Wink kind of showing us what they are there. Fetty is inking. Oh, maybe not, but deciding to ink that Tamatoa in order to.
Is it a Flavisham?
It's a resourceful miser. It is the Scrooge McDuck who finds another one. So this is a second Scrooge that finds a second item. Fetty's got to be feeling good about the value he's received from these cards.
Yeah, and this is pretty good here. I mean, you didn't remove that beast, but you're establishing some big bodies, which doesn't allow anything to sing over there or do any questing, so you're just kind of checking that right now. It does give you a couple other cards to sing. Wink here going to do the check. Going to take a look. Nothing there.
Nothing. Still nothing. At least nothing that can be dealt with an Ursula, as we then go ahead and play that Ursula Deceiver of All.
Yeah, and so Fetty here would love to draw something off the top deck, deal with that Deceiver of All, perhaps a song that can be sung. But unfortunately, Wink is rather low on cards right now, dumping out those 2 Ursulas.
Yep.
He does have another, I think that's another Deceiver of All in hand. He's going to need a song to use with it.
So much deception going on. We need to be more truthful with one another, folks, and stop being deceitful. But Wink doesn't agree.
Agreed.
Well, Wink doesn't agree. That's why he's got so many of them. My goodness. As we see, Hiram, again, I can't imagine why this card was ever a problem. What a great card. Draw 2 cards by banishing an item. We got to love it as we see Tipo hit the Inkwell And yet another popsicle.
It's really his, looking at why this card is so powerful, it's really his interplay ability. If he just, 8 items on quest and you had to wait for a turn, it would be a really balanced card, I think. But the fact that you gain value from him, he replaces himself and then some immediately, is what made him so problematic in Core Constructed. But doing some work here in Infinity. And of course, as the game goes on and we get more cards in Infinity, there will be more answers for Hiram and decks that can overpower him. So perhaps in this format, he can stick around and shine a little bit longer. But for sure, we see that the power of him here, and Blue Steel players super excited to have him at their disposal in this format.
Absolutely. I mean, we know that the plan here for Wink is to discard. Discard is a huge part of it. Removal in cards like Let the Storm Rage On. So with a Deceiver of All on the table, having that Hiram can certainly insulate some of that damage from having lost cards in hand and just continuing to put pressure on Wink, which is exactly what you need to do to win this matchup, as we see Wink right now filtering through the hand.
Yeah, he's got some dangerous cards on board. That Deceiver of All is a menace. He does have a Sudden Chill in hand, but Wink Fetty has so many cards that's not an incredibly impactful play. I think we're going to do it because we got nothing else to do right now. Discarding 2 feels pretty good. He is going to discard the Dime. The Dime being in the discard pile is fine in this deck. You pull it back with all sorts of crabs. So you just kind of stash it down there for later, store it away. So it's kind of a free discard. It's uninkable. And so, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it's a Mousecatool for later on, my
It's a Mousecatool. Oh, toodles. If you know, you know.
Yes, and that's how you know we have kids.
Right. And that song being double sung will go to the bottom of the deck. And now there's a couple other options here. The Deceiver is going to do another check. Take a look. Nope. I got Flavishems for days and a workshop.
Yeah, lots of items, lots of Flavishems, and no songs. Wink just making sure one more time, or just trying to continue to put a board presence out there, trying to have characters that make math weird for Fetty.
Yeah, there isn't, again, a lot of wide removal in this deck. There is that Spooky Site, though, which you could play into. But one of the reasons you put characters out, I mean, again, just more characters on the board is better. But also, you're going to get to a point where Fetty is dropping crabs on the board, big, high willpower characters. And so if you draw into a Strength of Raging Fire, fueling it with 5 or 6 characters on the board feels pretty good.
It does. And
Wink,
you
just oohed.
Yes, Wink being able to play that, and then along came Zeus. Fetty's board is looking kind of frightening areas. We've got Wink with 4 characters, a Scrooge staring down a Beast, a Muses, and 2 Ursulas. And so has Wink turned the corner on this thing? Hiram says no.
Flavisham coming down, munching on that popsicle, going to get 2 cards out of it. At this point, though, I mean, really nice to have more resources available. You'd love to find a Fishbone Quill or something to make use of these extra cards. Because Fetty's doing a lot of card drawing. He's finding a lot of answers. He's cycling through his deck, but only able to play 1 or 2 cards a turn with the amount of ink that he's accumulated so far. This deck loves a big inkwell. And Wink, I mean, not quite turning the corner yet, but definitely able to establish some tools out there to play with, and he's just waiting on a song that Ursula Deceiver of All can sing.
There's that ingenious device again.
Yep.
Now we see the Miser dealing with effectively that tragic beast hero, which is so sad because we love a good tragedy. We love to draw cards. And unfortunately, Beast will not be doing that for Wink.
Yeah, and a small check there. The look is to make sure the language. Most people know if you play the card, but just in case, the Beast does get stronger. He gets angrier when he has damage on him, but that only applies during the player's turn, during Beast's turn, because you do the check at the start of turn, and then he gains that strength. So Scrooge able to challenge in there, not feeling the Beast's wrath on Fetty's turn.
Yes, but very, very something that I recommend everybody to do. If you're not 100%, even if you're only 99%, you should 100% pick up that card. You should 100% read that card.
Yeah, and Flavisham there blowing up that ingenious device and blasting that Ursula off the board. That ingenious device, it has an ability to activate itself to go to the discard pile to deal damage. It gives you a little bit of benefit, but it's whenever it is banished. And so when Flavisham eats it, when Bell looks at it, anything, whenever it goes to the discard pile from a banish effect, then you're going to get that benefit. So it feels really good if Flavisham eats it to draw 2 cards and deal 3 damage.
Yeah.
What an ingenious card.
Really? It absolutely is. And as we see 2 Muses on the table right now for Wink, double Muse all the way across the sky, that could be very, very problematic for Fetty, depending on what cards he chooses. Now, These muses are down now, which means Fetty, as long as you've got some cards and some ways to maneuver this, there are play lines that you can play around this, making sure your characters are above 2 strength, very much like this Resourceful Miser. Just if you can keep it above that, then you're fine. Now, the thing is we know, having seen Wink's deck from Game 2, Wink is less concerned about your characters and is very, very particularly fond of Max goofing back tons of songs.
Oh, man. That loop.
Yeah.
That loop.
It's a max loop, you know? It's absolutely a max loop.
Yeah.
Oh, the workshop is back. We're starting to amass those items.
Yeah, and it does feel like, I mean, both players, still plenty of avenues to victory here. At this point in the game, like usually the blue steel player likes to have a fishbone quill that they're leveraging, or, you know, they've run into some other ramp cards, and they're also accumulating the item pile. Now, a giant pile of items in the discard pile, but, you know, again, the longer this game goes on, that item pile, that ink pile, gives that blue steel player, like, the path to victory. So he needs to think about closing it out. You know, as we're doing some lore resets here.
Oh,
Yep. There we go.
Just do some confirmation.
Because even though it does feel like Wink's been on his back, but he has managed to claw up to 7, and every time he manages to clear the board through some max goof shenanigans or something like that, he gives himself the opportunity to quest a few times. So it does look like, I think Fetty has the wider lane to victory, but Fetty or Wink's certainly not out of this at all.
No, and just little by little amassing those items. We know Tamatoa is on its way at some point. Tamatoa loving these items as we use that fishbone quill to send a card into our inkwell, presumably in uninkable, but doesn't have to be, and I don't have to show you, which is also pretty cool.
Yeah, and here we go. This is a couple impactful items. The workshop being online, the fishbone quill though being there is really good. You want to draw cards. This deck likes to draw a lot of cards. The workshop is going to help you draw, a couple cards per turn, 3 cards per turn. If you can play a few, but you can also ink every turn, that's where this deck really starts to shine, is where you just have this blob of ink out there, this ink ocean.
Yes. It's just a puddle to an ocean to a river, all of the above, as we strength the beast away.
Tragically for Wink.
Poor beast. So sad.
So it's back over to him, and he just, again, it's a really unfortunate top deck there. He needs card draw, so he is going to slam that Pete down, say, hey, no actions, and that's it. Chuckle, pass it back over to Fetty, and wait for him to take his item-filled turn. And, this deck, once again, all the way back, this deck is a value engine. This deck it really overpowers your opponents with card draw, with Diablos, with Prince Johns, and with beasts.
Yeah.
And when it doesn't stick one of those cards and it isn't doing the thing, it has a really difficult path to victory.
It does. Let me ask you, Liam, a very important question. Are you a Pete upside down person when you play it? Is that you, or do you play it normally and just declare it?
I'm not a degenerate, so I don't play Pete, but if I did, I would play him upside down.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. I love you all, Steel players. I am Emerald Amethyst Stan, and I love it. And Pete, Steel ruins my day all the time. But no, I appreciate, the game is better when board states are clear to all the players. And so I appreciate the Pete being played upside down to remind my opponent, hey, you can't.
I would agree.
You can't.
Now, speaking of Tamatoa, I summoned it. It is here. The Tamatoa has made its arrival. As we see, we've got enough items to exert 4 of them to play the Resourceful Miser for free, netting another item. So we are getting to the point now where that Tamatoa gets scarier and scarier. Can Wink either deal with the Tamatoa or deal with the items? That is going to be, it looks like, the story of this game, if Wink can get to a conclusion of the story. And Wink looking at the discard pile just to confirm, just to see what have we seen so far, what can I expect to see. You want to be able to play at the highest level, you got to know what's waiting for you in the discard pile.
Yeah, and I just don't know, with everything out there right now, I don't know what gets Wink back into this. He's representing 3 lore, he can go up to 10. But even if you establish one of your big threats, Beast is just not enough. It's slow, and Prince John, you need to pair it with a discard. I'm not sure what's in his hand.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
And that's not great. It will allow you to see another card, but it's a Deceiver of All in hand.
Yeah.
So just tough here. I mean, you're most likely going to play this, sling some damage out there just to see another card, dig a little deeper.
You gotta dig a little deeper. That's a card. We can't sing that until we see it. But I love that song. Either way, we are dealing damage. We are doing so with Let the Storm Rage On onto the Resourceful Miser, which also lets you draw a card. Can Wink draw himself out of this problem as we play the Ursula Deceiver? There's another strength dealt with, showing now the cards in hand, saying, you know what? There's so many. Just take it, dude.
Just look. I don't want to mess up my board state.
Yeah, there you go.
Ink Runner is so shiny.
And notably, Wink joking as we take care of that strength. But it doesn't matter because there's another one. And Wink, of course, Wink is a jokester, of course. If you don't know Wink, he is a jokester.
No, not that strength, the strength. I don't like the look of that one. Playing it up for the camera here, I appreciate that. These two having a good time.
Yes.
As Fetty takes his turn. And man, these item decks, you pass it over to Fetty, it's like,
yes.
Wink.
Yeah, here's a card. Your turn.
Card, pass. These item decks.
Yes.
It's when these item decks are going against you, and every turn is a tick, 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 tick.
Yeah.
It can be. I mean, these games can go long.
Yeah, and in the chat, I'm seeing it. The machine is turning on. That's exactly what it feels like. It feels like a machine. There's these sequences that are happening, multiple triggers going into the bag, happening at the same time, and just trying to figure out which way it goes and how we solve them to get to that magic number 20.
Yeah, and these are, I like to call this deck an engine builder deck. You build the engine on the board, and in this instance, even with the board state we have, and we're still missing other cards that are part of this engine, but Flavisham, eats the popsicle, it draws 2 cards, and then Tamatoa Quest pulls the popsicle back, you play the popsicle, draw a card off the workshop, gain some lore, drawn a bajillion cards, and that's the engine in action.
It is, yeah, absolutely. Speaking of the engine in action, there's a lot of moving parts to it. Wink trying to confirm that we understand it as the lucky dime hits the table, which advances this clock by 2, or I guess decreases by 2. X2.
Yeah. So
I'm not good at math, Leo.
That's all right. And coming in there, so with that, I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's questing for 6 with the dime that sees 7. So that's, and a couple other questing, and that is it. Bam, bang, bing, bang, boom. Crab dime, and that's all she wrote. It's a story that's been told ever since Lucky Dime was printed back in set 3. And Lucky Dime was a card that came out. People saw it. They're like, "This is a legendary item," and people legit said this card is not good. A lot of people said this card is not good.
I was one of them.
And Gabe, you were one of them.
I said that thing.
You were one of them. And then it stuck around for a little while, and then all of a sudden, people found the right way to use it, and they were like, "Oh,
yeah."
This Tamatoa has been around since set 1.
It was a meme. I remember when it came out and we all laughed and we're like, 7 cards, you're crazy. This is a meme.
Uninkable. No, legendary item.
I was the meme.
Oh, you were the meme?
I was wrong.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
But Lucky Dime, a card that some of these item builds quickly fell in love with, giving him that win con, especially when they were like, that's so shiny, he loves it.
Yeah.
And then when Happy as a Clam came out to be, they were just like, yeah, this card's great.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Meta breaking even.
Meta breaking. So there it is. There it is. Green Steel has been eliminated from the top 8. I think that's the last one in the running here. Very impressive deck. Yeah. Some people love to hate it, but you can see right there, if you find the couple turns to remove its key combo pieces, then it can kind of slow down and just stalling out there. But we got to see it do some shenanigans. Max Goof, what do you think?
I love that loop. Just that sequence of events of being able to sing the same strength over and over again. That was fantastic. Man, I kind of want to see more of that, if I'm being completely honest with you.
Yeah,
I mean, fun.
Because it's a card, Max Goof is a card that was printed in Fabled. It didn't see much competitive play at all in Core Constructed, very, very little. But now thrown into here in Infinity, we're getting to see it shine. And so it is fun, which another reason that having a format alongside Core Constructed like Infinity is a ton of fun, because you're going to see cards which don't have a home in Core Constructed. But oh my goodness, are they good in Infinity decks? And you have multiple different ways now to play with the cards that you're pulling from your packs. Maybe it's not good over here, but maybe it's really good over here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Infinity has proven. I enjoy. I've been practicing for it. I'm gearing up. I'm actually going to be going to Richmond. I'm excited about that. But I'm gearing up to go to Indianapolis. I'm so excited to play Infinity. I cannot wait to play Infinity. And a lot of that is because of what you're describing. It is very much 2 different games. It is 2 different games. Granted, they're the same card. Well, there's parts of the same cards. But what you're looking for, the things that are important, the way you evaluate what is a good trade, what is a bad trade. When you think about what you have to prepare for, you think about Rapunzel traps. You think about all those things that made that pre-rotation game such a strong game. And then we got a fresh start in Core Constructed. They are so different that in all honesty, I do view them almost as two entirely different games.
Yeah, I agree with you. And they're going to diverge even more as time goes on and we get more cards in the card pool. So, what do we know? What do we know now about the top 8? We know that Green Steel has been eliminated. We know that 5 out of the top 8 decks were item builds.
Yes.
And we know that, I've not been out there, but we know that out of the top 4, at least one of those is a Dogs deck.
Woof, woof, my
so
friend.
maybe we'll see that next round because Dogs paired into each other and... it's with the best part is when you have a deck that you're rooting for and they match with each other. It's sad to see one get eliminated, but one is moving on. So Dogs are still barking in this Infinity event.
Yes, and we will miss you, Sweet Prince. Better luck next time. Yeah. Oh, Liam, I'm sorry. I've ruined our friendship by telling you this. I should have never said it.
Let's go to the interview booth. Let's just go to the interview booth.
I guess it works out.
And we are here after a phenomenal top 8 match. I am joined by Fetty on the Sapphire Steel strategy in Infinity. Came out and got it done. But Fetty, I saw you playing some Core Constructor. You're playing some Control there. I met you in a few tournaments a while ago and down in Texas. But now here we are. Talk to us about Infinity. Talk to us about Sapphire Steel. Why did you play it?
All right, so Friday I got 9th.
Yeah.
Saturday I started 3-0 with Green Blue. I played Green Blue both days.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I started 3-0 and then I got green purple burn right after.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's only like 2 or 3 of you guys in this bracket. How is this like? All right, but it is what it is. I'm X2. I'm still in contention. And then I think rounds. I lose a roll to all of them, by the way.
Yeah.
Obviously, why not? And then I think I lost round 7 or something to like Amber Steel, like aggro, who won the roll, and Daisy. Yeah. Anyway, it was wraps, and then I'm like, well, my flight's not until tomorrow, so like I might as well just play, right? So I brought my Infinity cards, and I just built it last second.
Okay, and it just so happened to be Sapphire Steel, the Sapphire Steel strategy. I mean, going against the Green Steel discard, a lot of people think that is a sleeper pick in this Infinity meta. Have you had the opportunity to do any Infinity testing at all, or you just slammed the deck together?
I slammed it together. Straight up slammed it, yeah.
That's crazy. When did you start playing?
This game?
Yes.
The beginning of set 5.
Okay.
Like, my girlfriend and I, we wanted to get into a card game together. I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh, but realistically, it's not worth it. I'm falling kind of like out of love with the game.
Right.
Shout out to everyone, that still plays. I still, those are all my good friends.
Okay.
But more or less, we wanted to get into a game. We started playing. And so we just went, they had a bunch of sealed draft events, and we just started going to all those, and we just learned the game.
Well, we're happy to have you here, and we're glad that you are going to join us. And we're playing this Infinity event. What are your thoughts on Infinity overall? I mean, are you enjoying your time playing it, or is it like a? I know you say you came in set 5, so maybe didn't have the most amount of time with some of these super high-power cards. But going back from Core Constructed into Infinity, that stark contrast of all the great cards we have. What are some of your thoughts on Core Constructed versus Infinity?
Right now, I'm not going to lie. Like, Infinity, I would think it was just, I don't know, I just wouldn't like it, but I love it. I feel like I'm sorry, but I feel like I'm playing a different game.
Yeah?
Like, when I sit down and I'm looking at my hand and I'm playing, as you can see, like, sometimes it gets to a point where there's, like, no return. Like, I'm just playing a different game than you. And, like, majority, I didn't lose once.
Okay.
My one loss, I gave my girlfriend the win, so we could hopefully both top.
Okay.
So that was round 2.
Okay, a little collusion. All right, we're not going to admit to that.
What?
Okay, we are playing.
I just wanted her to top.
I'm kidding.
It's fine.
I'm kidding. But that's really awesome that you and your girlfriend are both out here playing and having a good time together. And maybe you can get both into a nice finish. But here we are going into, I believe, the top 4. How do you feel about your position in this bracket and what's going to be coming next?
I feel great.
You feel great?
I mean, I'm pretty low seed. I'm going second more or less, but I've won a lot of matches going second anyway.
Okay.
I mean, I went second here, and I mean, he drew probably the most optimal his deck can all 3 games.
Okay.
And I was able to fight back game 3. So
have you played any spicy today? Anything you would consider spicy? Or you playing more of the standard meta stuff that you would expect?
I don't know what's standard. I mean, honestly, like, let's be real. Like, the last event was Milwaukee. Milwaukee, like the Sunday event, right?
Yeah.
That's the last biggest like Infinity tournament, and it's a different meta because there's cards that were printed in set 10 that make this deck a way different deck.
Yeah.
Starting with Ink Runner. Spoiler.
Yeah, Ink Runner. Go any other cards that you're playing. I mean, I know I might saw a mystery. I
Yep.
think it's a card that can be played.
That card, I love that card.
Yeah, Ink Runner's great. What any other cards from the new sets post rotation that you got in the deck?
I can't think of it. Honestly, I think that's just those cards.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, right on, Fetty, man. It's really nice to see you again, and congratulations on your victory. I know you had a long, grindy match. We want to let you get to one of those breaks, man. And before we go, any shout-outs you want to give? Just really quick before you got to use the bathroom.
Shout out Doe, shout out Andy, shout out my girlfriend. You know, we all kind of took this trip, and they didn't play Locana, Riftbound, and shout out to everyone back in Dallas. Shout out to my boys that play Yu-Gi-Oh, the Bozo Chord. You guys know who you are, but yeah.
Right on.
Everyone to support.
Right on, man. Well, thank you again, man, and we'll let you go. So we're going to kick it back over to the booth really quick and wrap up this round and prepare for the next one, man. Good luck.
What a great interview, Liam. What did you think about that interview? Liam? Hey, buddy. Yeah, listen, sometimes you learn something about people and things change sometimes. I'm sorry. Yeah, Liam.
Didn't know you were a villain.
Listen, the only one bigger than me is Baker. I'll tell you
Didn't
right
know
now.
you're a villain.
The only one bigger than me is Baker. I'm telling you. And even then, I'm willing to put my villainous against him. I don't know.
Sometimes it's the ones you love the most that hurt you, cut you the deepest.
I'm sorry. I needed you to know that our relationship was not based on a lie, so you had to know the truth, and I'm glad we did that.
I appreciate that. Thanks for letting me know. Could have done it off camera. All right.
Yeah, this really made it weird. This is definitely weird right now.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what's not weird?
Infinity?
No. My playmat. Stop doing this stuff. This playmat is not weird. We love it.
Blanket.
I'm going to need it now. It's my emotional support blanket now that I've upset my best friend.
Yeah. I wonder, can I? Yeah, no. It's multifunctional. Here's the thing. Okay, so picture this. This happened to me. You are in Wisconsin. You are flying back from Wisconsin. Your flight is delayed. It's delayed again. It's delayed again. You're in Chicago. They tell you you have no flight out until the next day. You have to spend the night at the airport because it's not enough time. You curl up under a bench. You don't have a blanket because everything is checked, except you do have your backpack and you do have your playmat. Instead of a tube with a rubber playmat in it, you've got this Pro Play Summit playmat. You can curl up under that bench, and just like Gabe,
yes,
curl up, provide yourself a little warmth. It is multifunctional, and if there's a couple folks there with their decks, they could play Lorcana right on top of you while you're sleeping.
They can't scan that code on screen. There's very few left. While supplies last, even. Pro Play Summits Orlando 2026 exclusive cloth playmat. Please, please, please. You want one of these. These things are fantastic. All the major games represented here are on there, and as Liam has just said, a fantastic blanket to boot. It is so comfortable. It's beautiful.
I gotta try something.
Go for it.
It is great, and it's on the other side. I know what you all are asking. I know what you all are wondering. This side is great. What color is the other side? It's brown. Which is awesome. It goes really well. It's a very woodsy feel, and I bet you we could. What if I?
Oh no! Are you cosplaying as Robin Hood right
I'm
now?
double checking to see if you can make a villain cape with it for your villainous ways, because all good villains wear capes. Look at that.
They do.
You can totally do that. One safety pin, and we're cooking.
Yeah, you're right.
Look at that. Pro Play Summit. There we go.
Beautiful.
You can get one now.
I will be getting one. Someone just dead kind of says it's Frodo.
Right,
it's a
it's
Frodo
right.
look. That is. You thought I was a villain. That's terrible. That's mean.
It is.
Liam straight from the Shire.
It's the exact cape. I just need a little gold leaf pin here, and I've got the browns. I just button this up here, and oh my god.
Well, Liam, I can't carry the ring, but I can carry you, my friend.
I appreciate that. Carrying me through that last round with your discard shenanigans. It's the same. It is the same color scheme, straight from the Shire. Look, and the yellow thing even looks like the gold pen. Look at that. I can just push the and it looks like the gold pen.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Well,
That's
this is where we've gone.
Yeah.
Yep. Shout out to Middle Earth, the TCG back in the 90s.
Yeah.
I loved you.
Okay.
There we are.
Maybe we can be friends after all, because that was a great game too. That was very pensive.
Before I bump your hand,
yes.
Who was your favorite character in the Middle Earth card game?
Oh, I mean, you know, I'm gonna tell you it's Gandalf. You know, I gotta tell you it's Gandalf.
Okay. I was like, if you say Sauron,
No,
I'm totally
no,
on
no,
it
no.
here. Okay, all right.
No, Gandalf
Enough.
the Grey is just so cool. It's so cool. But then he's Gandalf the White, and he's even cooler.
Yeah, that's true. That's
so
true.
cool.
Okay, I wanted to see how
No,
far this.
I would never.
How far the villain rabbit hole went.
It's just
if we
as
were fully.
it's. So I'd like to say I'm toxic and not villainous. Is there a difference there? Like
I think
I'm
that's
a nice
worse.
guy. You think so? I mean well.
All villains mean well.
Oh my gosh, you're
Toxic
right.
is unless you're
I just came to the realization
I don't
I'm
know.
the bad guy in the story.
Yeah, unless you're Hexus from Ferngully, then you're toxic and a villain.
Oh no.
There's another reference. We are in the unhinged portion of this broadcast.
Yes, we are, and I love every second of it. This is oh my goodness. Yeah, I may be a bad guy, Liam, but I am not bad guy.
I may be a bad guy, but that does not mean I'm bad guy.
Oh no.
There we go. So we are going to have the top 4 for you shortly. The players making their way back over there. We're going to figure out which one we're going to bring you. We do have dogs barking still, and some other decks that all inevitably have items in them because I think the rest of the top 5 did. So there we go. Which decks are you all excited about in Infinity? Which decks are you not excited about? Are you Infinity players?
You should be.
I don't know.
It's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Just like this playmat.
Yeah, me too.
I'm going to stop calling it a playmat. I'm just going to call it a cape.
It's a cape.
Yeah.
It's a cape. And with that, my friends, we will see you on the other side. As we wear it as a hat. I love it. Great job.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming. What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you? The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Can't seem to win a game? Opponents got you down? Can't even hand shuffle right? I promise you, it's not a skill issue. It can't be you, so it's gotta be a chair issue. So throw out that old nasty chair, and it's time to sit where the pros sit. The eWin Gaming Racer Chair Champion Edition. Let's be plus. With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrest, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin Gaming Chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chairs using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin in the affiliate link below, where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad. Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it. I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast and have to be so strategic all the time. It's like it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh. I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one. My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event, so I guess I enjoy that. I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick. I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also want a top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
We haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh community, and so when I heard that both Gage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to this? Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code PROPLAY10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you? The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. we've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Can't seem to win a game? Opponents got you down? Can't even hand shuffle right? I promise you, it's not a skill issue. It can't be you, so it's gotta be a chair issue. So throw out that old nasty chair, and it's time to sit where the pros sit. The eWin Gaming Racer Chair Champion Edition. Let's be plus. With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrest, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin Gaming.
And we are back at it again. Another wonderful round of Infinity has just taken place as we are getting into the top 4. These Illuminators, usually on a Sunday, you're going to split and get up out of here. But on a Sunday, these players are playing it out, going for the glory, going for the gusto. And I'm joined for the top 4 match with Willow Bees again.
Hello. Good to be back in the booth with you. Yeah, why split and go to Disney World down the street when we could be playing some Disney Lorcana right here, okay, at the PPG Summit Orlando. These players are more dialed, are more locked than I have ever seen any other players be, okay? This is commitment to this craft, JDZ, is what it is. And so we are so excited. We are going to be seeing this top 4. And you know what? All jokes aside, this is good practice for Indianapolis, regardless of how the card pool is going to change, because the Illumineers that are slacking on Infinity are not going to be ready for it. But the players that are staying sharp all the way through all of these sets are going to be constantly fine-tuning that deck.
It's got its own dedicated metagame. I was speaking to Fetty during the interview. He's like, hey, I found some new cards from the newest set and then actually changed the deck significantly, added a lot of versatility. So I like that. It's its own meta, it's its own unique thing, and these players are here ready to play. But the players are at the table, seated, and they are super locked in, just like all of us here, just like hopefully all of you at home are locked in to a bit of Infinity. So we're going to hop on into that game board and see what these players are doing. On your left, we have Gnarly Day, who's going to be playing that Ruby and Sapphire strategy versus Jeff Williams on that Amber and Emerald. Maybe it's the Chernodog strategy again, or maybe you're playing that Emerald and Amber Under the Sea discard strategy, which I think is a very, very viable card in Infinity format.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup. We've seen a lot of Sapphire Steel today, but this color pairing against each other is not what I was expecting. So at the very least, this top 4 match is going to be exciting. Depending on how this Amber Emerald can be built, yes, we have seen a lot of dogs, aggro, things like that in core. But remember, JDZ, this is not core. We now have access to the old school Amber Emerald song discard strategy in the form of Under the Sea, in the form of Prince John. Who knows what this Illumineer is about to show us?
Remember that time you go Prince John into a You Have Forgotten Me? That's always going to be a very, very toxic and obnoxious thing that you can do. However, if Gnarly Day is on a prototypical Ruby and Sapphire strategy, you have cards like Sisu who can help you out. The Shift Sisu, clear the Diablos, clear the Aerials, clear all those types of things, and then you can just kind of get it done. So this could be a blast of the past if it is what I think it is. And looking at some of the cards that we can see, it is kind of alluding to that's what it could be. But I don't know. We're going to have to wait for a few more cards to come through. But if it is that Chernodog strategy, that they can get very aggressive and potentially get under this control strategy of the Ruby and Sapphire player.
Absolutely. Looking at the cards in Jeff Williams' hand, to your credit, I do see some more aggro type strategies. I'm seeing a Pegasus, a very nice one from this past DLC season. So it may be a little bit more aggro. And if I'm looking at this player correctly, this isn't someone that I've talked to personally, but I do believe he is an Orlando local and somebody that I have seen in set championships before. And actually, I do believe is known to play a little bit of this Amber and Emerald. And I do think based on that information, this is going to be a more aggro strategy. So we have to be careful here because yes, we are fast against a typically slower control deck, but we're on the draw. And again, in Infinity, we have access to that Sisu that can come in and wipe this board.
You got Sisu, you got small Sisu, Brawl, you have Maui, you have big Sisu. You obviously could have a card like Be Prepared in the deck. You have cards like Ursula to play, so there could be some gamesmanship, a little bit of back and forth from both of these players. Gnarly Day coming in at that #1 seed will be on the play all day long as these Illumineers are thinking about this Altar Phase, as I believe we're still going to be in time here. We are going up against it with the Convention Center as it is getting a bit late on the East Coast, but we're built for it. We're built to grind, and we're going to get this thing absolutely done in record time. I can feel it.
Absolutely. One thing about how this, you're talking about how this is built. We're in Florida, JDZ. This is built to withstand hurricanes. We can withstand a little bit of time on that clock.
I like it.
So we are ready to go. We definitely want to make sure these players know that they are good to start, though, because we did get a little bit of a late start in the booth. Okay, but we're ready. We're ready. We want to see them going. So maybe they're being nice to us, chat. They're just kind of giving us some time, and they're just building up the anticipation.
I mean,
okay, but we're ready to go.
I'm ready to go. You're ready to go. It seems like they're having a nice little leisurely time. Let's get these cards.
Come on, gentlemen, your clock has started. Let's go ahead and get going. Get loose, get active, like JDZ would say in the booth next to me. So here we go. Okay, we've told them that they're ready to go. We're getting the fist bumps, and we're getting started. So this control player is going to be our first seed, so we're going to get to go first. And here we go, already out of the gate. Don't you miss her? It's Popsicle.
I like seeing a little Popsicle. It does get a bit nostalgic from time to time watching this Infinity format, seeing some of these cards that you just absolutely love, but I can see why. When it does happen, and you see the Hiram just get out of control, you see the Brawl, you see the Madame Medusa, you see all these kind of very powerful plays, you start to understand, okay, yeah, it's good. Okay, we made the correct choice from time to time as that Tramp is down. Daisy on 1, very aggressive start. 2 Quester coming on through. Nolly has hate to see that.
This is the opening that you want to see if you are our Amber Emerald player. You know that you need to get under this deck before that all-important 7 ink turn, because Be Prepared is back in Infinity. But not only is Be Prepared a threat, like we mentioned earlier, the Sisu onto the Sisu shift. So really, it goes from turn 7 to turn 6, but we forget these players have ramp, so all of a sudden that clock gets even shorter. So yes, this Daisy Duck is nice to kind of help accelerate that lore, but with the amount of ramping that we can do, we can get to some board clears very quickly here for gnarly day.
Oh, 100%. But unfortunately for Gnarly Day, Jeff Williams is playing a color combination that has the tools to interrupt your board wipes. That Shift Sisu can get sent back to the hand with the Kit Cloud Kicker. Also, you have the Ursula Deceiver will be able to take the Be Prepared. So if your curve lines up nicely, if you see that Sisu come through, as we are going to get a read on that beautiful Pegasus, you know what it does. You just want to see my beautiful card.
All of its glory.
Give me a compliment. Just ask me to look at it. I don't mind.
Yeah, this is max rarity in a whole new form, right? When we start adding in these DLC promos, yes, we've seen the enchantments, but the promos, come on, that is a whole special way. And we do have this Piglet coming down. Oh my gosh, this Pooh Pirate Captain. So we're gonna want to try to build up our board here, so then that Piglet can quest for 3.
And that is a very fair point. Daisy Duck notably getting that nice little easy quest in for 2 and sending your Vision of the Future, one of your best cards, down to the bottom of your deck. Notably, you do have multiple copies in your hand. In fact, one of them is going down to the Inkwell, and then you're going to get that Brawl onto the Pooh Piglet Pirate. Keeping that 3-lord off the play, I think, is a very critical turn for you. You would love that to be that Sisu. Maybe you can even threaten that shift line as Tipo goes on an easy quest for 1. You're still behind, but you're not out. I mean, you're doing everything you want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. You're definitely not out yet. You're absolutely right. You do want to be playing something like that Sisu on 3 to get rid of that Daisy Duck, get rid of the character so that Piglet can't quest. But maybe the Brawl is even better in this case because Jeff Williams is going to be playing low-costed characters. So maybe we can, if we were to keep that Piglet there, we would be able to spam those 1-drops out and be able to quest with that Piglet anyway. So maybe we're playing around that, and it looks like we might have been because we do see that smaller 3-cost Sisu was available to us, and we opted not to take it.
That's a very, very valid point. I mean, maybe you could have gone with that Sisu line just to go after that Daisy, but you're running into a slight inkability situation, so you're going to have to force yourself into this Hiram next turn, and then you can set yourself up for the Sisu a little bit later. So I don't hate the play at all, and I think you're absolutely correct. That Pooh Piglet Power, getting that 3 could be the difference maker between winning and losing. As that Tramp, I believe that is the Enterprising Dog. We got another read coming in.
The Rascal.
The Rascal.
Dapper Rascal.
Dapper Rascal. That's his name. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good.
You got a Street Smart Dog, Enterprising Dog. No, Enterprising Dog is the lady. I'm bugging. Yeah, that's Dapper
there's too many dogs. There's too many dogs. They're dapper. they're all of the things, but it's okay. So we do see this Ursula come down. We see this Daisy. And now we're passing it over, right? So we're looking good. We're checking the hand. I wonder if we've checked that hand a little too early. Maybe we just wanted to continue playing out our threats to the board, right? Making use of our ink just to check what do we have. So and maybe we have another one lined up in the pipeline. But if we're Gnarly Day, we're saying, okay, you haven't ripped our Be Prepared. We haven't played the Sisu for a reason, but what do I have access to? I'm seeing things like some Ramp in hand. I'm seeing things like some Vision, some T-Pos. It's not really these big hitters that you want to be seeing right now. I wonder if this is just going a little too slow.
I think you are correct, as we are going to go for that Vision. And there, you're playing the Headless Horseman, but you also have that Shift Sisu. I think you got a snap take. I think that's a snap take on the Sisu. You still have an opportunity to ink a card from your hand and then deploy a shift target, and then you are on your way so back for your next follow-on turn. Even though a possible Kit Cloud Kicker will slow you down, you're going to pretty sure you're going to snatch that Sisu, put it right into your hand, and hope for this shift line to be made readily available to you. Tipo looking like some high-quality ink in this situation, and I think from that spot, it's going to be very difficult to lose this game, as there she is, the Daring Visitor has arrived.
There she goes, that Daring Visitor, going to get rid of one of those Daisy Ducks. Now, I do think the Horseman being in this deck is fun to see, even though it wasn't the choice here, knowing that we got to take that Sisu shift line, but to know that we have these current meta cards available to us, and seeing the Horseman in there, the Headless Horseman in there, is really interesting, and it allows a lot of punching power in this deck. That banishing little things like this Daisy Duck, and then enabling our Tipo to swing for more, right? So there's going to be some interesting plays here if we can get to them. For now, we're taking that Sisu. I think it was the right call, but it's good to know that Gnarly Day has some game against aggro decks here. We are not going to be folding to these faster decks.
Oh, for sure, and that Headless Horseman does go up a little little bit more in my eyes in this strategy because it pairs quite nicely with Sisu, the empowered sibling, or the emboldened warrior, empowered sibling, because if you have the Headless Horseman up and you have the empowered sibling, that's going to be a +1 for every character, I believe, that gets banished. And then now every character that doesn't get banished, your weaker character, like a Tipo, now has increased strength. And then you can be able to use that Headless Horseman buff to take down another threat and, keep a lot of tempo there. So I like that addition. And I like to see people cooking in these formats here with the Infinity, adding new cards.
We are going to see this Grandma Tala for the Daisy trigger there. We're going to add it to our hand. We went on a quest. We are up to 7. And honestly, I'm not sure how item heavy Gnarly Days build is here because we've only seen that Popsicle so far. It might be a little bit more built to withstand an aggro strategy like this, but we are already at 7 on the aggro side. It's not as explosive as it could be, to be fair, especially having 2 ink floating and not being able to spam out little guys in our hand. That surprises me. So there might be a way where this aggro is just not aggro enough.
And we are going to go right with the big counter. That shift, Sisu comes in right on time, questing for 4, and now you put yourself in a position where you have completely turned that corner, or we never really gave up the initiative, but you are going to thwart the aggro player, and now you can kind of slow down a little bit, play the Hiram Flavershamp, and continue to repopulate your hand a bit and keep going as we're just going to span 2 more evasive characters in the play. But this is looking exactly textbook, and that's a great call, Willow Bees, because the aggressive strategy is probably one of the best decks in Infinity. Not with this thing floating around. You have too many answers.
Now when this is here, we're going to see that Hiram Flavershamp come down, pop that Popsicle, and draw 2 cards. It's just so beautiful, man. I have missed being able to play that Hiram, draw those cards, and then follow it up with another Popsicle. I mean, you got to love Infinity. It is nostalgic, right? This is beautiful. Being able to do things like that. And it's sad, I think, to see, like, looking at the aggro player not being able to play out his hand in the way that he wants to. Typically, this board would be 10 characters wide if he can have it. But you're happy to see that if you're Gnarly Day, you're singing songs, you're doing the thing, you're drawing more cards with your Hiram, and this is just what strength does our aggro player have to deal with this 4 willpower Sisu?
You got to come out and you got to hit the gas pedal, and you have to accelerate much quicker than you did, even though you were going pretty quick. You had 2 Daisy Ducks, you had Ursula, she didn't hit, and now you're kind of in a blender right now as Jeff is finger on lips, looking left, looking right for the answer that may never reveal itself. You can quest for 2 lore. You are sitting at 7, but guess what? So is Gnarly Day. So you can try to leg it out. You'll never make it. You have to figure out a way to engage in fisticuffs. Maybe there's a Cricky available in the strategy
that
can
would
help
be very
bolster
interesting.
some of your weaker characters, and maybe to exchange with what Gnarly Day has presented. But this is looking gruesome and grim for Jeff Williams here.
Absolutely, it really is. But that you bring up an interesting point, right? Because we haven't seen everything this deck has to offer. Traditionally, we see these colors, we see Amber, we see Emerald together, and we think, okay, this is going to be a little bit more of an aggressive strategy. But we forget, look at Core, right? A lot of players are still playing Core. We do see where there are some of these Circle of Life decks, some decks that have a little bit more in the late game. And so, yeah, maybe we aren't seeing so many early game threats coming from our aggro player because that's not the only strategy we want to go with, JDZ. I'm seeing some high-costed characters like this Tramp here. Maybe we have a little bit of late game.
I do concur, but that is just a sad Tramp.
Yeah, that's a sad Tramp.
That's one of the saddest Tramps I think I've ever seen. I mean, a Tramp, you had to pay 5 for it. You had to pay 5. Pay 5 playing a 2/6 quest for 2, discard 2 cards from the top of your deck. Feels like not the best possible card. I don't think I'm sleeving that one up. If that's the card, discard 2 cards on top of your deck. Play this card. 5 cost. 2 questing, 2/6.
To discard 2 cards.
Doesn't make it to the deck. I don't think we'll lose.
I think it's a little difficult because maybe we have identified, okay, maybe it's not as low to the ground strategy. If that's the case, that just means, that just means Jeff Williams is not seeing the pieces that he wants to see here. Maybe it is a Reanimator Circle of Life kind of thing in this Infinity format, and it's just not going fast enough to beat something like this Ruby Sapphire, at least with the start that we got to. So this is going to be really tough to beat. We've got 2 Sisus on the board questing for 3. We've got these Hirams being able to refill these Popsicles. And at this point, Take might be prepared. I don't want it.
We're good. I have the Maleficent Dragon. Okay, Take, be prepared. I raise you Maleficent Dragon, and the quest will go through as Jeff Williams will go down. So we didn't get a chance to see exactly what the deck is trying to do as you were on the draw and you came out of the gate super slow. I think it might just be a Churna dog like strat. We just get a bunch of evasive and aggressive characters out very early, and then you play a well-timed tramp for low ink, set up your discard, and maybe you can turn a bog out of there. I didn't see too many actions, and that's just what I'm assuming this strategy is trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it is, it's one of those things where we also just didn't get to do what we wanted to do because we didn't get to go as fast as we were hoping to go. And now that we know that, now that we know, okay, I really need to alter a little bit more aggressively to see even more one drops, even more characters that quest for 2, right? That's what we're going to be looking for in this opening line to really help us make the difference maker here. And on the play, it's going to be a little bit easier. So for me, if I'm Jeff, I'm feeling confident that I can go fast enough to get under this thing on the play, but now it makes me nervous because what about game 3? But I guess you got to start with where you are, and you just got to win this one
for
first.
sure. Just win what you can, when you can, and worry about the rest in the future. But I would, like you said, I would love to see a nice alter for some very aggressive options. But at the same time, Gnarly Day had a very great counter pick, a counter curve there. He played right into the brawl. You played right into the little CC. You played right into the big shift. You had to hire him. You had pretty much, you were running on all cylinders, and a lot of decks would lose to those high-powered lines. But coming out of the gate, if you can storm off early, play a ton of one-cost characters, get your tramp down, set up your discard, slam the Churnabog before you can get to some of that very optimal removal, then maybe you can get underneath or at least hold a board against this Sapphire and Ruby strategy before it takes off.
Absolutely. I'm trying to see some of the cards that Jeff William had in hand. I think there's a small chance I did see a Churnabog there. Might have been an enchanted version, which might be why I didn't catch it. Maybe I just want to see it. Maybe so I'm just making it up. But regardless, we're taking our time here with this altar. I'm noticing it from both players. We're taking it slow. And I think that's correct. I think Jeff realizing, okay, I didn't see what I wanted to see last game. I know that I can win this matchup under the correct circumstances. So how many can I alter to do what I want to do? Now, he only threw back 2 cards. So that tells me we might see a more explosive opening for Jeff here.
That's a scary sight. If I'm Gnarly, I want to see my aggro opponent send everything. I need you to send as many cards as you can because that just indicates to me that you are kind of struggling and a bit compromised. But especially after the way that last game went, seeing my opponent send back only 2 cards, they got to be feeling super confident. They got all the cards they need to execute their game plan. A lot of information has now been recognized. Granted, we're in the top 4. Certainly the Lumineers know exactly what your opponent's trying to do. It was a pretty small field today. So you have done your due diligence in the blind, but now you know what you know. And you realize, like you said, I don't think that Gnarly is on this robust items build. I don't think you're on the big Tamatoa walk-off Lucky Dime play. Maybe you're playing more of a shark deck or maybe some type of just board control strat to help target these aggressive strats.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting here. We're getting ready to start it. We see Finnick go into the Inkwell. Good to know that, again, we have a nice mix here, and this beautiful lady card comes down. I mean, that is just so gorgeous. But this Decisive Dog Enchanted version is going to come out. But it's good to know, again, I like seeing both of these players. We saw the Headless Horseman. Now we're seeing it over here with the Finnick. These players are not just saying, here's old lists that used to work in old versions of core pre-rotation. We have some new strategies here that we are trying out. So we're going to see that Popsicle over there for Gnarly Day drawing a card, and hopefully we can buff up this lady enough to get her to quest for 3.
And you have that tramp in hand, so you can do it right now if you want. He can come out for cheap and give her the strength required, I believe, to be where she needs to be. I think you need to play another character if you want to pull that off completely, but I think he can do it solo, if I recall correctly, and give her that full 3 lore, and you might need to take it, but you're also contemplating on potentially setting up that Piglet Pirate here so you can gain your 3 lore that next turn, and you don't have to worry about the reprisal of a Brawl or a little Sisu on the crackback, but your next turn you will. So these are the decisions you still have to make. Even though you're playing aggro, decisions are still going to be critical.
Absolutely, yeah. Aggro, it gets a bad rep sometimes, and I think that's completely misplaced. I think, as we can see here with this player being in the top 4, right? We can't forget, we are in the top 4. These players have made top cut. They have finished their first round of top 8. They are here because they know what they're doing, and you don't get to top 4 by just turning things sideways, okay? It's taking these moments like Jeff is doing here and identifying which strategy do I go with. Do I go with the Piglet now because that means I can spam out 2 little guys, my 2 little one questers, even if it gets brawled later, at least I get get to quest for 3, or do we go with something else like you were mentioning? So he's taking his time, he's thinking about it, and he's saying, you know what, I want to make sure that I go for the right line, because even though we're on the play, we're still on the back foot here in the sense of being down a game.
And when you get to that 3 ink turn, your opponent's probably going to try to ramp on 2, and then on that 3 ink, you got Brawl or Sisu are for sure going to be coming. And which one are you going to expect the most? There's a world where your opponent may not have Brawl and has Sisu, and now your Poo Piglet is looking better. There are worlds where they have both and they have the option to choose. Either way, that lady is not going to be long for this realm as well. So maybe there's some thought, hey, I'll spam my 2 characters now, and then I can get this 3 off with this lady, and that's 3 lore that I don't have to worry about in the future. Or I send the Poo and try to set myself up. So there are lines. Maybe you can go Poo, take a huge gamble, and just go for the Poo Piglet now, and then go for the Tramp next turn, and then you can get a 6-piece.
So here we go. It looks like we are trying to make this decision. I mean, this got to be good. I'm so excited to see what he's going to put down, because clearly he has identified this is a critical moment here, right? And it's because of what we saw in the last game. So we go ahead, we opt to go for that Poo Pirate Captain. We're going to go ahead, quest that lady as well. And hopefully this means that we're going to start seeing some 1-questers come down. Next turn.
I believe with that Tramp, you should be able. The Tramp, what's his name? Is he the
Tramp that gives +1 to a character based on the amount of
characters you have. Yeah, that is a Tramp. The
1-cost Tramp.
The 1-cost Tramp. That guy right there. What's his name? His name is Tramp.
It's coming.
Enterprising Dog.
Enterprising Dog. There's too many. There's too many dogs.
Okay, Enterprising Dog. Yeah, he is the one that I think next turn. So you could be threatening a 6-quest turn next turn if you were to deploy him. But you kind of want to use him to get those combat tricks off. But at the same time, there's not really a lot of options to challenge in this deck. Granted, you can't hit the Grand Matala, you can't hit the Hiram Flaversham, you can't hit certain things, but you're probably going to want to be worried about questing and not so much about challenging. Get the lore when you can. You will lose your board, and you can plan around it. So let's see if this is going to be something that happens this turn.
I'm excited to see this Hey hit the board. I mean, this is a cool effect where normally this actually Hey would be good against this matchup here, because this is going to be one of the ones that allows us to add a card into our Inkwell if we are behind on ink. So typically, Jeff is going to be behind on ink against a Sapphire deck. Right now, obviously, not the play, but it's still cool to see the different ways and the different cards that Infinity brings us with these synergies here. This is cool. We're gonna see. Is that a Mary?
That's a Merryweather, and we're gonna go for a buff on this lady and spam the board. This is the play you're talking about, Willow Bees. We're gonna go ahead and get all these characters down. I think you could have potentially held back one of those characters, maybe that Tramp, to maybe get another 3 lore out of this lady, but you're just gonna continue to flood. 1 card left in hand, and I believe it is going to be that Tramp. So that is a great indicator. If it is that 1-card Tramp, maybe that's why you had to play the way that you did, because that just makes a lot of sense here to me.
Yeah, absolutely. You could hold back, like you said, to get a little bit more questing power out of that lady, but maybe Jeff is saying, you know what, because you can do ramp things, because you can come out of the gate and banish some of these characters, you have rush and things like that, I just don't want to mess with it. I just want to get as much lore as quickly as possible. And it's surprising me to see that Gnarly Day has not really been able to do anything up until this point in the game. I mean, we don't have anything on board. Sure, we were able to establish a popsicle, but I mean, it's just been very, very slow. And slow is the opposite of what you want to be when you are up against such a fast strategy.
And I think you are absolutely correct. We are going to take another turn to get another popsicle, and I think you are going to prioritize either Brawl or Sisu here, and Sisu's notably only clearing one thing, which feels bad both ways, and you don't have that threat of a potential shift line coming in, and we're going to take the Tramp here, maybe playing around that shift line.
Yeah, maybe playing around that shift line, because we did see that Dapper Rascal, okay? And that Dapper Rascal, if you shift it, just what it says is if you are banished, if one of your characters on your opponent's turn is banished in a challenge, you do get to draw a card. So maybe we're saying, you know what? I just want to get rid of that Tramp first, and then I can deal with everything else. Maybe there's a bigger plan here.
And there it is. We got that big body Tramp is going to come on through. Tramp, the street smart dog, one of the most broken cards in any format, Infinity or otherwise, coming in only for a 3 ink because you have those 4 characters on the board, and you get to set up your discard. Maybe if you have that Chernobog to come in a bit later, you can bring him into the play a lot cheaper, and it looks like that might be a card that we are saving here, as here is a discard, and I like that. That is a good way. hey, you want to grab my cards? Here, I'll hand them to you myself, and then we'll hand them back just to get a sneak peek of what it is. One of those Churnabogs is down.
We do see one of those Churnabogs down, yes, into the discard pile, but I believe, JDZ, and I wear glasses, my eyes may be deceiving me. I think the card that we have in hand is another Churnabog, though, and another enchanted, might I add. So
he's flexing on him.
Oh yeah. It does look like we are about to have another enchanted hit the board, and we are doing it presumably with enough time before any be prepared and before even a shift could happen.
This is exactly the start that you want, because right now you are threatening a nice GG style condition here, as you have a ton of lore in place. That Piglet questing for 2 or for 3, excuse me, in this current situation. You don't have a Maui. You do have a Maui. It might be Maui time. Yeah, get him on in there and get after this Poop Piglet Pirate.
But the problem with this Maui, JDZ, is we are only clearing one thing at a time. We are at 13 lore. We're looking at 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 if we do not buff these. If we do not buff these ladies enough.
If you play 2, I believe you need to have 2 characters being deployed here. We'll put 1 hit into the Lady, the Decisive Dog. If you do play 2 characters, like you said, one is that Churnabog, and if you get another low-cost character, you play both of them at the same time, you can win the game right now.
Win the game on the spot. Does he have it? Because even though he's got plenty of cards in his discard from that Tramp, that Churnabog is still expensive, JDZ.
Right, to get out for free.
Get out for free, it's going to be expensive. So we're going to count right now. We're going to look at, okay, how many characters do I have? Now, of course, they are stacked in a nice little row, so we would love to tell you, but I don't know. I don't know how many characters we have there. So we're waiting along with you, okay? I want to see if we can do it.
I believe you need 9, right? Churnabog is a 9-cost character, if I recall correctly, and we are going to get the lore, so you didn't get it, as it looks like we are questing. You were not able to deploy 2 threats here on this turn. If you did keep the Churnabog, maybe that was your greed could have been talking to you, as you would have kept another 1-cost character to just kind of win the game there.
Is that Churnabog 9 or is it 10?
Is he 10? He might be 10. He's a 10.
He's beefy, okay? That Churnabog is very beefy. And let me tell you, 10.
Yeah.
10, but you were right about the 9s, because that 9 stat line, okay? That is an evil doer for sure. And if you're looking at 18 lore across from you, if you're Gnarly Day, what can you do here? You only have 2 characters on the board, and he only needs to quest for 2. You could attack these ladies because then you're stopping it, but then what about the other characters on the board?
You got to go Maui, seeing how far I go, and draw this shift Sisu like an absolute pro, and you cannot get it done. So it looks like we're going to be going next here with a quick scoop.
Right up. And here's the thing I want to say about this game. It's great to see that we're going into a game 3. We love a game 3 here.
Always.
We love the game 3. It's exciting. It keeps it interesting for everybody. But also, what this shows us is that neither of these players had the opening line when they were on the draw. And so, yes, Gnarly Day is going to be able to be on the play here. But last time, Jeff didn't really get a chance to show what his deck could do anyways, even though he was on the draw. So if both of these players see what they want to see, what Gnarly Day saw in game 1 and Jeff saw in game 2, in this game 3, it might actually be a lot closer.
There are some lines that you have access to as an on-the-play player to slow down the aggressive player that you just don't have on the draw. When I'm talking the Shift Sisu stuff, getting it out before they can start questing with the Piglet and Lady like we did, you'd just be a turn sooner able to do that, and Gnarly just didn't have the option for that in that game. So you were just behind the 8 ball way too soon. You need to be shifting Sisu right on time, but we did see that Jeff does have at least some copies of Fennec in the deck that will allow you to reset that Sisu, break up the shift line, take the be prepared, probably can go on to win that game even on the draw, excuse me. So this still could be an excellent nail biting situation. Aggressive is still around. Ruby, Sapphire still are going to be competent, capable strategies, but you got to watch out for these aggressive decks.
I love what you said, JDZ, in the form of that Fennec. We originally talked about Kit Cloud Kicker, and maybe we have both, but more likely it sounds like we might be opting for this Fennec because it's going to be a little bit more flexible in the scenario because it's only a 1 cost. It can cost 3 if we want to then pay 2 for that ability to bounce that Sisu back to hand. And you know what, JDZ, all weekend long, you've had a little bit of juju manipulation here. You've had a little bit of manifestation in the booth, okay? I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the suit. I don't know if it's the bow tie. But when you speak it, it shall be. And so I am already fortune-telling here that we are going to see a Sisu get bounced back by Fennec, and it is going to be the single most hype moment of the day.
That is, I just can feel it. I'm in tune with the universe as these things just happen so frequently. randomly, okay, that you just always are going to notice when they happen, and it just happens in time. So that Fennec, you brought up a great point too. I love that. I love the cards with that different types of utility. I like you give yourself options, and that does indicate that maybe there are no songs in Jeff's strategy, because Cloud Kicker was a nice backing vocalist for a nice Under the Sea with that 3 cost. Fennec still, he does have that kicker, but it still only counts as a 1 there. So probably no Under the Sea. So you're all gas, no brakes, no defense, just straight up sending it with the Tramp and hoping for the best. But we have that Rapunzel.
I
It's
saw
going to be
that.
in hand. I love to see that
That
too.
was beautiful. I missed that card. And you know what, JDZ, you're absolutely right. I think now that we've seen this strategy, we have not seen a single action. So what do we need under the C4? That's not what we're trying to do. We have
No.
Chernobog in our deck. We don't want to risk having a single action in that discard, okay? So it is all characters. You know what? It's all characters. With Amber, I don't see a single Mufasa in there.
No,
That could be. Listen, that's the spice.
We're cooking.
Listen,
I think it's just your ink. You do have that. Hey, you can't cheat some ink. Maybe a card like Webby, you can slide a couple copies of that in the deck, and then maybe you can afford to play that. I think he's just too.
It's too
rich.
Too high cost. Hey, but Rapunzel's 4. What's 1?
You know what? You're gonna flip that. You're gonna flip
on.
that Mufasa, and then you're gonna Fennec. Hold up. Can you do it on your opponent's turn?
Boom. Yeah,
we're talking synergies.
Dude.
Hold up.
Dude.
We're talking synergies.
Run me my check, okay? I've copyrighted that
let's
deck
go.
list, all right? So
there it is.
Here we go. We're going to get a signed card of Stone Dragon into the Inkwell. This is going to be interesting here. We're going to play out. What is this item? This is...
That's Mushu's rocket.
Mushu's rocket.
And we're going to say goodbye to Liam. Liam does have a flight to catch, but Liam, I want to thank you for everything you did this weekend as Liam was about to hit the road. I love that jacket, by the way, as well. What is that, a Katy Perry? What do you got on there?
It is beautiful. It is a beautiful jacket.
That is
Goodbye
nice.
to our fellow caster, Liam. He was here with us all weekend long. So tell me about this Mushu's rocket one more time. 'Cause that's a spicy tech choice there.
It is a 1-cost item, and it gives one of your characters rush. I mean, pay 2 to banish the chosen. It's like a Vitalosphere, but a little bit more. You can just place it down and then use it any time, but you just have to pay that too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I really like that. I think it's pretty cool. Fun to see new versions of cards. We're going to see this Tipo coming down, and when we're ramping, right? So we see this lady come down on Jeff's side, which could potentially quest very, very quickly. And then on the other side, we're hitting our ramp for Gnarly. So maybe there's a chance that both of these players are actually going to get to do what they want to do, okay? So Jeff is back here in the think tank, and we're thinking, what can we do onto? Is it going to be that tried and true Piglet, Pooh, Pirate
We
Captain?
did it last time. This is like an exact replay of what happened in game number 1. If you go Pooh, Piglet, Pirate into a Brawl, into a Sisu, into a Shiv Sisu, you're going down. I think you need to go ahead and get your lore here. Get that 3 lore if you can. Let's see. Maybe I'd like to see that Merryweather. I think she can boost the strength of this lady enough to be able to get that 3 lore right now before you ultimately lose this card, which you can very soon. And then maybe you send the Pooh Piglet shortly thereafter, and you're going to go Nala here. Do
You
you have
gotta
another
imagine you
1-cost?
have another 1-drop if you
There
are
it is.
inking one. And yes, there it is. Because of the lady, that tramp is only going to cost 1, and that is going to be enough. This lady is now going on a quest for 3, and that is the speed that you need if you want to beat this Ruby Sapphire deck.
You gotta send it. You got 3 lore it's so much, okay, in this aggressive deck, especially when it's just one character that is doing it. And now if you go for that Sisu or you go for that Brawl, guess what? You still have 2 characters ready and available to quest again as we're taking a turn off to draw some cards. This is looking so good for Jeff Wins, as now you'll have this lady able to quest potentially for another 3 next turn, and that is just huge for the Ember player on the draw.
Absolutely. One of the cards I saw in Gnarly Day's hand was that 8-cost Tamatoa from set 1,
Ooh.
okay? And that Tamatoa is so shiny. What that means is we're not seeing things like Sisu, okay? This deck, while it may have some game against aggro, it looks like it still favors some of those item strategies. Maybe we have a bit of a hybrid here. And what that means is the cards that we are happening to pull in Game 3 are just not enough to make the waves that we need them to.
I think you need to get to some of those high impact cards. That Headless Horseman might be the wave right now. He got a quick read on the Tramp. I like that. Put Tramp down, back into the inkwell. Hey,
Hey,
now is about to give you a
hey.
little bit of a plus key from your deck into your inkwell. Hey, also questing for 2. Hey, also notably not getting hit by a Sisu Daring Visitor. So this card seems to be problematic, but unfortunately, you can only quest for 1 with your lady. Like to have 2 characters coming in there.
Yeah, you say it's unfortunate, but I mean, looking at the board state, we took a turn off to draw the cards. It's still feeling pretty good. Even though I could not buff up that lady, I am still happy to be going on a quest all the same. And looking at the strength on the other side of the board, we have a Tipo that swings for 1. We have a Hiram Flaversham that also challenges for 1. I mean, this can't even get a lady off the board, JDZ.
You're gonna have to take a turn off to brawl something eventually. As we are sailing the Hazard Right Sea, you got to get some of these characters down. As Gnarly Day is beginning to recognize that. But notably, we just saw Jeff Williams ink a Tramp, and that, to me, I believe that card is almost, dare I say, uninkable, man, because of his unique ability. But he went down to the inkwell. That must mean you got some absolute heaters in the hand, or you just giga bricked. And either of those things, Tramp could have helped you out in that situation.
Absolutely. Looking at both of these hands, it looks like the reason why Gnarly Day has not been playing any characters is because he doesn't have any to play outside of this Tamatoa So Shiny. I'm seeing a brawl. We saw the Sail the Azurite Sea. I think I saw an item as well. I mean, this is just, it's the Sapphire Coil, I believe, was the item. On the other side, though, you're saying that Tramp is going to be uninkable. This Sisu is going to come down. So we did have another character only being able to remove 1 thing at a time. In this hand, though, Jeff has that Dapper Rascal, that Tramp Dapper Rascal. So maybe he's saying, I just want to shift that. I don't need to discard my cards because I'm going to draw cards with that Dapper Rascal ability.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. If the Dapper Rascal is not I believe he has to, he does work for himself, but he also needs to see the characters go into the discard pile. So even if they all get wiped together, I believe you should be able to get a draw for every single card that you have, and he does shift on 4. So that's very interesting that Gnarly Day was targeting that Tramp in the previous game, electing not to in this game with that Sisu, and you will make that shift line available. So you could be setting some type of trap for Jeff to walk into, and let's see if Jeff identifies that and elects to make the timely changes in order to prevent it. But I believe, is that a Chernabog in hand? No, that's not. It is not. Okay.
It's not. No, I think it's an Ursula in the back. It's hard to see when a lot of the cards are shiny too. Sometimes it's hard to tell what they are. One thing I want to note here, and this may be what Jeff is pausing to think about as well, is we do have that Sisu Daring Visitor on the board, and we are about to go to that critical 6 ink turn, and it's only critical because we have a Sisu on the board, because we can then shift for 6. So like you said, if we play that Tramp Dapper Rascal, he does have 8 willpower, like we see here, but he only has 2 strength, so he will be wiped if we can shift a Sisu, but Jeff will get to draw 3 cards.
But we did not get to that Fennec to kick this Sisu back to the hand, so the Juju was warded off, and the shift will still be a super strong play, but 3 cards is 3 cards.
If he has it, though. So maybe that's why. Maybe that's why we didn't see the Juju yet, okay? It's because he doesn't even have the shift available, okay?
So that could be.
That's why.
We didn't see it. We saw the hand, and we did not see it.
I didn't see Sisu yet. He's got to rip it off the top.
We're going to have to rip and ink and hit, and I think you're going to be depleted of funds there as a second copy of Tramp goes down into the inkwell.
I thought you said it was the best card in the game, JDZ. What happened? It's in the, we got 2 of those things in the inkwell.
He's dumping that thing like it doesn't mean anything at all. And I guess in this situation, like you've already got the ink. You're kind of just paying full retail value for it anyway. Might as well just get rid of it because your hand is starting to falter, and you like the cards that you have. So what are you digging for? I suppose as Jeff Williams now still 2 cards in hand. Gnarly Day playing like an Illumineer that does not have access to a shift Sisu. As you are thinking about how you want to break this thing down, you have a double brawl.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I'm trying to look at what's in hand. We definitely see a Maui Shark. Is that 2 brawls? Is it a Maui Shark and 2 brawls?
It's Brawl, Maui Shark, Sapphire Coil is going to be in hand for Gnarly Day. So you can take a Tempo Blaster and go double brawl, but you're going to go neg on that play because they're replacing themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I guess if he did have it, he would have slammed it down. But in my head, I was seeing the dream. I was like, no, one of those brawls is definitely a Ruby card that can shift onto itself. So, okay, we're going to go ahead and we're going to play the brawl like we talked about on this Dapper Rascal. Now, we are going to get to draw a card because with this Dapper Rascal, it just says one of your characters. And notably, that Tramp is a character in and of itself.
And we do hit the coil onto the Hey, and then we send our entire side into it. So we're going combat mode with our TPO Daring Visitor and Hiram Flaversham all gang tackling one Hey. I can see them running up and down the beach trying to chase this chicken and take him out into the discard pile, and it worked out quite nicely as the Deceiver is coming through, and it is
And
the
there's the shift. So
Wow.
so did we draw it at the end? Did we have it? Maybe we
He
just
had
like
it. It
this
just
line
didn't-
better.
He probably just liked that approach a little bit better.
To be fair, it
keep
was a
your
pretty
opponent
good
off those
line
cards. It
because
was.
we kept it off the card draw, so he was only able to draw one card from the banish of that
Mhm.
tramp, and then we did the sequencing correctly to where now we did not get to draw a card off of that Hey. And while we don't have a very robust board,
Yeah.
we do still have a board all the same because we slowed our player down. They're at 11, but these are only 2 questers on the other side, right?
Yeah.
Nala 0-4 questing for 1, Ursula only questing for 1. So maybe we have some time now.
And this could be a great opportunity to go for that Fennec play. I mean, granted, you can't ink.
time, it's time.
You got the ink available. Are you goaded or are you not? And
unfortunate. We tried our best, and Jeff himself is not washed. But let me tell you, not having the Fennec, that's washed behavior
Yeah.
of that deck right there. We needed to see it. We were writing the story. But okay, so we get to keep our Sisu. We are going to go ahead, go on a quest to get some more cards. And this is what I was saying. Now Gnarly Day has time to slow this game down just a little bit because we're only threatening going to 14. We have time to draw these cards with this Hiram and figure out how do we want to do this. And doing this with the Maui, taking out that Nala, and being able to go on a small little quest of our own.
In the process, this is looking, obviously the corner has fully been turned, and Jeff Williams notably is at 12. Maybe there's a world where you can start to drag, and hope. You do have some reach in the form of Go-Go, Tamago, Darting Dynamo. Maybe if you can pile up some damage on one of these high willpower characters, maybe a Hiram Flaversham can get some damage on him. You can send the Go-Go in. Potentially is a way that you could continue to squeak out, but this board is going to get gone every single time, as you know a Sisu is imminent next turn.
Something that's interesting about what I'm seeing Jeff's strategy here is he's going to play this Piglet down, but he's not fully committing because I'm seeing things like Daisy Duck in his hand, and he still has floating ink available. He's saying, you know what? I don't want to play into a Be Prepared. I don't want to play into that Shift Sisu. I want to play enough lore to the board to force your hand to say, you know what? I don't want this Piglet questing you to 13, so I am going to shift it now, and then I can respond, if I'm Jeff, by then dumping that hand that I have. So he has to be very strategic here about how he wants to go about this.
Yeah, that is a very, very valid point. Taking more time off to be able to sing a how far I'll go, and we continue to execute the shift. It is Sisu now, so Jeff Williams had to be hoping for that outcome, and now you can go for a nice patent pending board flood. But now, if there's another Sisu, you just pretty much lose the game on the spot if you go all in. As we lean back in the chair, pick up that chew rate on the gum to about 55 chews per second, indicating a little bit of stress. Huh?
Oh yeah, he's thinking. He's wiping the mouth. This is classic stress right here in a Lumineer form. Okay, and you know what? I think I'm starting to see a little bit of sweat on the brow. We know that we're already sweaty because we're in top 4. We're playing it out. There's no splits, so we're in full sweat mode. And then now we're getting a little nervous, so the sweat is building up all over the place. Okay, so I want to see this Illumineer say, you know what? I can't tell how many cards. It might be 1 or 2, but it's saying, you know what? Your hand is small. You don't have an item with that Hiram. I just need to go for it here. I need to flood this board and hope that you do not find something off the top to get rid of it.
And that is a very, very valid point. So now it's going to be on Jeff. I think you say you don't got it and you go all in. You put game on board and you pass and you see what happens, and you just hope. You got to enter into the hope phase. I mean,
Absolutely.
Hope, you draw phase, you know, your play phase, ready, set, draw, and hope. That's what you should do.
Absolutely.
Right now.
Ready, set, draw, and we are adding a new step here in the booth. Okay, we are changing the rule books. We're submitting it to Ravensburger. Okay, we need to add step number 4 is going to be to hope, and hoping indeed. Okay, because Jeff is thinking he's separated his ink. He sees it here. He goes, okay, I can play this Piglet with this 2 ink. I have a 1 quester I think he does in there. Okay, he's saying, look, I'm going to play the do it.
I like it. I
Okay,
like it.
we have a dream, and he says you can either deal with it or you cannot. I'm seeing some items in Gnarly Day's hand, but I'm not seeing a board clear, JDZ.
I did not see that. I did not see that water deity in hand at all. No, I did not. The legendary Sisu, I did not see it. I did not see a Be Prepared. I see a Maui Shark.
Maui Shark is not
going to
do it. Now hold on, JDZ, because I have to tell you, we can play an item for 2. Okay, Vision is also going to get. Come on, I was getting excited because I was going to say you don't even need the ink to hard play the Sisu. You can just shift it onto itself.
He grabbed it too fast.
He grabbed it too.
Vision of the
Yeah,
future.
yeah.
it's
I was trying to build up the story, and then he kind of killed the tempo. I was like,
he
hey,
got-
guys,
we got
fine.
to add some showmanship.
Yeah,
okay?
come on. Can we
need
slow
some
down
showmanship.
over there, Gnarly
I
Day?
need a
But
little bit of
wow,
show.
we're seeing the fist bumps right away. Listen, no, okay. Jeff is correctly
Yeah.
identifying. He's like, look, you've done it, man.
And that's one of the rules. I mean, there's going to be a new ruling guy coming out explaining how the hope phase works.
We're gonna break it all down. Tune into the channel.
So
We're gonna let
basically,
you know.
you can enter into the hope phase once per game, and how it works, you just have to send it, and you have to hope. Okay, and if it doesn't work, you just lose. You just throw your hand up and you scoop the game immediately on the spot. That's how the hope phase works. If it doesn't work, or if it does work, your opponent just immediately scoops right there. Okay,
Absolutely.
the game just ends for either side. The hope phase. Lock it in.
Absolutely.
Coming to a DLC near you.
Absolutely. And there's no takebacks for the hope. Once you commit,
No.
you're full
Yep,
send.
You say,
okay?
hey, I'm in the hope phase. Okay,
You're locked
all
in.
in.
That's it.
Okay.
That's it. So there you go. We're writing new rules. We're telling the stories. We're manifesting the juju. Okay. And we're so gracious. We're so giving to be giving all of these new rules out for free. Okay. We're giving you guys the strategies. But no, that was a really great game. Realistically, considering how the first two games went, it was actually a bit of a back and forth on the third one, because there was a world where if we didn't have that vision specifically into those 5 cards, we would not be able to do
And
it.
you needed to have a Sisu available to be shifted upon.
Absolutely.
So had you had an answer to that Sisu or potentially cleared it or whatever could have befallen that Sisu, and you didn't have the ability to shift on top of it, then you're going to be in trouble there. So you needed exactly the right sequence of things to happen at the right time. So taking nothing away from Jeff, I think you played great, but I think that it just wasn't your day. And that's how it's going to go.
And you know
portion of the
what?
time.
Congratulations to Gnarly Day. It is a gnarly day indeed when you make it all the way to the finals here of
grind.
Infinity Weekend.
I'm calling it the grindles, dude, because we're grinding out here.
Grindles. There is no
Grindles.
splits.
Yeah.
There is no Splitsville here, okay? We want to do this. We love this game so much. I'd rather be here playing Lorcana than at Disney World, man. Let's do it. Let's go lock it in. If you're not sweaty yet, you need to get sweaty.
And I was told, I was like, hey, when we get here, it's going to be a nice, cool. I think there's not that many people. It's Slam Infinity. Not that many people
You
going
guys
to
will
be
be out
playing.
here early.
It's going to be an absolute vibe. Don't worry. But no, they're out here. It is 7 p.m. and these women are still in it, going to the finals, and I'm absolutely here for it. So hopefully you guys are enjoying too. We're going to get an interview. I believe Colors Law is going to be going to the interview booth as well. Check that. The interview booth is occupied right now. We are sharing an interview space over there with some other games. So give it a few moments. We'll get Colors Law potentially to be talking to one of our finalists, and then we'll come back at you guys again with the finals here very, very soon. But still, what an incredible matchup. I'm liking Infinity. I think it's really chill, and I'm kind of excited to see what's going to be happening at DLC in Indianapolis after DLC in Richmond.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's fun to have something to look over the horizon for, because when you get bogged down in this core constructed, you're trying to make it work. You're trying to say, you know what can I do? The core format, the Richmond, the this and the that. It's coming up so soon. Sometimes it's nice to be like, you know what? Let's just have a chill Infinity weekend. Let's go ahead, play some Infinity, and see some old friends, right? Some friends like that Sisu. We saw all the Sisus out there, man. We have not seen those Sisus in a while.
The Sisus, the Hiram, the How Far Ago, the Grandma Tala, the Mount Hero to All.
It's like butter.
It's just to be prepared. All the hits, all the things just keep on coming. I wish we could have saw more Amethyst. I would love the Fox, the Crabs, and the Madam Mim, all the snakes and all those really cool things. The Goat Bounce Goat. We didn't get to see any of that, or at least I didn't. I saw a lot of Sapphire and Steel. I saw a lot of Ruby and Sapphire, and it's just those really, really cool things. Maybe we can get a little bit of the Oswald blue-green deck could potentially find its way back in. People just need to really dedicate the time and the craft to cook, because I feel that we do have some thought leaders in this community. Thought leaders in the community, they probably haven't really started to dedicate a lot of time to it. So,
but once they get going, they can find something. Talking about that Emerald Sapphire, Brainwald, Brennan DeCandio, now on the Ravensburger dev team, he had something called Brainwald, and it was that Emerald and Sapphire strategy. So like you said, we just need some people in the think tank to get in there and figure out what those strategies are. And that's what's fun about Infinity is we have endless strategies that we are not restricted to in core when we have such a large pool of cards. And hey, ban lists no more, okay? So
Open 'em up.
we can do whatever we want.
Unless they get crazy. I'd listen to a ban list. I'd listen, Willoughby's. I'd open both ears. I listen to it. But I just heard word that we will not be doing an interview we're going to go jump straight into the finals. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a really quick break, and then we're going to come back to see if these finals are going to be played, or are they going to split, or are we going to be coming back to see who's going to get it done. So we're going to throw it to a really quick break. Keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. Infinity finals coming your way.
trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
And we are back at the Pro Play Games Summit Infinity 5K weekend, and we're going to bring the house down with an absolute showcase. We have 2 Ruby and Sapphire strategies in the building right now, locked in for the finals. And I'm going to be joined by the Color is Law, bring you guys this finals matchup, and I am super excited for it.
You're excited?
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, good. We're going to see it. And we are here. I think we're going straight over, and we're going to get right into the matchup that you guys love, miss, and needed to see all over again on this Sunday night at PPG Orlando, Florida.
And here it is. We have 2. We saw Gnarly Day playing. They are already engaged. And we have Alpha, J, B, O on Ruby and Sapphire. Let me tell you something right now. If you guys like Infinity, this is the longest possible matchup we could have asked for, okay? It is Sunday. It is almost 7 p.m. and we are grinding. And this thing could take an additional 2 hours. I believe there's no time in the finals.
Oh my gosh, an
Let's push it to the
unconventional
limit.
tool. Wait a minute. Hold up. Have you guys seen this yet?
Oh yeah, we've seen the unconventional tool coming out.
Have you seen it? Do we have the bell to pop it? No, we don't, but that is insane. It's a little tool that we're going to use for later. As Hiram just comes down, as he does on 4 ink, and goes ahead and pops a popsicle and draws 2 cards.
Yum. Eats it up and passes it on over. Maybe you got your own Hiram Flaversham next.
I see a workshop. A little old workshop.
Let's see what we have here on our 4 ink turn. Grandma Tala, how far I'll go. Hiram Flaversham. It's going to be Sisu clearing Hiram. And this match could be going a little quicker.
Oh, when we
than
ink to
Hiram.
Hold up. Wait, ink to Hiram. Now, listen here. The thing is when you play the mirror, what you do, you do not want to be the first person to play Hiram. You really wanted to play Grandma Tala there. You actually really hate to see it, because if you have to play your Hiram first, fine, you're getting 2 cards and that feels like a lot, but at the same time, it's going to get popped the Sisu. It's going to get brawled. You have to do that. Add in a Ruby Sapphire mirror. You have to iron death grip your Hiram removal. And again, if you're the first person to throw it, unfortunately, it's going to get gone. I would have loved to see that Grandma Tala first, though.
For sure. I would concur with that. And sending one down to the Inkwell is another interesting choice. Maybe there's a world where you just are bereft of inkable cards, but I would like to find a way to play that bad boy on 4 and get this unconventional tool into the discard pile and get some more cards in my hand to keep accelerating my own win condition. But it seems like you just didn't have the ability to do that as you got double Sisu. It's going to be in hand. 1 on board, 1 in hand, staring down this grandma. We got the ancient story.
Ooh, and
keep
Hideaway. hideaway in the. I'm finding a lot of these ink choices from these Illumineers very, very interesting as we see a Madam Mim, or no, Medusa and a Sisu also uninkable as we go ahead and throw the workshop, a notably uninkable card into the ink or onto the board, and we did not ink.
Yeah, so we are Giga Turbo Mega masterfully bricked over there.
That's
as
a
you're
tale as old as time.
slowing
So
it. Even if that was a
we see a how far
Sapphire
go over
Coil,
there.
that would be
but
really nice.
It would have been really nice, but it's in. We see the Sapphire or the how far go is over there. We see that we just drew our own Sapphire Coil and the oh my gosh, the how far go. There it is. It's gone, and she is drawing to looking at the top two. One's a hero, of course it is, and we're gonna go ahead and put that in our hand because whatever the other card is doesn't matter. It's going in the inkwell.
Tale as old as time. That Grandma Tala singing "How Far Ago" just takes me right on back. I think that's very fitting. It is meta, and also, a little bit of
the
a
best thing that
synergy
you can
from,
do
from the film. Even though she didn't sing that song, she's from
true.
the same film there. As we play another Moana type card, it's going to be Maui Half Shark. If we just had a few more Moana synergies there, it could be the most Moana deck that was ever existed in Lorcana, I believe.
It does, and this is an interesting play to me. I mean, we did go ahead and get rid of that, and we inked a Maleficent Dragon just to put down this shark, and I suppose it's good because you can go ahead and challenge in and get some of those actions back, like Sail or the Hafarago. However, when I get up to 6 ink, I am not inking Maleficent Dragons in the mirror. You can eat it. But here is a brand new card. This is the Terror of Sleepy Hollow, the Headless of the Horseman. And what does this card do, JDZ?
This card is really, really great, and I'm so glad that we talked about that in the previous round that Gnarly was brave enough to include a card like this in his strategy because it does carry a lot of weight. This thing can banish a character with 2 strength or less, and during your turn, if you do that, you will increase your character's strength by 1 when he pulls that off, and that works quite nicely with a Sisu if you can get a nice wide board clear. So very, very cool stuff. This Headless Horseman find his way into Infinity format, coming in from Whispers in the Well. But now you're in a very nice spot. You have this Maui Half Shark who has fully resolved and in position to cause some strife and calamity to Alpha JBO, who is kind of falling behind after that very, very, very poor inking that he had that he was stuck with.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate. We're seeing the ability to draw all of the uninks. This is some kind of thing that we're like, haha, here's our uninks. Now, that's an insane thing to do by throwing the dime, that like just naked dime out there raw when you know Hideaway and everything else is in there. But I think that Gnarly Day has correctly assumed that Alpha's hand is gigabricked.
Yeah.
We do not have what we need. We are throwing out baby Sisus to potentially shift that larger Sisu that we have maybe and be able to crack back and do some challenging into these larger strength characters. But I think it felt safe to throw the dime because we're in a bad spot.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Just gain that incremental lore every single turn and just start putting the pressure on your opponent before they can rectify the situation and turn the corner back on you. And even if they do waste their only inkable card and turn Hideaway and your lucky dime, giving you more ink in the process, you got to be fine with it.
Not really. There's usually only one dime, but you are pretty good. You're pretty far on board. Yeah, you're far on board.
Chilling in this situation.
We're at 10 with Gnarly Day and 1 with Alpha as we find a Vitalisphere. God, I missed this card. But again, you will be able to go ahead and pop that onto the Scrooge McDuck and throw that into 1 Headless Horseman, and you will lose your Headless Horseman, but at least you get the 2 lore off of the board.
Yeah, and taking a trade here, probably not the worst situation, and you are going to go ahead and do so with the Madam M Medusa, passing it back on over, and you got to even make those trades to get this lucky dime hitting for 2 every single turn. That clock, you have a clock on you right now, and this Maui Half Shark is preventing your adversary from questing as well. So just taking your 3 lore, check that 5 lore turn. We are really, really putting the hits onto Alpha JBO now. What can you do? Do you have a Be Prepared? I think that's kind of what you need here in this spot.
Yeah, Be Prepared would help a little bit. But again, there could be manners in this deck. There could be all sorts of things. As we do see the Great Stone Dragon signed by Tomas. Shout out. It's over there, and it got played last turn, which does come in exerted, and you will be able to just start inking your entire discard to your inkwell, and those are resources now. The item build is popping off. We are playing items, paying 1 for workshop, and continuing to draw. So we finally see our draw engine coming online. Now in the mirror, though, it's a little bit of a late thing to do. The shark is a very difficult thing to get out of here, and we can play the Sapphire Coil, I'm sure we did that a little bit, so we did not reduce it, and unfortunately, we don't have enough Sapphire Coils even to make this Sisu. Like, 7 is such a high strength. It's such a high strength.
You're gonna need to find if you could find another Sapphire Coil into a potential card like Sail the Azurite Sea, you could then double ink there and then reduce this Maui Half Shark
By
enough
4?
it still won't be enough.
Nope.
Never mind. You have to play a double. Well, you got 2, 4. No, you have 2 coils with 2 ink. Yeah, that's not enough. Yeah.
Nope, we would need a fishbone coil with that stuff. And here is our second Hiram Flaversham going in and being able to pop that popsicle and draw 2 cards. And notably, we noticed that this is not an item version. There are items in the deck, which is good, but it seems as though the Alphos is leaning into that more workshop item strategy. And Gnarly Day has gone for the Action Shark variant that typically has like a nice split between items are good, they are our draw engine, but hey, I'm going to win the game other ways.
And you are doing a pretty good job of presenting threat after threat to your adversary, as I believe that Great Stone Dragon should have been. Did he use it this turn? I can't recall if he did or not. I wasn't certain if he readied it or what have you.
Yeah, we went ahead and threw that other horseman into our Inkwell off of the Great Stone Dragon as we sing How Far I'll Go to gain a lore and ink some cards. And we're probably keeping that Be Prepared. I don't know if we're going to need it, but it's fine. I wanted to keep it because I'm greedy, but right into the Inkwell because...
You got. I think you got a nice quality position on the
You're at
board.
17.
Yeah, you're at 17.
I was like, what if we win the game by singing Be Prepared with
go.
Shark out?
That's
and it's
a cool
like,
flex.
boom, yep, go to 20 off the Be Prep Shark party. Oh, my goodness.
That is a very, very cool flex. And if you don't have another Sapphire Coil, unfortunately for you, as we are going to finally put that brawl down to the Inkwell, and Sisu is deployed here, just taking those 2 lower strength characters out of the fray. And this Lucky Dime has gained some lore, and we are going to go right to Scooptown. That went much faster than I ever saw a Ruby Sapphire mirror match ever go. Maybe some of these cards have, maybe these 2 builds are a little bit different. One's more items, one's more action, and I think that's a pretty decent matchup there.
I was about to say, yeah, no, it is completely different. And honestly here, like going straight items is definitely a vibe, and then going the way that he has gone is also a vibe. So there are 2 different win conditions sitting here, and we did see the Shark there. And if you don't have, I think we saw Alphos had Maleficent Dragons in their deck, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem as though he accounted for Shark with at least going into the altar and being absolutely gigabricked starting out. He got stuck. The small Sisus do show me that he was looking more towards an aggro strategy. He was probably anticipating a different thing, like potentially the dog stacks that we have been seeing. So those small Sisus, Shift Sisu, is basically how you stay alive against Amber Steel and other things like that. Now, it doesn't, Gnarly Days deck does look more teched for the mirror in this instance.
No, Gnarly's Days deck look like it's ready to grind up some aggro. Like, he has Headless Horseman, he has a ton of Sisus, he's got the coils, he got Shark. Like, he is packed. He's ready to beat up on any aggressive strategy. He has Mushu's Rocket is in there. He's got all the stuff. He's completely like trying to go after the Amber and still 100%. Alpha JBO, I think he's going for the Sapphire Steel. I think we played Sapphire Steel today on stream, and he did a pretty good job against Sapphire Steel there with the way that his deck is built. And I really do enjoy seeing that these Lumineers are getting into the card pool. They are sticking, checking all the different things, and they're trying to tech and modify their deck for a prospective metagame. So that's showing that people aren't just grabbing their old decks out of the old junk drawer, loading it up into the tournament, and putting no thought behind what they're thinking and doing. So that's really cool to see.
I really enjoy seeing this because it is really funny because you're like, oh, Sapphire Steel is really, really good right out the gate. Why wouldn't you play Sapphire Steel? And this is actually what ended up happening right before the Huron ban was we were like, Sapphire Steel is amazing, blah, 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 blah. And then Ruby Sapphire kicks in the door and says, actually, have you read Sapphire Coil? Have you read Sisu? I know what I'm doing, and I'm here to stay. And then they were like, actually, we're going to ban Hiram. It's like, no! So, again, I said I wanted to see Ruby, and what ended up happening, it's a Ruby Amethyst or Ruby Sapphire mirror match. So I think I manifested this.
It is nice to see. We haven't seen in the core constructor. We didn't see any. We saw like maybe one Ruby round at all. This, and especially we didn't see any Ruby Sapphire being played at all in core constructor. I mean, the deck is virtually unplayable for the most part, unless outside of some rogue strategy. Maybe there's a meta relevant Ruby Sapphire deck that hasn't been discovered yet. But it is nice to see. It is definitely nice to see these 2 ink pairings back into a meta relevance as we are going to play that popsicle with our remaining ink.
Absolute mirror match here as we see the popsicle into a popsicle into a sail into a sail. So at least everything is coming up the way we want. I know we had to go the Okay, so
Got 'em.
okay,
Quick
hadn't
read.
been in read it. Don't even know what this card does, but this card is a menace. This is actually why I wanted to play Infinity, because this Alice, whenever this character quests, chosen opponent character gets -2. That is just a little questing Sapphire Coil.
Yeah.
However, the first one, whenever you play this character, you may choose to put it in the inkwell. So we just inked your popsicle. Not only is your popsicle gone, it's in the inkwell. You can't have it.
Yeah.
It is banished. Not
That's-
banished,
that-
but it's still.
That card's not the word. And
Okay,
you
just
play
kidding. We have
another
another
one. We play-
Sick. Anyway, here's the second popsicle I had in my hand. Oh, wow. But anyway,
I
Alice.
don't hate it, and it does kind of slow your opponent down from a potential Hiram Fleversham on that turn 4 play, just maybe taking some of their tempo away. However, you do give them more ink, and now Gnarly Day is at that troublesome 6 ink turn, and now you can go into 7 ink, play a potential, maybe not be prepared, but you can go for a Maui Half Shark, and the hand is counter triple. Hiram Fleversham is there.
Oh, is that what he ended up getting off of the? Is that?
We're Scrooge searching right now. You do have some options to choose from.
Oh, well,
It
yeah,
is
with
going to be that popsicle.
That's exactly what we wanted. I thought you were saying that they were just like all Hirams in Alpha's hand.
in Gnarly Day's hand.
Oh,
he
right.
Hiram Fleversham.
Okay, I was like, what? That's a crazy Scrooge turn, but here we do. We're going to go ahead and quest for 2 because, again, this card quests for 2, and it is inkable. People, again, these are cards that I'm like, I beg you, take a look at them. Look at them in terms of Infinity and see how you feel about it. Again, like, just a repeatable Sapphire Coil. I just love this card
sure.
so much. And we do see the 2 popsicles on the board into a Scrooge, into the Hiram Flaversham, and now we had better have an answer for that.
Hopefully, when I try to say, I try to hang
we
on
got
to.
Medusa.
I try
Sorry,
to hang on. I try to
sorry.
hang on to an answer for Hiram, as we will get a brawl onto.
We're brawling
this
the Alice. We
Yep, why not?
recognizing that Alice is going to give us a repeatable effect that is going to be annoying with the 2 lore. Now that does give us one less answer for our Hiram when it does come in, because Medusa, and I saw a second Medusa in Alpha's hand to be able to get rid of the other Hiram that is in Gnarly Day's hand.
And we are getting into these powerful board clearing turns. You have another Hiram that you can go pop, but that just seems low effort, low energy. We will go ahead and set up the Sapphire Coil right now, pink, and then Maui time. Here it all coming in with that reckless and rush, taking down a Scrooge McDuck. You didn't have to get it. You didn't even get it in for free. You had to pay full retail value for it. He did replace himself with the popsicle, so that still seems quite good, as Maui has now revealed himself.
Yeah, no, and we do have that. I mean, we know we have Maui on our side, and we're going to go ahead and pop the popsicle. It doesn't matter. We're going to advance our game plan and go straight as happy as a clam, be able to get that back. I know you dealt with our thing, but we don't actually care because this is actually where the match begins. This is what we want, but we can't ink that Sapphire Coil. That's a crazy thing for you to do, but do you have another one? You have a popsicle. I would have inked that popsicle, but anyway, that's fine. As we go ahead and draw a card, and we see a workshop in hand. That is our alternate draw strategy, so that's probably better. We go ahead and put that down instead.
What do you think about the 45-degree ink exertion there? Oh, never
Get
mind. I
after
think
it.
we're going
Get
full exertion
after
here.
it.
Never mind.
Yeah, there we go.
I like
It's the
that.
end of the day. I know you're tired, but turn them sideways.
it.
Don't turn them kind of sideways.
Yeah, this little half. Get all half in the bag in it, as we are going to take that trade with the Madame Medusa. Maui doing what he does best, coming out, cleaning up 2 cards before finding his way down into the discard pile. Now, here we go. Do we have another answer to this Tamatoa? If you have another ink, potential brawl could be a vibe to get this happy as a clam off the board. You hate to see him shift an item in for free, as we will go for another how far will go.
Okay, we are digging. We're trying to figure out things, and we are going to put that Headless
you can do it.
Horseman. I mean, it is an answer to the Hiram that we're probably going to see, and we are going to ink that, and now we can go ahead and brawl. And that is so crazy when you're like, I'm going to brawl a 6-drop. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that should be illegal and unfair. And you can also little Sisu a 6-drop.
Oh
that
my
also seems
God, I
illegal,
love
as
it.
How Far Ago will trigger that Sapphire Coil. For whatever reason, they didn't make it a once per turn, which seems insane to think about in retrospect.
Because it does take a lot of resources out of your hand to do that. And I will die on this hill because
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
No. Sapphire Coil did nothing wrong, and neither
No,
did Sisu.
that doesn't make
And
any sense.
basically, if I have to take the cards out of my hand to go ahead and ink and be able to trigger this thing multiple times in a turn, I am barreling myself in resources. However, this format does have Hiram Flaversham,
literally no other card, no other
God, I
item,
love it.
no card in the game is doing that. Maybe Maurice's Workshop and Sapphire Coil, both 2 broken, ridiculous design cards. So it
Maurice's Workshop is a actual liability, but here we go.
At least you have to pay ink to trigger the Maurice's Workshop.
That's what I'm saying.
Sapphire Coil should be, hey, hey, exert this thing, do it
Honestly,
once.
this is
It
the
makes
real
sense.
problem. It's that popsicle.
Popsicle's
You
a
know,
problem.
I know what you're mad at. You're
No.
not mad at Sapphire
No,
Coil.
it's definitely.
You're mad at
Sapphire
popsicle.
Coil is a 100% design mistake, but we rectified it a little bit as it's still part of our game and no one really plays it at all. As Hiram Flavershamp is going to be munching on the popsicle.
No one plays it. We never see it. Everyone close your eyes as we do see the Horseman Terror of Sleepy Hollow come down and pop that Sisu, knowing that didn't really matter, but we do want to get that 2-quester on the board because that is a situation where we are at 3 and Gnarly Day at 0, but we have seen that this match can just tip at any moment in time as we finally get to play our own here in Flaversham on Alphos' side. What do you think about that?
That feels great. I mean, I'm sure you need some cards. You have that. Matt Maurice's workshop is set up, and that is a mirror buster type strategy. You have a lot of items. You see you working in that bells, the unconventional tool. You have some other items that your adversary isn't playing. So you have a secondary, tertiary draw engine available, and you can potentially cheat some resources as well. So this is a good spot for you as you're just trying to outvalue your opponent from the hand, and maybe that could be enough to win this all-important
sick.
game.
We could play the bell, pop the unconventional tool, and then play. Do we have the other item? No, we don't. I thought we had another item. That was about to be so fun.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. I love game actions. I was like, pop the unconventional tool, pay 1 ink, pay the. Nope, you don't have anything else. But you should have. Had he not another workshop, he could have just got that in there for 1 ink.
And just cheated it on in there, just cheating some ink. And we are visioning here.
Visioning of the future into a Sisu, B prep, and everything else in between. It's probably a Sisu because that will go ahead and pop that here in Flaversham. It is also incredibly difficult to get rid of, but what do we go ahead and take?
I think we're taking that Brawl. I think Brawl is also a clean answer to this Hiram Flaversham. Also keeps your ink available to make some more plays as well. You still have 5 ink available, and you're going to use 3 of those to set up that Great Stone Dragon. And now you are in the resource war as well. Hiram now able to crack the Sapphire Coil to draw 2 more cards.
Is basically saying like, hey, we need to keep our resources up. The Sisu would have been big body on board, but if you would have had a dragon or something else like that, you could have immediately taken it out. But instead of going ahead and developing a secondary way of inking, because we don't need the popsicle now because we've established the Great Stone Dragon. So the Great Stone Dragon will be able to trigger the 1 Sapphire Coil twice. And we really don't need, we didn't see a shark. We don't need 2 Sapphire Coils. It's like the same thing. The math ends up the same. We either have a Great Stone Dragon and a Sapphire Coil, or you have 2 Sapphire Coils. This way, we got to use our Hiram to draw 2 cards off of our Sapphire Coil.
For sure. Gaining those cards is going to be critically important. But Great Stone Dragon does have a limiting factor in the fact that you do have a limited resource amount of characters that you can put into your inkwell. Right now, I think you're showing maybe 4 or 3 characters, so you only got 3 activations as of now, but more will come as the game continues to drag on, and a second installment of Maurice's Workshop.
I thought I saw one. That's why I was like, do the thing. But here we go. We're just going all in on items. And again, this is actually where that came from. I know Katie talks about it sometimes where she's like, Ed was basically like, are you inking because you have to, or are you inking because you wanted to? Sapphire Coil is the card that came out that made everybody go, are you inking because you have to, or are you inking because you want to? Because making sure you leave your discard with your Great Stone Dragon and your resources available to be able to double trigger that whenever you need to is something that you have to pay attention to. So I do love this kind of like push and pull of it, even though you think it's a design mistake.
Yeah, it's a mistake. Yeah, it is actually a mistake, especially for this format. Just with some of the cards that we had access to, it should not have been designed the way that it was. I mean, for sure, if they exert or something like that, as Hiram is just going to eat it right away, put that Sapphire Coil right into the discard pile.
Keeping our Tomas Stone Dragon just like, that we prefer it. That's what we want. The ink is better. We have a full grip of cards to do this. I'm not really sure how Alpha is doing on cards. He's kind of like keeping them close to the chest over there, but Gnarly kind of fanning out everything we want. We see our third. That would be our 3rd Sapphire Coil. So we can just go ahead and play that again as we sail the Azurite Sea.
And that could be another great point. So you do have another Sapphire Coil in hand, and maybe you're trying to coerce your adversary into placing more high strength characters on board. Maybe they don't. Since you cracked that Sapphire Coil, they're like, I'm trying to play around the Sapphire Coil, and now you can deploy it later, and then ink, and then do the Great Stone Dragon, and then get a nice little board clear if your opponent can ram more characters into the fray. And maybe that could be a tactic there.
Or we have our entire deck in our hands, and we have more options than we know what to do with. So we can get the Sapphire Coil at any point. We can be prepared at any point. We can popsicle at any point. We could dime at any point. So basically, we have it's all there, all of it, everything you need. You have the path to victory. How do you want to get there?
And we are thinking about going for another popsicle. You have options, man. You do have options, and we will take that popsicle approach. I don't hate it. Tamatoa now threatening to be able to quest and shift in that lucky dime and potentially execute that dime. We saw Gnarly Day come out early and then just
Tomas is here in spirit, guys.
and then send that lucky dime to play, and it worked out quite nicely in game number 1. Maybe they'll take that same approach again in game number 2, or maybe Alpha JBO has made the correct adjustments and held on to maybe another Alice accidental drift, or maybe even in a hideaway or something like that.
Yeah, we're definitely taking a look at these items and these situations over here, moving them around, moving, grooving. We do have the Vitalosphere available to us, so we could throw something down and just pump it up and throw it into that here in Flaversham, but we do know that he has a Maui hero all in hand because he's super enchanted, but we don't have as much ink as Gnarly Day does. So it makes it a little bit more difficult to kind of get to the plan that we're getting to. And unfortunately, we're going to have to, workshop situations. Yeah. Gnarly Day has gone for a more character-centric version of this deck. Even if there are items in it, there are a few items in it. It's the Sapphire Coil popsicle situation. It is not the item workshop build, and it does look like in this instance that he is kind of overrunning if we don't get to a board wipe situation.
Right. So he is just trying to gain a few more resources. We're going to pop that popsicle. Maybe we can dig deep. We're thinking about potentially setting up another Maurice's Workshop, but I also would like to draw attention to how neat both of these players' game boards are. These Ruby Sapphire players can get a little junky and clunky, but they both are utilizing the entirety of this game mat. Then playing a quite neat situation as the Madame Medusa has hit the board now, clearing this pesky Hiram.
We're brawling it. Oh, we're just going to baby Sisu it. Yeah, so we went ahead and got rid of the Tamatoa with the Medusa after triggering the Sapphire Coil from inking the Happiest of Glam to make sure that you are not going to put a free dime into play, then going ahead, popping the Vitalosphere, giving our little baby thing rush and throwing it right on in and getting rid of that. So clearing the board in the most rubiest of sapphirest of ways.
That was a very nice turn for Alpha JBO. He's been looking for a turn like that, as Gnarly Day has been in the driver's seat the entire time. But that is a stun that you need to potentially turn this corner back, as Gnarly Day has appeared to be in control. You have a pretty nice board, and you have another Maurice's Workshop in hand, I believe. And you can probably, once you get a little room to breathe, you can deploy that third Maurice's Workshop, start drawing a ton of cards, and then reestablish, as Hiram is getting sent to the discard pile now with the
We knew that. That mouse is not long for this world, not in this matchup, not with a Headless Horseman, not with Brawl, and not with our Sisus, both Sisus in hand. Now, the problem is does Alpha have a really good, that's a big, brutal thing to happen, and that is one of the problems with the Hideaway. I haven't seen a Cusco 6 yet, but I mean, hey, Hideaway costs 2 in just why not,
Yeah, that was a nice use of a hideaway, as you feel your adversary does have the option to potentially catch up. You got rid of one of the draw engines in terms of Hiram Flaversham, and then you get rid of the backup engine in terms of the second Maurice's Workshop. You still have one, so you're down, but not out at all, as this game state does seem like it's going a little more in Gnarly Day's favor. 2 more items now being grabbed from the discard pile from the Tamatoa.
Oh, as we got a little, the type Happy as a Clam came onto the board as soon as they hit the camera, so it made it seem like a boom, Happy as a Clam onto the board, getting back 2 popsicles, and we are going to be able to play those and draw some cards. But unfortunately, if we don't find a shark answer, we're going to be banished in the water here.
Yeah, frozen in time, and everyone in the vicinity is shutting. You can hear that the room is
closing it
they're
down
shutting.
here.
The lights are going off. People are packing up the tables. It is time to go, and Lorcana is grinding. Okay, the grind don't stop. The players don't scoop. The players don't draw. We're playing it through and through. I love to see it. Let's go.
Popsicle, workshop, draw. Popsicle, workshop, draw. We are going to draw our deck. And finally, I mean, imagine how many cards we could have had if we had 2 popsicles. But we are going to go ahead and exert our 4 items to get our trigger off of Scrooge. And we will go ahead and find a Fishbone Quill, and that's great. But those other cards I saw off of Scrooge, man, I would have liked to have those in my hand.
Those were some nice units that you just sent to the bottom of your deck, and you may never see them again in favor of a Fishbone Quill. You actually hate to see it.
It's fine.
As
Third
another
popsicle.
Through, and we're going to draw another card with the Maurice's Workshop, I believe.
Yeah, we're thinking about it. Again, we might be able to brawl. I don't know if we're going to brawl that. Don't brawl that. Just Sisu it. Just play the Fishbone Quill, ink, and then maybe get another popsicle. You can exert, ink something out of your hand. And now we are seeing the power of this item build as it is able to continuously gain resources, and just basically go from 4 to 20 in a turn.
Yeah. And that is probably what Alpha JBO is looking for. Gnarly Day needs to recognize that and understand the threats that you are under. That Be Prepared is looking kind of juicy as it may be, but you have this Maui Half Shark, which is kind of solidifying your position. And you joke, but it can happen.
Those are such good cards off of that vision. Those are everything that you want. And honestly, you're visioning just to gain the lore, but at this point, I've seen Gnarly Day's hand. He has everything he wants in his hand. It's there. It's all there.
Potentially. What are you taking here? Are you going for the how far I'll go and just trying to go for this crazy burnout situation? You got a quest for 2 coming back that can't be answered right now due to the fact that there is no evasive character on Alpha JBO's side. Or you can potentially just take the road more traveled and maybe keep like a nice resilient character for a crackback. So here's a painful decision, but we will have to speed this decision up because literally the venue is closing. So these players are going to have to hit the gas pedal a little bit as we are going to make that decision. I believe it's going to be Tamatoa.
Yeah, that's a way to close out the game, and that's kind of where we are. We don't need any more removal. Alpha is not putting enough pressure on us. Do we really care? We do have a Be Prepared right smack dab in the middle of our hand, and then that is basically how we're going to deal with anything at this point. And we are just probably going to continue to play actions, continue to play characters, and actually just throw out that dime.
It worked so good in game number 1, and it might work again here in game number 2 as we play our own Sapphire Coil, deploy the dime. Usually I like to see that dime come in at the same turn as the Tamatoa, maybe on that 15th turn, and that way you can get some immediate value from it because an Alice here or a Hideaway, and you might be in trouble as that lucky dime is going to be a key target for that removal.
Absolutely, yeah, inking that, and I mean maybe they throw it out because we actually play 2 dime. I know that a lot of people just play the 1, and they're like, "Wow, I just got Hideaway in because." Ouch. But again, that shows me we either have another dime in our deck or we're just kind of really confident that you're not going to ink it.
Right, and maybe you saw that Alice accidentally adrift. Maybe you're like, hey, you only got 1. And I want to see, if you got another one, I want you to show your moves, show your work. I believe there's a world where you can go for this Sapphire Coil play here right now. And now armed with that Fishbone Quill and that Sisu, you could potentially get a board wipe here and take down that Maui Half Shark.
Do it. Yeah, no, you're basically exactly what you said. You're going to have to be able to play this. You're going to quest the Tamatoa, gain the 2 lore, but that doesn't matter. Free Sapphire Coil for all as it comes in. Go ahead and put it with that other Sapphire Coil. Make them friends. And then we can ink return, double trigger, and then ink with the Fishbone Quill, double trigger, and then finally, as a -6, we can get after
Wait, hold on.
that
No, that's
shark.
2. So you got 2, 4, and they're both going in. So that's 2, 4, 4, 8. I think you can do it even without and we're just going all in though. We got another.
We need items
0.
and forget it. It doesn't even matter. But at this point, because we are going to need to be able to ink and have 8 ink left over, and that's kind of what our little situation is over there to the side. Our little cluster of ink right there. I'm assuming that's 8 ink.
And we're just running the numbers right now as he has a -4 reduction. We can go ahead and play another ink, and that is going to be a -8 reduction. This guy is negative strength, and now Sisu is going to come through with a nice, timely board clear. And
we go for
just
the
like
quest. That's it.
You've lost the spot. But
Nah,
how
we
many
have
items
more.
do you have there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can get 6 lore here, getting yourself
Yeah.
up to 15 if you slam that Tamatoa.
He
And-
needed a dime answer, but we're gonna see. Basically, like you said, it's a 15 ink turn. Here we go. Here's 8. Here's 6. Count it out like that. Hey boy, let's win the game again.
I think you just take a turn off and just blow it up with this Be Prepared, huh? And maybe you can play
Yes.
a 1-cost character and dime that guy for a little bit of lore and then try to Tamatoa off next time. I think that could be an absolute vibe. You see your opponent is resource depleted, and there it is.
Be prepared. And we got to do it. We got to do the thing. Ah.
And there it is. So you did have to go all in on that approach, and now you lost that board before you can gain some lore. And Hiram is going to come through now for those resources, and you can go ahead and get a dime off for 2 if that is how you want to use the rest of your ink. You still have not inked or Stone Dragon. Being very disciplined with that Stone Dragon color, I think that is a great sign of discipline. I think I still do it and get up to that 15 ink.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends on like where. I was about to say, I was like, no, there's so many characters in there. You just go ahead and
Yeah.
throw it in there again. Like you said, that 15 ink turn is basically
Because-
how you just win the game. I mean, because if he actually does have another dime in
Right.
hand, he just double dime win the game off of that Tamatoa, and boy,
For sure.
that's insane. And that probably would make an indication as to why they're not really scared to have that sitting out there with the Alice's in hand and the hideaways and everything else like that. Because, bro, what if I just got another one?
Yeah, and Tamatoa is good. Tamatoa dime is good. Tamatoa double dime, almost unbeatable.
Is
As-
disgusting as we have. We see it. I see it. We have our Sisu, we have our Brawl, we have our Hiram answers. They are there. We also have our workshop, which is our only source of draw. So we are going to have to. We don't actually have any items in
You
here.
can
Oh
slam
my
that Tamatoa.
goodness.
You can slam it and just see what happens. Okay, we are almost entering into
brawling.
hope phase here as we are brawling. I am slamming the Tamatoa, and I'm saying you ain't built like that. You
Yeah,
ain't got it.
absolutely.
Even though he definitely
No, he's got
got
it.
it. He
He's
for
got
sure
it.
got it.
Yeah.
I'm slamming either way.
Unfortunately here, but maybe we do. We have a happy as a clam coming on in. We're gonna pop that popsicle and then go ahead pay our 6.
No, we're going 8. I think we got
8.
8 piece. Yeah, the big boy's
So
coming
the big
through.
boy coming through. All right, here coming through. Give us back these 2 items because we need to draw cards because you gotta get a hideaway. You gotta get an Alice. You gotta get rid of the dime.
And we are digging, and digging again
Find
to
it.
play
Find it.
the
No.
digging
Yep,
again. Now you're
find it.
kind of out of. You do have 2 more ink options with the
Hideaway. This is why I love
Fishbone
Hideaway because
Quill.
it is only 2 ink and you have to find it. If you don't find it, this game is over. It's over.
It's done. As I'm sure Alpha JBO recognizes
Yeah.
that as we did
no way.
get that Tamatoa off the Vision of the Future. And here it is. This should be enough. Wait, actually, you're still short a few items, so you're going to have to get something else going. I still think you got to make the Never mind. It's Melissa Dragon time.
Getting rid of your Tamatoa. And that's the thing is that's why you hold it. That's why after 6 ink is my favorite. You do not ink your Maleficent Dragons in the mirror after 6 ink. You don't do it.
Just keep it there.
Absolutely not. And the
Drag, drag,
Grammatella
drag.
is basically here. We've got our hand flush. I can't see it, but I know there's 3 billion cards in hand. And notably, Mal Dragon has 2 lore on them, so we will be able to go ahead and exert the dime, gain 2 more lore, and we're at 14.
And you are in a victory position. Alpha JBO needs another miracle. And I just don't think you have the ink or the cards to be able to pull this off from this position. Gnarly Days sitting at 14. Granted, you are not showing the Tamatoa. You just are alluding to that you may have it. Lucky Dime being that imminent threat. You still did not top into your hideaway. So every turn that goes by is a ticking time bomb that you have to try to avoid, a landmine you have to avoid. And here it is, sending for. Is it Hiram? It's Hiram.
It's Hiram. He's Flavershammed. He's back, and he's popping that unconventional tool, which I still love because we're going to go ahead and draw 2 cards and then get a discount. So we'll be able to play another free Sapphire Coil, which, hey, I love to see it. But at the same time, you know what I would love to see? A hideaway.
Yeah. Hey, if you can find it, I
We're
think
going to
it's
go
the
ahead and
perfect time to do
ink it. We're inking it because we need a lot of ink. We're going to go ahead and double trigger and give that Mal Dragon -4.
Yeah, 2 for each of these Sapphire Coils, and then we can get another 2 for this card that is now blindly sent down to the
-8.
inkwell. And you can now Sisu this Maleficent Dragon because it is negative strength.
And then there we go. We go and scoop it up. And that's the thing is like now another Be Prepared is going to be a big pain in the butt bottom. But at the same time, I know the item builds are probably really only running 1 to 0. Be prepared. And the Ruby Sapphire, I like this character center deck. We're just play another one. Oh, we're just gonna go ahead and win the game. Sick.
Yeah, we'll just get back our item, play it, and then we
And
have
just, yeah.
a lucky dime
Well,
here for
yeah, yep.
GG.
There we
and
go.
The handshakes are extended, and Gnarly Day coming through with a Gnarly Day 2-0 over Alpha.
And there is our
JBO
dime.
and getting it done. And what a game. What a match. Ruby Sapphire is back, and it is a meta-relevant card as it always was. And congratulations to Gnarly Day for knocking it out of the park and getting loose, getting busy, getting active, and grinding this thing to a finish line as we are wrapping up our 5K PPG Pro Play Games Summit weekend. And what an incredible weekend of Disney Arcana it was.
Yeah, absolutely. I was like checking the time. I was like, how did we? Again, I think the Dogs Ruby Sapphire matchup went longer than that. That was a quick victory there for Gnarly Day and getting that win. The PPG 5K Infinity. I don't know.
I thought we were going to be here for 2 hours. When I saw the color combination, I was like, okay, lock in, wake up, get active. It is going to be a absolute grind fest. But we got a nice 2 game, and those players were playing very, very decisively, which is a sign of their skill. And again, huge shout out to Gnarly Day for coming through, getting to the Dublinsky and getting it done. So well played to both of those players. And all weekend we saw them having a great time, having great fun. And I'm glad that they showed up and showed out here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I mean, it was just nice to see Ruby again. I was calling for it all weekend. I'm like, how many Illumineers out there are doing the thing that I want to do? And basically, that's what I want to do. I want to see Ruby in there, popping things, getting it done. And we got it done.
We will be getting an interview with our winner from that 5K event. Gnarly Day will be coming through talking to in the interview section in just a moment. So we want to thank you guys. We're going to take a little bit of time here to thank all of you for being here. If you were with us all weekend, locked in, laser focused here on the Pro Play Games events channel, make sure you leave them a follow and let us know that you were here. And what were your thoughts over the weekend? Your favorite points, some of your favorite stories that you saw here if you joined us on stream. Let us know down in the chat. All right, so it looks like the interview is ready. We got Gabe and Gnarly Day over there. We're going to toss it to them and hear what they have to say about what took place in that finals match. He can hear us. Okay, cool.
Welcome back, and we are here with our winner of the 5K Infinity Tournament. Fantastic job, Mitch. Great job, great fight. We got to see you on stream a couple times. I know you just a little bit. You were hanging out in Miami with us, so shout out to the hometown hero here for me, not for Orlando, but for me, and I'll take it.
Yeah.
So, you are known down there as somebody who enjoys playing Emerald, Sapphire. That's kind of like your bread and butter. And yet, for now 2 events, is that what we said? You've done it with a color combination that you might feel some kind of ways about. So how do you feel having won this 5K Infinity event with Ruby Sapphire? Talk to me about your feelings about that deck.
I mean, Hiram's a busted card, continues to be a busted card. Cece's a busted card, continues to be a busted card. I mean, I don't know.
Never stopped.
Lucky Dime is a busted card, continues to be a busted card. I mean, it's just... I love blue-green. I love the Muses. I love You're Welcome. I love all those cards. But, I mean, Hiram's just broken. It's you just got to play the broken card.
Yeah.
It feels good. I mean, I like the matchups. I like the mirrors. I think the blue-red mirrors are very fun and very interesting. They're very grindy. They give you a lot of, skill expression, which I really enjoy. There's not a lot of decks like... Blue-green, I feel like you blow them out. You know, you get a Clarabelle shift turn and then you bend them and the game is over.
Yeah.
Blue-red is like we are grinding, and it really comes down to like micro decisions and kind of really just analyzing your opponent's deck list on the fly and trying to just figure it out. So
For sure.
I love the deck. It's very fun.
It can be, and it's funny because there's this very controversial feeling about it. There's people who love it. There's people who hate it, but it worked out well for you. It allowed you to carry this all the way through. I want to hear a little bit about your feelings about the weekend or just the event in general. Just talk to me about your path through this. So just about the vibes of this place, and not so much maybe the deck too, but more about the vibes. How do you feel about having been here?
No one cares about Blue Red Infinity. My deck was almost like
Thank you for being honest.
Yeah, my deck was almost identical. The only thing I changed was Mushu's Rocket for Vitalosphere, which was insane.
Yeah.
And then the Headless Horseman was a massive upgrade over Medusa in all of the non-blue matchups. And also in this matchup, you saw it like really pressures their lore total. It's really good.
It is.
The weekend overall has been great. I mean, we played yesterday. I played blue-green, obviously, in standard, core constructed, whatever they call it. Did okay. I went like 4-3, and then I just dropped because I was out of contention. I think I love that deck. It's very fun.
Yeah, it's
First
good.
fill-up combo is sweet. This place is sweet. PPG has been putting on some good events. This has been a really fun time. It's been cool to see like a bunch of my friends playing like different events, like learning this cookie game was pretty cool.
It's actually pretty sweet.
It's pretty interesting.
Lorcana's great, but Cookie Run's pretty good too.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And the fact that they have like a learn to play thing, they give you a bunch of free cards, it's awesome. Yeah, it's been a good event.
Awesome. I love to hear it. So the last thing I'm going to ask you to do, we've been asking you to do shout outs. Any final, if you didn't get any chance to do shout outs last time, if you maybe forgot somebody, because that happens to me, I forget all the time. So you got one last shot, my friend, to give some shout outs to the people you want to give them to.
Shout out to my boy Alex Blair.
Alex.
My friends over there. Alex has been telling me, I've been playing Magic with Alex for a million years, been playing Lorcana with him for, a while now. He's been telling me to just play blue-red, just play the deck that you're good at, just play the deck that's got all the good cards in it.
Yeah.
And eventually I grumbled and was like, all right, fine.
I guess I have to.
And then I did well last time I played it, and I did well this time, so it's like, all right, I should probably listen to him at this point.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Well, Mitch, congratulations one final time for winning the 5K Infinity event. Lots of people are going to be watching that. We've got Indianapolis not too far away, so seeing what we know, seeing what the next set will bring, all of that together will help us to build it. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. And with that said, my friends, we're going to send it back to the booth. Good job. Good job.
Thanks, man.
All right, and again, huge congratulations to our winner, Gnarly Day, for staying true to the course and grinding out. But Color, what a phenomenal weekend! I'm so sad that it's got to come to an end, and we got to go back to our day on Monday, and it's going to be what it is. But still, it was a phenomenal time. And thank you so much for sharing this time with me here in the booth, Color. It was wonderful.
No, you're like, I'm so sad that we have to end our time and go to Disney World, but that's it's so terrible. But. I mean, beautiful Orlando, Florida. I've been saying it because
Orlando, Florida.
Absolutely.
I love it. Again, huge shout out to Pro Play Games. It's been an absolute wonderful, wonderful time. Make sure you guys get over to the information. There's going to be another event taking place in Pittsburgh soon. The tour is up of the season. In March. Yeah, the tour is up and available, so make sure you punch your ticket. If you can come, make sure you get a chance to be there as PPG is doing it well. So, Color, I think it's time. It's time to wrap this thing up and sign on off. Look at that. We got the support gnomes are out here.
I won a cookie run raffle, and they gave me gnomes.
Okay.
I wanted to show everybody my gnomes. These are my gnomes. Be excited for me. Be excited for PPG. Be excited for gnomes.
With that, we are all excited for Color's gnomes, and we're going to go ahead and sign this thing off and get ready to get it done. So I want to thank all of you for being here. Make sure you go get the mat if you can. Come to PPG and support. Shout out to you. Shout out to the Lorcana community. Until next time, I'm JDZ. I'm on the quest. Shout out to the real ones. Willow Bees is here. Gabe is here. All the broadcast team. Shout out to Twin Lord Pro and everyone who had a hand in this. It's been a great event. We'll see you guys at the next one. I think we need to see you. Yeah.
See you tomorrow, but not really.
Bye.
Bye. I wanted to show and tell my gnomes.